I'm Christina Warren, and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. This is the Microsoft Production Studios, and this is where all the magic is going to happen. And so in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be kicking off the event, but we're so excited to have you back. And in fact, basically since the last event ended, we've been heads down working on all the ways that we can make sure that this event allows you to connect and explore and learn. And so we've been working on really terrific content, really terrific opportunities. The product team has some fantastic announcements that you're not going to want to miss. But most importantly, this event is all about you. You, the learner, you, the IT professional, you, the developer. And so everything that we're doing is really focused on that experience and making sure that you can get as much out of this event as possible. And to that end, actually, we found out some really great stats that happened a couple of weeks after the last Microsoft Ignite. More than 100,000 of you registered to learn on Microsoft Learn and took over 800,000 Microsoft Learn modules. More than 60,000 Microsoft certifications were earned, and then all told, there were more than 1 million hours of learning. Just some phenomenal stuff. And so, you know what? Enough of me talking. We're so excited to have you here. Welcome to Microsoft Ignite. Let's get started.
Hello and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. The next 2 days are full of news and announcements from across the Microsoft family of products and solutions, starting with the keynote from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. It will also be full of opportunities for you to learn from experts and to connect with fellow IT pros and developers from around the world. We hope the next 2 days will be exciting and thought-provoking, inspiring and engaging as we gather here at Microsoft Ignite once again. I'm Caruana Gatimo. I'm the Principal Manager of the Customer Advocacy Group within Microsoft Teams Engineering. And as always, I'm excited to be joining you here at Microsoft Ignite.
And I'm Rick Claus, Principal Cloud Advocate. I lead a team of worldwide cloud advocacy folks that focus on Azure engineering and the operations audience. I'm privileged to come alongside many of you, our IT pro and operations community, here at Microsoft Ignite. Now, I'm delighted once again to be part of the Microsoft Ignite and more excited to even be hosting once again with you, Caruana.
It's always good when we're together, Rick, that's for sure. It seems like only yesterday, though, when we were welcoming you to the first all-digital Microsoft Ignite, set on a backdrop of global transformation. And while we still face many of those challenges, we've also seen unprecedented innovation and really the best that this community of leaders has to offer. We've taken your feedback from the first all-digital event and made some changes, to the way the show is going to go. You may have seen the phrase, virtually unstoppable together, and it's that mantra that we celebrate here at Microsoft Ignite. While today's event is designed to give you a bird's eye view of the future of the Microsoft solutions you use every day, it's also about bringing real customer stories and partner experiences to life.
The sheer amount of things to do and see during this event is going to be a little bit overwhelming, and so that's kind of why it's important to always come back here, if you will, to the home base, the main page here in studio, to join us to kind of stay oriented. If you take a look at the featured partner showcase, for example, or go check out the Learning Zone, or even go check out another session that happens to be taking place, another breakout or a communities event, you make sure to come back here to be able to stay connected for the flow.
Yep. This is where so much is happening. And it's especially important for those of us joining for the first time. This is going to be your home base for the entire digital event. We'll have a few familiar faces coming through this stream, and we're here to help you navigate through the experience, plus add some context and insight. And, we're going to have plenty of fun along the way.
No fun whatsoever. What are you talking about? Now, as you mentioned, Caruana, we've taken your feedback about improving the digital experience, and we're going to be taking some time together to learn and to skill skill up, and also to look into the future of a whole bunch of different experiences. Now, some of the cool sessions I'm personally looking forward to are actually found what's known inside of the Learning Zone. This is a place where you can start your journey towards learning about new things and also some new experiences. You're going to get to learn about experts with different types of workshops, and even have the option of signing up for some one-on-one consultations if you want to get some specific answers about your projects that you have underway. Now, of course, you can always get involved with the Cloud Skills Challenge. Not that we're competitive or anything, but if you want to challenge yourself and also go for bragging rights with you and your friends, just to see how you rank up and how you work with folks both inside and outside of your organization. Now, the cool thing about the Cloud Skills Challenge is that if you complete multiple modules to basically complete the learning path, you have a chance to win and earn a free Microsoft certification exam.
You'll also see our virtual training days in our Learning Zone. These are free instructor-led technical skilling in multiple languages and time zones across a variety of topics. They take place throughout March, so register for one today.
Now, we've got news, we've got announcements, we've got all sorts of different things that you're going to be learning about today and hearing throughout the entire event. This is Microsoft's greatest hits, if you will, from all the big players. Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, Microsoft Teams, Windows Server, and even a little thing close to my heart, Microsoft Azure, and so much more.
It's really an amazing catalog of content. At least I think so. I know we share that. But if you're new to Microsoft Ignite, don't be overwhelmed. We've got themes that you can follow to help organize your experience. Throughout the event, we'll dive into those themes like security, remote and hybrid work, and AI, just to name a few of them. Remember, you can search for sessions based on keywords inside our session scheduler. And now it's time to welcome you all to our digital venue. So come with us, come on a little tour. It's a journey, and we want to show you around our home for the next 2 days.
Right. So in the digital venue, the first thing you're going to want to take a look at is, first of all, on the website, make sure you go to myignite.microsoft.com. That's, again, the home base here in the studio and also as events are going on. Now, while you're here, you are going to want to introduce yourself. And so up in the top right-hand corner where you happen to be signed in, you are able to go in and take a look at updating your profile. Your profile is what's going to kind of personalize your experience for who you are, what you do, and also what you're interested in. One of the things you may not be aware of is while you're registering for Microsoft Ignite, there was a checkbox that basically said, make my profile public, and that allows you to put your profile inside the attendee directory. Now, just to kind of put everyone at ease here, no personal information is shared about what you are connected with other people, but it does give you the opportunity to fill out your biography, fill out your LinkedIn profile data, your Twitter handle, and also your interests that you have throughout the day. There's 2 more checkboxes you want to make sure that you turn on inside of the My Profile area, and that is the checkbox that says share your schedule with the rest of the attendees so other people can see your interests, and also the option of making your profile live on for a period of time after the event, just in case someone, puts you in their backpack. But we'll talk more about that later.
This is especially important if you want to have what we call those hallway conversations. We always look forward to them at these events.
Right, so once you're filled out as far as having your profile created, you are able to go in and to make connections like you would have made at these physical events. So you're able to go in and to initiate chat requests with individual people, again, respecting your privacy. And you can even go through and create meetings between different groups of people to collaborate on particular ideas. And we're going to go ahead and facilitate making a Teams meeting specific for you and the group of invitees if they've all opted into this public sharing. Again, no private information is shared during this. You have your connection, your meeting, you collaborate on what you want to collaborate on, maybe even like a little bit of a watch party, and then you're good to go.
That sounds like a lot of fun. But speaking of connecting with others, just like Microsoft Ignite events in the past, we've got a connection zone. It's here to create opportunities to talk with experts and interact with each other. It's also the place to find tech communities as well. And I love those tech communities. So meet people who are active in women in technology, or groups from specific countries or regions are available in that connection zone. Now, a quick note, remember to take time for yourself during the event. We've got so many incredible sessions and keynotes throughout the next 2 days that it's important to get up, stretch, and stay hydrated. And do what you need to do to stay healthy. That's a priority of wellness and self-care here at Microsoft Ignite.
Right. So as you can see here, I'm actually on the Connection Zone page. You can get to it by just going up to the top right-hand side of that particular browser. Inside the Connection Zone is where you'll find the opportunity to book those one-on-one consultations, but then also go ahead and look at the attendee directory, make one of those meeting requests, and also take a look at those messages that we talked about earlier. And then, as you mentioned, we've got these different types of sessions that happen to be up here. Now, Microsoft Ignite is really powered by the community, and a great way to connect with everybody else is to go through one of these things that are called Table Talks. Table Talks show up inside your regular schedule. They are limited in capacity just because there is a limitation with how many people we can get together. But the cool thing about the Table Talk is it allows you to actually turn your microphone on, turn your camera on, and participate as almost like a hallway conversation while you're there to be able to network during the events. You can also apply to be part of the product group roundtables potentially to provide feedback about our products, and you get to talk directly with engineering teams inside of that environment to share your thoughts and also to participate in that conversation. This is your chance to give back to the community, to engage with the community, and help us shape what our products are going to be doing. These are some community suggested topics that came into play. So there's lots of great information inside the Table Talks. They're inside your schedule. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, but you can filter based on type and look for Table Talks to participate.
Customer feedback to help drive product innovation. That is something I'm very familiar with. It's absolutely important that your voice is heard at this event, so make sure to lean into those table topic sessions. Then it's time to check out the Humans of IT. These are sessions designed to bring inspiring stories and useful content, especially around the topics of health and wellness, with sessions like productivity tips and tricks for the age of digital overload or mental health check-in power app. Using tech to manage anxiety and build community. That's just some of the topics that are available. Whatever you do, make sure to help participate in these sessions and to have a well-rounded experience here at Microsoft Ignite.
Now let's go ahead and jump inside the session catalog over here. Now the session catalog, when you're going to be looking for different things, you're able to go through and obviously chronologically look and see what's available to go off and see. Now you'll notice that some of the sessions are already added for you, like the keynote with Satya Nadella, it's coming up very soon. Or maybe Jared's session talking about the hybrid workplace. Those are already in place, those are all ready to go. Now if you wanted to go through and do some searches, I would suggest you go to do the refine results, and then you were mentioning Table Talks, and I was mentioning Table Talks, you were mentioning the Humans of IT. You can go through session type and then go and search for individual sessions, featured sessions, or stuff inside of the Learning Zone, or even studio interviews. Once you go through and do a filtration on that, it gives you a smaller view that you can go through and possibly add to schedule, which adds it to your local schedule. It does always display the date and time in your local time zone, which is very handy to be able to do. And if it just so happens that you've already got something in that particular slot, you can always go through and save it to your backpack. Now, it's almost time to officially kick things off with the opening of the keynote from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, and this is going to be very, very special. Make sure that you grab your VR device to be able to experience the keynote through mixed reality if you're a member and can join up and go take a look at AltSpace VR.
This is just one of the ways that we're working to make Microsoft Ignite an immersive digital experience. These are things that are fingertips, but they're at yours as well. Then, just a short time after the opening keynote, are back-to-back keynotes. First is the Hybrid Workplace keynote with Corporate Vice President of Microsoft 365, Jared Spataro, followed by the Security for All keynote with Vasu Jakkal, Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Security, Compliance, and Identity. That is a powerhouse lineup.
Now, I said it once, I'm going to say it again. Remember to come back here to this stream in between keynotes and in between featured sessions. We're going to be here to help you navigate the event, and we've got a lot in store, including some fireside chats with Panos Panay and Rowan Sones. Two people that have a lot to say and to be able to gear up for that particular conversation.
Another one I'm looking forward to is the ultimate Microsoft 365 demo with Jason Gregory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Later this afternoon, I'm actually going to be able to sit down with a fan favorite and a mentor of mine, the one and only technical fellow and CTO of Azure, Mark Russinovich, for an extended interview.
Such an amazing day one here at Microsoft Ignite, and we're so glad to be with you on this journey. So much of Microsoft Ignite is about innovation. What really brings us together here is the innovation that's happening. But that innovation is really happening because of you. When you're going through the sessions and all of the glitz and glamour that we're bringing to you here at Microsoft Ignite, look through to see the meaning and the essence of what we're doing. All of you are impacting people's lives and organizations so deeply. That's the essence of Tech with Purpose.
Now, all of these fantastic keynotes and sessions are going to undoubtedly include stories from our featured partners and customers. One company bringing their customers' experiences to Microsoft at Ignite is Intel. Let's take a look at some of the stories and some of the things that they have in store for us during the event.
Together, Intel and Microsoft are enabling intelligent solutions that can transform entire industries. We're working with educators to create more connected and consistent learning experiences, reducing fraud with confidential computing for the insurance and financial industries, using AI to turn mountains of healthcare data into better patient outcomes. And we're bringing the power of computer vision to the edge to help companies deliver higher quality products and services. The future of intelligent solutions is here today.
I'm Stephen Rose, your host of Inside Microsoft Teams, and I have just 60 seconds to share with you why you should check out our show. So, number one, where else are you going to find guests like?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Great to see you.
Good, Stephen. How are you?
From Lego, Michael Ulrich Paula, calling in from Warsaw, no less. Mary Jo Foley, ZDNet All About Microsoft blog.
Talking about great topics like these.
What suggestions do you have around Teams for All?
Edit the order of your icons.
But it's also really important to make sure the teachers are having a learning journey as well.
Building an Oakdale app.
And showing off the coolest Teams room devices like these.
Setting up my own Logitech meetup system.
We're going to take a look at the new PolySync 20.
The Bose 700 UC.
We introduce you to the experts. We share the IT Pro Insider view to help you plan, pilot, deploy, manage, and secure Microsoft Teams successfully. aka.ms/inside MS Teams, and add our show dates to your calendar.
For sessions, demos, and even exclusive offers from our partners, make sure to stop by the Featured Partner Showcase. Find that by clicking the Featured Partner link above this player.
Now, another place to look out for during the event, as we mentioned, is known as the Learning Zone. The Learning Zone is going to be someplace I want to give you a quick little shot of right now. But before we get there, I've actually asked a friend of mine, Abel Wang, the Director of DevOps, if you will, here at Microsoft, is going to give us a little bit of a shout out. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Abel, Principal Cloud Advocate and the DevOps Lead at Microsoft. Hey man, it looks like you found the Learning Zone at Ignite. So this is our Center for Learning and Development with activities dedicated to training and certification. Now, I don't know about you all, but personally, I love getting my hands dirty while I'm learning. And if you do too, Learn Live might be a great option for you. These are guided sessions where we'll provide subject matter experts to walk you through Microsoft Learn modules along with a group of your peers. So sign in, follow along, ask questions to get through it, and have some fun. Now, we've curated a wide selection of topics, including things like Azure, Microsoft Teams, Power Platform, and security. So there should be something for everyone. So go check out Learn Live options on the schedule. Now, if you happen to miss these sessions live, don't worry about it, because they will be recorded and posted for on-demand viewing. And you can always tune in to Learn TV after Microsoft Ignite to see new episodes as part of our regular programming. Make sure you add these opportunities to your schedule. And as always, you can go to Microsoft Learn Today. And from there, check out the full catalog of training options to advance your technical skills while earning achievements.
Hello World.
Hello World.
Hello World.
Hello World.
Hello World is a new daily show.
Every Monday through Friday on Microsoft's Learn TV.
It's like a morning show that you catch when you want for everybody around the globe.
It's a show by the people, for the people.
It's a celebration in human creativity.
We'll be bringing you exciting segments such as WinDevBox, Azure Fun Bites,
Open Source Project,
Humans of Microsoft,
the MVP Spotlight, 24 Hertz,
recent headlines.
We'll have challenges for you.
We are Hello World, and we are live weekdays on Learn TV.
Throughout today's event, we'll be checking in with our Twitter feed to see what you're talking about on social. Engage with us. Remember to use the hashtag MSIgnite to keep the conversation going. We want to hear your stories, your insights, your reactions as we watch keynote sessions and interviews. So tell us what you're feeling.
So, you know what, with Tagboard and also with Twitter with hashtag MSIgnite, it's always good to kind of start off with some kind of questions. And so I'm curious, if you could share with us using the hashtag MSIgnite, what's kind of the thing that's going to be most exciting for you during Microsoft Ignite? What are you anticipating people to come up and to see? I mean, on the board right now, obviously I can see a good friend of mine out in Florida, Richard Hayes, talking about Stephen Rose promo and talking about the show that he does with regards to Teams deployment and other things like that. Good things coming from Stephen, as always.
Stephen's amazing. All the work that he's done is so great. I just love seeing where everyone is watching this show from. Someone saying, look, we're in their living room. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for having us in your living room. Keep those pictures of where you're watching coming. We love to see it.
Yeah, and then again, I got a good shout out here for our friend Donna Sarkar, who's going to be joining us later this afternoon. She's actually got it up and running on her system as well. And again, hashtag MSIgnite is where we're following and where we're looking at for these different interactions. Feel free to tweet us. I'm @RicksterCDN if you wanted to connect up with me. And even some people outside catching this on headphones as they're going for walks as well.
It's good. You have to stay healthy, right? This is the perfect event to do that. I totally agree. Oh, look, I think we have a friend here too. Yep, they've got the hotel treadmill, but instead now we have folks outside, and I just think that that's really fun.
Nice. I'm gonna just go ahead and just quickly take a shot of us.
Oh, look at you. Socially distanced selfie.
It's funny, it actually picked up the Adams picture as a face as well in there. I'm going to go ahead and post that one there in just a second during a break, not right now.
Yeah, exactly.
To be able to go up to hashtag MSIgnite. So don't forget, we've asked you the question, what is the thing that you're going to be most excited about for seeing here at Microsoft Ignite? Give us your responses along with the hashtag MSIgnite, and we're going to be dropping into this particular little user interface of this tag board to be able to check in and see how things are going.
But if you have a burning question, we've got experts ready to answer in chat, which you'll see right next to this player. And hey, if you don't see it, make sure to register and log in. That's really going to get you the full experience.
Right. And as we've seen as well during the event, our featured partners have also brought some incredible customer stories to share here at Microsoft Ignite. So next up, let's take a look at this video that showcases how the partnership between Microsoft and our featured partner NetApp is yielding truly incredible results. Play that tape.
We have delivered in 2020 a phenomenal year with achieving cost savings, but on the other side also important new business capabilities. Millions of savings, but also millions of growth based on the Azure NetApp environment.
KONA's operations relies on data. Our strategy was simple: lower runtime cost for our big SAP investment. Azure NetApp Files has been critical for our virtual migration.
To see the cost savings come through gaining new capabilities was spectacular.
The recent explosion of data and cloud computing is propelling the rapid growth of artificial intelligence. With valuable advances in AI speech recognition, computer vision, and natural language understanding, we've been helping organizations bring the latest AI capabilities to everyone to respond to the current disruption and redefine their business for the future. But our industry is reaching the limitations of what is possible with traditional AI development tools and methods. To achieve the next level of AI advancement, we need a paradigm shift. At Microsoft, we're pioneering a new approach to AI that's fueling the next generation of software innovation at scale. As part of our AI at Scale initiative, we've reimagined the AI stack, from hardware to software, networking, and pre-trained models, and are making every layer of this cutting-edge technology available to anyone to innovate on top of and customize the latest AI advancements for their unique business scenarios. We've also built the latest transformational AI at Scale capabilities right into our products, such as Office, Dynamics, and more, that any business can harness today across their organization. And this is just the beginning. As we accelerate our own AI evolution and abilities, we'll continue to share our breakthroughs and invite you to join us in leveraging the power of AI at scale for your business as together we solve some of the globe's most challenging problems. Learn how you can apply the power of AI at scale to your business today.
Later this morning, Mitra Azizirad brings us Envisioning Tomorrow Innovation Keynote. Looks like the woman herself is standing by with more information about what's in store. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited for the day ahead. I'm getting ready for my Envisioning Tomorrow keynote at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we have got some incredible innovation to share with you. And because we think the only thing better than getting a peek into the future is getting the opportunity to experience it, this keynote has the distinction of being the most interactive one I've ever done. You'll see a massive AI model in action. You can pilot a virtual drone on stage, and you'll even be able to control the weather. And who doesn't want to do that? Our goal is to inspire you and get your imagination supercharged with our latest groundbreaking technologies to help you accelerate your innovation and get ready to have a ton of fun at the same time. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Looking forward to seeing you all at my keynote.
Now, it's time to jump into our first keynote of Microsoft Ignite with Satya. Hopefully, in case you're into the VR world, you've got your VR gear ready to go. If you do, head on over to AltSpace VR to get the full experience of what's going to be going on. Or, if you want, you can just stay here and keep on with us in the stream.
Lots of news and announcements on the way. Remember, all the content you see will be available on demand after the event. So make sure to save the keynotes and sessions you're interested in your backpack for future review.
Now, the backpack's a really handy thing to be able to use. And just to make sure people understand, just like you're going to be going in and adding sessions to your schedule, you have the option of also going in and adding it to your backpack, which gives you a downloadable reference file of all the different options and all the different sessions that you decided to save. So
you can save people, sessions, the content, and then you'll just have it at your fingertips to go through.
Right.
I always tell my champions also, you can share it with your champion team, right? In case you're sharing the information that's across all the different family of services that we'll be talking about today.
Right. And just as a quick reminder as well, if you wanted to try out the VR piece, you don't even have to have the hardware. You can actually just go to AltSpace VR and sign up, and you get a 2D experience that also is immersive, kind of like a first-person shooter, if you will, to see what it's like, and you can still sign up and go ahead and take a look at that. There's some really, really cool innovations that are going to be going on in there.
Are you a real gamer, Rick?
Well, you know, it's been known to be a way to kind of pass the hours and, more importantly, stay connected during this time we've been going through for the last year. So my online gaming's kind of picked up a little bit.
Oh, that's good. I wish I had that time. I'm trying to do more online yoga and things like that because I tend to sit a lot. So health and wellness, very important. Keep yourself hydrated, move around.
Yeah, so we've got good sections of content that's going to be going on, as you mentioned, in the Humans of IT that's coming up during the regular scheduled time. But, you know, take breaks. Take time, go ahead and recenter and connect back up with us here at the stream. We've got some really cool stuff coming up in this particular keynote. We can't share what it's about. Yeah, a little bit of a look at it, but you know, we'll be doing a little bit of a recap after the fact.
Absolutely. Well, it's exciting. I know that much for sure. Informative and inspirational. And, you know, I just want everyone to remember that when you're here, yes, it's about the technology, but it's also about the community of people on Twitter, in chat, in the connection zone, all of the places that you can connect with other people, just like we did when we were in person. So I'm just incredibly happy to be here. And I think it's an honor to get to host this show, especially with you, and bring everyone together. So, and the crew here is amazing. I'm just going to, at the top of the show, shout out for them because I just have never seen so many folks work so hard with a purpose.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I will also comment as well, everyone's doing a great job with being able to practice social distancing, maintain a safety buffer around everybody. So everyone down here at the studio is doing a great job and also supporting us with everything that we do, too. It's awesome.
100%. But it's all about the amazing content that you're going to see here at Microsoft Ignite. So we're incredibly happy to have you here with us, but we're pleased more so that you are giving us your time and attention because we know that there's competing things that you probably need to be doing, but instead you're here with us. So we just want to appreciate you for that and make sure that you know that we're going to earn your eyeballs today, for sure. We're so pleased that you're here with us at Microsoft Ignite. And so now I have the pleasure of putting it over to Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella.
Good morning and welcome to Ignite. I want to start by saying a big thank you. In this unprecedented, complicated, and very hard year, you have helped the world overcome the most unimaginable constraints. Your hard work combined with today's digital technology is helping fuel our global economy and society in one of its greatest moments of needs. So thank you. Without that tenacity, resilience, and the work each of you as IT professionals, developers, system administrators, data analysts, and professionals across every function, I even shudder to think where we would be but for your work. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful and thank you. The past year has brought the most significant change in our society and economy in modern history. And the cloud has been key to helping the world not only adapt, but innovate. We've witnessed a second wave of digital transformation sweeping every company in every industry, from healthcare to digital twins in manufacturing, to remote work and learning across organizations in every industry. We are accelerating their digital initiatives to build resilience and transform. The true test of technology has always been whether it can help organizations improve their time to value, increase agility, and reduce costs. But as the world recovers, it will require much more from technology, and the cloud in particular, to help address our most pressing challenges and ensure that nobody is left behind. Over a decade ago, we declared we were all in on the cloud because we understood its transformational promise and the opportunity it would create for every organization. And today, it's time for us to reflect on how the cloud will change over the next decade and the innovation our changing world will require from the cloud. We will need to foundationally transform how cloud can drive the next level of broad economic growth that everyone can participate in. To accomplish this, there are 5 key attributes that will drive this next generation of innovation in the cloud. First, ubiquitous and decentralized computing. Every organization, small or large, in every industry, in every country will require more ubiquitous and more decentralized compute power. We're going through a radical change in computing architecture, from the materials to semiconductors to the systems, from the cloud to its edge. The result of all this will be continued exponential growth in compute capacity. However, we are at peak centralization right now. As computing becomes embedded everywhere in our world, transforming how we interact with people, places, and things, and as physical and digital worlds converge, we will require more sovereignty and decentralized control. Cloud and edge computing will evolve to meet all of these real-world needs. Second, sovereign data and ambient intelligence. The volume, variety, and velocity of data will go through explosive growth in the cloud and in particularly at the edge, driving that decentralized architecture of compute I just talked about. In this world, data will be more private, more sovereign. Data governance and provenance will take on new importance. Large-scale, multimodal models will become first-class platforms unto themselves, creating that ambient intelligence all around us. We will develop new methods of federated machine learning to drive the next generation of personalized and yet privacy-preserving services. Business logic will move from being code that is written to being code that is learned from data, creating a complete new generation of business process and productivity systems. We will also see this new software 2.0 approach being foundational to tackling these massive unsolved challenges from personalized medicine to carbon recapture. In the AI we create, using all this enormous power of the cloud, we will look for increasing levels of predictive and analytical power, common sense reasoning, alignment with human preferences, and perhaps most importantly, augmenting human capability. Third, empowered creators and communities everywhere. Our economy will find a new balance between consumption and creation. In the last decade, we saw several tech advances that drove more consumption, from browsing, more shopping, more binge watching, and behind all of this is creation. We believe the next decade will require technology advances that radically democratize creation. We will need to expand access to skills, tools, and platforms, as well as connections and collaboration across communities so that everyone can create. Whether it's building a virtual world, students working on an assignment with short-form videos, knowledge workers creating formulas in spreadsheets, pro developers writing code, or domain experts using low-code tools to build applications. This democratization of creation will drive new innovation in end-user computing. Form and function of our devices will be reimagined across the stack, from silicon to the operating system to the experiences themselves. And these computing experiences will be further amplified by communities that learn from each other, build on each other, and further amplify and accelerate creation. Fourth, expanded economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. We need to create these continuous feedback loops between the work, skills, learning, and credentials required, both for the jobs of today and tomorrow. We need to define productivity much more broadly, inclusive of collaboration, learning, and well-being, to drive career advancement for every worker, including frontline and knowledge workers, as well as for new graduates and those who are in the workforce today. All this needs to be done with flexibility in when, where, and how people work. Fifth, trust by design. Fundamentally, a technology provider should succeed only when it helps the world around it succeed. No one wants to build technology that rapidly scales but breaks the world around us. And no customer wants to be dependent on a provider that sells them technology on one end and competes with them on the other. We need to have ethical principles govern the design, development, and deployment of AI. Our technology needs to be secure by design and promote zero trust architectural principles. We need to build technology with the design intent to protect the fundamental rights of all people, including privacy, and strengthening these institutions we all depend on for our livelihoods and well-being. And we need tech advancements that protect our most finite resource, our planet. Every organization will need to harness these 5 attributes to build their own digital tech intensity, so they can create proprietary technology required to generate durable competitive advantage. They will need not only to adopt technology, but build their own technology. These cloud advances are what will enable every organization in every sector to create that broad economic surplus in every community, in every country. A cloud that helps small businesses become more productive, multinationals more competitive, nonprofits more effective, and governments more efficient. That improves healthcare and educational outcomes, amplifies human ingenuity, and allows people everywhere to reach higher. This is what the Microsoft Cloud delivers, and it underlies everything we will show you this week. The Microsoft Cloud is built to accelerate your transformation today and going forward. There is no better example of this than the rapid changes we have seen over the past year in how people use technology to communicate, to collaborate, and create. For those of us who have had the privilege of working from home, digital technology has made it possible. And for those who need to be at the workplace, including the many essential frontline workers, technology has helped them keep our society and economy functioning in the midst of this pandemic. As the world recovers, there's no going back. Employee expectations are changing, and flexibility will be key. And that's why we are building Microsoft Teams as an organizing layer for all the ways we work, the modes of communication, collaboration, and the ability to extend it with other apps and services. With Teams, we are ensuring that people can collaborate inside and outside the organization, that they can learn in the context of their work, and that they can retain and build new social capital. And we are empowering both frontline and knowledge workers to work together in new ways. We want to ensure everyone can be seen and be heard and fully participate, whether they are at home, in a meeting room, at the office, or at the factory floor. For example, just imagine joining a meeting remotely and being able to see everyone in the room as though you were seated at the conference table with them. Imagine if you were able to draw on the same whiteboard together. And imagine if you're always able to identify who's speaking while maintaining eye contact. That's some of what you will see today when we talk about what's coming next for Microsoft 365 and Teams. We'll also see the digital and physical worlds come together with mixed reality to help people stay connected when they are apart. A year ago, we shipped HoloLens 2. It's been amazing to see the ingenuity of people and businesses everywhere applying this technology to transcend space and address complex challenges in their industries. Take Dr. Michael Marin, a vascular surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. A world away in eastern Uganda, communities haven't had access to advanced medical care. But now, using HoloLens 2, along with Dynamics 365 Remote Assist and Teams, Dr. Marin is able to coach a surgeon doing a complex procedure 7,000 miles away in real time, expanding access to specialized knowledge and resources, and overcoming disparities in care. We've also seen frontline workers around the world using mixed reality to learn new skills, advance their careers, and drive productivity gains. At Kruger Paper Mill in Montreal, employees have used HoloLens 2 and Dynamics 365 guides to learn on the job. The impact has been transformational. Donald Susi, who worked at the mill for 30 years, has been able to capture all of the long-standing workplace wisdom and institutional knowledge and pass it on to new colleagues, accelerating the onboarding process and helping them take on complex tasks faster than ever. And because information is delivered holographically right where the work happens, Kruger has been able to improve employee safety and avoid production slowdowns. These examples are just the beginning of what's possible when you connect the bits we build with the atoms of the real world. Today, we are thrilled to take that next step, announcing a new mixed reality platform, Microsoft Mesh. Think about what Xbox Live did for gaming. We went from single player to multiplayer, creating communities that help people connect and achieve together. Now just imagine if the same thing happened with mixed reality. Mesh enables you to interact holographically with others with true presence in a natural way. For example, I can join a birthday celebration with my extended family in India, interacting as if we were physically together without any screens between us. Or I can meet my colleagues on the other side of the world, collaborating as though we were in the same room. Again, with no screen mediating our interactions. It's pretty mind-boggling to imagine, but this is the future we are building. One of my favorite lines we used to describe the possibilities when we first introduced HoloLens was, when you change the way you see the world, you change the world you see. I can't wait to see the world we create together. And now let me turn it over to Alex Kipman to start us off. Thank you all very much and have a fantastic Ignite.
Tomorrow stands a chance to be even better than today, thanks to one thing. When you fall under its spell, even though words may elude you, you'll race to the rooftops to share it. It's a force that draws us to each other, a glue that holds us together, a siren that beckons others to join us. It's a feeling that's eternally optimistic and forever inquisitive. Asking, what if? Why not? And how soon? It beckons us to explore, and to break new ground. It gives us depth and breadth to our understanding. It helps us see perspectives outside of our own. It's the indestructible sense of wonder inside each of us. And with it, the aspiration to share a world far greater than ourselves.
A dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream we dream together is called reality. When you have a dream, chances are there's someone else right over there, and there, who share the same dream. But each of us dreaming it just a little bit differently. The process of collaborating with others is how we discover the little different bits, the excitement and the energy, the diverse skills and viewpoints that bring everyone together. When we share in a dream, everyone can be equally excited, equally motivated, and perhaps even equally consumed by the shared dream. But we tend to think of reality and dreaming as separate. But are they really? Today is about showing how we can help transport dreams from here to there, out into the world without compromise, exactly as they were imagined. And when they are there, we can share them with others to explore and communicate, to mold and collaborate, to enjoy together. This is a new way to dream and a new type of computing, one that makes dreams a shared reality. And to accelerate this collaborative computing future, I am proud to welcome all of you to Microsoft Mesh. Today, you and I make history as we collaborate on the largest mixed reality show ever created. Microsoft Mesh connects the physical and the digital worlds, allowing us to transcend the traditional boundaries of space and time. Microsoft Mesh is powered by Azure and all of its AI and compute capabilities, working seamlessly together from the intelligent edge to the intelligent cloud. It promises to take us to brand new frontiers by enabling developers to create rich and immersive experiences. Experiences that let us, 1, connect from anywhere. All of us sharing every moment and every hologram across augmented reality, virtual reality, and even traditional 2D devices. 2, Microsoft Mesh will give us agency, from avatars to holoportations, letting us feel true presence in mixed reality. And lastly, Microsoft Mesh will let us experience mixed reality together in instinctual and collaborative ways. Microsoft Mesh is integrated with the Microsoft Cloud, so workflows naturally transition from the familiar 2D mediums to the world of mixed reality. Which, by the way, brings me to this amazing underwater scene. Thank you, by the way, for creating this incredible and inspiring underwater world. I mean, look at it. It's wow. Did you have fun doing it? As your host, I cannot express how energizing it is to see each of you expressing all of your emotions with holograms. Microsoft Mesh will empower you and your businesses to learn, to play, to work together naturally, no matter the task, no matter the location. Let's take a look.
Connection is a spark that gives our lives meaning. It drives us to seek out others who feel the same way.
Okay, why don't you input the data and we'll take a look together. Hey Mari, what you got for me?
To find those who share our views, yet offer different perspectives.
So this neck.
Look over here.
Challenge us with new ways of seeing.
That I think we should.
Deepen our understanding. And enrich our lives.
最后一笔的时候，往前。
Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves.
Let's take a closer look at it.
Place this here. Let's see how we go from there, okay?
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have 2 planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Aisha, what do you think?
I think if we had 330, maintaining 2800, we'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
These numbers are looking great, actually.
There's promise in the possibilities, and what we see and create next will stretch the imagination.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning.
Slowly coming towards the thumb.
A world without boundaries.
Good job. A lot better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Slowly bring the
A world where technology enhances, not limits, humanity. With people front, center, and in the spotlight. The future is here. And here can be anywhere. Introducing Microsoft Mesh.
Envision a world where mesh-enabled applications from our partners and from Microsoft fuel this generation's collaborative computing needs. Envision a mesh-enabled Microsoft Teams where colleagues from around the globe can collaborate as if they're physically there. And in a world of hybrid work where here can literally be anywhere, and headquarters are no longer tied to a single physical location, Mesh will allow organizations to host mixed reality gatherings with everyone in the same room. Envision a Mesh-enabled Dynamics 365. People will be able to learn together from anywhere, sharing the common perspectives so critical when learning complex topics. Envision frontline workers and how they will have access to remote experts everywhere they're needed, sharing insights quickly and effectively, ultimately keeping people safer and resolving issues faster. Microsoft Mesh builds upon our mixed reality services, which have seen incredible developer adoption. And today, I am really excited to announce the public preview of Azure Object Anchors and general availability of Azure Remote Rendering. To all of our supporters, partners, and fans around the world, thank you. We started this journey together, and it's because of you, your great feedback, and your enthusiasm that we are experiencing such great mixed reality momentum. Today, in manufacturing, retail, and healthcare, over 90% of companies with more than 500 employees are currently using or prototyping with mixed reality. And half of the Fortune 500 companies have now purchased HoloLens 2. Leading brands such as Mercedes, Intel, Airbus, and L'Oreal have deployed at scale HoloLens 2 powered solutions. Across industries, the numbers speak for themselves. Take Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin has reduced their touch labor by 90%. What used to take an 8-hour shift to complete can now be done error-free in 45 minutes. Take Toyota. Toyota has embraced HoloLens, Dynamics 365 Remote Assist, and our mixed reality services to improve maintenance efficiency, and to differentiate on customer service. Their most recent mixed reality solution enables technicians to intuitively access, via Azure Object Anchors, wiring and structure information of specific car models while working on the actual vehicle. As a result, this is reducing the time spent doing inspections by as much as 20%. A significant return on investment, which has them rolling out this HoloLens 2 solution to all of their dealerships across Japan. Take Bentley Systems as another example. Bentley Systems is a global leader in software for architecture, engineering, and construction. And they're using HoloLens 2 and our mixed reality services to improve bridge inspections. In the United States alone, there are more than 600,000 bridges, a key part of the infrastructure that keeps our country running. Using drones to capture high-resolution images, Bentley can create precise digital twins for the bridge. Now, because details matter when doing inspections, Bentley is using Azure Remote Rendering to enable real-time, high-fidelity renderings, allowing multiple experts to view large sections of the bridge, all at the same time. Leveraging this Bentley solution on a HoloLens device, inspectors at Collins Engineers can visualize sections of the bridge. They can add spatial notes, annotations, dimensions, or other markings to provide detailed contextual information for the structure. And in the process, they can save 40% of labor costs for each inspection they make. And local and state government agencies can follow in the footsteps of the Minnesota Department of Transportation, who is working with Collins Engineers to save an estimated $4 million per year, savings that can be repurposed to fix even more of their aging infrastructure. And when mesh-enabled, all of these solutions can now be transformed from solitary to collaborative mixed reality experiences. Mixed reality experiences where you have the freedom to use the device of your choice. Because Mesh will work on HoloLens 2, Windows virtual reality headsets, Oculus headsets, PCs, Macs, and even smartphones. Take Accenture as an example. They are experimenting with hybrid workflows that increase accessibility, champion remote collaboration, and encourage sustainability by minimizing unnecessary travel. With a mesh-enabled AltSpace, Accenture is evolving their employee experience by creating a headquarters. They call it the Nth Floor. Now, this is available for everyone for onboarding, learning, and the type of human connection we are all missing right now. With AltSpace, everyone knows the Nth Floor is just a tap away. But what happens when you go beyond the enterprise? Collaboration doesn't just take place in enterprise settings. Sometimes we just call it hanging out with friends. With Microsoft Mesh, you can connect from any device on any platform, transforming the way we connect to one another, enabling hanging out wherever your friends are. And when here can be anywhere, the entire planet becomes your playground. Many companies are exploring and experimenting with this notion of experiencing mixed reality together. But I think we can all agree that there is one company that stands out with its real-world AR experiences. I have been a huge fan of Niantic for a very long time. I just love their ambition to build planet-scale AR experiences, experiences that connect people from all over the world. And to share more about their vision, please welcome CEO and founder of Niantic, John Hanke.
Thanks, Alex. I'm thrilled to be here and to hear all about the latest innovations in AI and mixed reality. We share a common aspiration to use technology to bridge the digital world with the physical one. From the very beginning, our work at Niantic has been designed to inspire people to get outside, play, and explore together. Underpinning this mission is our ongoing effort to create the tools and technology to connect the real world, the atoms, and the digital one, the bits, to create magical experiences. Our games have already encouraged hundreds of millions of people to explore the world together. In fact, most people's first AR experience was probably Pokemon Go. Since launching in 2016, we've seen massive numbers of people around the world connect through the game, ranging from families exploring their neighborhood to tens of thousands gathering at our events to play and celebrate together. We're incredibly motivated by the stories we hear from Niantic explorers about how a game has helped them feel happier, healthier, and better connected to one another and to their local communities. This gives us reason to feel optimistic that technology, and AR in particular, can be channeled to make a positive impact on the world. As exciting as this journey's been, we're even more excited about the next phase as we think about bringing these experiences to future generations of AR hardware. And that brings us to why we're here today. We share a common vision with Microsoft for creating real social connections in a digitally enhanced world. We're excited to be collaborating with Microsoft in this area to move the industry forward.
That's right, John. By mirroring our industry-leading HoloLens devices and our new mesh capabilities, with Niantic's market-leading applications, we can give people entirely new ways to interact with each other and the world.
We've already started working on what this might look like, and we're excited to show a proof-of-concept demo of Pokemon Go on HoloLens. This is not intended for consumer use yet, but it gives you a glimpse into the amazing possibilities when we combine advanced AR with exploration and social gameplay in the real world.
Thanks, Alex. I'm here in the gardens at Lake Merritt.
This is so great. It's like I'm actually here, John.
Welcome. This is amazing, and it's what I'm so excited about. Enabling friends to play and explore the world together, no matter where they are. I'm gonna have a look around.
I'm excited to join you in this adventure.
There are quite a few Pokemon appearing around here. Let's take a walk. Whether you're exploring a brand new park or just walking through a familiar neighborhood, augmented reality can make the real world a little more magical. In the future, we imagine a real world filled with adventures, helpful information, and of course, a lot of friends. Hey, Pikachu. Here you go. AR that's grounded in the real world, aware of us and the environment, is an incredibly powerful starting point, and it becomes even more powerful when we can share it. Someone I know is here now. Hey, Veronica.
Hi, John. Do you want to battle?
I don't know, Veronica. This usually doesn't end well for me, but I'm game.
What's important is to never give up, even if you lose. Let's get ready.
Let's go.
This battle is going to take a while. Thank you, John, and thank you, Veronica. I'm so excited for our Niantic partnership. Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves. Our shared sense of collaboration and the feeling of human connection it brings inspires me. I get inspired and motivated about opportunities where we can add our energy and capabilities to empower people and organizations around the globe to achieve their missions. And when the mission at hand has global benefit that impacts environmental understanding, conservation, and global ecology, not to mention has deep impact in education and science, I'm not only inspired by it, but also proud to be part of the journey. And it is with that pride that I like to invite Dr. Edith Weider and Dr. Vincent Peerbone to tell us their stories as they push to understand one of the least explored, most mysterious, and most essential worlds we have ever known, our oceans. Dr. Edith Weider is a biologist and deep sea explorer who combines expertise in oceanographic research and technological innovation with a commitment to reversing the worldwide trend of marine ecosystem degradation. Dr. Vincent Peerbone is a neuroscientist and researcher at Yale University. He is also vice chairman of the organization that is pushing the limits of technology and at-sea research called OceanX.
I became a scientist because I love exploring and being on a frontier, but I always thought it would be an intellectual frontier. If you ever get the chance, take a dive in a submersible and turn out the lights. Every dive I've ever made has been a journey into a wild and alien realm. It's a world within our world, one that we still know surprisingly little about. I mean, how is it possible that a creature as tall as a 4-story building managed to elude us for so long? What a strange existence for life down here. You've seen it, Vincent. Everything looks different. The instant you pass from air into water, you see it. It's all so changed. The warm colors disappear. As you descend, it goes from blue-green to blue to smoky navy until you pass the edge of darkness around 500 meters, and a new kind of light appears, living light. Seeing all that light on my first submersible dive more than 3 decades ago changed my life. All around me were animals flashing and glowing, a world of wonder vibrating with life and light. It was thrilling and mysterious and filled me with questions about all the strange ways light seems to function in this world.
Yeah, I did my first submersible dive during an expedition to the Solomon Islands. And there we witnessed a magnificent and unforgettable nighttime display of bioluminescent flashlight fish. All of this light is a language that animals in the deep sea use to communicate in one way or the other. We're just beginning to understand those.
Some, like sea fireflies, eject champagne bubble lights to attract a mate. Others, like those flashlight fish you saw, Vince, use it in a variety of ways, including to move together in schools at night.
And others use it like a trap, like the anglerfish that using a glowing lure to attract its food, a bioluminescent bobble that dangles in front of its hidden maw.
And so we wondered, could we use the same anglerfish approach to draw in the elusive giant squid? Is there a light signal that might convince the giant squid to make an appearance? It was on OceanX's Aleutian, operating off Japan in 2012, that we tried just this. Our electronic jellyfish lure worked its greatest magic, attracting the most famous squid of all, the legendary giant squid. No science fiction writer could concoct a more fantastic alien. 8 muscular arms plus 2 insanely long tentacles, all growing out of a massive cone-shaped head, a parrot-like beak that can rip flesh, a jet propulsion system that works equally well in forward or reverse, and gargantuan eyes, bigger than those of any other animal on Earth. I think those amazing eyes are the reason we had never managed to film a giant squid in its deep sea world. We were scaring them away with all our bright lights and noisy thrusters on submersibles and remote operated vehicles. It's the process of applying new technology and new ways of exploring that enables us to make these new, incredible discoveries.
Yeah, and now more than ever, the importance of these discoveries are front and center in our changing world. OceanX was born out of this remarkable passion and excitement to explore the unknown. Over the past 3 years, we've designed and built a massive, brand new, one-of-a-kind research ship called Ocean Explorer, with the mission to take ocean exploration to the next level. We gathered oceanographers, marine scientists, filmmakers from all over the world to help us build the ultimate research and exploration ship. Every aspect of the vessel design was thought out to maximize ocean science and media production. From planning expeditions, to gathering and cataloging samples, to genetic sequencing, we can do it all without having to go back to shore. We have submersibles, deep-sea robots, a helicopter, and multiple wet and dry laboratories. With our world-class crew, Ocean Explorer enables us to conduct multiple research projects at the same time.
And these tools are a dream for scientists like Vincent and myself. Ocean Explorer is basically a state-of-the-art, complete research laboratory in almost a full, living, floating city.
And we've developed a brand new part of our ship that we call HoloLab. In the HoloLab, we bring this data together to visualize and analyze in three-dimensional space. This allows us to understand all of the rich, multidimensional data in a natural, intuitive way. Before, we were limited to 2D screens, and the data was mostly in charts and tables, while humans are sort of inherently respond best to a three-dimensional world. Now we can see the data mapped onto the actual ocean floor and divine how it relates to the underwater canyons and mountain ranges. I can't tell you how valuable it is to see data in the context of the 3D environment. And it isn't just visualizing information. This is a collaborative scientific tool that uses Microsoft Mesh to connect HoloLab with scientists in submersibles on the ship, as well as those back at land. And now, with our amazing partners, National Geographic and the BBC, we are setting off to capture exploratory adventures on the ship and release them as a groundbreaking series. All of you can join us to explore and discover in the near future, so stay tuned. And as you know, Edie, one of our first stops will be again to bring us face to face to the mysterious giant squid.
Ah, yes. And I remember a remark that pioneering ocean explorer and film director James Cameron once said, "I would have wrapped my submersible in bacon if it would attract a giant squid."
Hi, Jim. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, Alex. Thanks for having me here. Thanks for beaming me in from New Zealand.
For sure. Now, this beautiful marvel of engineering behind us is the Deep Sea Challenger. Now, you co-designed and co-engineered the submersible and science platform, and with it, you became the first solo pilot in history to dive to the Challenger Deep, the deepest place on the planet, about 7 miles down, if I understand correctly.
Yep.
Now, of course, you weren't focused on first adventure, but rather on advancing deep sea ocean science. Now, the submersible allowed you to sample and image in revolutionary new ways. With camera systems you also, if I understand correctly, you designed. How has technology empowered you scientifically and creatively?
Look, I think almost everything I do in every single day is empowered by technology. Sometimes it's tools that other people have created. Sometimes it's tools that we've had to create for ourselves. So if you have a curious mind like I do, and you want to go places and you want to physically project your body into those places, you build a piloted submersible and you get in it and you go and you assemble a team to do that and to see what's out there and put the pieces together and create new things where you need to. If you want to project your consciousness into a place you can't physically go, like inside the Titanic, you build a small robotic vehicle that spools a fiber optic and you fly it inside there in a kind of avatar experience. So remotely operated vehicles are essentially physical avatars in the physical world. And then of course all the stuff I'm doing with the Avatar movies is both thematically about projecting our minds into other bodies, and it's also about creating a VR universe around us, around our actors, and bringing that world to life in all its detail. And that required whole new tool sets, and those tool sets are constantly evolving. So I would say, short of making my orange juice in the morning, there's not much I can do in a given day that doesn't involve building and iterating these tool sets.
That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. So what are your thoughts on the potential for the HoloLab and your partner OceanX to be able to both enable and engage the new generation of ocean explorers through technology?
Well, look, I think there are multi-levels to this, right? So we can put our researchers, our young researchers right there on the Ocean Explorer ship into complex data sets that have been gathered by the ship, maybe gathered by the submersibles. Maybe it's bathymetry and they can plan a dive. They can literally walk around the dive site before they actually go down there. Or they could plan an ROV dive, let's say. Let's say it's too deep for their submersibles and they're going to go down with a remotely operated vehicle. They can see, well, this is canyon terrain. This is going to be difficult. We're going to have to keep the ship in a certain place so that we can see down there and have good communications with the vehicle for tracking, that sort of thing. So a lot of planning can be done. Now you start overlaying into that data sets of animals that have been seen, maybe squid schools that have been seen on sonar, that sort of thing. Say, this is what we expect to see at this depth. So our researchers can plan their work. But the beauty of it is that they can bring the audience along with them. Now, sure, it'll be a 2D representation, but eventually what I would love is that people, when they're watching our episodes, are actually in this VR experience or some kind of augmented reality experience, and they're seeing a little more of what our researchers saw and experienced at the time. And this is all happening for real. This isn't some showpiece or something that we just put on, you know, as a kind of a visual effect in a science fiction movie. This is an actual tool that's being used. You know, I started using HoloLens in its earlier form with Jet Propulsion Laboratory when we were planning, we were designing and planning a mission to Europa, a lander mission to Europa, for real. You know, so it's been a tool that's been used extensively, but now we're bringing a much bigger audience into it and a much vaster kind of sea of users into this great VR space that you and I know so well and use, but now we're making it available to everyone.
That's incredible. Thank you for the answer. It's absolutely inspiring to hear you speak. Last question, if I may. More than 30 years ago, On the Abyss, one of my all-time favorite movies, by the way, you developed revolutionary underwater lighting and communication systems. You created, as you talked about in your previous answer, remote observation vehicles to image inside the Titanic, for example. And then you created and pioneer virtual camera systems and other breakthroughs needed to be able to shoot Avatar, which, by the way, is my daughter's all-time favorite movie.
Well, thank you for that.
So basically, you have been living in mixed reality for more than 15 years. Can you tell us a little bit how it feels to be here today with us as a hologram and what your dreams are for what this technology can actually enable in the future?
Well, look, I could say having been in VR and AR spaces for the last 15 years at least, that there are no negative side effects that I can see. No, I'm kidding. It's actually a great way to work and to create and to co-create with other people. And I think that the sky's the limit on these collaborative VR and AR workspaces. I think your film that you open with shows the possibilities for medicine, for collaboration, for industrial design, engineering, and just for fun. Just for the arts, just for creativity. You know, we've been using it in a very creative way on the Avatar productions for the last few years. The last really, we started in 2005, so it's been, you know, coming up on 16 years. And, you know, it's constantly improved to the point that it's an absolute joy to work in that space every day. Now, I use a physical camera that I hold in my hands. I don't use the HoloLens, and we don't use that for the actors because we can't obscure their faces, but it's exactly the same set of principles. And you just get used to it. You get used to it. And I see us, in a sense, ultimately transcending our bodies, transcending our borders, transcending our cultures. And that's a great thing. We need that. We need to understand that people in Calcutta and Moscow and Beijing and in the US and the UK, wherever, we all love and want the same things. We're all one big unified team, if you will, planet team of 7 billion. And we've got to crack the code on all these problems that are existential problems that are facing us. And to do that, we've got to break down borders. We don't need walls, we need this. We need this sense of collaboration. We need this sense of togetherness. And This technology can do that, can help do that. It's hard to stand in a place with somebody and share a problem with them or share a joyful moment with them and then think of them as somebody else, someplace else that you don't care about.
Absolutely inspiring, Jim. What a great honor to have you be on stage with us today. I'm super looking forward to being able to watch Avatar 2 whenever it comes out.
So am I.
And I'm super appreciative to see you on stage with us today. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Dreams can connect us. They can give our lives meaning and drive us to seek others who feel the same way. Others who, while sharing our views, offer different perspectives. They challenge us with new ways of seeing. They encourage us to explore, they deepen our understanding, and they enrich our lives. Guy Laliberté, founder of Cirque du Soleil and Luna Rouge, has enriched my life. He's given me perspective. He's become a close friend, and he's a fellow dreamer. For many years now, we have been reflecting on removing barriers from society. We have been dreaming of a world where technology enhances, not limits, the human experience. And it seems that technology is finally catching up, turning our shared dreams into reality. Well, hi, Guy. Nice frog hat. Where are you coming from?
Hi, Alex. Well, I'm coming from the Anai World, a new social mixed reality platform that will aim to connect physical and digital experience by leveraging the power of human connections.
Sounds incredible. As a creator, and as someone who has already revolutionized entertainment at least once, what is it about this medium that excites you?
You know, over the years, I've received countless proposals for technology solutions aimed at integrating live and digital experience. But so far, none was able to represent and transmit the magic and emotion of a live performance. I believe with the new Microsoft Mesh platform, combined with 5G technology and cloud computing, we believe that today, the right creative tools are finally available and at our fingertips, allowing us to move forward and invite creative from all over the world into our lab.
That sounds about right. But how do you balance this sense of togetherness that can only come from connecting with other humans, with technology, and our relationship with computers, so that humans and not devices are at the center?
Human connections are at the center of Anai World, as they are and should be at the center of our life. I've traveled the world, and one thing is the same in every part of it. People want to interact with one another, to share and to connect. You know, Alex, I'm 61. And I've decided to be a great ancestor. Entertainment and creativity have always been my language. I'd like my legacy to be a place where all artists could share and showcase their creation, where a user could become partner and creator. I think we're in a great position to achieve this.
I love that vision. But how do you make sense and how do you balance this promise for a brighter future with a far more intimate and meaningful present? People need connection now more than ever, but we live in a world where people are starting to reject and no longer trust, giving away their time and data in return of free access to platforms. How do you connect artists with the community in an alternative way, based on principles of love, respect, and trust?
Alex, I'm a connector. I've been working with artists and building community all my life, at Cirque and in other ventures. I've connected people and brought to life amazing collective accomplishment. Anai World wants to empower artists, allowing them to develop entertainment experience that celebrate the interconnection between humans. We aim to welcome artists and creators ready to share content that can all mix reality headset user and people in physical venue simultaneously. One thing drove all my creative projects so far: emotions. Anai World is no different. And you know, I truly believe this virtual community will permit us to live human experience that might be possible to integrate in the real world. And I think this is for a better world. You know, Alex, I could talk about the subject for many hours. I think it's the moment that I show you a little glimpse of what the NI World Spirit could be. Would you like to come with me a little bit? Come on.
And with that, Microsoft Night is officially underway. Welcome back to the studio. I'm Rick Claus, joined here with Caroline Gantimu. Once again, we're going to be your host for the next couple of hours, which started off on a high note with the opening keynote.
There's so much to unpack. Rick, was your mind blown? Because my mind was blown. What resonated?
I don't even know where to start, honestly.
I know. We're living in the future.
Basically, yes. Basically, definitely in the future. I mean, for me, I like to start off basically kind of with Satya, with some of the stuff that he was talking about with the tech intensity and those 5 different principles of things that are there. The one as an IT pro that kind of resonated with me was this whole concept of dealing with ubiquitous decentralized computing power and how we're going to have access to that and work with that throughout our coming days that are there.
I think that it provides a fantastic blueprint for business leaders and technology decision makers out there to really understand the components of building their own tech intensity. What resonated for me was the conversation around using this to create your own competitive advantage. I love that we're enabling other organizations to do that and creating clear and fantastic career paths along the way for all of us who are in this business.
Right. And then obviously there's this very large portion with Microsoft Mesh and talking about virtual reality. But even before that, I really love the story that Satya shared about the doctor in Maryland that's able to go in with Dynamics and also Teams and remote capabilities to be able to go through with a HoloLens to be able to help out the doctor in Uganda be able to perform advanced surgeries.
That was mind-blowing for sure, and really meaningful. I mean, think about, this is what I'm talking about, tech with purpose. This is when you can look through all of the hype and really see how we're helping people around the world. And you know, I thought about also this democratization of creation, whether it's assets or code, and that accessibility of the knowledge that they also showed with the example in that manufacturing organization. So I don't know, I feel like this is a moment. This is a type of change that really happens once in a generation, as he said. And I don't know, I feel privileged to live through it. It's a little stressful though too. Many of you out there may feel like it's a little bit stressful, but you know, at the same time, we're going to help you get there with all the different information that we have. That incredible keynote from Satya Nadella and Alex Clipman was a preview of so many more great things that are still ahead.
But those of you that don't have the ability to go through and take a look at those particular keynotes, you know, coming up at 11 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to bring you the Envisioning Tomorrow section of this particular program with the Corporate Vice President of AI Innovation, Mira Izizirad.
Mitra says that this is the most interactive keynote she has ever done, which is saying something. There will be a massive AI model in action. You can pilot a virtual drone on stage and control the weather. Both are things I would love to do.
Right, and then plus, there's also going to be some prizes involved with this one here, so you don't want to miss out. Now, personally, I'm going to be looking forward to my chat with Mark Russinovich that's going to be coming up this afternoon. His session is actually available on demand, and so it's not part of the regular schedule, but you can add it to your backpack and you can find it. But we're going to have a good 25-minute interview to ask him some questions along the 6 different areas that he talked about during his session around what we're doing for data center innovation and also compute innovation and all the different technologies that are inside of it. Some good things are going to be coming up in there.
Those interviews are always great. Since we're getting to talk about personal highlights, coming up in the next hour, we get to speak with Jeff Teper, Corporate Vice President of Teams and OneDrive and SharePoint. And Jeff is a particular hero of mine. He's been very influential in my career, and I'm excited for him to talk about the technology powering things like Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Viva, the new employee experience platform.
Now, the next 2 days are going to be full of news and announcements from across the Microsoft family of products and solutions. It's also going to be full of opportunities for you to be able to go ahead and connect up with your fellow IT pros and developers and decision makers and just enthusiasts from around the world as well. It might be a good idea to kind of go and take a look a bit at some of this on the website itself at myignite.microsoft.com.
We want you to take full advantage of the journey that's Microsoft Ignite. And the way to do that is to follow these 3 simple steps. Register, fill out your profile, and set your schedule, and so you can save it all to your digital backpack. Rick, will you show us inside the venue again?
Sure thing. So I'm already on myignite.microsoft.com, and I can tell that I'm already registered and ready to go because in the top right-hand corner, it obviously starts off with my name and registration. And if you're actually watching this on a different platform, you can always come and join us over here for the full experience at myignite.microsoft.com. Now, you can see here, I'm a little bit of an overachiever. I prefer to have the full 100% achieved as far as completeness of the profile. But this is your public view that you want to share with the other attendees if you choose to opt into the attendee directory. And most importantly, down here is how you can connect up with me. So for instance, I'm active on LinkedIn. You're welcome to make a connection if you work in the IT business. But then also you can catch my social stuff, you know, when I'm going for a ride in my Jeep or doing some smoking with my smoker in the backyard, with Twitter, with Rickster CDN as well. But more importantly, at the bottom, these are the things that I'm personally interested in. This helps me tailor my experience for the different sessions it recommends for me, and also allows me to go through and connect up with other individuals with similar interests. So some very good and easy stuff in there. But I wanted to make sure that I showed you this additional part about the scheduler, which allows you to go through and include participation inside of additional, make my profile available after the event as well, and also sharing my schedule to go through and to find the schedule, find the content I'm looking for, but then make it available for other people for possible hallway conversations. Now, you and I have been talking a little bit about the connection zone. So again, top right-hand corner, choose the connection zone to be able to see a bunch of different content from your featured sessions, like the table talks or local connections as well inside of here. You mentioned the humans of IT, and then at the beginning of the hour, we also talked about the ability to go through and schedule one-on-one consultations if you wanted to as well. This is all the area for where you're going to be able to go off and find all that. And then as well, you've probably heard me talk a couple of times about our featured partners that are going to be sharing their information with us throughout the event. We have a whole section here on featured partners to dive into their experiences with NetApp, with Intel, and with others as well.
There's so much there. Oh my goodness. You know, there's a lot of folks behind the scenes that are working to make this digital venue an accessible and enjoyable place. If you have feedback, we always want to hear the information that you have about it. So keep it coming, share it out on Twitter. Let us know how you feel about this new digital venue. We continue to keep it going. We want you to get the most out of your Microsoft Ignite experience, and we're going to continue to enjoy this journey together as a community.
Now it's time to highlight the tech partnership many of us have available and work with today. NetApp and Microsoft have been have a very long history of working together on different engineering efforts. I know on my team, we worked with them to be able to create some of the new technologies that you're going to be able to use and see today. We're hearing from the folks that are out there that there's a couple of things that they want to go off and take a look at. They want to go off and have access to. So you know what? Let's take a look at how we're combining and working with them to combine their on-premises world with the world inside of Azure to go ahead and to have some of these new markets brought to bear inside of Azure. Go ahead and take a look.
Hey Scott, good to see you at Microsoft Ignite. How you doing today?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Many companies are looking for ways to really lower their overall cost obligations in the IT environment. And what we're seeing from them is making that move into Azure. I mean, we see the drive every day of moving into the cloud, but companies making that move into Azure, and they're getting to the point where they're actually moving some of their core central business environments, such as SAP infrastructure, into Azure to really help solve some of these challenges. And you know, what we're seeing here is big drivers that are making this happen. And Scott, I wanted to ask you, what are you seeing from the SAP migration standpoint that's really driving customers to Azure?
We didn't see this happening. And what I mean by this, we didn't see this happening. We didn't see this migration happening as fast as it is. Customers, Fortune 10 companies and down, are doing exactly what you just said. They're migrating their crown jewels, their SAP landscapes into the cloud. I've had the opportunity to speak with partners and customers asking them, like, what is driving this? Some actually said partly because of COVID. They did say these plans were on the roadmap. COVID accelerated it. And the other thing is they want to do transformation. They want to go from R3 to S4HANA, and they want to do that one major shift while going into a public cloud like Azure.
In that whole process, what do you see NetApp and Microsoft doing together that's really helping this?
All teams are working really well together. And what I mean by all teams, Microsoft, and they're also partnering with a lot of the larger SIs as well as the smaller boutiques, helping the end customer migrate. It's a big change. It's a big change for any SAP shop to migrate. It's even a bigger change to do a transformational, going from R3 to S4. What we try to do is try to help lower the complexity, increase your quality, and that's what Azure NetApp Files does for an SAP HANA landscape.
So you mentioned Azure NetApp Files, and from that standpoint, this is a first-party service with Microsoft that NetApp is under the covers, help build the technology. So how do you see Azure NetApp Files helping out in this process?
I was a customer at one point, a long time ago. Azure NetApp Files brings what NetApp has been doing for 20 years, to a cloud first-party service. So what I've done from an SAP basis perspective running NetApp, now it's a first-party service built into the Azure portal, brought to you via platform as a service, and it gives you the best of what NetApp has to offer without having to be a storage engineer. It's really cool. It's the best of both worlds.
Oh, that's great. Appreciate that. So if you guys want to learn more about the whole migration and moving the SAP environments into the cloud and learn more about how the NetApp technology and Azure NetApp Files specifically help solve those challenges, you can jump into the NetApp Feature Partner Showcase and learn more different things that we do to help explain this for you and help you out and see what some of our customers are doing as well.
Later this morning, Mitra Azizirad brings us the Envisioning Tomorrow Innovation Keynote. Let's send it over to Mitra to tell you more about it.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited for the day ahead. I'm getting ready for my Envisioning Tomorrow keynote at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we have got some incredible innovation to share with you. And because we think the only thing better than getting a peek into the future is getting the opportunity to experience it, this keynote has the distinction of being the most interactive one I've ever done. You'll see a massive AI model in action. You can pilot a virtual drone on stage, and you'll even be able to control the weather. And who doesn't want to do that? Our goal is to inspire you and get your imagination supercharged with our latest groundbreaking technologies to help you accelerate your innovation and get ready to have a ton of fun at the same time. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Looking forward to seeing you all at my keynote.
Okay, it's time to check in with all of you. Now, on the internet, we're able to go off and connect up with you using Twitter, and the hashtag is hashtag MSIgnite. Interestingly enough, everybody is going through and showcasing some of the really cool environments that Alex Kipman and Guy Laliberté went ahead and had access to from Cirque du Soleil for combining those different worlds. Great screenshots of going off and visiting. We had a good friend over here, Harjeet, was even talking about how it brings him back to his old Boy Scout days around the campfire.
That's excellent. Microsoft goes Pokemon with HoloLens. Sorry says this right here. I thought this was fun and cool. And think about the learning that you can do with this, but also, you know, gaming is learning. It is fun. And in this immersive environment, I don't know, I just think it takes it to a whole new level.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that it's augmented reality, it's that you interact with the real world and get to have, you know, bringing out your Pokemon and having a battle there on the spot in the middle of a park is actually really, really cool for that kind of innovation. Also as well, some of this future of mesh, being able to go through and work with different environments, bringing this to Teams meetings perhaps, who knows where things are going to go. It kind of tosses you back to the idea of what Satya was saying about being able to go and visit with his relatives in India and still be part of that same environment. Very, very cool stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, when we think about the applications of this, it's relevant to so many different industries. Getting to see James Cameron there talking about this, you know, as a filmmaker and an explorer, I feel like that's such an important component to think about all the different industries that all this is applicable to. So, you know, it's just, you know, how many times am I going to say awesome? That's going to become a game out there.
Hashtag
you have to tweet something.
Awesome.
Yeah, every time I say the word awesome.
Yeah, and a good shout out to my good friend Win Oobs for the Windows Observer, for Richard Hay, talking about how Mesh with Microsoft Mesh is coming in a year of remote work. The ability to go through and extend and help connect up with colleagues and customers in our current isolated environments to kind of bring us together is a very good bridge and a good timely note to that one there. And again, I'm brought back to the same quote that Satya had from his keynote section, talking about when you change the way you see the world, you change the world that you see. Very cool quote.
Absolutely. You know that I'm going to put that up next to my home office desk. Love hearing from all of you and seeing all of your posts. Keep them coming so that we can read them live from here in the studio.
Now, before we continue, we do want to take a moment to talk a little bit about this production that we're very excited about. And this is the area of localization and accessibility.
To reach our global audience, we have AI captions in 29 languages, real-time spoken interpretations in 5 languages, and American Sign Language.
We're very excited with this innovation that's taking place to make the Microsoft Ignite experience more inclusive and more accessible.
And it's time to jump into our next two keynotes of the day. Jared Spataro brings you the hybrid workplace keynote. Then immediately following that, we'll hear from Vasu Jakal with her Security for All keynote.
Now, the keynotes that are coming up in those two particular areas are available inside of the featured sections. You're able to add them into your backpack and take a look at them later as well. Any teaser or hints you can share since you kind of work in that space, or do we need to leave it?
Well, we could leave it. I don't want to steal anything from Jared, but I really appreciate his perspective on things. Go ahead.
We're going to be right back here when they're done. So just make sure to come and join us back at myignite.microsoft.com, and we'll see you soon.
Hi everyone, welcome to my couch. In 2020, those of us who work from home saw a lot of our couches and our dining room tables. And maybe if we were lucky, we might have even seen our home office a few times.
Dad, my class starts in 30 seconds. Can you work in the closet or something?
Sure, honey. Basically, our office became any free spot we could find. Meanwhile, a lot of us never stopped going to work. Retail workers, construction workers, hospital staff, restaurant employees. So many people have worked on site throughout the pandemic, and all these workers had to find new ways to connect with their remote coworkers and to stay safe on the job. It hasn't been easy, but we've developed new habits. We've learned new skills to help us manage the way that life spills into work and work pushes up against life. And we've relied on technology to allow us to be there even when we're far away. We also need to be able to seamlessly switch devices without breaking the flow of a meeting, like right now. I'm going to transfer this call from my PC to my phone. Perfect. This is a great trick when the dog needs to go out or you just need to fold some laundry during that monthly budget review. And the call transfer is so seamless that nobody on the call even knew I switched devices. A lot of us will keep working from home at least part of the time. But as the world opens up, a lot of us will head back to the office too. Some work travel will pick up again. Kids will go back to school. Some of them will stay remote or do some hybrid version of both. We've got a lot to work out. But here's what's clear. There's just no going back to our pre-pandemic reality. Physical spaces will always be important, but we just can't rely on them or on being together in person the way that we used to. We think of 2020 as the year that work moved home, but in reality, it's the year work moved to the cloud. And in a world where we will work from home, in the office, and everywhere in between, we'll need cloud-powered solutions to keep up. Oh, it's time for my staff meeting. I think we all know that as we head back to the office, things will be a little different. Desks will be 6 feet apart, and there's going to be a lot of hand sanitizer. Lots of organizations are already making even bigger changes, like eliminating personal workspaces or even reducing square footage. I think of it this way. Over 80% of managers around the world say they expect more flexible work from home policies post-pandemic, and more than 70% of employees say they expect to take advantage of it. So we can anticipate some pretty significant changes. For a look at the digital tools we're using to navigate this hybrid world today, let's start with my favorite, Microsoft Teams. When the pandemic first hit, it immediately changed the ways that people worked. We saw more video meetings, longer workdays with more frequent breaks, and more activity in the meeting chat room as people found new ways to contribute. And it was all happening in Teams. Teams usage jumped to 115 million daily active users, while Microsoft 365 users around the world generated more than 30 billion collaboration minutes in a single day. And we worked hard to keep up. In 2020, we introduced more than 100 new features in Teams. Here are a few highlights. Large Gallery lets you see more colleagues at the same time with up to 49 video feeds. And there's Together Mode, a unique meetings experience where everyone is together in a virtual shared space designed to help reduce meeting fatigue. To help people focus on what's most important during a meeting, we created Dynamic View, which lets you control who shows up alongside content as it's shared. And virtual breakout rooms enable organizers to easily create subgroups in meetings or classes for smaller, more focused discussions. In addition to those experiences, I'm extremely excited that I can now also connect and share documents with customers and partners as easily as I can connect and collaborate with people inside my organization. Microsoft Teams Connect enables you to share channels with people outside your organization, breaking down walls between organizations so you can collaborate seamlessly with external partners. The magic of Teams is the unique combination of meet, chat, call, and collaborate. It's the only app that does it all and offers a platform for business process. It's a one-stop shop for the work I do on my own and share with others, and the work I do with others in meetings. And if I miss the meeting, I can easily catch up with the recording and transcript, or just follow the chat. And Teams opens up collaboration between frontline and knowledge workers, before, during, and after meetings. All of this innovation has been key to collaboration in a work-from-anywhere world. But it's not enough. We need meeting rooms to make everyone, whether they're in the room or across the world, feel right in the center of the action. In addition to being sustainable and accessible for everyone, office buildings will need to be digitally connected and built for ad hoc, natural collaboration with people in the office, working from home, or connecting even from the factory floor. Another thing that's changed over the past year, presentations and virtual events. This used to be my life.
Welcome, Jared Spataro.
And don't get me wrong, I can't wait to hop up on stage to connect with an in-person crowd again. But these days, I'm talking to customers and doing presentations from home, or creating in-studio recordings for events that audiences will watch at home. And all day long, my teams and I are presenting to one another in Teams. We're missing the cues that we used to get from people being in the room. We've all had that experience where we're squinting at a presenter's content or missing a joke because we can't see the expression on their face. Standout is a Teams feature that brings the presenter in front of the content they're presenting in a more natural way. Here, I'm in a meeting, and as I go to share my screen, there's an option for presenter mode. From here, I can still choose to only present my content, but now I can overlay myself on the content. Then as I begin to present, all of the remote viewers will see a visual of me overlaid on top of the content. This experience helps me create a much stronger connection with the audience as they can see the content while also reading my body language, like my energy and facial expressions. Teams works great for all sorts of internal meetings, but one gap we've been working on is creating effective structured meetings, often called webinars, with people inside and outside of your organization. I'm happy to let you know that gap's been filled. With the new webinar experience in Teams, I can host large meetings and events, whether guests are internal, external, or any combination of the two. People can register for events, get attendance data and reports, and use rich presentation features to deliver interactive virtual events for up to 1,000 attendees. You can also seamlessly scale to a broadcast of 20,000 attendees. Flexible work clearly is here to stay, and we know that moving forward, we'll need to empower people to work, learn, and collaborate from home, in the office, and anywhere in between. For meetings, this means some people will be attending in person and some remotely. And we want everyone to feel like they're in the center of the action. Meeting rooms were originally created to facilitate in-room collaboration. So joining a meeting as a remote user could kind of make you feel like you were on the outside looking in. Microsoft Teams rooms, like the one behind me, are today's state-of-the-art conference room experience, though. Designed for equitable meeting experiences where everyone can be seen and heard clearly and participate fully, no matter where they join from. With more people working from home than ever before, making sure rooms are video-enabled helps everyone to feel included. In the room, you can choose from a standard gallery view where everyone's separated by grid lines, or one of our layouts like Together Mode. In fact, they're even using a custom Together Mode background to bring everyone together in a unique way. Whether your room has one screen or two, our screen layouts allow you to simultaneously see both shared content and the online remote attendees. In this room, we're using a Surface Hub 2S as our second content screen. And Teams rooms like this are also equipped with premium microphones and speakers to ensure that everyone can be heard clearly. To optimize the online view, this meeting room camera can automatically frame attendees and then follow the active speaker. As a remote participant, it's often hard to know who's speaking in the room. This spring, we'll introduce intelligent speakers for Teams rooms, which enable speaker-attributed transcripts for the people in the room. Using advanced speech recognition powered by Cortana, it can also identify active speakers in the room and apply their name and profile picture next to their transcripts. Pretty cool, huh? One of the interesting things we've seen with people working from home is managing side conversations during a meeting via chat. With Meeting Chat, it's easy to provide additional context, share insights, opinions, and links to helpful resources, all in parallel to the meeting without disrupting the presenter. We predict this behavior will persist long beyond when people return to the office. We've seen exponential growth in real-time document collaboration over the past few months as everything has gone digital. But we know that we still need to crack the code on virtual creativity. When it comes to things like brainstorming and innovation, people are still missing being in a room together. The great thing about digital whiteboards is that everyone can participate in real-time brainstorming, and we're seeing a lot of growth in this space. For the conference room, there's no better device for this type of work than the Surface Hub 2S. For people in the room, they can choose to ink directly on the Surface Hub, or they can join the meeting from their phone or laptop as a companion device, where they can draw on the same whiteboard from within the meeting experience. Remote attendees can see real-time inking from others in the meeting and can also contribute themselves. This truly makes for a collaborative meeting experience where everyone can contribute to creative thinking on the whiteboard, not just the person standing by it. What's most exciting about this is that it's all available today in Microsoft Teams rooms. But now let's talk about the future. I see a world where screens of all sizes become windows to reach teammates and collaborators all around the world. We already have some of this technology today. For example, you can already project experiences from your personal device onto a larger screen using casting. And we're bringing casting to Microsoft Teams rooms in the coming weeks. But imagine a future where this experience is instantaneous, and you can share content on any screen. One day, while I'm walking down a hallway just like this, I expect I'll be able to bring up a remote colleague simply by saying their name. Hey, Marissa, are you there?
Hi, Jared, what's up?
Oh, nothing. In fact, I better get back to my session.
Okay, bye, I guess.
It'll be that easy, just like walking over to their desk. But let's talk about what meetings will look like in the future. Meetings experiences will only continue to get richer with both technology and meeting space innovation. At Microsoft, we're designing a future for flexible work, and that includes how we're thinking about our physical spaces. Let me show you some of our thinking and share our vision for what we think the future of Teams meeting rooms could be like. We have a team of researchers here in Redmond, the UK, and around the world studying and prototyping new meeting spaces to learn what works in a flexible work world. Let's take a look.
The future of work will be fluid, dynamic, and cloud-powered, with experiences that allow us to be there from anywhere at any time, with meetings that you can join seamlessly, that bring us together, that are inclusive, where every voice is heard and everyone clearly represented. We see a future where meetings are immersive and spaces are designed around people, bringing everyone together around the same virtual table, even if they're not in the room, and dynamic meeting views that keep everyone connected to the content and each other, where formal presentations are paired with collaborative chats. Digital canvases unleash group creativity, and everyone can connect face-to-face wherever they are. Meetings of the future will be more intelligent, so you can disconnect when you need to, knowing AI-powered tools have got you covered with follow-ups and action items. Our vision for meetings is grounded in a simple belief. They should offer so much more than a one-time transaction, with intelligent tools and experiences that you can access before, during, and after. Meetings of the future will be designed for everyone, whether they're in the room or across the world.
So that's the meeting of the future, fluid, dynamic, and cloud-powered, where everyone feels included, engaged, and empowered to bring their best ideas. I want to close where I started. We're designing experiences to empower people in a work-from-anywhere world, so they can work, learn, and collaborate from home, on the go, in the office, and from the manufacturing floor. Everything you've seen so far today gives you the digital scaffolding that you can use to navigate this hybrid work world. And it'll get you pretty far. With Teams, we built the tools that form an organizing layer for helping people get work done from anywhere. But those tools alone just aren't enough. Business leaders need ways to foster trust, build social capital and culture, and to assure that everyone is connected. That's what Microsoft Viva, our employee experience platform, is all about. It builds right on top of Teams so that people can find everything they need right in the flow of their work. There are tons of resources online to learn more about Viva, so I hope you'll check those out. Well, that's all we have for you today. I look forward to working alongside you as we reimagine the future of work together.
Dad, I need the living room.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Security is at an incredible inflection point as the second wave of digital transformation accelerates. For all of us who are responsible for protecting people and safeguarding data, we know it's a job that's not getting any easier. Like you, we at Microsoft fight this fight every single day. And the toll that breaches can take is not just in the financial cost to governments, organizations, and individuals, but it's that very human cost in time, in peace of mind, and a loss of sense of control over one's environment. That's what inspires me every single day, knowing that we're working together to protect against these attacks, to protect all people, all organizations, all communities across all our world. So every single one is empowered and inspired to innovate and to grow their future. Our fundamental ethos is to help build a safer world for all, and I couldn't be prouder of that. Now, the cyber attack landscape is getting increasingly sophisticated. Recently, Microsoft helped our community uncover the threat of the SolarWinds breach, one of the most widespread and complex events in cybersecurity history. It was a clear reminder of what we are all up against. I had a chance to sit down with Tom Bird, Microsoft's Corporate Vice President of Customer Security and Trust, to talk about how this threat landscape is evolving, what are the trends that are emerging, and what does this all really mean to us as a global community. Just following this keynote, you can watch the full discussion, but let's take a look at some of what he had to say.
Well, you know, we published the Microsoft Digital Defense Report in September that pulled together data from all over the company to look at exactly this question. And what we saw is an incredible increase in cybercrime and in nation-state attacks. Cybercrime, you know, there is business email compromise attacks that are increasing in sophistication and in the impact to our customers. And as everyone knows, ransomware has become an incredible challenge and a big problem in the cybercrime arena. And then in nation-state attacks, we see an increase in the volume of attacks, and we see an increase in the sophistication of those attacks. And they're led primarily by attacks emanating from Russia, but also from Iran, North Korea, and China.
Our approach to digital safety is unique in our industry because we bring two superpowers. One, an integrated end-to-end approach, and two, our incredible AI and automation. With these, we tackle security from all angles, at scale, combining security, compliance, identity, and management as an interdependent whole so you can protect everything. After all, business risk can come in many forms, and a siloed approach can open doors for exploit. It's our footprint across many technologies that puts us in a unique position to think about security in this holistic way, from identity and access management through endpoint, email, and application security to data loss prevention and into the cloud and SIEM. We have an approach that is truly end-to-end. And we have the ability to put our AI to work for you with the power of 8 trillion signals daily to give you enhanced visibility and always-on vigilance to catch what others miss. We build these protections into our platforms for seamless experiences that won't slow users down or stifle business innovation. And importantly, we integrate our solutions with a broad ecosystem of platforms and cloud providers so that they work with the things you already have in your environment. This helps you simplify the complex, build a more effective security posture, and achieve better outcomes. As defenders ourselves, we're passionate proponents of zero trust principles. Verify explicitly, provide least privileged access, and always assume breach. We believe zero trust is the cornerstone of effective protection and the foundation for security that powers your future. So let's jump right in and take a look at some of our latest innovations built around these principles. With me first to talk about identity, the foundation of a zero trust approach is Irina. Irina?
Thanks, Vasu. Adopting a zero trust strategy is a journey which is unique for every organization, and every single step you take will make you more secure. In a world without a corporate network perimeter, identity is your first line of defense. While your zero trust journey will be unique, if you're wondering where to start, the answer is clear. Start with a strong cloud identity foundation. The most fundamental steps, like strong authentication, protecting user credentials, and protecting devices, are the most essential. Those steps will help you with the first zero trust principle, verify explicitly. To verify explicitly means I don't make assumptions about who you are and what you're trying to do. I will consider all information I have for each authentication request. I will then apply this information to make precise access decisions which are seamless for the user, enforcing the second principle, least privileged access. Azure AD Conditional Access is the policy engine at the heart of our Zero Trust solution, allowing you to explicitly verify the context of the request and then apply controls to enforce least privileged access. For every authentication request, it considers user context, device health, location, the resource they're trying to access, risk, and more, and then decides whether to let it through, restrict access, keep an eye on what the user is doing, or ask them to re-verify who they are. We continue to make conditional access even smarter. Our latest addition is Authentication Context that will allow you to enforce even more granular policies for the most sensitive assets based on the user actions within the app. For example, you can allow users to sign into your company's invoicing app from the personal devices with multi-factor authentication, but require a compliant device to do a wire transfer. You can also block access to specific actions within Azure Portal if any risk is present, or restrict access to highly confidential documents to geographies in which your organization operates. To go one step further in explicit verification, use multiple factors that augment or replace password. After all, weak passwords are the weakest link in your defenses. We believe the strongest authentication is passwordless, so we've been pioneering a world without passwords for all. More than 200 million people already sign into their personal Microsoft accounts or their work accounts powered by Azure AD without passwords. Many of you have been piloting and rolling out passwordless technologies like Windows Hello, our built-in experience on Windows platform, Microsoft Authenticator, a popular app for Android and iOS, or FIDO2 security keys from our partners like Yubico, Phaeton Technologies, and Northern Trend. Today, we're announcing that passwordless authentication in Azure AD is generally available. Now you can create end-to-end experiences for all employees so that they no longer need passwords to sign into the network. You can customize policies for different users, groups, and types of credentials, and track progress with the new reporting tools. Account setup and recovery are also passwordless with the Temporary Access Pass, now in a public preview. Temporary Access Pass is a time-limited code that can be used to set up passwordless sign-in or replace a lost credential more securely. For example, to set up a new account, a user would simply enter their email address and the temporary pass they received from their manager or IT, and then set up a strong authentication method, let's say Microsoft Authenticator or a FIDO2 security key, and they're done. No passwords across their entire journey, and their identity is protected against compromise and misuse. As I mentioned earlier, each Zero Trust journey is unique, but explicit verification powered by a strong identity is a great way to start. Join 425 million Azure AD users, try passwordless authentication, and help us make the world a safer place for all. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Irina. The SolarWinds incident is a powerful reminder that your security approach must be designed with this key Zero Trust principle of assume breach. Too often today, complexity and fragmentation is standing in the way of security teams achieving this. It's our commitment to solve this as we build security for all, delivered from the cloud. This starts by empowering your security teams with integrated solutions that minimize unimportant work and deliver that visibility across all of your platforms and all of your clouds. Some vendors deliver endpoint or email protection. Some vendors deliver SIM tools. The pieces work, but integrating those pieces together remains a time-consuming challenge. Microsoft takes a holistic approach that combines the best-of-breed SIM and XDR tools built from the ground up in the cloud to improve your posture, protection, and your response. Azure Sentinel, a leader in the Forrester Wave for security analytics platforms, collects signal from your entire organization. It correlates that signal with AI and identifies the most critical incidents that you must address immediately. As the world's only cloud-native SIM, you can add capacity seamlessly. In only 15 months, more than 9,000 customers have joined us on this journey to redefine security analytics. And after interviewing some of our customers, Forrester found that Azure Sentinel has a 48% lower cost compared to your legacy SIMs, while reducing 78% of false positives. Today, we're adding more than 30 new connectors for Sentinel that simplify data collection across all of your cloud environments and make it easier to pull that data in from Salesforce Service Cloud, VMware, Cisco Umbrella, and many, many more. Now, while Sentinel collects data from anywhere, our XDR Microsoft Defender provides that in-depth protection for the broadest set of resources in the industry. That's both multi-cloud and multi-platform. So when you need deep security insights from iOS, Android, Mac, Linux, Google Cloud Platform, and AWS in one place, you can get that all from Defender. Today, we're announcing that next milestone in our journey to create the most integrated SIM and XDR in the industry. And Sentinel now shares incident views, schema, and integrated user experiences with Defender. Here, you can see Sentinel provides a unified view of incidents that span XDR and SIM. This incident looks like it has a user involved, and I need to drill down and act. I'm transferred to Microsoft 365 Defender, where I can continue my investigation with that rich context that I need. I can remediate and even close the incident right there. With this combination of SIM and XDR, your defenders are now armed with the prioritized incidents and more context and automation than ever before to rapidly resolve threats. This level of end-to-end visibility and agility to act has proved critical for our customers. Zozo Group operates Japan's largest fashion shopping website. They have shifted to the cloud to accelerate their business in a super competitive landscape. They are employing Sentinel alongside Defender to support the many, many different devices, platforms, and the clouds that their employees need. And today, their security team is more efficient and more effective than ever before, freeing their organization to innovate. Now, finally, I'd like to end with one more big piece of news that takes us back to today's threat environment. We are launching the new Threat Analytics as part of Microsoft 365 Defender. Threat Analytics delivers curated threat intelligence reports highlighting specific threats like the recent SolarWinds attack, and does that right into the Microsoft 365 Defender experience. In addition to documentation describing the threat, sourced from both Microsoft threat experts and the broader industry, it includes the relevant incidents and alerts associated with this threat in your environment, and it recommends the mitigation and remediation steps that you can take right there. Together, we must work across the industry, businesses, governments, and the broader public to tackle these adversaries head-on. As defenders ourselves at Microsoft, we are committed to working every day to be your trusted partner and to do our part to build a secure foundation for your business to innovate and grow. Aleem, over to you.
Thanks, Andrew. At Microsoft, we think of Zero Trust as not only the practice of protecting against outside-in threats, but also protecting from the inside out. For us, addressing the area of compliance is inclusive of managing risks related to data. And that isn't just the data stored in the Microsoft cloud, but across your environment. We want our compliance solutions to be for all clouds and all platforms. So we've invested in creating that inside-out protection by extending our capabilities to third parties to help you reduce risk across your entire digital estate. Let's look at some of these new innovations. You may already be familiar with capabilities in Microsoft Information Protection that help you protect Office 365 documents. Today, we're announcing the ability for users to simultaneously edit an Office 365 document that has been encrypted with Microsoft Information Protection. Multiple users can now co-author and edit in Word, Excel, and PowerPoint simultaneously without friction or extra steps to re-encrypt or resave the document. It all happens automatically. This means that I can make edits from my Mac, while my colleague Kathy edits from her Windows PC. This confidential document will stay protected on both devices and platforms with the same sensitivity label and protection applied. Unlike some other solutions, now users don't have to make the trade-off between modern collaboration and modern security. Another area of innovation is data loss prevention. Recently, we announced Microsoft's unified data loss prevention solution. This solution is already available for Microsoft 365, whether that's on the endpoint, in Teams, or another Microsoft 365 service. We've even extended DLP with fine-grained controls to Microsoft Edge, so you can set policies for what can be shared on the web. Of course, we understand your environment goes beyond Microsoft apps and services. So let's talk about how we're working to bring this to all your platforms. We have many capabilities that protect and govern data across SaaS apps and platforms. You can already add classification and protection natively to Adobe PDFs. You can classify Office documents on Macs, iOS, and Android. And today, we're announcing the extension of our modern DLP solution to the Chrome browser. Watch as Kathy attempts to upload our document on the web. The action's blocked. This is powered by the same data classification that many of you already use in Microsoft 365. Another exciting investment is the new Azure Purview service. Azure Purview is a unified data governance service that helps you manage and govern your data on-premises, multi-cloud, and even in SaaS apps. Purview works with Microsoft Information Protection to help you find and classify sensitive information that resides in Azure managed data stores. Now, today's big news is that we're announcing the ability to scan and classify data in Amazon AWS S3 and other Azure connected data sources. This means customers can scan and label data within the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center and then use Purview to get that holistic view of their sensitive data. They can now quickly determine where different types of sensitive data exist across many data sources. As I mentioned earlier, Zero Trust is about protecting your data from both the outside in and the inside out. Today, we're announcing Insider Risk Management Analytics. With one click, you can scan your tenant audit logs in Microsoft 365 to identify potentially risky activity. This helps you customize our out-of-the-box insider risk policies to fit your needs. As we continue with this new normal of hybrid work, we understand it's critical to keep your data safe and to respond to risks across all your clouds and all your platforms in an intelligent and efficient way. Whether you're a company like Cerner trying to modernize healthcare, or Frostbank providing critical pandemic relief loans for small businesses, we want to help protect data and reduce risk for all. Vasu, back to you.
Thanks so much, Aleem. The past year has been a challenge for all of us, and I've been really inspired by the way our customers are rising to the challenge. I'd love to share with you one of their stories. Hamilton Beach. Like so many companies during the pandemic, Hamilton Beach Brands faced the challenge of needing to enable more secure, reliable, remote access to internal systems for its workforce of 500, as well as its partners and suppliers. Now, to do so, this global kitchen appliance designer based in Virginia boosted security by setting up multi-factor authentication in Windows Virtual Desktop with Azure Active Directory. This allowed them to match each person with their specific IT needs and permissions. In addition, Hamilton Beach also deployed automated investigation and response in Microsoft Defender. This helps them prevent data loss and prioritize alerts within Microsoft Exchange Online for greater effectiveness. Now, Hamilton Beach's IT staff can reduce risk and more efficiently focus their superpowers on addressing the threats that really, really matter. As we've often said, we believe that security is a journey, and we are passionate advocates of progress over perfection. Now, here are some things you can do today to strengthen your security posture. First, protect your identities. Use multi-factor authentication. Second, manage your device health. Keep those devices current. Third, assess your security posture. Understand and use your secure score. Fourth, strengthen your compliance posture with Compliance Manager. And fifth, get your security certification. Microsoft is so proud to support the skilling of cybersecurity professionals. We have 4 new security, compliance, and identity certifications tailored to your roles and needs, regardless of where you are in your skilling journey. So be sure to take advantage of that resource. As we bring our session to a close today, I want to thank each and every one of you for being with us here and for everything you do to make the world a safer place for all. We at Microsoft Security are committed to protecting our world and delivering innovations, expertise, and resources that tip the scale in favor of defenders, because the work you do matters. Security is a team sport, and we are all in this together. Thank you so much for joining us today. Security is at an inflection point. As we embrace the second wave of digital transformation, we're seeing attack surfaces increase exponentially and threat attacks escalating in terms of sophistication and complexity. To talk about this and what this means for us, with me today, I'm delighted and honored to have our rock star, Tom Burt. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Vasu.
So would love to start with, what are you seeing there in the threat landscape?
Well, we published the Microsoft Digital Defense Report in September that pulled together data from all over the company to look at exactly this question. And what we saw is an incredible increase in cybercrime and in nation-state attacks. Cybercrime, there is business email compromise attacks that are increasing in sophistication and in the impact to our customers. And as everyone knows, ransomware has become an incredible challenge and a big problem in the cybercrime arena. And then in nation-state attacks, we see an increase in the volume of attacks, and we see an increase in the sophistication of those attacks. And they're led primarily by attacks emanating from Russia, but also from Iran, North Korea, and China.
Well, Dom, I certainly feel safer having you by my side. I can tell you that. And your amazing, amazing team. So, Dom, in the recent few months, we've had a real moment of reckoning for our industry and our society, dominated by one of the most sophisticated cyber attacks that we've seen related to SolarWinds. What can you tell us about SolarWinds and what happened and the impact of this attack?
The SolarWinds attack was an incredibly sophisticated nation-state attack. And we learned about it at first from FireEye when they discovered that they'd been compromised and they knew it was a sophisticated attack. They invited us to come help them, which we did, understand what was happening there. And as we learned about it, what we discovered was that this actor, who the US government has said was a Russian actor, actually compromised the build process for an application called Orion by the company SolarWinds. And they put their malware into the build as it was being built so that it would be signed, and so it was really hard to detect. And that caused them to compromise 18,000 SolarWinds customers around the world got that malware. And then this actor, the nation-state actor, picked a much smaller number of those infected companies to actually then drop a second stage of malware and go in and conduct their espionage work.
It's fascinating and so interesting. Many were surprised that Microsoft became the first responder in this attack as a cybersecurity company. It would be great to understand Microsoft's role and what we did then.
Was really exciting work, Vasu, that happened then, because what the next step was for the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, the Mystic team, took the data that we have, the 8 trillion signals a day that come in to Microsoft from our ecosystem, and they were able to take some of that data and examine it for patterns of activity that this nation-state actor would leave behind as a trail that shows that some of our customers were compromised. And it was hard to find. This actor was good. They were hiding in the network traffic. They were closing the doors that they opened when they no longer needed them. But our teams were able to find these traces and hints sufficiently so that we could notify our customers when we knew they'd been compromised.
Such a great point. And you make a great point about the need for technology and human intelligence and human expertise to go hand in hand. Can you talk a little more about that, Tom?
It really took both of those things for us to do the work that we did as a company to respond to SolarWinds, because we needed all the data and analytics we could bring to bear on all of that data we had, but we also needed the humans, the threat intelligence analysts at Mystic, the rest of our Defender community, because Microsoft was also attacked by this actor. And as our teams worked to understand exactly what the actor was doing in our own environment, that helped inform how we could help our customers. And so we had both of those things happening at once. But we were first responders in the sense that we could use the data that we had and the ability to sort through that, to find customers, notify our customers that they'd been attacked, and then help them understand what they could do to respond.
Awesome. Well, one of Microsoft's superpowers is to look at security from all angles, inside out, outside in. That's why we have security, identity, compliance, management. And we have technology and human expertise, as you said. And I also believe there's another really important element, which is at the intersection of this, which is policy and diplomacy and rules of engagement. Can you tell us more about our role and how we're influencing that?
It's one of the things that we do that's really unique, Vasu, is that we don't just respond to incidents and we don't just build great products and services to protect our customers, but we're working to try to reduce the number and volume of cybercrime attacks and nation-state attacks. Our digital crimes unit works to disrupt cyber criminals every day. And we've taken some of the great work we did disrupting botnets and creating creative ways to do that. And we brought it into the nation state arena so that we also are disrupting nation state actors and taking away the resources and the infrastructure that they use to conduct their attacks. And we have a policy team that works with our government in the United States, but governments around the world to try to encourage governments to adopt enforceable rules of conduct that will describe and confine the activity of nation states in cyberspace so that citizens and enterprises are protected against these nation state attacks.
Thank you, Dom. You're such a great role model for all of us. Thank you for doing the work you do every single day. I definitely feel so much safer having you by my side. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you're inspired by that as much as I am. It is our duty, it is our mission at Microsoft to protect all, to protect that what matters and to safeguard our world and our societies. And we look forward to working with our entire community to make it a better world. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Microsoft Ignite studio. I'm Rick Claus here with Caruana Gattimer.
Hello to all of you around the world joining us here today and tomorrow. The big reveal of the day so far has to be Microsoft Mesh.
Absolutely.
Microsoft's Jeremy Chapman is giving us an in-depth preview of this innovative new mixed reality platform. Take a look.
Welcome to the special edition of Microsoft Mechanics. I'm joined by Simon Scaria, one of the co-creators of the Microsoft Mesh platform, to dive deeper into the underlying tech. So Simon, in the keynote, we just saw one of the biggest announcements of the year with Microsoft Mesh. It brings people, places, and content together for an immersive collaboration experience. Just to recap, can you explain what Microsoft Mesh is?
Sure, Jeremy. Thanks for having me on the show. Microsoft Mesh connects the physical and the digital worlds, allowing us to transcend the traditional boundaries of space and time. In Microsoft Mesh-enabled applications, you feel true presence. You can create together from any device of your choice, whether that's AR, VR, PC, or phones. And for our developers, Microsoft Mesh can build immersive, multi-user, cross-platform mixed reality applications leveraging AI-powered tools for spatial maps, immersive presence, holographic rendering, and multi-user sync. And you can leverage Microsoft Mesh to conduct virtual design sessions, learn together virtually, enhance virtual meetings, host virtual social gatherings and meetups, and much more with a geographically diverse set of participants.
Right, so now you can more easily interact with others as if you're face-to-face and collaborate on both 2D as well as 3D content. This is all pretty significant stuff. So this also expands the horizon for who gets to benefit from the tech. So as a user, then, how would I connect to Microsoft Mesh?
So we just released a preview experience of Microsoft Mesh for HoloLens 2. You'll soon see a number of applications that take advantage of Microsoft Mesh, both from Microsoft as well as our valued ecosystem of partners.
Right, I know the true beauty of this is that you can literally join the experience from anywhere. So I know earlier that you recorded yourself meshing with your team. So why don't we take a look at that? And from there, we can explain the tech behind it.
Absolutely. I'm excited to hear what you think about it. It's so wonderful to be here, finally being able to take the wraps off Microsoft Mesh and being able to give a tour to you all. Before we get started, let me give you a quick tour of the setup. What you are seeing is a custom camera rig that gives you the perspective as if you are wearing a HoloLens. With that, let me flip my HoloLens visor down and enter Microsoft Mesh. Foundational to Microsoft Mesh is this notion of spaces. Think of spaces like a conference room, except something that is persisted across time and geographies. I have my home space. I have a pipeline review space where my colleagues are waiting for. So let me go ahead and enter the pipeline review space. And I can see here my dear friend Nishant waiting in the review space. So Nishant, great to see you here.
Hey Simon, how you doing?
Hello. Hey Nishant, can you explain a little bit of what you are seeing?
Absolutely, Simon. I see an avatar of yours and I hear your voice as if you were right across the room from me here. I see an awesome hologram of a table which is inviting me to bring in 3D models and create and collaborate upon it. And of course, as I lift my hands, I see the hand menu where I can bring in more people into the space. I can go ahead and change my avatar and appearance. I can annotate, draw, and bring in more shapes and figures into the space, as well as bring in 2D and 3D content to collaborate upon.
Hey, Nishant, since we are here to take a look at the project that Doreen worked on, do you think you could quickly invite her if she's available to the space?
Certainly, Simon. Let me invite Doreen.
While Nishant is doing this, I want to make a mention that Microsoft Mesh is integrated with AAD and MSA so that hosts can invite participants into designated spaces in a simple but trustworthy manner. When I lower down my visor, I can see that Nishant has already invited Doreen to this space. Hey, Doreen, great to see you here.
Hi, Simon. Hi, Nishant.
Doreen, so great to see you. Do you recall the pipeline project that you worked on? It needs a quick review. If you could kindly bring in that model from your OneDrive so we all could take a look at it and make a few recommendations to the engineers, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Let me pull it up from my OneDrive. What's great about Mesh is the integration with the Microsoft 365 graph. What we show here is actually a model that our customers use today. This is a part that is used to prevent spills. But the idea is that a wide range of data can be showed inside of Mesh. Your connections, your collaborative efforts, your workflows, even your documents transfer very well from a 2D space into a 3D space.
So one of the things about collaboration in mixed reality is the three-dimensional fidelity that it offers. And while each of us can have a unique perspective into it, we all can rotate, translate, pan, zoom, add or redact from this model, driving clarity to the decision-making while reducing the cost and complexity of being in in-person meetings. One of the things that I miss out really in in-person meeting is the ability for us to annotate in a whiteboard or on a paper. And with Microsoft Mesh-enabled applications, I can bring up my hand menu, bring up my annotations here, and my fingers turn into, at this time, essentially a pen through which I can annotate in a space. I can see here that while I've been doing this, my colleagues here have annotated as well.
Yeah, and speaking of annotations, I think there's a piece of this model we should look at. Can you come over here and take a look quickly?
Sure.
Great. I'm actually noticing that this space on the model here may actually need a further look from our engineering team. It seems like there might be something out of date. Do you think we can take a look with them maybe early next week?
Yeah, I can request the engineering team to come and take a look. One of the benefits of collaboration in Microsoft Mesh is the ability for us to persist these spaces across time and geographies. So the engineering team can come, join the space, and pick up precisely where we left off with the annotations, with the 3D models, with the point of view that Doreen wanted us to take a look at it. And at any point in time, if they need the help of Doreen or Nishant for an expert eyes or hands, they just know that they are just a Mesh tap away. So thank you, Doreen and Nishant, joining on a short notice. We look forward to working together with you again on another project sometime soon. With that, I've given you a quick tour of Microsoft Mesh experience for HoloLens.
Well, that was stuff, and that was just a preview experience of Microsoft Mesh on HoloLens. It almost felt like I was in the room watching this from a third person's perspective. So, Simon, why don't we unpack this a bit? You know, under the covers, I know that we're simplifying a lot of the complexities to make this experience possible.
Right. It's taken years of work to be able to virtually bring people together. More importantly, with Microsoft Mesh, privacy and security are really top priorities, from integration of our identity services, encryption across all data at rest and in transit. And what we showed is just one example of the types of mixed reality experiences that you can expect.
Right. And in fact, Microsoft Mesh and the platform can do a lot more. So Can you dive deeper into some of the underlying capabilities?
Absolutely, that's one part. So at the core of the platform, as I mentioned before, Microsoft Mesh is hooked into identity with options for AAD and Microsoft accounts. It also uses Microsoft Graph to make it easy to intuitively not just connect the users, but bring in content and activities from your 2D to 3D mediums. And all of this is running in Azure, so you don't need to worry about, provisioning backend services, standing up live state sync services, and all of this we give you as building blocks to light up mixed reality collaborative applications with, 4 major AI pillars: spatial maps to anchor holographic content across time, devices, and users. Number 2, 3D presence to bring people together into the virtual or physical space. And in this case, Mesh covers both ends of the present spectrum, from representative avatars all the way to photorealistic holoportation. We provide all of this with a range of choices across avatar rigs, capture devices, and consumption endpoints. So that choice is with us. And number 3, the volumetric rendering, or we call the holographic rendering, for uncompromised fidelity and details, transcending the intelligent edge and the intelligent cloud. So your apps have the rendering power that you need when you need it. And fourth, and last but not the least, multi-user sync, so that the physical and the spoken actions, as well as the holographic transforms that you do, are all shared real time.
It's a really great introduction to Microsoft Mesh, and I can see this opening up a ton of possibilities. So if I wanted to get started and sign up with the preview, or maybe try this out for myself, where can I go to learn more?
The Microsoft Mesh experience for HoloLens is in preview today at microsoft.com/mesh. If you're a developer, you will find more guidance at aka.ms/meshdocs. And to see the developer experience in more detail, hope you tune into the Mesh session that's coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks so much again, Simon. And we're really looking forward to seeing what you build with Microsoft Mesh. Of course, keep watching Microsoft Mechanics for the latest updates. Subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you soon.
Whether it's your first time attending the all-digital Microsoft Ignite, or you're an old pro, here are a few tips to help you navigate our digital venue. First, tell us a little bit about yourself. Filling out your profile is honestly the best way for attendees to find out about you and your interests. Remember to make your profile visible under your contact preferences to be featured in the attendee directory, so that you can keep your connections you've made and your conversations going long after the event wraps. Now let's jump over to the session scheduler. Here you'll find all the magic of keynotes and sessions listed chronologically. You can even refine your search using the criteria on the left. Now remember, when you're exploring these sessions, check out the related resources and other sessions like the one you just found. It's a great way to discover new interests and also learning tracks. You'll need to place and organize your digital experience, and for that, we've got the Digital Backpack. As you look through the session scheduler, you will see the option to Save to My Backpack button. Clicking on that button will add the session or the keynote to your backpack and automatically organizes your Microsoft Ignite experience. You know what? You can even add featured partners, other attendees, and speakers to your backpack. So it's easy to see when your favorite people speak or connect with them even after the event. Plus, when the event is over, the contents of your digital backpack can be downloaded into one convenient hyperlinked Word document. And here's a pro tip. Looking to see your schedule at a glance? Check out the My Schedule tab in the top right-hand side of the screen. There you're going to be able to see what's coming up local to your time zone. Our featured partner showcase is a great way to discover useful technical content and inspiring customer stories. Be sure to check it out for exclusive content, demos, contests, offers, and even some swag. Use the refined results to search through the featured partners for specific industry areas, solution areas, and business focuses, or even topics. The Microsoft Ignite Connection Zone is dedicated to connecting you with your peers, with Microsoft experts, and even with teams from around the world. Head on over to the Connection Zone to share insights with other attendees in ongoing live chats and to catch up with Microsoft leadership from your region. Plus, backed by popular demand, it's the humans of IT. Inspirational stories and useful content bridging the gap between humanity and technology. Finally, connect with Microsoft experts in your projects with a one-on-one consultation. It wouldn't be a Microsoft Ignite without the Learning Zone, and this time around, we're enabling everyone to look to expand their toolkit like never before. The Learning Zone is the ultimate resource for Microsoft Ignite workshops and training. It's also where you'll find more information about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. Choose up to 7 different challenges at Microsoft Learn to earn a free Microsoft exam and gain bragging rights with your friends and family. And remember, while Microsoft Ignite is a great place to kick off your learning, the Microsoft Learn site is the place to continue that training journey by discovering new and different training paths and modules. So, let's say that you'd like to check out one of the live learning sessions, and from the Learning Zone, you can click and browse sessions, or simply scroll down to reveal the Learning Zone session specific to those themes. Once you find a session that you're interested in, simply save it to your backpack. Some sessions may require you to RSVP, so make sure that you do RSVP if you're interested in attending, and don't forget to show up. Another way to access any of the sessions from the Connection Zone or from the Learning Zone is to head over to the session catalog. Let's say you're looking to add a Humans of IT session to your schedule. Refine the results, click on Connection Zone topic, and then choose Humans of IT. RSVP and see your schedule fill out as fast as you go. So, take a few minutes to explore the digital venue and customize your Microsoft Ignite experience.
There are moments in life when all the stars align, and I personally am about to have one of those. I'm here with all of you at Microsoft Ignite, and now I get to welcome someone who's been so influential in my career with all of the innovations his teams have driven. This is Corporate Vice President of Microsoft 365 Collaboration, Jeff Teper. Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Thanks, Caruana. It's great to chat with you.
I love that you're here. This is so fantastic. I'm totally having an out-of-body experience getting to do this. It's awesome. There's so much excitement about our new employee experience platform, Microsoft Viva. I know listeners would really like to hear more about the technical power behind it. Will you share some of your thoughts?
Sure. So we're excited too about Viva and the customer reaction to it. Just a couple of things about it. So we've been working on a set of projects, 4 of them to be exact. 2 of them in the SharePoint team for what we were thinking of as a new home site, if you will. And one was this thing called Project Cortex Topics. And as we were talking to customers about them, as COVID had caused companies to reflect on their employees' well-being and engagement and connections that would be important long after COVID, we got sort of the insight that why don't we talk about these in a more common, people-centric way? And so our marketing partners came up with the concept of Viva. But the fun thing was, it was a lot of cross-Microsoft work to build them. So we had the SharePoint team working with the Teams team and designers, rolling up their sleeves with customers, making a great experience and iterating with it. And so I'm really excited. It's sort of the best of Microsoft, where Teams and SharePoint and Stream and Yammer and many others came together to build what we were excited to announce as Viva. And the customer response so far has been really great. And the desktop version of Viva Connections, as you know, went GA today for SharePoint customers.
It's fantastic. You know, SharePoint's near and dear to my heart, but all of these experiences coming together are so important. When we think about this employee experience, much of what we live every day, the culture of our organizations, is really realized in meetings. And now Jared gave us some of the highlights, and of course, Nicole's going to do more later. But, you know, now that you're also leading the Microsoft Teams organization, along with SharePoint and OneDrive and Viva and all this great stuff, tell me about your take on 2 things: the pace of change and our innovations in meetings.
Yeah, as you know, having been part of the team, and we were on a thread last night that it was exactly 1 year ago today where we asked the Teams team to work from home for the next little bit. And the next little bit, obviously, is still going on a year later. And so the journey we went on was first dramatically scaling the service. With our colleagues in Azure, we scaled Teams meeting minutes 50-fold because obviously remote work and education was really important. We had a chance to immediately ramp up the number of features we did in Teams, whether it was raising hand or the gallery views or sort of leapfrog features like Together Mode. But then we got a chance to take a breath a little bit and step back and think about what would be lasting changes for what Jared articulated as the hybrid workplace. The ability to embrace, really, not just saying the words, but embrace anyone working from any place, anytime, anywhere. And so that led to a whole set of investments in meeting lifecycle, in meeting engagement, breaking down the barriers between internal meetings and public webinars, and just so many things that some of which Jared showed, some of which Nicole will show in a little bit, that are really the last 6 months, 9 months or so of learning. And I'm really excited. One of the things Jared showed, and we debated whether we would show it now or a little bit later, was some of our vision for the office of the future. As we've been talking to companies and the real estate experts, it is, of course, people want to go to the office some of the time and see people in person and engage. But we've all got to do a much better job of being inclusive and hearing every voice and soliciting everybody, even if they're remote. We don't want them to feel like second-class citizens. We want their opinions. We want them to feel emotionally connected with their team. We want them to feel safe and engaged in their career. All these things that people told us they had anxiety about calling in remotely. And so some of the things you see us doing in the Teams product, but also the Teams hardware ecosystem, which Jared showed, we're really excited about. And I think we just brought 5 years of innovation into the last year. And so it's a little bit of a whirlwind, but we were excited to share the next wave of it today.
We sure did. The pace of change is absolutely something we've been dealing with. But you're really you're talking about those inclusive meetings, and I think that that's so important for folks to understand that we can use the technology for good. Going back to kind of that theme of tech with purpose, inclusivity is definitely something we think about on the Teams team and in this meeting space. A little bit of a side note that I wanted to ask you about. We talk a lot about meeting best practices and how we keep morale up and reduce fatigue. And I know that in our own teams, we're doing like no meeting Fridays and things like that. Do those help you make sure that you have balance? Because I sometimes wonder how someone in your role can keep everything balanced. I know I struggle in mine.
Yeah, we're still working on it, but I think, were some obvious insights we got, but then there's some less obvious things. There was a meeting about 4 or 5 months ago where I was in a review and I just happened to look under the people, the attendee icon in Teams, and there were 75 people in the meeting. And I thought, okay, why are there so many people here? On the one hand, the work we do in Teams pulls across Microsoft, AI, Surface, Windows, Office. And so we do things that sort of pull together the company. But wow, maybe there was 5 or 10 people that were talking in that hour meeting, and the others were just listening in. And that's not, why is that happening? Well, people, as I said, they wanted to be included. They want to be connected. They have some angst, even at Microsoft, about their career, their visibility to executives. And so for me, the big learning, yes, it helps my time management, but more broadly, the other 74 people in the meeting, is let's be really clear when to have a meeting and what we're trying to do. Our goal in Microsoft Teams is not to put everyone in every meeting all day long. It's to have purposeful meetings where people have read the pre-read, there's a clear set of action items that you're trying to get resolved, and you move on, and that all this is communicated through Teams meeting recordings and chats. So if you want to, and I'll use the extreme word, if you want to blow the meeting off and get work done, that is safe. That could be the best thing for you to do in your work and for career safety, is not be visible all the time. So yes, it's led to more efficient meetings for me, but I think the big thing we're trying to do is make it easy for people to stay connected without having to be in every meeting, making it safe for them to catch up later. And we need to reinforce and recommunicate those expectations about meetings. One of the vice presidents of PM that you know very well, Omar Shaheen, I've been noodling him for the last 2 months. Write this down. And he did a really great post on LinkedIn a day or two ago about this sort of rhythm of business 2.0, about how we're working much more efficiently for everybody.
I know. I saw that post. I think it's great information, and definitely want to bring that in to all the people who will need to know about that as we continue to evolve, because we're all still learning, right? So I know from personal experience, and you mentioned it a little bit just a minute ago, but you have tremendous commitment to your teams and to our career development. So for someone new in career with all these changes that are happening in this space, what would be your advice to them?
Yeah, I would say, the advice is actually not that new. It's really two things. One is try to be clear on what your goals are. If you're confused, it's safe for you to ask for help and get different people's perspectives. Of course, get your manager's perspective and talk to your peers. If you're an engineer, you want to talk to a product manager. That's the Microsoft roles. Obviously, different companies have different roles. But it is okay to detect ambiguity. And if you can't figure out, hey, my goal is to, let's pick one, make the Teams meeting experience more delightful, and I'm going to measure it in these 3 ways. Get that clarity, write it down, get people's feedback. It's okay. Don't feel anxious that you have to have the perfect answer. Because you don't want to be working on the wrong thing or working on 10 things when 3 really matter. And so getting that clarity and feeling the psychological safety is really good. And then secondly and boy, you can help people with your experience on this, network like crazy. I mean, I think, Caruana, you've done an amazing job over the years with connecting with so many people in our community, not just inside Microsoft, but outside Microsoft. And you've always been incredible at synthesizing these different perspectives. And that makes you a much more thoughtful voice than somebody who's just sort of stayed in their bubble, heads down, getting stuff done. And so, those would be my 2 pieces of advice: is get clarity and make sure really everybody agrees. And second is network and learn and synthesize as much as you can.
Thank you, Jeff, so much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us and with everybody who's watching Microsoft Ignite today. And thank you for everything that you've done to help me along the way get here to be able to do this interview. So thank you.
Thank you, Caruana. It's great to be here, and you do a killer job every Ignite, and I can't wait to see what else you're going to bring this week.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Now, Rick, what's next?
We're going to be going over to Intel, actually. Intel is a name that we all know, and it's a technology many of us rely on and probably have running a number of different systems inside of our environments. From manufacturing to healthcare to financial services to education, together Intel and Microsoft are enabling intelligent solutions that are changing the landscape across all the industries. And Intel has brought their diverse set of customers and partner experts to Microsoft Ignite. In fact, just a few minutes from now, Intel's own Steen Graham is going to be teaming up with Microsoft Joe Coco for the featured session, Accelerating Edge and AI Solutions. Lots to see from Intel this year, Caruana. Lots to see.
And I've got one more partner for you as well, another trusted name. They've enabled attendees to do something pretty spectacular. Experience the IBM Garage with a free virtual framing session on building industry solutions on Azure. You tell them your challenge, then their expert designers, architects, data scientists, and business strategists meet up with you for an interactive virtual session designed to give you new insight and focus. To find out more about the IBM Garage, check out IBM in the Featured Partner Showcase.
Now, let's hear about Darktrace's self-learning cyber AI technology on Azure, keeping critical information safe and McLaren racing cars on the track.
My name's Edward Green and I'm the Principal Digital Architect at McLaren Racing. So Darktrace for us is really important because it allows us to quickly see what's going on and learn new things very rapidly. And the AI keeps learning what's normal and what's not normal for us to respond to. It's really important for us to keep data secure every race weekend. We don't send the cars out on track unless we can see that telemetry. It's super important. You know, it means we can't go racing, so Darktrace is critical for us.
Hello, everyone. I can't wait. I am just about to go on stage for my Envisioning Tomorrow keynote, and we have got some incredible innovation to share with you. So if you're wearing socks, make sure they're on real tight, because we are about to knock them clean off. Because we think the only thing better than getting a peek into the future is getting the opportunity to experience it. This keynote has the distinction of being the most interactive one we've ever done. And to make sure you get the full interactive experience, use the URL shown below. Unless, you know, getting to fly a drone, challenging a massive AI model, or changing the weather just isn't your thing. And if you share your score on Twitter, you can win some cool prizes like this jacket. Oh, but what score, you ask? Well, just wait. You'll see. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's do this.
Now we send you off to check out the Envisioning Tomorrow keynote. And we'll be right here when you get back. See you soon.
Innovation hinges on our ability to see things differently, breaking boundaries and looking between the lines in an effort to solve some of the world's toughest challenges. Working together across disciplines and pushing ourselves to see the future from an alternative perspective.
Hello, everyone. I am thrilled to be here. Today, our entire goal is to spark your imagination. I'll be sharing some fascinating projects from our research labs and the impact this work is already having in the world. At Microsoft, we innovate to enable your innovation by providing technology that ignites new ideas for you to drive meaningful impact in your business, your communities, and even the world. All we need to spark imagination is a new perspective and a willingness to break boundaries and look between the lines, which is exactly why Pablo Picasso is one of my favorite artists. He broke every conventional rule of art by deconstructing regular objects and rebuilding them in abstract form. He invited us to literally look between the lines and experience his paintings from many different perspectives. For me, that's the true heart of innovation, sharing alternative perspectives and inspiring others to do the same. The researchers and projects you'll see today live at the intersection of art and science, biology and computation, and data and ethics, representing their unique perspectives and inspiring us to look at the world differently. Let's start with AI and how we can approach human-machine collaboration in a fundamentally different way. Many know the story of Garry Kasparov, a chess grandmaster who was definitely not happy when he lost to a machine in 1997. But visionary ideas often come out of these kinds of experiences. And after time spent analyzing how to ultimately beat the machine, Garry came up with the idea to bring humans and machines together, creating a new kind of chess player called a centaur. Now, not the half human, half horse kind. This centaur combines the best of human creativity and strategic thinking with the analytical capacity of the machine to crunch and calculate astronomical numbers of chess moves. It turned out the best way to beat the machine was to create a partnership between human and machine, resulting in a player that could perform better than either a human or a machine could on their own. The significance of this underpins the most powerful vision of all, which is how we can use machines to amplify our own human ingenuity. Bringing this vision to life requires a fundamentally different approach to AI. We need AI that can co-reason in partnership with us, expanding beyond performing narrow and repetitive tasks. AI has already mastered well-defined narrow tasks, like object recognition, for example, where it's achieved human parity. It will take more general aspects of AI to achieve this vision in areas like common sense, causality, logic, or even knowledge. And it turns out there's a benchmark for that. It's called superglue, and it tests the ability of an algorithm to follow advanced reasoning. 2 months ago, a team in Microsoft Research was the first to achieve human parity for this benchmark. They used a massive AI model, which will be part of the Microsoft Turing family of models with billions of parameters, which, along with increasing power in the cloud, is helping to fundamentally change how we develop AI. Today, we're envisioning AI that not only frees us up from repetitive tasks, but also augments our own capabilities. Imagine the possibilities of this. Any field where human reasoning is applied can be taken to a whole new level. Now, to have some fun with this and show you the concept in action, let me invite David Carmona, General Manager of AI and Innovation.
Thank you, Mitra. One of the things that we're learning about these massive models like Turing is that they can be used across different domains or even across different modalities like audio and video. Let me show you that with a cool example. Let's see if AI can understand a movie. And the movie that I'm going to use is Avengers Endgame. So AI and Avengers, it can't get much cooler than that. Okay, let's go for it. Let's search for something. For example, Tony Stark in a serious conversation. And there you go. So it was able to identify that Tony Stark is in this scene and the expressions around the table were serious. Behind the scenes, we are using models like VimVL. VimVL is a massive visual language model that we just announced, and it will be available in Azure Cognitive Services and also as open source. We are using Microsoft Turing as well, in this case to provide a summary of the scene. You can see it here. Tony Stark and the rest of the Avengers are still trying to figure out where Thanos is. So the model understood that these are the Avengers, that Tony Stark is one of them, and then it captured the essence of this entire conversation. We can also ask questions. For example, let's go with how many lives did the villain of the story take? And the answer, as you know, Thanos took 50% of all living creatures. So that one was tough because the AI model had to understand who in the movie is a villain and then how many people he killed, which isn't super obvious. So let's do one more. What gesture did Thanos use to do that? Thanos snapped his fingers. Super cool. He understood the movie perfectly. So you're probably thinking that this is seriously cool, but it has nothing to do with your business. Well, actually it does, because this model was trained generically with huge amounts of data from the internet, so not specifically for this scenario. So you could reuse these massive models and customize them for your own scenarios in retail, manufacturing, finance, or any other industry. And we do that in Microsoft too. For example, Outlook customized Turing for their auto-reply feature, which takes an email as an input and it generates the most likely reply. So we can use the same concept, but for our movie. So let's take a summary of the movie to a particular point, and then let's use Turing to predict the rest of the story. So it's like creating an alternative ending. That would be very cool. It's like the auto-reply for movies. So let's see how that goes. Are you ready? write an alternative story. Absolutely amazing. The fight of Avengers versus Thanos is like a lightsaber fight. Lightsabers. I love where this is going. But Thanos is getting beat down, but he's very intelligent. So he builds another weapon with his daughter's help, which makes sense. And they call it the Thanosinator. Super cool. A new weapon. This looks amazing. So this was all generated by the Turing model. And every time that I hit enter, it will create a different story. So let me try a couple more. So Thanos managed to go to a planet, and they are there in the middle of a fight between two giant creatures who look like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, lightsabers. This is the kind of story that I like. So let me try some more because I want you to say something. And there you go. It is a spoiler, so I won't tell you the end. So this was generated by the Turing model. So it learned from the internet data that telling the end of a movie is a spoiler. That is mind-blowing. Back to you, Mitra. Thank you.
Wow, David, I love those endings from an alternative perspective. That was really cool. Our AI at Scale vision incorporates a new generation of AI that we believe will be a game changer in how AI is developed in the future. And while that may sound a little far off, you can start putting AI at scale in action today. Our goal is to help you leverage this new generation of AI by providing a full stack in Azure, opening the door to innovation in ways that simply were not possible before. The foundation of this stack is the AI supercomputer, which provides the advanced supercomputing infrastructure that's needed to train massive models with billions and even trillions of parameters. We're already seeing amazing innovations being built on top of it. OpenAI is using this infrastructure to train their state-of-the-art GPT-3 AI model, pushing the boundaries even further on the size of these models. Most companies probably won't need to create models of this magnitude for themselves. Many are likely to use our packaged services powered by these models that enable new scenarios of augmented knowledge or co-reasoning. Microsoft Turing is already powering Azure Cognitive Services and Azure Search, which are being used by many companies today, like KPMG, for example, who built a fraud detection solution using Azure Cognitive Services that automatically flags potential breaches of confidentiality with speech services and text analytics. And for those companies who do want to go beyond this, they can customize one of these massive models for their own scenarios, like AvePoint did. Let's hear from them.
At AvePoint, AI at Scale is unlocking new opportunities for innovation. We can now examine any business challenge and not only solve pain points, but also reimagine our entire approach. One example is employee onboarding. We offer 24/7 customer support, and our business is growing fast. Keeping up with the speed of innovation and absorbing new knowledge every day is a challenge. It's also tough to gauge if employees are retaining the most relevant information. But with AI at Scale, we've created a personalized learning experience for each team member. Customizing the Microsoft Turing model, we've been able to extract the critical knowledge across product guides, release notes, support case histories, and all kinds of unstructured data like text and videos. That massive amount of knowledge is what makes us unique. It's our DNA. And now we can make sure that our employees have that knowledge. We can automatically generate learning and testing materials, personalized for every employee on demand. And finally measure how well we're keeping our people up to date with the latest knowledge. That's huge. And this is only the beginning. The possibilities behind AI at Scale are sparking new ideas for innovation every day. Not only are we reimagining our solutions, but we are uncovering new opportunities to serve our customers in a more powerful way. We can't wait to see where the future of AI at Scale will take us.
AI systems like the one created by AvePoint can co-reason with us. But why stop there? The next natural step beyond co-reasoning with us is to have AI actually learn from us. This is about expanding beyond training AI with data to actually have AI learn from our own knowledge. AI systems that are able to learn from our knowledge are even more vital as they're used in the physical world to help improve safety and reduce cost and time. Let me show you what I mean. Say hello to my virtual drone. Now, traditionally, I would train an AI model to fly this drone through thousands of iterative experiments, which takes a lot of time and can result in a fair number of mishaps as the model learns by trial and error. So what's missing? The AI model doesn't have access to the knowledge we have as it relates to flying drones. So what if we could give the model a jump start by teaching it what we know? Now, I personally have limited experience flying drones, and by limited, I actually mean zero. So I'm going to need your help to teach it. For those in the interactive version, you can fly this drone yourself and get on the scoreboard. And the better you fly through the rings, the more points you get. So I played it right before I came on stage. So see if you can beat my score, and I guarantee you it'll be the easiest thing you've done all day. Now, as you're flying this drone, you're using your knowledge, moving the drone left, right, up, and down to give it the best chance of successfully flying through the approaching ring. This concept of using your skills and knowledge to teach a machine is aptly called machine teaching. Think of it as a simplified, low-code approach to create AI and machine learning models that enable you, the subject matter expert, to specify goals, learning lessons, and safety criteria without needing to learn data science. So now, what if I want to take this drone out of the game and teach it to fly in the real world? Well, for that, we need to create a hyper-realistic virtual world where the drone can learn to fly safely. Simulation technologies like AirSim, developed in Microsoft Research, are great enablers of AI, making it easier to create and test intelligent autonomous agents by bringing together precise, real-world mapping data, weather data, physics engines, and sensor models to create a high-fidelity virtual world to teach your AI agents. To teach the drone to operate in the real world, you'll need to introduce things like dynamic obstacles, different light conditions, and yes, even weather. I brought my Mary Poppins umbrella, so I am prepared. If you're using our interactive experience, feel free to change the weather in the studio. Today, building these systems is concentrated in the hands of a few companies since it requires highly complex techniques that rely on specialized skills. With breakthroughs like machine teaching and simulators like AirSim combined with Azure AI and Edge services, our goal is to democratize and bring these innovations to everyone so that any company can develop their own autonomous systems, from driving vehicles to operating machinery or controlling manufacturing processes. One of the companies already using this platform today is Bell. Let's hear how they're reimagining unmanned flight to solve some of the world's biggest challenges.
Our vision at Bell is to solve some of the world's biggest challenges using unmanned aircraft. Imagine being able to monitor entire forests for fires around the clock, search every nook and cranny of a mountain for a lost hiker, or deliver life-saving medicine anywhere. Autonomous drones will allow us to operate at a scale that we can't operate at today. We'll be able to reach more customers, we'll be able to make a more global impact with the limited resources we have. We start by using AI to teach drones everything we know about flight. How to take off, land, navigate, adjust to the weather, and because they need to do it safely without causing any damage or injury in the real world, we're using Microsoft Autonomous Systems to practice in a simulated environment. Simulation is the great enabler of AI because it gives us a hyper-realistic environment that allows you to train AI as if you were doing the operations for real in the real world. It allows us to compile hundreds of thousands of hours of AI training rapidly and to deploy AI at a scale that wouldn't be possible without it. And when they fail, they learn but without causing disruption or downtime. Once deployed, autonomous drones can operate continuously, safely, and reliably while keeping humans in control of every flight. Success for Bell is accomplishing missions that are going to change the world. And that's why we're building with Microsoft.
This new generation of AI creates amazing opportunities to augment our capabilities, but it must be used responsibly. Digital responsibility is itself an important area of innovation, and we're pioneering tools and technologies in support of the 6 principles of AI that we established back in 2016, like fairness, privacy, transparency, and others. In the area of privacy, Microsoft Research is leading the way in advanced techniques like homomorphic encryption and differential privacy, where we can realize the benefits of AI trained on shared data while keeping your personal data private. In the space of transparency, our work on explainable AI helps you unlock and understand the behaviors of AI models with Interpret ML, or identify and mitigate bias with technologies like FairLearn. And as AI evolves as an industry, our approach for its responsible use must also evolve. Advancements in AI can enable new challenges that must be addressed, like the generation and distribution of disinformation at scale. As long as media has existed, so has the manipulation of it. With AI, methods of manipulation have become much more sophisticated, like deepfake videos that mimic the likeness of a person, often with harmful consequences. A team at MIT analyzed 126,000 stories tweeted by 3 million people and found that false news stories were 70% more likely to be retweeted over true stories. Some of this can be attributed to how quickly social media propagates information, but it also has a lot to do with just how good the fakes are, making it hard to distinguish fact from fiction. And if we can't actually detect the fakes, then what do? No single organization can solve this on its own. It requires a coalition of researchers, institutions, and companies to collaborate with joint commitment to an open system approach. A coalition called Project Origin has been established to do this, and Microsoft Research has been working on a technical approach to help develop a chain of trust from publisher to consumer for end-to-end authenticated news and information. Let's take a look.
Since its inception, media manipulation has come in many forms, the most dangerous, seamlessly tiptoeing the line between fact and fiction. We call these modified videos deepfakes. With the evolution of AI, we're going beyond just simply cutting and pasting. With deepfakes, we can create videos and images that really mimic the likeness of a person, and that can have very harmful effects. So, what can we do if we can't detect the deepfakes? We believe the long-term answer relies on authenticating the source of media. We need to establish a chain of trust from the publisher to the consumer. To address that, we're forming a coalition of many institutions. We call this coalition Project Origin. The technical layer of Project Origin is a process of authentication that links the media to its publisher. Then, if there's any modification, any change in that media, in the distribution process, we alert the user that that media has been tampered with. In short, we're building a chain of provenance. In doing so, we hope to rekindle the user's trust that the content they are consuming is directly linked to a known source. Let's imagine I'm a news producer and I'm ready to push the publish button. As part of the publication process, the new tools will create a digital fingerprint that gets stored in a cloud service. In return, I receive a certification of authenticity, which then gets stored in a distributed ledger. The advantage of a distributed ledger is that you have multiple servers spread across companies. That means there is no single controlling entity. Instead, you have a federation of entities. Much like a blockchain, the databases are cryptographically secure. Another important aspect is the user experience. We need to develop good user interfaces so that users feel comfortable in knowing the source of the media they are seeing. What we hope to see in the future is that all publishers will use a verification system like the one we're designing that will allow people to trust their chosen media sources. A challenge like this requires collaboration and commitment to an open standard approach.
By building on a strong foundation of responsible AI, our focus is to empower people around the world to positively transform society through AI. The last technological revolution, the software revolution, was defined by our ability to encode ones and zeros on silicon. The next technological revolution will be defined by our ability to encode A's, G's, C's, and T's, the building blocks of DNA. What happens when computer science meets biology? When we bring the tools of computer science and massive amounts of data to biology, the unimaginable becomes possible. Like programming our bodies to fight diseases that currently evade our defenses. What if we thought of the immune cells in our bodies like they were little computers? Somehow there has to be a program running inside these cells, working in a distributed manner, communicating and coordinating across your entire immune system. Kind of sounds like living software. What if we could figure out these biological programs? It could transform our ability to understand how and why cells do what they do, and in a sense, be able to debug them when things go wrong. And this might be possible a lot sooner than you think. To share more, I'd like to introduce Dr. Chris Bishop, Lab Director at Microsoft Research, Cambridge.
Imagine a completely personalized patient experience, customized for each person's unique characteristics. Imagine being able to accurately predict the effectiveness of a treatment pathway before trying it. Imagine the impact on the health of our societies if medicine was more precise and affordable. These are changes that can be created with collective health data. At scale, this would transform the healthcare industry as we know it. I'd like to tell you a story. When she was just 5 years old, Emily Whitehead was diagnosed with acute leukemia. Now, children diagnosed with this type of leukemia generally have a good chance of being cured. But Emily's situation was different. Her cancer developed in a way that bypassed her own immune system. Her T cells, the specialized white blood cells that typically fight invaders, could not recognize her cancer. Emily's doctors tried everything, including chemotherapy, but nothing worked. Her cancer was simply too aggressive, and eventually hospice care was recommended. Emily's parents heard about an innovative new treatment called CAR T-cell therapy that had just become available in a phase 1 clinical trial. The goal? To reprogram T-cells by modifying their DNA. But these are living cells. How on earth do you change DNA inside a living cell? Well, it turns out there's a piece of biological machinery that does just that. It's called a virus. Emily's team took a modified virus and reprogrammed it to install new DNA into the nucleus of Emily's T-cells to generate receptors matched to Emily's cancer. Then they expanded the number of T-cells and infused these modified fighters back into Emily's blood. This first-in-the-world experimental treatment was Emily's only chance for survival. And it worked. She's been in remission ever since. Emily's treatment sounds like the stuff of science fiction, but it's real. It's not an exaggeration to say that we're on the cusp of something phenomenal here. The same therapy was made available to other cancer patients whose bodies had also rejected chemotherapy, with a resulting 80% recovery rate. Now the task is to make such treatment available at scale so that we have more stories like Emily's. That's where computer science can help. One of the key breakthroughs we're looking at right now in healthcare is the ability to simulate the interactions between proteins at the molecular scale. These simulations are powered by machine learning, together with massive amounts of compute. In fact, data center scale computing. With these tools, we can look at how two proteins come together, how they move, and how they interact with each other like pieces of machinery, all at the nanosecond timescale. Once you have the resources to power this, you can imagine zooming out to simulate interactions at every level, from molecular to cellular, all the way out to the human level. When compute meets biology, it allows incredible things that would have been inconceivable before.
Thanks, Chris. We are truly at the cusp of a new era for human health. At Chris's lab in Cambridge, they've developed a programming language and a whole tool chain to design, simulate, and predict the behavior of a biological program. There is immense power in bringing massive computation to biotechnology. Imagine having the ability to accelerate the entire cycle of drug development from design to test and manufacturing by applying AI to every stage of this cycle. This new biotechnology life cycle, augmented by data and AI, could dramatically increase the speed with which we create new treatments and scale them to more and more diseases. This is our vision. And while the platform itself won't cure disease, putting this innovation in the hands of medical professionals will empower them in their quest for discovery. And it's this magical combination of human ingenuity with technological innovation that can change the world. I'm deeply inspired by the personal stories and motivations of people who are changing the world for better every day. I'd like to share the story of Dr. Ernest Darko and Dr. John Sargent, co-founders of Broadreach Healthcare in Botswana and South Africa, who are reimagining healthcare through AI to fulfill their shared vision of improving access to healthcare for underserved populations. Let's hear their story.
I want to make a positive difference in the lives of others. I spent my formative years in Tanzania and Kenya. You see a lot of suffering, a lot of poverty. As a 12-year-old, I encountered this gentleman. His leg was swollen, the size of a tree trunk. I remember feeling I want to help. That has stuck with me until now. I met John at medical school. We instantly clicked.
We're cosmic twins. We share the same mission in life, which is to improve access to healthcare for underserved populations. I worked in Sierra Leone in a refugee camp. It was literally a war zone. The camp had no running water, no electricity, not enough doctors, medicine. But yet I could walk outside and I could buy soda, I could buy soap. And I wondered, what do these companies know about delivering products that we don't know in healthcare?
We realized to change the current healthcare system, you have to become a doctor of systems.
We imagine healthcare differently.
We solve the big problems so that people don't need intensive medical care in the first place.
AI is the game changer. We can identify clinics that are understaffed so we can appropriately staff them. We can equip a community healthcare worker with information on what she needs to do that day, which patients she needs to see. That's real change.
When you improve the effectiveness of healthcare delivery, you are rebuilding trust.
For HIV, we're using predictive AI to predict which patients are likely to stop taking their medicines. We then reach out to them directly via SMS to re-engage them. And we're working on diseases like diabetes, COVID, and cancer.
We've improved tens of millions of lives. The richest part of this journey has actually been doing it with John.
My calling in life is to help people, and I have been blessed to do that with Ernest.
Behind every innovation is a person with an idea, a dream, or someone who has simply asked, what if? It's an honor to share a little slice of our innovation journey with you today, but truly at its core, innovation isn't about the technology, it's about the people behind it. It's about all of us. It's our imagination, our unique perspectives that give it power. I hope what you heard today encourages you to look at the world a little differently and sparks ideas that inspire meaningful innovation. We can't wait to see the future you build. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Caruana here with Rick in the Microsoft studio. We're kicking off our third hour here at Microsoft Ignite. You just watched Envisioning Tomorrow keynote with Mitra Azizurad. Rick, what do you think?
Well, I gotta say, it was definitely very, very cool. And don't forget, you can participate and have a chance to win if you've gone off and done some of those simulations and get a chance to win one of these very cool flight jackets that we happen to be modeling. Thank you very much. But for the most part, I would say I really enjoyed the AI modeling of that disinformation exercise that we went through for my particular favorite one that was there.
It's awesome. I am all about flying the drone. Flying the drone, flying the drone. Love that.
So we have so much more in store for you, but first we want to tell you a little bit about our featured partner showcase highlights. NetApp and Microsoft help move the world's largest and most complex workloads to the cloud with Azure NetApp Files. If you'd like to learn about how to accelerate your deployments faster, about how they've helped their customers to successfully launch hybrid solutions, or if you're just curious about the future of computer vision and AI, head on over to the NetApp featured partner showcase area.
Speaking of Microsoft partners, this next one is right up my alley. ServiceNow is all about creating great experiences to unlock productivity. I'm all about the experience as a customer advocate on the Microsoft Teams engineering team. I see the good, the bad, and the ugly every day. With sessions like how ServiceNow and Microsoft improved employee experience and agent collaboration, or how to make sure your team doesn't miss the threats through the noise, it's clear a visit to the ServiceNow page on the Featured Partner Showcase is great for those looking to make the world of work better for people.
Now, for a conversation many of you have been looking forward to, Panos Panay and Rowan Sones sits down for one epic fireside chat to answer some questions. Take a look.
Hi, everybody. I'm here with Rowan. Pretty pumped.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
There's a lot going on with Windows and Surface and Edge. All this content coming through the day, and we're just here to just set it up for you. And since we only have a few minutes with you, we wanted to kick it off with something fun, so they gave us these cards. They're a little bit dorky, to be honest with you.
It's a Bing search. So we're taking the most common Bing searches on Windows 10, and then we're going to share our own answers on them. It's like I just became the Bing search engine.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see if I can do this.
Wait, you're going to ask me questions?
Well, I think it goes both ways.
It does? All right,
so
that off.
What are the latest Windows 10 features for customers?
Oh, I see it. Look, Satya has said it. Satya has said it. We are at the dawn of a second wave of digital transformation, and it's sweeping every company, every industry. The transformation's real. It's taking place not only in our offices, but more importantly, right now in people's homes. And people have turned to Windows PCs right now more than ever. We're talking billions of people, but also trillions of usage minutes. That intensity is real. And we, as businesses, all of us together have to continue to adapt, to optimize our processes, enable and support employees to be more productive, address customer needs, provide secure environments, creating new digital solutions, innovate, innovate, innovate. That's all of us, right? We all feel that. And that's what Windows is here to do right now, Rowan. You and I are trying to do this together. It's pretty exciting. And the most popular features, is that the question? Or what are the...
I think you can have some creative liberty here.
Okay, what are the latest? Let's start with Power Automate. You can automate repetitive tasks across desktop, browser. It's a rad app. It's pretty cool. And apps. And like for IT pros specifically, what you can do with it is amazing. If you're working in finance, government, healthcare, any of these agencies that come together, schools, very powerful. Then there's one that, this is an interesting one. And maybe, you know, one of the latest features. This is going to sound funny.
Can you give me a platform one? Because like I built your platform,
yeah,
so help me out here.
Of course you do. Think Bluetooth for a minute.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. And this is maybe one of my favorite features. I know Bluetooth seems so simple, and I remember going to Comdex 15 years ago, seeing Bluetooth signs everywhere. So powerful. But with Windows, when you're at your home, there's so many Bluetooth devices you can connect to your Windows machine, and we're seeing our customers do it more and more, whether it's headphones, mouse, keyboard, microphone, whatever it might be that you're using around your home, cameras, and so forth. We see that coming to life in new ways. And so we've sped it up. We've created more connection points, less interference. So powerful.
Love
so
it.
powerful.
Love
and
it.
then last, like we have Windows Hello multi-camera support. Did you know that? Of course you do, because it's probably one of your favorite things you push down, and it's so important. So if you have multiple monitors, pick the one where you want to use Windows Hello, which camera you want to switch to, and so forth. Now you're going to see a lot of faster refresh of group policy coming. Performance improvements around work from home scenarios, because right now that's a lot of where our focus is for all of you right now.
I think it's my turn.
Oh, wait, you did that one, so I do this one?
I think so.
What are the latest Windows 10 features? Oh, for developers.
I gotta have an interesting answer for this one. So most people would talk about software developers. They would actually talk about, all the things that we're doing from an MSIX packaging standpoint, from WinUI standpoint, that's where they would, inherently start to go, WebView, etc. But here's the deal. I am married to a hardware engineer. And so a hardware engineer lives in a slightly different world. They're not building Win32 application. But all of the tools they need for their schematic design, for their silicon tools like Cadence, they're all Win32 apps. But their development is in Linux. So when you think about how they write firmware and how they interact with the system, it's all Linux-based. So my top feature here is the Windows subsystem for Linux. We call it WSL.
Oh, of course it is.
And literally, for a hardware developer, it's amazing because you can now essentially get both of those environments seamlessly integrated. You don't have to have two PCs. You don't have to be setting up, remote desktop environments. So it was very, very much a game-changing experience for my husband.
It's a pretty hot feature right now.
It is.
The WSL's awesome.
We've got a terminal, Windows terminal capability that kind of complements it when you look at the ways that you would use the experience. So there's a lot for the software developers. You'll see a lot of sessions at Ignite this week. Question number 2.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I think so. I mean,
I'm going for the unveil here.
I have to be honest. I don't know that I'm enjoying this whole secret question.
You should be. I know it kind of puts you on edge, but no pun intended.
Got it.
What are the latest Windows features for security?
Okay, all right. Security critical. And with AI and cloud advancements, Windows 10, right now, the most secure version of Windows ever, we have to continue to evolve it, and we are. And we're evolving it for you specifically. We need to evolve it for you, evolve it for your clients, keep your businesses safe. Think Windows Hello Biometric login with your face fingerprint, improved Windows Defender application right now coming to life, including Application Guard when opening documents. Our vision for the future, this is so important. Security, 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 especially now. Think of the environment we're in, so many remote connections happening at all times. We know that, we feel it. We have the Microsoft Pluton security processor coming. This is probably my most excited, and I know it's near and dear to your heart, Roanne. Of course, so important. It's built right into the CPU. We can even have it discrete as needed. So we can create so much security for our customers that is incredibly useful, but also probably one of the most important features we have on Windows right now.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to see this integrated into Silicon Roadmaps.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting for sure.
I agree.
All right, I get to ask you a question?
Okay, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to go to the top question. What are the latest Windows 10, reading upside down is interesting, features for cloud?
I love it. Okay,
Yeah.
so cloud, well, here's the deal. I mean, once you, I think, connect environments to the cloud, it just enables a whole different way of working. I'm going to focus a little bit on the IT Pro and a specific set of things that I think we have done from a cloud standpoint there. WVD, I'm all about my 3-letter acronyms today. So Windows Virtual Desktop.
We love acronyms.
We
as it
do.
turns out.
We do. So Windows Virtual Desktop. This is a kind of a huge cloud feature. It basically got over-the-top usage when everybody went to remote work. And it enables you either with your Windows desktop or your applications to virtually have those in Azure. And then Universal Print.
Boom. That's
Universal Print. So it is a cloud-based print solution that enables simple, rich, and secure printing experiences. It reduces time and effort for IT pros to manage, and it's integrated all into your M365 subscription. So another important feature was this February we announced cloud configuration. This essentially enables you through a set of settings to lock down the PC so you can have it as a first line or frontline worker configuration and setup. It's really easy for IT pros because it's deeply integrated into Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So you're actually going to see a host of Endpoint Manager features, from better control on Windows updates.
Here's what I love. I love about Windows, and I love about doing what we get to do. There's so many rich features for our customers, you specifically, but also it can be that very super simple thing that people turn on every day and need to use to just move, work, play, and create. And when I hear you talk about the cloud features, it's just a reminder of look, the depth of what you can do with Windows, all the way through to just simply what you want to get done. And that breadth all across the board is pretty inspiring.
Yeah, and it's fun, I think, bringing services to Windows. It just enables this pace of innovation and opportunity for customers to kind of sample and play around with all the capabilities that we can bring.
For sure.
What are the latest Windows 10 features for gamers?
That's a weird question because you do know, like, that's probably the last thing this group wants me to be talking about is gaming. But I have to tell you, let me just share.
Balance. It's important to have balance. You can't work all the time.
That's what's interesting. Even for us here talking about it, we have so many millions of people gaming right now. And when that blend of work and home that's happening, and we all need that break at some point. And remember, Windows is the most popular and versatile gaming platform on the planet, unlocking, you know, every piece of potential in your PC, period, which is awesome. And when you kind of see the ray tracing that's happening right now on an Xbox Series X, you now see it as well in Windows. DirectX 12 is coming to life. You have real life realism. I mean, it's incredible. Yep. This is the depth of Windows coming to life, whether it's the maximizing frames per second, or it's the ray tracing that we talked about, or just the details that you see. And that technology that's working for gamers doesn't just work for gamers. I want us all to think about that. Our AI platform, WinML, like these are also used on productivity apps. This is so important to understand, whether it's Adobe Creative Cloud, accelerating DirectX 12 hardware, like this is real relative to creators. And for somebody like me who does push a PC at times and does want to render or create content, you tend to get the best of Windows, and you know it shows up great for gamers. And that blend in the box is also really powerful for us as users and people that are moving from work to gaming. I'm going to ask the next question.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm just going right for it. I can't help myself because it started to peel and I had to really peel it. It was stressing me out. Oh, there you go. This one's pretty. This one seems pretty straightforward. What's the best browser?
Best browser for Windows 10. That's like a softball.
It seems pretty obvious.
Of course, it's Edge.
Oh.
Yeah, surprise.
Edge right now is pretty incredible, though. You have to talk about, like, that is just, it's so powerful.
It is. Listen, I mean, there's a bunch of productivity aspects to Edge, which I think we talk about a lot. Security is huge. You talked about the importance of security earlier. You know, it is absolutely the most secure browser on Windows. It has the highest rated protections for malware attacks, against phishing. I would say from an IT pro standpoint, it's pretty cool that you can essentially, in one browser, you can, with IE11 mode, you can essentially have your legacy apps and all your new modern websites all living together in the same browser. And then for me, man, Alt-Tab, they brought Alt-Tab to the Edge browser. I am somebody who never closes a tab. Like I have like 40 tabs and 50 apps all open.
It's a big deal. Like
Alt-Tab is my go-to.
Our design team's pretty proud of it.
I'm pretty productive.
All
That's
right.
important.
So the answer
because I'm helping you with your platform.
So the answer is Edge.
Yes. What are some of the latest Windows 10 devices?
Well, there you go. Near and dear to my heart.
Yes.
For sure.
No, we don't have an hour.
Yeah, there's so many. I'm like, which ones do we want to talk about? The Dell Latitude 9240 is an awesome device. The Surface Pro 7 Plus for business, obviously, crazy cool device, one that I love. Surface Hub 85-inch, the HP Elite Folio, that folding, pretty cool. Lenovo ThinkBook. There are so many devices right now to choose from. And they bring that security, they bring that performance, they bring the elegance of a gorgeous screen, and just they bring Windows to life.
Let's see your last question and my last question, and then we'll decide who's we're going to talk to first.
What is the most frequently asked question that Panos gets?
You are new coming in as the leader of Windows. I am really excited to have you championing this, and I think the top question you get is, why?
You know what? I think you're actually. I think that's spot on. That might be the number one. Like, it's does Windows, does it matter to you?
Yeah.
Does it matter? Like, look, Windows is such an important platform for connecting people, helping people be as productive as they possibly can be. It is the heartbeat right now of what is modern work. It really is. Just take a step back. But it's also the heartbeat of what we do every day in our lives. Yeah. It's familiar, it's intuitive, it adapts to you. These are really important elements. This is a product right now that more than 1 billion people all over the world are relying on every day to work, to learn.
To connect.
It's so important. We just talked about it. And then ultimately to create, and that's what this is about, like how we continue to see where technology can take us versus what it does for us today. And like, where is it that we will be and how can technology be there for you? Windows is the core of that.
Yep.
It's there to light up Microsoft 365 experience. It's there to light up the devices for OEMs. But most importantly, like we talked about, it's there for people to connect, create, and ultimately be productive as they need to. We have new features coming. I got to tell you this. Look, and I haven't talked about the next generation of Windows and what's coming next, but I can't tell you, I am so pumped. We're not talking about that today. I totally get it, and I get this is like a little
fine balance.
Yeah, it is. It is, because we have so much right now. We talked about the depth of features and the breadth of what Windows can bring for each of you, for our IT pros, and we have such. And the next question is, what happens with Windows at Ignite? So we should just lean right into it. I know that the future of Windows is incredible. Yep. What we're bringing to the table for sure, but ultimately we're here today to talk about Windows 10. Yep. And what Windows 10 brings to the table and how we can support our customers and partners here at Ignite. Yep. So why don't we jump into that question right now on what's happening with Windows at Ignite?
So there are so many sessions at Ignite for Windows. There are sessions for IT pros, there are sessions for developers, there are sessions from a productivity and an end user and knowledge worker experience. So, I think you kind of need to choose a little bit of your path. There's a lot.
Yeah, maybe the team can put up a link. If you just check out the link that we put up, you can see everything that's coming. We're so proud of what the team's delivered. We hope you can see that as part of the sessions that you get through the week, but also the pride that we have in delivering the best product possible for each of you.
This was fun.
It was a good time. I gotta say, this is a pretty good idea. This wasn't
that hard.
This is a cool idea, yeah. Pretty good.
Keeps us on our toes.
Thanks for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful week, and please stay safe.
Thank you, everybody.
It's going to be a massive year. Thank you.
We've been talking about the Learning Zone here at Microsoft Ignite all day, and we'll continue to mention it throughout our event. Here to talk about all the great things that you can do through Microsoft Learn, please welcome General Manager of Worldwide Learning, Alex Payne, and Partner Group Manager, Aaron Rifkin. Welcome to the Ignite studio.
Thank you. Welcome. Excited to be here.
It's great. I love these live interviews. They're so exciting. That's what's also as exciting is Microsoft Learn. And it's an important experience. So for people who may be new to it, can you share our vision for it as a part of learning at Microsoft?
Microsoft Learn is really the place where you can start your learning journey. We offer a variety of different types of training and styles so that you really have an opportunity to learn in a style that best fits you. So we have anything from self-paced learning paths that you can take, and they have interactive experiences using browser-based coding and scripting, also portal experiences, to being able to find instructor-led training or virtual training that you're interested in that's taught by Microsoft certified trainers and our learning partners. To being able to explore and prepare for a Microsoft certification exam if you want to be able to validate your skills and add them to your resume. And then, for people who are interested in video, we've got a series of live and pre-recorded shows that you can get access to that come from Microsoft and the community that are available on Microsoft Learn TV.
Wow. That is a lot. Really impressive work. So you went over some of these, but are there some other learning experiences that are available on Microsoft Learn you want to share with everyone who's watching?
Yeah, there's a bunch of really cool features. I highly encourage you to go check it out. You can track your progress. We have points and levels that you can achieve. You can unlock badges when you get through different modules and learning paths. We also have bookmarks, so you can understand where you left off last. And then in addition, as I said, the engaging experiences, we have the sandbox. It's free for you to use. You have access to it so you can learn something and then try it hands-on in an interactive way using both coding and scripting and portal. And there's going to be a bunch more coming in that over the next year. And then we've got really awesome programs. So it's not just for customers and partners, but also for students and educators. We have Learn for Educators and we have Learn for Students, as well as our Student Ambassador program. So really, there's something for everybody there. And we really just want to be able to democratize learning for everybody so that you can get access to the skills that you need when you need them in a way that respects your time.
Such an inclusive experience. I know your teams have been busy. If we didn't know that, that long list would have told us that. Will you share with us some of the announcements you've made here at Microsoft Ignite?
Sure, I'll take this one. And, as Aaron mentioned, we're continuing to make tons of investments in Microsoft Learn so that you have the skills to be successful. So to that point, this week, and I know Vasu actually mentioned this in her keynote this morning on security, we're releasing 4 new training and certifications into our portfolio. security, compliance, and identity fundamentals. And then the more advanced role base, information and protection administration associate. A third one, identity and access administration associate, and then the security operations and analyst associate. So again, it's, even as Panos was talking about in that video, security is very important. We are trying to make sure that we're meeting the market, but then providing the skilling there also. We actually announced something a few weeks ago. We went live yesterday. So we're really talking about it here at Ignite, is the idea that people that hold a Microsoft certification can actually go and renew that now. And you can do this at no cost and on your own time. So what we announced, or what we made available actually, is that if you're a certification holder and you're within 6 months of your cert expiring, you can actually go take an online assessment on Microsoft Learn, again, for free at your leisure when you want to do it. And if you pass this assessment, you're essentially extending the expiration date of your cert by 12 months. And so we give you the ability to prepare. So we've created learning paths that cover essentially, again, on Learn, what's actually been released in the product, so you can, get skilled and then go take the assessment. And then lastly, we also announced a new certification around Windows Virtual Desktop. With just this accelerated need to enable remote work, a lot of folks have been utilizing Windows Virtual Desktop, and now we have a specialty certification that you can go show the skills, that you have the skills to support and operate Windows Virtual Desktop.
I'm so impressed by the agility of your teams and what we're doing at Microsoft to respond to the needs of our customers right now. It's kind of mind-blowing how you've all pivoted so quickly. I think of Microsoft Ignite as a fundamental part of keeping my technical acumen polished. Even here as an employee, I learn things at Microsoft Ignite every time I participate in it. But what do you recommend to our audience to do at Ignite to keep fresh today and, of course, in the future?
Definitely check out the Learning Zone. I know that everyone's been talking about that, but it really is our center for all of our training and certification activities. If you're interested, there's Learn Live. We have subject matter experts who are there to walk you through our Learn content live and ask questions. We have the Intro to Tech series. So if you're starting a new career or joining a new industry and interested, you can go there to learn more about Microsoft technologies. We have a Proud to be Certified area. So you can hear stories about people who have been certified and the successes they've had, or you can share your own story. And then we have an Ask the Experts. A lot of people want to know, what training should I be considering? What certification should I consider? And just have general questions about where to start and how to think about it. So we have an Ask the Experts area. They're there to help answer any of your questions. And then we've got the Cloud Skills Challenge. So the Cloud Skills Challenge is a way for you to have a time-bound challenge against peers who are here at Ignite to win a free certification exam if you're able to complete it. So you have between now and March 30th to do that. Highly encourage you go check it out. But one of the things that we've really been focused around is making sure that we bring the content not just at the event, but also help you carry that learning outside of the event. So if you get started on Learn, it will be there for you well beyond Ignite. And so I highly encourage you to go check out the content as you're going through sessions and learning new things, and then be able to take that offline to learn on your own pace.
Thank you so much, Alex and Aaron. We're going to wrap up. We're out of time, but there's just so much, and we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here live in the studio. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Now, next up, Intel is going to bring us the details about a new confidential computing platform from R3 designed to take advantage of Azure Confidential Computing and Intel SGX that could change the way we send data forever. Roll that tape.
Hey, Richard, it's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me.
Thanks, Mike. It's great to see you too.
Tell me a little bit about R3's new Conclave platform. What's new there?
Yeah, so Conclave is a new platform from R3, a confidential computing platform that builds on Intel SGX. And it has really quite big vision. And it's a vision of a world where in the future, when you send data to somebody else, you'll know for sure what will happen to that data. So the days when you send data to a firm and you just have to hope and trust they will do the right thing with it, when Conclave has fully built out its vision, you won't be in that world anymore. You'll be in a world where you know how your data will be processed.
This is powerful. Do you have any examples of how people are using it?
Yeah, take banking. They always say banking is a team sport, and just think of payments and payments fraud, and it really is. Any given bank has an obligation to detect patterns of behavior that could be fraudulent, and they can do that by looking at their own data. But imagine if that could be brought together and aggregated with the data and payments transactions of all the other banks. You could spot so many other examples if you could do that. But of course, you have to be respectful of customers' privacy. There's global regulations around data protection. And the danger of bringing all that data together if it's not protected is immense. But if you use a platform like Conclave, all those firms, all those banks can send their data for processing and analytics together, safe in the knowledge that's the only thing those transactions can be used for.
And how does Conclave utilize Intel SGX?
So SGX gives us this really quite mind-bending promise, which is you can run a program or an algorithm on your computer, and you can completely convince other people in other companies that that is the program that's running, that is the algorithm that will process their data and no other. That's mind-blowing. That's the key to the confidential computing future. And Conclave's job is to make that technology accessible to the world's developers. So we take that technology, make it consumable, put it into the hands of business developers. That's what we're focused on with Conclave.
And does this get even better with the advent of Intel's third generation Xeon Scalable processor?
Yeah, the memory question is the key one. You think about the promise we're making here. It's about aggregating data from multiple different firms. The data of one firm is big enough. The data of many firms is bigger still. So the more memory you can throw at this, the faster you can run, the less you're having to worry about encrypting the data and sending it to disk and bringing it back again.
And why does R3 choose to run Conclave on Azure Confidential Computing Service? What are the benefits there?
So our value proposition to our customers is all about making confidential computing ridiculously easy. Easy to write, easy to deploy. And to deploy easily, you need access to a wide range and easily accessible SGX hardware, and you need the surrounding services such as data center, attestation primitives, DCAP. You could build it yourself, but Microsoft have done the hard work. Azure has had this support for some time. It's the obvious place to go.
Fantastic. Hey, Richard, it's great to talk to you today. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Now, if you got a session that's going to be starting at the top of the hour, make your way to that right now. But if you're sticking here with us, stay tuned because we're going to be right back with much more. This is Microsoft Ignite.
For those of you just joining us, welcome to the Microsoft Ignite studio. I'm Caruana Gatimo, and I'm holding down the fort with Rick Klaus. There you are.
That's right, Caruana, and we are only 4 hours into this two-way event. So with so much more to see and still so much more to come.
In fact, let's move things right along. This time we're hearing more about Zero Trust and how it works to bring organizations peace of mind. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Luis Quintana, and I'm part of the Zero Trust Initiative to minimize device health risk in our corporation. We have implemented Windows Virtual Desktop, commonly known as WVD, to provide us with the technology to both meet our productivity and security requirements in a hybrid workplace. Users are able to connect securely to our company resources at any time through any device, effectively enabling users to have their corporate world in their fingertips. As part of our security design, we are using a least privilege approach to implementation. We have categorized 3 services to meet our individual customer demands of our users. The intent is to be able to provide different security requirements while still protecting our enterprise and providing customization to our users. The first standard service that we're releasing is vDesktop. It's a multi-session, user privilege, only first-party data lockdown solution, primarily for info workers. For those that actually already have PCs or managed machines, you can utilize Jumpbox. Jumpbox is a multi-session, user privilege, remote desktop connection app only, completely locked down, secure, to be able to hop into your resources inside the corporate network. And then last but not least, we have the custom developer workstation. This is a single session, 1 VM, 1 user, admin privileges, fully customizable, heightened security virtualized solution to ensure that we have open productivity while still enhancing security across the board. Now, I'm going to leave you over to Mark Lawrence, who will talk a little bit about our history, where we're at, and what are the next steps. Take it away.
Thank you, Luis. Appreciate that very much. Hi, I'm Mark Lawrence. I work in Core Services Engineering with Luis to deliver our virtual services to our users at Microsoft. Our journey is interesting, and it may be one that offers you some insights in your journey with virtual desktop resources. Our journey began as part of our Zero Trust initiative, the efforts to embrace least privilege access, to ensure devices are managed and compliant with corporate requirements for protection and security, to reduce dependencies on extending the corporate network across the globe through tunnels like VPN or other methods of access in WAN networks, and to improve that nature of giving standard user access, not local administrator, protecting users at their devices from risks of external malware and other threats. There were 3 phases to our journey, beginning with our exploration phase in June 2019 timeframe. We committed to the Zero Trust team to bring forward a virtual experience for users in a pilot fashion, and we expanded to a few thousand users, delivering to them virtualized applications. This looked like the straightforward way to bring virtual resources to users on any device that they currently had. Well, then we went into our expansion phase with real successful feedback from the users that this was a viable resource, a useful resource, and the fact that their devices, any devices, could be used even through a web browser was a successful method of access. At the same time, we knew that we had to support work from home needs as we transitioned into a hybrid workspace environment, users not coming to Microsoft's Office. And so we knew that from user feedback, a virtual desktop experience was a little more natural. A few pivots then in our journey to bring the virtual desktop experience and take that into a production offering. In fact, that's our 3rd phase. Around the May 2020 timeframe, we moved into a production expansion of our virtual desktop, our JumpBox, and we kept one virtual app, the Remote Desktop Connection app, which allows, as Luis has mentioned previously, users a way to remotely access those powerful workstations still residing at a Microsoft Office. Our next step is to explore how we can safely and securely provide developers with a cloud-based workstation, a developer's workstation, to help those users that are still experiencing troubles due to broken supply chains, perhaps impacted by weather issues or impacted by the ongoing pandemic, getting those users the valuable resources they need to be productive anywhere, anytime, securely.
Thank you for that, Mark. So for everybody on the call, for more information about Windows Virtual Desktop, please go to aka.ms/WVD. Lots of information about this exciting new technology for the hybrid workplace. In addition to that, you may be able to go to Microsoft.com, go to our IT Showcase portal, and look for some of the implementations that we've done internally. It will be very insightful. Thank you all.
All right, it's time to see what you're all saying on social media. Let's take a look at our trusty tag board and see what awesome things we have up here. I'm super excited by the things that I see.
So I'm going to call out, first of all, just the first couple of appearances of pets. And so this is actually a good friend of mine out of New York City, Jay Gordon, is sharing a view of the dog Meadow, who enjoyed the AR demo. Can only imagine that one.
And if you know anything about me on social media, you know that I'm all about the doggies. So please post more of those cats and dogs at home. Absolutely. Let's see also what's happening here. Ooh, this is something I like to see as well. Where are you watching us from? We'd love to see where you're watching Microsoft Ignite from. So thank you, Amanda, for sharing your picture there. And yes, the 30 minutes do pass in a heartbeat.
And of course, we have to highlight Mark O'Shea is showing Panos Panay getting upstaged by the cats of MS Ignite. So that's always good too.
And we want to say thank you to Harjit. Thank you very much. Rick and I are definitely trying to do a good job and make it a little fun and keep things moving along while we also help you wayfind here in this digital venue. So we appreciate your lovely comment. Thank you.
And so I'm going to steal a little bit of thunder that you said you wanted to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it just briefly. In case you haven't noticed, there's people that have some nice little Easter eggs in different spots. And I'm taking this one because I'm a fan, although I know Caruana is a fan as well. Clippy made an appearance in this particular segment. And, you know, they might find some other folks that might be popping up throughout the event as well.
Absolutely. Well, since you took Clippy, you know I have to take Thready, right? I mean, we basically traded the things that we're totally into. And so, you know, keep your eye out because more of these fun little Easter eggs will continue to pop up throughout the event.
Right. Now, remember to use the hashtag MSIgnite because we want to hear from you up here on the desks.
The Learning Zone has a number of great sessions, but if you're someone looking to shift your career or even someone interested in starting a career in tech, the Intro to Tech Skills session is a great way to hone those skills specific to Microsoft products and services.
So we want to know kind of what stage you are in your career in tech here watching Microsoft Ignite with us today. Go ahead and respond in chat. Again, if you're at the myignite.microsoft.com website, you'll see the chat just over to the side. Over here or there, I forget which side it is. But the questions we want to ask you is basically, where are you in your careers? Are you A, just getting started in the job market? B, I'm new to technology. C, I'm established but changing roles. Or D, well established in my field. Caruana, what do you think? Where do you think people are watching this one?
I think people are interested in changing careers. I'm going to bet, actually, that it's weighted a little bit more towards people who are established, but that we have a lot of new folks out there as well.
Okay, well, we're going to let people go through and take their time to answer some of these. We'll culminate them back up again and share them with you just a little bit. I'm going to go with the I'm new to technology.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll have a good little representation, see what comes back. There's lots of incredible resources to help out those folks that are new to technology. And even if you are already in established environments, you can go through and continue to learn more with your lifelong learning journey. Speaking of learning, what if your team could learn to simplify, automate, and migrate your workloads with a hybrid cloud approach? Well, if that particular approach could also cut out end-to-end application development time and optimize the use of cost of data center and cloud capacity. Well, in fact, that is exactly what Red Hat did with Deutsche Bank. Using Azure Red Hat OpenShift, the team at Red Hat helped educate thousands of developers worldwide on how to develop cloud-native applications, helping Deutsche Bank's infrastructure teams integrate it back into the bank's platform. Are you intrigued about this story? Well, head on over to Red Hat because they have a Ask the Expert session detailing all about building, deploying, and managing security-focused hybrid environments coming up tomorrow. So make sure you find it in the scheduler and add it to your schedule or add it to your backpack.
Next up, what do a leading UK boarding school, Red Bull Media House, and Dick's Sporting Goods have in common? They're all of the featured partner showcases. Take a look.
A Moon pharmaceutical company in Egypt needed to transform their IT to ensure business continuity and security across the organization. They implemented the Azure VMware solution. While reducing costs and simplifying IT management, it enables a flexible architecture that serves the needs of traditional and cloud-native apps, builds in operational consistency and security across the entire environment, giving them a future-ready platform to grow upon.
Red Bull Media House creates some of the most amazing, eye-catching, gravity-defying content that worldwide audiences just can't stop watching. This isn't accounting data like a spreadsheet. You could rebuild a spreadsheet. Red Bull can't go and shoot new video footage of flying into an airplane or surfing through a village. Go check out the full Red Bull video on Veeam's featured partner page at Microsoft Ignite. That video is so cool, you gotta watch it more than once.
Hi, my name is Andrew France. I work at Benetton School. I am the systems administrator, and I'm here to talk about Azure Stack HCI and how you can combine your compute and storage into one solution and the benefits of that It will completely change how you think about compute and storage.
From racetracks to Microsoft 365, let's keep this momentum going. It's time to throw it over to Jason Gregory with the ultimate Microsoft 365 demo. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, I'm Jason Gregory and I'm here today to give you a quick overview of some of the latest innovations in Microsoft 365. If you only have 10 minutes, this is the best place to be. And in this presentation, I'm going to focus on 3 key areas. Firstly, meetings and collaboration with Microsoft Teams. Secondly, how we use AI to help you stay productive with innovations in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook. And finally, I'm going to provide an overview of Microsoft Viva, which is our new employee experience platform. So let's jump in with Microsoft Teams. To make meetings more immersive, we introduced Together Mode late last year, which transforms online meetings by combining everyone in a virtual shared background. This helps meetings be more engaging and interactive. We added Dynamic View to let you optimize your screen real estate for what's most important. It gives you greater control by letting you pin attendees next to the content so you can see the presenter, an interpreter, or the reactions of a key decision maker. And we added support for Presenter View in Teams so that your audience can see your content in full and you don't have to leave Teams to see your speaker notes and what slide comes next. Probably my favorite new feature this spring is the ability to overlay myself as a presenter on top of my content. When I go to share my screen, I can now select Standout, which puts me in front of my content. Let me switch views to the remote viewer. And you should be able to see the content behind me, which allows me to connect better with my audience because you can read my body language, my facial expressions, and my energy. We added support for breakout rooms, which is perfect for smaller group activities. The group moderator can define how many rooms the group needs to be broken into, and also whether to assign people randomly or manually. Once you open the rooms, each subgroup will continue discussions with the same rich meeting experiences, including the ability to simultaneously collaborate on a digital whiteboard. This spring, we're announcing support for webinars for hosting large meetings and events for attendees both inside and outside your organization. The experience includes a registration page where you will also be able to see the attendance data and reports after the webinar. As the webinar host, you have all the necessary presentation features and controls, so you can easily make someone a presenter, mute people, or remove them. And finally, for those who need to collaborate securely with people outside your organization, Microsoft Teams Connect is a new experience that enables you to easily share specific channels with people outside your organization. When you create a channel, in addition to being able to choose a private channel for a subgroup of users to have access to, you can now also select shared channels. From here, you can add the contact information for those members, and they will only have access to that specific channel. This is a great way to break down the walls between organizations so you can collaborate seamlessly with external partners in your regular workflow without needing to switch from one tenant to another. We can't talk about Microsoft 365 without talking about Office. So let's start with Microsoft PowerPoint. Everyone can relate to boring black and white slides. Let me show you how PowerPoint Designer can transform plain words into professional-looking slides. It uses AI to recognize that this is a finance topic and then recommends an appropriate background for it. You may notice that Designer also supports animated backgrounds for a really polished look. And for those plain lists, Designer saves you time by effortlessly creating an elegant layout with appropriate icons. Microsoft Word now comes with intelligent word prediction, helping autocomplete words based on the context of your sentence, helping you write with greater efficiency. We also introduced Word Designer to help automatically improve your document. In this example, it sees that I've used inconsistent formatting in my titles and fixes the font and font sizes for me. Excel has a rich feature called data types. In this example, I have a list of Fortune 500 companies, and when I use the stocks data types, it can link them to online information. I can use the feature to add columns that automatically pull in online data, such as the number of employees they have, company financial information, or the industry. While this is just the stocks data type, we announced in October we're going to introduce over 100 new data types in partnership with Wolfram Alpha for you to work with. If you've ever tried to filter a shared Excel sheet, everyone's filters would often cause chaos with one another. We rolled out sheet views so you can apply filters only to your view. The little icon here on the tab indicates this is a sheet view where the filtered content only applies to me, which is super handy. With Microsoft Outlook Mobile, you can get time back in your day by using Play My Email when on the go. And we've made some helpful enhancements since last year. Let me show you.
Right now, you've got 3 emails to hear about.
Listen to emails from my manager.
About 45 minutes ago, your manager Miriam sent a quick email about budget planning just to you.
Schedule a meeting.
Looks like you're both free at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Should I book this?
Yes.
I've scheduled this and sent the invite.
You can also use voice to find things quickly by clicking the microphone icon.
When is my next meeting with Megan?
It uses the Microsoft Graph to know which Megan I'm referring to, and it will show the next meeting we have in common. To be productive on the go, I highly recommend you download the Office app, which is available today on Android and iOS. What I love most about this app is that it uses the Microsoft Graph to give you an overview of all your recently accessed files and documents, which makes them easy to access or share when on the go. And there is a menu of mobile optimized scenarios from the Actions screen that help you get things done without needing to get to your PC. In Microsoft Edge, the new tab page provides quick access to all my important apps. It also gives easy access to recommended files that I've recently been collaborating on. Here you can see a file that Diego shared with me. Microsoft Search in Bing allows you to see results both inside your organization as well as outside. And even though I only search for Diego's first name, the Microsoft Graph applies logic to know who I am most likely looking for. And lastly, many companies still use legacy sites that only run in Internet Explorer, and Edge now conveniently runs in Internet Explorer mode for compatibility with these sites. And for my final topic, with so many people working from home and fewer boundaries between work and family, it's more important than ever to have a work environment that puts people first. And I'd like to introduce Microsoft Viva, an employee experience platform that empowers people and teams to be their best from anywhere within the flow of your everyday work in Microsoft Teams. Let me introduce the 4 experiences that Viva is built on. Viva Connections is your gateway to a modern experience, allowing you to stay engaged and informed no matter where you work. Connections is customized for your organization and personalized for you. It includes a feed of relevant news, conversations, announcements, and company events so you're always in the know. It also provides a dashboard connecting you to company resources and tools so you can easily do things like book time off or perform a COVID health check before going into the office. Viva Connections can also be customized for every role. Here's an example for a retail cashier, giving them the ability to clock in directly in the dashboard. Viva Insights helps you work smarter and thrive, with insights, tips, and tools right inside Teams. This is the Viva Insights homepage. It offers personalized reminders such as prioritizing time for focused work, to block time for uninterrupted work, coaching time with your manager, and help you prioritize learning. It also recommends regular breaks with meditation apps such as Headspace and a virtual commute to help you wrap up your workday. Viva Insights also offers great tools for managers and leaders, but to learn more about that, please visit the Microsoft Viva homepage. Viva Learning helps bring all your learning into one place in Microsoft Teams. You'll find content that's been assigned to you, along with a curated list from a variety of internal and external learning sources, including LinkedIn Learning and Microsoft Learn. Here is a course that was assigned to me. I can open this LinkedIn Learning module directly in Teams without needing to switch to LinkedIn. Learning is also integrated in Teams channels and chat, making it easier to find, share, and discuss learning with others. Above all, it's just great having all your learning in one place right here in Teams. Viva Topics is like the Wikipedia for the enterprise, and it uses AI to magically connect you to knowledge and experts in the flow of your work. Here, for example, when you come across an unfamiliar topic or acronym, just hover over the word and a topic card will pop up, providing additional context. If you click the topic card to learn more, it takes you to a topic page where you can learn more details, including definitions, people, resources across Microsoft 365, and Q&A powered by Yammer. These topic pages are edited and approved by experts and then kept up to date by AI. Now that is a lot to take in just 10 minutes, but it's also just the tip of the iceberg for what Microsoft 365 can do to help you stay productive and connected in a hybrid work world, so you can work flexibly from home and in the office. Thank you for watching.
Hey, Nathan, thanks for joining me and everyone here at Microsoft Ignite. Before you get into your story about how you deployed Teams and Crestron Flex Teams rooms, can you also tell us who you are and who Spectrum Brands is?
Yeah, Andrew, thanks for having me on. I'm the Senior Manager of IT Collaboration at Spectrum Brands. Spectrum Brands offers a broad portfolio of market-leading, well-known brands, including Kwikset, National Hardware, Remington, Black & Decker, Tetra, Nature's Miracle, Spectracide, Cutter, and Hotshot, just to name a few. Spectrum Brands is a global company, and we wanted a way to connect our employees no matter the location, and Microsoft Teams was a tool of our choice. With the adoption of Teams, we also decided to build out our meeting rooms with similar Teams solutions. By building out our meeting rooms when the offices were empty, we deployed the B series in the small huddle spaces in the small meeting rooms, and we deployed the C series in the medium to larger, more complex rooms. Our goal of our rooms was laid out by our CIO, and it was all about the end user experience. We wanted ease of use and consistency from room to room, regardless of the room size. Crestron Flex was that tool that we chose.
And in those different rooms, Nathan, you had a unique use case for one of them, didn't you?
Yeah, we actually did. So while the pandemic was happening, our HR teams wanted to check in on our plant workers throughout all of our facilities. So they used some of these rooms that were available to do COVID checks, where they checked in on the well-being of our employees.
That's incredible that the quality of the audio and video from those Teams room systems from Crestron Flex gave you the ability to open up more Teams rooms for your different users to be able to actually meet in. So sticking on this hybrid discussion, Nathan, we talk about in-person and remote meetings, but you guys also deployed a hybrid way of managing your rooms too, correct?
That is correct. We use XIO Cloud. As you know, if meetings are down, time is money. So we need to be able to see when those rooms are down ahead of the rooms being actually scheduled, so that we can get in and troubleshoot those rooms. And we use XIO Cloud to alert our service teams so they can get in ahead of time and troubleshoot or work with the individuals in those rooms.
So Microsoft Azure-based Crestron XIO Cloud really did give you the tools to be able to manage that global type deployment. That's really awesome to hear, Nathan. And thank you for telling your story to the folks at Microsoft Ignite. Thank you for being a supplier of my favorite George Foreman grill, but also thank you for being a great Crestron Flex Microsoft Teams room customer. Enjoy the rest of Microsoft Ignite.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Enjoy Ignite.
Now, next up, we've got a couple more stories about innovation that really showcases the real-world impact that our featured partners have had across the industry. Now, from the boardroom to the racetrack and even all the way up to the clouds. Take a look.
With Cloudera, we can connect and analyze billions of data points. This includes snapshots of key parameters that are being streamed in real time from aircraft sensors. We use the Cloudera stack to do machine learning and to predict when components will fail.
My name's Edward Green and I'm the Principal Digital Architect at McLaren Racing. So Darktrace for us is really important because it allows us to quickly see what's going on and learn new things very rapidly. And the AI keeps learning what's normal and what's not normal for us to respond to. It's really important for us to keep data secure over race weekend. We don't send the cars out on track unless we can see that telemetry. It's super important. It means we can't go racing, so Darktrace is critical for us.
I am so pleased to welcome Gurdeep Paul, Corporate Vice President for Business AI at Microsoft. I've known Gurdeep for many years from our time in Skype for Business together, back when I was in IT and he was running that product. Now he leads a group of research scientists, engineers, and business leaders, incubating new market categories like autonomous systems based on emerging technologies. Gurdeep, welcome.
Hi, Caruana. Great to be here at MS Ignite talking to you.
We're so happy that you're here with such a fascinating topic. I'm inspired to hear Mitra talk about autonomous systems in the earlier keynote and the work we're doing to enable visionary customers like Bell. How did all this get started and what was the motivation?
Yeah, I mean, Caruana, we are living in sort of the golden age of the fourth industrial revolution, which is artificial intelligence. And, when you look at the advancement in artificial intelligence, it's happening across a variety of fronts. It's happening in language understanding, computer vision. But one of the areas which is very, very exciting is in autonomous systems where, the control of how things work and operate in the real world is not so much lying with humans, but it's actually embodied inside the machine, where with the humans being sort of the experts who are sort of teaching the machine how to do the things that it can do.
We saw Bell's vision in the earlier keynote and some really cool footage of drone training in a simulated world. Why is simulation important for autonomous systems, and what role does the cloud play in all of this?
Yeah, when you think about autonomous systems operating in the real world, I mean, there is so much going on. There is so much variation that it is almost impossible to collect data in the real world to train the AI models so that then they can, act appropriate in the real world in a very safe way. So the way you do it is by making it a software problem. This is what we do at Microsoft. Any problem, we try to make it into a software problem. So imagine if you could simulate the real world, all facets of it, the visual facets, the physics of the real world. If you can do that, you can now create, millions and millions of variations of the real world, which can then be used to train these autonomous vehicles like Bell's vehicles, which are, really just flying around completely autonomously. You can train them so they can deal with all kinds of variations and they can operate safely. And that is the power of simulation. I mean, it's the best trick that we've figured out on how to really make things autonomous.
I love seeing your passion on this topic, Gurdeep. I love it. And I also am going to presume that you're going to iterate quickly to teach AI what not to do, right?
Yeah. That's such an important part of this. One of the most important things that we have to solve for is how do we make autonomous systems safe? And, that requires new science. It requires a lot of discipline. It requires new processes. And we're sort of looking at this entire problem end to end so that it's not just that we are throwing some interesting technology out. It is that this is practical and it is, it can be used in the real world. I mean, you look at Bell, I mean, they're making these vehicles that are used in commercial applications and taxis and self-flying air taxis and, in other kinds of military applications and so on. So you have to make sure that these are very, very safe. So that's kind of what we're doing, looking at it end to end.
Absolutely. And, this is like innovation in action. And I love that because I know you know me well enough to know that I'm always really focused on customer outcomes. So what are some of the customer scenarios for simulation-based learning?
Yeah, we've been looking at a broad gamut of customer scenarios that we can address. In fact, that is one of the core tenets of our work. We're not doing AI to sort of beat the next most difficult game or, some academic benchmark. We are looking at where can this AI solve real world problems. Today there was a post by the CEO of Pepsi who talks about how our AI autonomous systems platform is being used for manufacturing Cheetos. It's making Cheetos lighter, fluffier. It's making them more consistent. And guess what? All the smarts in the AI that we are putting in for manufacturing of Cheetos at PepsiCo have actually come through human experts who have actually taught the machine how to make the best Cheetos that it can. From there to, Bell Flight, which has, self-flying taxis, to other scenarios like polymer manufacturing that we've talked about in the past, which is an incredibly complex task, again, done by human experts. But the human experts have been able to teach this AI to manufacture polymers to a very high grade, very, very reliably. So we've been able to do all these things by actually creating a simulation of the problem in the real world and then train models with it. In some ways, this is the most breakthrough idea in autonomous systems and robotics that I think, the world has ever seen. And it is this kind of an idea that it really would allow these systems to be, ubiquitous and to be safe in a world around us.
I feel comforted as I listen to you talk about this, Gurdeep, because I know that you are mindful and curious as a leader. I know that from my own experience with you. But for other folks who don't have that benefit of knowing you directly, how are we building a high degree of safety and trust into these systems?
Yeah, and it is, it really looking at the problem holistically, everything from creating machine teaching tools, which can take into account safety, having methods for experts to talk about cases where the system should operate and where it should not operate. And that has been, one of the most, I would say, the rewarding part of this journey is how do you really think about this in a holistic manner? Now, one thing we also realized is that, engineers are used to building these machines. Some of them are automated machines, but not autonomous machines. And, we had to give them tools so that they could play with this technology in a safe way and in a way they can learn and then take that learning and apply it to real machines. So, for example, we built this balancing robot. We'll show you on the screen just now. And this robot here, which you can see is basically, it's got these 3 motors and it is really designed to balance a ball. And, now you could say, well, with some basic control, non-AI control technologies, you can also balance the ball. But, we could make the ball go around in a ring safely. We could put an egg on there, and this could actually balance an egg. But all that requires, this advanced AI. So we've created these mechanisms through how engineers, the real engineers, mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, electrical engineers can actually use this AI technology, get comfortable with it with tools like this, and then apply it to their core task that they're really trying to automate.
That's fantastic. Well, you shared so much knowledge with us. We're going to wrap up now, but I want to make sure that the audience knows how to engage and learn more.
It's great. You should go to aka.ms/AS, which is for autonomous systems, or aka.ms/Moab, which is the name of this really cool balancing robot that I just showed you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Gurdeep. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Caruana. Bye-bye.
Fantastic.
Whether or not it's in person or all digital, Microsoft is powered by our global community, and one of the best ways to connect up with that global community is through our Table Talks. Now, these are 30-minute Microsoft Teams meetings that allow you to connect up with other attendees so that they can be easily accessed and found using our session scheduler. You do have to RSVP to them. There is a limited capacity, but there's a whole bunch of them that take place in a variety of different time slots and different time zones. You'll be able to find stuff like how to level up your career, how to become a pseudo expert inside of Microsoft Azure, and more. But essentially, it's your opportunity to connect up with the community with these community suggested topics. So make sure to find them, RSVP, and save your favorites to the backpack and or your schedule.
Remote work is something so many of us have grown accustomed to. But what if your office was a little more rugged and spanned the entire globe? Take a look at how Dell Technologies helped ABS surveyors do their work all over the world.
Our surveyors are in every major port. absolutely rugged environments, and they need to have the right technology to work. We needed a partner that could help us on a global scale. Dell Technology Services brought two main things that no one else came close to. Number one, it was the global reach. And then number two, it was the value that we received. The best business partner we have is Dell. They've always been there and has always delivered.
From a company story that spans the world to one that lives in the cloud. And like I've said before, I kind of live and breathe the cloud. And so does Cloudera, one of the featured partners here at Microsoft Ignite. Now, the Cloudera Data Platform, or the CDP, is optimized for big data and machine learning, empowering customers like Lufthansa Technik to be able to do the things like help airlines predict and prevent maintenance issues. Have any burning questions? Well, check out Cloudera's Table Topic session tomorrow at around 4 p.m. Pacific time, where the company leaders will answer them. And drop by their showcase to be able to get some hands-on experience with their cool demo center. So much great stuff here.
They were looking to help their customers adopt the cloud quickly, easily, and securely. So naturally, SAP turned to Azure NetApp Files. Results speak for themselves. Take a look.
SAP is the world leader in enterprise software. With ANF, we are able to deploy environments almost 30 to 40% faster. We are able to reduce the total amount of outages by 80% because of the stability that ANF provides. This is enabling our customers to adopt cloud in a much more faster way.
Hi, I'm Cami Zaga. I lead KPMG's forensic practice in Belgium. Please join us for a conversation around how confidential computing can help enhance trust and protect brand reputation in the insurance industry.
Semantic search. It's important and can greatly improve the overall experience of your users. Next up, Jeremy Chapman sits down with Microsoft Distinguished Engineer Pablo Castro to show how Azure Cognitive Search can help you do just that. Let's take a look.
Up next on this special edition of Microsoft Mechanics, we're joined by Distinguished Engineer Pablo Castro to learn how you can bring state-of-the-art search capabilities to your custom applications in content management systems, including the latest enhancements with semantic search for ranking top search results and answers that uses machine reading and comprehension to surface answers to your search queries. So, Pablo, it's a pleasure to have you on Microsoft Mechanics.
Thanks, Jeremy. Happy to be here.
And it's a real privilege to have you on the show as one of the leaders for intelligent search at Microsoft, and congrats on today's announcements. But before we get into this, though, for those of you who are new to Azure Cognitive Search, it's a PaaS solution in Azure that allows you to integrate sophisticated search capabilities into your applications. As an example, large industrial manufacturer Howden use Azure Cognitive Search to be able to quickly drill into the details of customer equipment requests so they can respond with accurate bids. Now, the Azure Cognitive Search platform helps you to quickly ingest, enrich, and explore structured and unstructured data, and you can integrate Azure Cognitive Search into your customer-facing mobile apps, your e-commerce sites, and line of business apps. So Pablo, Azure Cognitive Search really brings together some of the best work from Microsoft across search and AI and really makes it available for everyone.
It really does. We've been lucky to be able to harness a lot of the amazing work of Microsoft Research. We also combined it with our extensive partnership with the Bing team. We've developed a lot of advancements for Azure Cognitive Search. Everything starts with data ingestion. So you can bring data from any source. You can automatically pull data in from an Azure data source, or you can push any data you want to the search index using the Push API. Of course, this content is not uniform. It exists in different formats, and it's anything from records to long text to even pictures. So we taught search to extract and index information from any format, applying machine learning techniques to understand latent structure in all data. For example, we extract key phrases, tag images, detect language, locations, and organization names, and you can also bring your custom skills and models. This combination of cognitive search and with cognitive services in fact, makes search able to understand content of all nature.
Right, and I remember a few years back, we actually showed a great example for this. So we took the John F. Kennedy files, really comprised of decades-old handwritten notes and photos and typed documents. Then with Azure Cognitive Search, we could understand the data and even surface new insights that had never been seen before.
Yeah, the sophistication of data ingestion, the smarts to understand and index content, along with keyword search, it's something we've had for a while. And we've seen many of you take advantage of this for lots of interesting scenarios. Today, we're announcing the next step on this journey with the new semantic search capabilities that include semantic relevance, captions, and answers in preview today. I have this demo application that's fronting a cognitive search index with a dataset that's often used for evaluation purposes called MS Marco. Let's search for what's the capital of France. You can see that the results match the keywords in our search, but it looks like the ambiguity of the word capital in particular caused top results to be a bit all over the place. We see capital punishment, capital gains, the capital of Kazakhstan, removals in France. Now I'll enable something brand new, semantic search. And this auto-enables spelling as well. With semantic search, the Azure and Bing teams have worked together to bring state-of-the-art learned ranking models to Azure for you to leverage in your custom search solutions. Now, if I go back to the page, you'll see the results side by side. Keyword search on the left, semantic search on the right. You can see how on point the new results are. They're about France, and they discuss its capital, with links to Britannica and World Atlas. Note that this huge improvement in quality only required me to enable this option. Now, let's take this to the next level with semantic captions and answers. Let me go back here into settings and enable both of these features. Not only do we see relevant results, but we can see captions under each result that are meaningful in the context of our query. We can also see an actual answer proposed by cognitive search. So now you can create the same kind of experiences that web search engines offer, but for your own application and on your own data.
And what I love about this is that the answer is actually presented directly in the context of the search, and you don't have to click on an additional link then to find your answer. So what does it take then to add something like this, semantic search, into our apps?
Oh, it's not that hard to get it running. Let's first walk through how to ingest and enrich data in cognitive search, and then we can dive into the new semantic search. First thing to do is to create a cognitive search service. I already have one created, and I'm here in the portal with it open. I'm going to use import data to start this process. You can see we support many Azure stores. In this case, I'm going to point to an existing blob storage account with unstructured data in it. In the next step, I can enable one or more cognitive services or custom models to enrich the data I'm ingesting. So I'll add enrichments. For example, I can enable optical character recognition, entity extraction, computer vision, and more. Finally, I have the chance to customize my index definition and to set up indexer options. At this point, I'm done. And I have an ingestion process that will run automatically, detect changes, enrich data, and push it into my index. I already created an index before, so we don't have to wait for this process. Let's go into this index and give it a quick try. I can search for, say, France, and I can see the results coming back. Now, in your application, you'll typically use one of our client libraries or the HTTP API. Here, I'm in VS Code, and this is a typical HTTP request for the search API. Let me run it to see the results for the same search we did earlier. You can see we get the keyword search results. Now, I'll just change the query type to semantic and reissue this query. You can see that now I'm getting the new, more relevant results thanks to semantic relevance. That one line was all I needed. A few more tweaks will also enable captions and answers. And since these options don't require reindexing, you can easily try this on your existing applications as well.
Right, these all look like pretty simple API calls, but behind the scenes at the service level, there's a ton of complexity going on there.
Right. We take care of the data science to give you state-of-the-art search results without having to create your own ranking models from scratch. At the same time, we also take care of the infrastructure to run our ranking and machine learning models efficiently and fast.
All of this of what you've shown would have taken a ton of effort if we were trying to build this ourselves, but what kind of improvements have you made to make all of this possible?
So let's start by explaining traditional keyword search. Here, you would match each word in a search query against an inverted index, which allows for fast retrieval of documents based on if they contain the words or search terms that you're searching for. This returns documents that have those words. The problem with this is it only returns exact matches, and ranking is often only based on the relative frequencies of the words. Sometimes that's what you want, such as when searching for part numbers, like in the example you gave earlier with Howden, when you know precisely what to look for. However, when searching through content written by people, you want to capture the nuance in the language. So we added a few key components to improve search precision and recall. First, we added a step so as a search query comes in, it passes through a new spelling correction service to improve document recall. Then we use the existing inverted index to retrieve all candidates, and we pick the top 50 candidates using a simple scrolling approach that's fast enough for scoring millions of documents quickly. We then added a new prep step for these search results by running another model that picks parts of the document that matter the most based on the query. From there, the results are re-ranked via a much more sophisticated machine learning model that scores document relevance in the context of the query.
And still, there's a lot more in terms of how the intelligence works. And in the examples that you demonstrated here, you showed how the semantic search wasn't just matching words, but also understanding the context of the words relative to the words surrounding them. So what makes all of this possible?
This is where we take advantage of recent advancements in natural language processing. Let's put this into context in terms of what it means for ranking and then for answers. First thing we need to do is to improve recall to find all candidate documents. So in our example search, a key concept was the word capital. The search engine needs to understand that the word capital could be related to states or provinces, money, finances, or a number of other meanings. So to go beyond keyword matching, we use vector representations where we map words to a high-dimensional vector space. These representations are learned such that the words that represent similar concepts are close together in sort of a same bubble of meaning. These represent conceptual similarity, even if those words have no lexical or spelling similarity to the word capital.
Okay, so how does it find then the relationship between the words?
So now that we have solved for recall, we need to solve for precision in results. Here, transformers, which is a novel neural network architecture, enable us to think about semantic similarity, not just of individual words, but of sentences and paragraphs. This uses an attention mechanism to understand long-range dependencies in terms in ways that were impractical before, particularly for models this large. Our implementation starts with the Microsoft-developed Turing family of models that have billions of parameters. We then go through a domain specialization process where we train models to predict relevance using data from Bing. For example, when I search for what is the capital of France, reading the whole phrase, it's able to identify the dependency between capital and France as a country. That puts capital in context and quickly returns results with high confidence, in this case for Paris. And separately, we also build models oriented towards summarization as well as machine reading and comprehension. For captions, we apply a model that can extract the most relevant text passage from a document in the context of a given query. And for answers, we use a machine reading and comprehension model that identifies possible answers from documents, and when it reaches a high enough confidence level, it will propose an answer.
And the nice thing here is that Microsoft takes care of all the infrastructure to run these models, but as you say, they're pretty large. So what are you doing then to operationalize these models into production to avoid slow search results?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, these models can be compute and memory hungry and expensive to run. So we have to right-size them and tune them for performance, all while minimizing any loss in model quality. We distill and retrain the models to lower the parameter count so they can run fast enough to meet the latency requirements of a search engine. And then to operationalize this, we deploy these models on GPUs in Azure. And when a search query comes in, we can parallelize over multiple GPUs to speed up scoring operations to rank search results.
Great. So all of this then offers a great foundation then to achieve both high precision as well as relevant search results. Now, there's a lot behind just those few lines of code that light up these powerful capabilities, really, as you build out your custom apps. But how can everyone learn more and really start using this?
You can try it out yourself. You can sign up for the public preview of Semantic Search today at aka.ms/semantic preview. And we have more guidance on how to get started with Azure Cognitive Search at aka.ms/semantic get started.
Thanks, Pablo. And of course, for the latest updates across Microsoft, keep watching and streaming Microsoft Mechanics. Subscribe if you haven't already yet, and we'll see you next time.
Caruana, if it's one thing I know about our community, it's that the fact that they love to show off their skills. So if you've been to the Learning Zone lately, you might have seen this little thing called the Cloud Skills Challenge. I think I even did a video about that, I forget. But it's a competition that's aimed to test your knowledge and to earn you one sweet prize. If you complete at least one of the 7 challenges, you're going to earn yourself a free Microsoft certification exam.
Each challenge is based on a curated collection of Microsoft Learn modules from all across the cloud solution areas. Take one or as many of the challenges that are right for you. Once you complete at least one of the challenges, you'll earn a free Microsoft certification exam that can be applied to your choice from a select list of options. Remember, the challenge is live through March 30th, so head over to the Learning Zone to sign up. Earlier this hour, we threw in a poll into chat to find out where you were in your career. If you remember, the options were A, just getting started in the job market, B, I'm new to technology, C, established but changing roles, and D, well established in my field.
So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those results and see who was coming in highest. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Caruana, that's 1 for you, 0 for me, I think, on this particular one today. D, well established in my field.
Well, I did think there was going to be a little bit more balance, so there's not as many new folks as I thought that there might be. So that just means we have to reach out more to get more of those new people to Microsoft Ignite and all our great content.
Right. So if you didn't actually have a chance to participate in that particular challenge and questions, don't worry, you still can. There's more of them taking place over the next couple of days. You just make sure that you are registered at myignite.microsoft.com. And then that magical little chat area on one of these 2 sides over here is going to be able to have some of those questions for you in those challenges. Great to see lots of different people coming in from all over the world saying hello inside of the chat from where they're coming from, which is also great too.
I'm really happy that I'm not the only one that has spatial recognition issues. I can't remember which side anything is on from the actual screen, but that's because we're here live instead of watching.
You got it. Now, Azure Arc is an exciting evolution of the Azure story, but what exactly is Azure Arc? Our good friend and corporate vice president of Azure Data and Analytics, Rohan Kumar, is going to tell us a little bit more in this quick little take. Take a look at this one.
Oh man, the thing that really personally excites me about Azure Arc is we foundationally changed the game, in my humble opinion, for every developer in the world. Just imagine where all the value that you thought you could just, get in Azure, all of a sudden has been enabled everywhere.
I think the awesome thing about Arc is it really delivers on that promise that Azure is the world's computer.
It's a single pane of glass that really helps start to simplify and bring everything together.
As an IT pro or as a DBA or as a developer, one of the challenges that I have is just getting control of or thinking about everything that exists in my environment.
Arc says, hey, you know what? By making a resource representation in our Azure Resource Manager, that unlocks all of our governance tools, policy tools, all of the automation tooling that we've built for managing cloud-based resources can now be used to manage on-premise resources as well.
I can choose containers if I want. I can choose VMs. I can choose on-premise infrastructure. I can choose public cloud infrastructure. Arc brings all the things together.
I have all these data assets on-prem and cloud, edge, etc. Are they secure? Like, what governance policies do I have? Who can access my data? Walk up into an Azure portal and create these databases, and effectively it's all managed for you. All the tooling that we've provided to sort of run it yourself, or you can build this connectivity to Azure and we essentially will manage it for you. As a T-SQL developer who's used to running SQL databases or creating SQL databases, you have this fully managed experience in Azure. And with Azure Arc enabled SQL managed instance, now you get that experience on-prem and the edge infrastructure and in other public clouds.
We've really worked hard over the course of the last 5 years to really bake this in natively into Azure. Not just piecemeal or layered over the top as a third solution, it's in it. It's native in Azure. We really extended and created Arc off of this control plane that's already powering millions and millions and millions of operations a day, nestled natively inside Azure. That not only set us up for today's environment, but also help us as we start to think about tomorrow's environments and the future.
Man, I love that video. I just gotta say that. Anyway, it's puzzle time. It's time to go ahead and try to solve this puzzle to discover a secret URL to download a custom piece of Microsoft Digital swag. So each puzzle is gonna unlock a different piece. Don't worry, it's in a zip file, it's totally safe. Just to make sure, because those security pros out there might say something about it. But the idea is that this particular swag could be a LinkedIn avatar badge, it could be a Twitter bling, a Teams background, who knows? You know what you want to go and try and find this out, is try this particular puzzle. This one's called a Rebus. I just recently retweeted it with hashtag MSIgnite, and so did the official Twitter account as well. But the question is, don't share what the answer is, but just, claim that you solved it or not. And for those that aren't familiar with Rebus, because I know I'm not, it's about removing letters and adding letters. And so this first word, just to give you a hint, dog equals ES. Get rid of the D, add a G, and add something that ends up being does, I think. I don't know. But you know what? It's about that time again. We have to head off to our next featured session.
Next up, we get the latest from Microsoft Power Platform. Then, rolling at the same time, Jeremy Winter builds on that amazing Azure Arc excitement with his session. Innovate across hybrid and multi-cloud with Azure Arc. Remember, we'll see you right back here when your session ends.
Thank you for joining us at Ignite. My name is Charles Lamanna, and I'm going to be covering the Power Platform. For the session today, we have a whole bunch of great content, whether you're a beginner or an expert. We have demos, we have roadmap, and exciting customer stories. But before we jump into all of that, I like to always start by explaining why we're so passionate about low-code development at Microsoft. The first reason is that we're seeing surging digital demand for all of our customers. Over the next few years, over 500 million new applications will need to be built, which is more than all the apps built in the last 40 years. Additionally, 50% of tasks done in the office and by information workers could be automated with current technology, but is going unautomated. So all of our customers are really struggling to respond to this huge wave of digital transformation that they need to go complete. And compounding that is the second reason. There's really not enough developers out there to go satisfy this demand. There's a 1 million developer shortfall in just the United States alone. And 86% of the customers we work with report struggling to hire and find the right technical talent to go lead their digital transformation. And of course, compounding these first two things is the third, which is very topical over the last 12 months, which is the great lockdown. So the COVID-19 and everything associated with that, things like over 40% of folks in the United States are currently working remote and working from home, and over a 5% worldwide contraction in GDP. This is making it so that even though there's so much digital demand, we have to find ways to do more with less and to go respond to changing business processes and changing needs that we never had to do before, things like telehealth or curbside pickup. So all of these items are coming together to cause a lot of challenges for so many of our customers. And an easy way to try to solve that may be to say, teach everybody how to code. But that's not really tractable. That's not really possible. Instead, we have to turn everyone into a developer with low-code tools. We have to make it so that no matter what your background is, you can become a developer to automate things and understand data. And when you go look at what low-code means to Microsoft, it's all about empowering every type of developer to go faster. Whether you're a business user or a citizen developer or an IT professional or IT admin or a pro developer or coder. Low code and the Power Platform makes it so you can build digital solutions faster and go respond to all these incredible challenges that we face right now when it comes to technology in the workplace. And if you look at the Power Platform, it fits so naturally into the rest of the Microsoft Cloud. It's built on top of Azure and integrates with Azure. It's built around an extensibility model for M365 and Office 365. So all the great Microsoft technologies you already use can seamlessly be extended and enriched with the Power Platform, with these low-code development capabilities. And if we look at the Power Platform, there's 4 products that make it up. The first is Power BI, second is Power Apps, third is Power Automate, and the fourth is Power Virtual Agent. And if you look at Power BI, it's a low-code way to analyze and explore and understand all of your enterprise data. It makes it so you can have a data-driven culture where everybody can understand and get intelligence from the data you already collect as an enterprise. If we look at Power Apps, it's a low-code way to go build web and mobile applications. If you know how to use PowerPoint and Excel, then you can use Power Apps to go build out your solutions. And these solutions can connect to over 400 different systems. So no matter what your IT landscape looks like today, you can enrich it and improve it with Power Apps. The third is Power Automate, which is a low-code way to do workflow automation and robotic process automation. So the same hundreds of data connectors, as well as UI automation that you heard for Power Apps, applies to Power Automate as well. So no matter what you use today, what systems of record you have, what lines of business you have, you can go drive a ton of efficiency through automation. And last but not least is Power Virtual Agent. It's a low-code way to go build chatbots and conversational agents. So you don't need to have a computer science degree or be a data scientist or a PhD in machine learning, but you can go build out these chatbots just by providing examples and doing control flow, and we take care of the rest. So across all 4 of these products, we're squarely focused on making it so anybody can be a developer and you can move a whole heck of a lot faster. And if we look at what we've seen, so many customers have started to adopt this technology across industries, across different parts of the globe, large, medium, and small. We have 86% of the Fortune 500 using Power Apps today, and over 97% of the Fortune 500 using the Power Platform, all using these capabilities to empower their employees, their IT organization, and their coders to develop faster. And for the first announcement of today's session, I'm very excited about what it means in terms of empowering everybody to use the Power Platform, is that we're now going to include Power Automate Desktop with Windows. That means you can do personal robotic process automation with your Windows license. It's available for download free today, making it so you can go improve your productivity, go automate those repetitive tasks that you hate to do each and every day. And it's incredibly easy to get started. It's built in a way where if you know how to use things like a macro recorder or just even to do clicks on a browser or Windows applications, you can record that and play it back so that you can have incredibly streamlined processes while at work. And to really show this in action, I want to play a video. So let's take it away.
Microsoft streamlines your daily tasks with Power Automate Desktop, the automation tool that's a part of Windows. enterprise-wide processes. Power Automate streamlines repetitive tasks so you can focus your attention where it's needed most. Take care of what's important. Automate the rest.
Power Automate Desktop, Microsoft Power Platform, Microsoft.
And I really like that video because it just shows the power of Power Automate Desktop and Windows together. But it's not just about Windows. Power Platform also is seamlessly integrated with Microsoft Teams. And we're really committed to make it so that Power Platform and Teams are better together so that you can go use these low-code tools to transform your business processes, to understand your data and automate tasks all from right inside of Microsoft Teams. And that's why for every single Power Platform product, we have a first-class, rich Microsoft Teams integration experience. And it's something that we've improved over the last few months and are really committed to continue improving over the next 6 months. If you look at Power Apps, we now have the complete Power Apps authoring studio embedded inside of Microsoft Teams, where you can now use Data First for Teams to create your data model and your backend system, and then use the Power Apps Visual Designer to create your applications and to go connect business logic and security on top of it. So that you can go build a Teams native experience without ever having to leave that Teams surface area. And that type of integration is what we're committed to across the board. If you look at Power Automate, it's the same type of thing. You can go build workflows and automations right from the Power Automate application inside of Microsoft Teams in the Teams store today. You can trigger off of Teams events or trigger off events in other systems or other backends or other databases and go integrate seamlessly by posting messages or responding to interaction through adaptive cards right inside of Microsoft Teams. With apps and Automate, you really can start to reimagine your business processes and what it means in a remote work environment, in an environment where people are collaborating and working together inside of Teams each and every day. And last but not least is Power Virtual Agent, which makes it easy to build chatbots, and no better place to go integrate those chatbots to engage your employees than inside of Microsoft Teams. Bring a bot to a channel, or have a bot that sends messages, or build a personal bot that people can use to go explore important employee information. Power Virtual Agent has the full authoring environment and the full publishing environment entirely inside of Microsoft Teams. And that's really what we're committed to doing, is making it so that if you want to go enrich and customize Teams to be just the way you want it as an enterprise, Power Platform is the easiest way to do that with a low-code capability. And for all of these types of features, one of my favorite ways to explore them is to go look at how a customer uses them. So I'm going to roll a quick video from the Office Depot about how the Power Platform in Teams changed the way that they do business.
Robert Marioni.
With the COVID-19 experience, we worked from home starting in March, and we were on Teams all the time. So I felt it was time to bring some of the apps to Teams. I set up a development platform in Teams where I develop all my apps. We're trying to work very lean and efficient. By building our applications on the Power Platform in Teams, it helps us collaborate a lot better. It also helps us save money over having to contract third-party vendors to create applications for us or to license third-party apps. Creating them in-house very quickly on the Power Platform, it's low code. Sometimes even the departments create them themselves with guidance from our department. They get the things delivered quickly and efficiently and for a lot less money, saving company hundreds of thousands of dollars. For example, the payroll action form was a faxed process. And we have a lot of stores, and if an employee's time card didn't match up and they had to do a quick fix before paycheck time, and in some states, there's regulatory penalties if you don't do it within a time period. Getting those faxes signed off was very difficult for the user, a lot of man hours. So we developed an application that did this for them. It helped workflow notify people that they have approvals to do, and we're able to push this app out to all the stores. That saved us a lot regulatory-wise, and it solved the problem saved in man hours. We work with the business partners to collaborate, test, use all of the software development lifecycle in Teams, and then we deploy the app. Now with Project Oakdale in Teams, I see endless possibilities.
Microsoft 365, Microsoft.
And Office Depot, like so many other customers, have embraced the Power Platform to really transform all parts of their business and to go respond to the COVID-19 crisis. And although the Power Platform makes it so easy through Teams, through Windows, and so many other places to go build out these solutions, we also care deeply about making it secure, compliant, and controllable from an IT administrator perspective. And that's why we're very focused on building the world's best hyperscale enterprise-grade platform out there. And that all starts by providing rich governance controls. So we have built-in data loss prevention policies, things like activity logs and the Microsoft 365 Admin Center integration. So all the capabilities that you're used to from a Microsoft Cloud point of view work with the Power Platform. Additionally, we have dozens of certifications and are hosted in dozens of data centers around the globe, so you can easily be compliant with all the things required for highly regulated industries like financial services or healthcare, or as well as government requirements if you're a public sector. Additionally, although we make it very easy to build solutions in the Power Platform, we also care about making it easy to build secure solutions in the Power Platform. So everything that you create is secure by design, integrates with Azure Active Directory, integrates with customer managed keys and customer lockbox and all the other stuff that you need to really have an enterprise-grade secure solution on the Power Platform. And lastly, we have no standing access to your data that's hosted inside our Power Platform. The data is yours, it's managed and exportable in an open format for all of our customers. And if we look at some of the new announcements that we have a bunch of great new capabilities that we're sharing today. The first is endpoint filtering for data loss prevention policies. It's now possible to restrict connectors from particular endpoints based on IP address or fully qualified domain name so that you can grant access to, say, the SQL connector, but restrict it to only a subset of servers or to IP ranges that you approve centrally. And this more granular control unlocks so much adoption for many of our customers because you don't just have to turn a connector on and off, but instead can turn it on with restrictions. And that's one of the big focuses that we've had is to make it so that even though you want to go embrace all these new data sources and all this citizen development, but you can do it in a way that's controlled and manageable. In addition to the endpoint filtering, we also now have filtering at the connector action level. This makes it so that you don't have to block an entire connector at once, but instead can allow and deny individual actions on that connector. So for example, with the Twitter connector, you could choose to allow all read-only operations, but to block all write operations. Additionally, we now have tenant isolation capabilities, so you can manage which other Azure Active Directory tenants can connect to and integrate with your environment and your organization. This is really key for so many of our customers which have a highly federated Azure Active Directory environment based on mergers or acquisitions or just loosely federated companies. Or if you want to go make sure you work with a partner and only trust that partner to connect to the Power Platform. This makes it so that you can go build these partnerships and integrations without having to go open up the Power Platform to all other tenants out there. And again, just this consistent theme that we have a bunch of controls, we just keep adding more and more granular access. And to top it all off, we also have a whole bunch of new reporting capabilities built into the Power Platform Admin Center. Because everything runs in the cloud, you can see every app, every bot, every dashboard, everything that's being built in your tenant, and you can understand its usage and what it connects to and any potential risks. This reporting makes it straightforward and easy to go build things like a center of excellence and go manage how all of your employees are going to leverage a tool like the Power Platform. And across all these capabilities, one of the best ways to really see them in action is through a demo. So I'm going to invite Julie Strauss to go walk through the story of Unilever and how they've used all these brand new capabilities to go empower citizen developers securely.
Thank you, Charles. We have been working with Unilever, a multinational consumer goods company, through their journey of adopting Power Platform. Unilever started using the Power Platform to deliver on their vision to optimize productivity through collaboration. And they now have more than 3,000 apps and flows and thousands of makers. So naturally, striking the balance between productivity and governance is critical for them. So I'm excited to share with you how Unilever is envisioning that they can boost their productivity as we light up these new capabilities. First up is connector action controls, which is one of my favorite features. I am here in the Unified Power Platform Admin Center, and I've set up a data loss prevention policy already for the marketing department who has their own environment. And for those of you who may be new to the Power Platform, data loss prevention policies are used to manage access and usage of external data sources when building apps and flows. We have 3 categories that you can use to classify connectors. Business, which is for connectors accessing sensitive data. We have non-business, which is for accessing non-sensitive data and are not intended to connect with business data. Last, we have blocked, which really means that no apps or flows can use these connectors in this particular environment. And here we find the Twitter connector, which the Unilever's marketing team isn't really using. I like to use Twitter, though, as an example for connector action controls, as Twitter is a data source that can deliver impactful signals to a marketing department in terms of product sentiment. Yet it tends to be blocked, as very often it creates discomfort with IT, who needs to make sure that no one accidentally push company data to a public service like Twitter. Let's see how we can alleviate some pain here. I'll select the Twitter control, then click on Configure Connector. I choose Connector Actions. This shows you the type of connector actions that I can allow or disallow. We have both read and write actions, and naturally it's the write actions that has the risk of leaking company data. So I can simply block these two write actions, tweet and retweet. And by doing this, I can essentially eliminate the risk and turn this into a safe read-only connector using these very simple radio buttons. Now, as an IT admin at Unilever, I should feel pretty comfortable moving this connector from blocked into business. Endpoint filtering is another capability that Unilever is super excited to light up in their tenant. Let's use the same marketing policy to showcase how Unilever can use this capability. I will navigate to the business category, where this time I will find the SQL Server connector. Unilever hosts a wealth of business-critical data for the marketing department in SQL Server. However, they also have SQL servers, for example, with internal operations data or even finance data with sensitive information that they do not want users to access when building apps from this environment. With the new endpoint filtering, Unilever can become very explicit about which instances of, for example, SQL Server that users can connect to. In this case, we want to make sure that users explicitly are blocked from accessing the operations database when working with marketing data. So we'll simply block that endpoint. I will select the SQL connector. I will choose endpoint filtering. Then I will add the instance of SQL Server database that hosts the operations data. Now let's go to Power Automate and test that the access will be denied when building a flow invoking the specific instance of SQL Server. I will simply add the SQL connector. I will add the action to insert a row to trigger the action. I will select the SQL Server, the database, and the facilities table. Now what you can see is that the flow is saved, meaning that I'm not losing any work. But I'm getting notified that the flow cannot run as it violates one of my data loss prevention policies. Exactly what we want. Super simple, super powerful. You've now seen how these powerful controls will allow Unilever to set up proactive strategy for how to better manage risk. But we are not done. The IT department at Unilever relies heavily on our out-of-box analytics for gaining visibility into the usage and the health of assets created across Dataverse, Power Automate, and Power Apps. Let's take a look at how the IT department at Unilever can leverage our out-of-box analytics to allow for growth and innovation, yet keep a close eye on apps and flow creation on that journey. Taking a look at Power Automate, you can see how the Unilever IT department seamlessly have visibility into flow runs. You can look at daily, weekly, and monthly trends. I can also see how flows are being shared, as well as which connectors are being used across different flows. The latter is a capability that is super important in context of the data loss prevention policies we just walked through, as these views will give Unilever the ability to identify which connectors they need to pay more close attention to. Taking a look at Power Apps, you will see a slightly different view. So this is really just optimized for the need to monitoring apps. You can see toast errors as well as location. Each of these analytic views are available for every environment in your tenant. So you can apply filters over here and pick any environment you want. However, coming back to Unilever, that is using the Power Platform at scale, as the adoption grows along with the normal environment in the tenant, so does the desire to monitor the full inventory of the tenant spanning environments in a single view. To that end, I am thrilled to be able to give you a sneak peek of the new out-of-box tenant-wide analytics for Power Apps and Power Automate that Charles covered earlier. These tenant-wide views will add a completely new dimension to Unilever's monitoring abilities. Here they will be able to see the number of unique users in the tenant. They can see net new users, apps being used, as well as the total number of environments. But more importantly, they can see top apps by the number of users. Put simply, the Unilever team can quickly spot apps with accelerated growth. And they can very easily put additional guardrails around these high-performing apps or simply move them into a dedicated environment for fully managed application lifecycle as needed. For large organizations such as Unilever, these analytics will become essential to understand the full scope and activity across the entire tenant, reducing the time spent to monitor each environment separately. In working with Unilever, we feel very confident that they, along with other enterprises, will benefit significantly from these new enhancements across both the more granular data loss prevention policies as well as these new tenant-wide analytical views. Not only are we further strengthening the foundation of the Power Platform, but we are investing in capabilities that customers have been asking for. With that, I will hand it back to you, Charles.
Thank you, Julie. That was great. Really appreciate the outstanding demo. And in addition to what we just showed, which is shipping right now, I also want to share some exciting news about what's coming soon. We want to announce that Microsoft Information Protection will be coming to Dataverse in the Power Platform. So we'll be able to label your data based on sensitivity like high business impact or low business impact, and that this label will flow with the data as it moves through the Power Platform into M365 and also to Azure, all seamlessly integrated with one Microsoft story for data labeling and data security. And this is one of the big features that we've heard from customers as a top requirement because it makes it easy to secure your data at its root and at its source as opposed to managing at the application or workflow level. And in addition to the capabilities that we've shown for IT admins and governance, I do want to spend some time to really hit the point that Power Platform cares deeply about developers and coders. So I know a lot of the stories like from Office Depot or other ones are about business users, but we're also committed to making sure that Power Platform, together with our other pro developer capabilities at Microsoft, really have no limits and enable any kind of rapid modern application development without having to compromise. And that means things like Power Apps connecting seamlessly to Azure API management to leverage all your microservices and backend systems, or Power BI to go connect to Azure Synapse so you can run queries over trillions of rows at a time. No matter where you start or where you end up, you can actually leverage low-code capabilities in Power Platform together with those dev tools and coding tools that you're used to. Things like GitHub support, continuous integration, continuous deployment. We announced that last Ignite, as well as additional support for Visual Studio to build APIs or custom visuals or custom controls. So if you're a developer in the Microsoft ecosystem, you really want to check out what the Power Platform means for you. And in terms of capabilities coming later this year, one of the things that we're very excited about is the virtual network and Azure networking connectivity that we're going to release. This will make it so that you can go connect from the Power Platform into your Azure Virtual Network, leverage things like ExpressRoute or gateways. So all of your investments for networking with Microsoft will carry over seamlessly to the Power Platform. And that way you don't have to compromise when moving to low code when it comes to networking security. And we know that this is something that we've heard repeatedly from our customers as incredibly key. Additionally, we're going to announce later this, or we're going to ship later this year, the ability to go do customer managed keys. Today, you could do that via API or PowerShell. We're going to have a first-class user interface experience where you can usually go configure keys from your Azure Key Vault to be used to encrypt inside of Dataverse or other Power Platform offerings. And this is what unlocks so much highly confidential and highly regulated computing requirements inside of the Power Platform. And in addition to all of this, another one of the big announcements that we're happy to share today at Ignite is PowerFX. PowerFX is part of our commitment to go reach developers with the Power Platform and part of our commitment to be open when it comes to the Power Platform. PowerFX is our open source language for low-code programming. So that same expression bar that you're used to inside of Power Apps, you can now use that in your own developed projects, and you can also use that syntax in your own file formats or other styles. And as part of that, we also have a new file format to describe the Power Apps.
Colorful particles integrate to form a rectangle. Microsoft Ignite, March 2nd through 4th, 2021, digital event.
Thank you for joining us at Ignite. Use inside of a source control driven environment. And we're going to keep expanding Power Effects throughout the entire Power Platform. Go drop into this expression language. Additionally, by the end of this year, we're going to have Dataverse calculated fields, as well as AI Builder data prep, and Power Virtual Agents, string manipulation, and variable assignment using Power Effects. So not only is this available to our community and to other developers out there, it's also going to show up throughout the entire Power Platform and more. So I recommend checking that out. It's one of our big announcements at Ignite when it comes to the Power Platform. And for the last announcement I really want to share today, it's about the GA of Direct Query for Dataverse inside of Power BI. This is built on top of the T-SQL or TDS endpoint for Dataverse so that you can now honor security and also get real-time data views inside of Power BI when using Dataverse. And this is just another great reason why Dataverse is a key component of any enterprise data strategy, particularly when it comes to line of business applications and line of business process. And I know we've covered a whole bunch of announcements, a whole bunch of coming soons, and a great demo, but I also want to talk about really where are we going next with the Power Platform. And there's 5 main areas that we're going to be focused on for the rest of the year. The first is our continued theme of enterprise trust, making it easy to be secure, compliant, and governable with the Power Platform to empower democratized digitization without compromising on security. The second is we're going to bring artificial intelligence everywhere inside the Power Platform. This means AI-assisted development, as well as leveraging AI Builder models seamlessly from inside the Power Platform. The third is to go embrace remote work. And this really is about enhancing the Power Platforms and Teams integration. So it's easy for you to go leverage and interact with business process or data directly from inside of Teams. The fourth is this idea of fusion teams. So bringing together developers, IT professionals, and business users on a single project, each collaborating with one another to go build amazing transformative solutions. And we think this is one of the biggest sea changes that are going to come from low-code development like the Power Platform. And last is hyperautomation. This idea that 50% of information in office work could be automated with current AI technology and current robotic process automation technology. We want to make it easy for everybody to do that and go reclaim that time, be more efficient, and go embrace faster end-to-end business processes that are more effective and deliver better experiences to customers and employees. So if that sounds interesting, what we've covered today, I say please go explore and test out and try out the Power Platform. It's very easy to get started. No credit card required. You can have your first app in an afternoon. You can go explore your first data set in an afternoon. You can automate your first task in an afternoon. That's the best way to go figure out what Power Platform could mean to you and where you work. And I'd say we also love to hear from the community. So I'd say go check out our online digital community, share ideas, post questions, and so on. And also, I would say there's a bunch of other amazing sessions at Ignite about the Power Platform. Check them out. We have a great Power BI session from Arun Ulag and a whole bunch more of great deep dives about the Power Platform. So thank you so much for the time. And I look forward to seeing you again.
It's great to hear what they're cooking up with the Power Platform. I'm sure we're going to hear an awful lot more about that in the next hour because we've got Donna Sarkar, who actually leads an advocacy team specifically for Power Platform, joining us also with Seth Juarez to be able to take over some of the hosting duties that's coming up here at Microsoft Ignite in the studios. They're going to be coming up in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, we're going to be jumping into this next section that I love to be able to talk with, and specifically talk with Mark Russinovich, the CTO of Microsoft Azure and also technical fellow, joining me from his secret bunker. Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey, Rick. It's going well. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad at all. This is kind of a treat because, well, first of all, I do have to call back to the fall Ignite when we had a little bit of trouble with the networking inside of your secret bunker where you went wireless as opposed to wired. I'm glad to see that you're wired up this time.
Yep, thanks for your help on setting that up for me.
No problem. But specifically, I was wondering if you could just kind of do a quick little recap around what is specifically your role as the CTO of Azure, and you still do some technical fellow pieces in there as well.
Yeah, well, so the CTO role was an individual contributor role when I started in that role, but in the subsequent years, it's grown into an office of the CTO, and I have 4 teams underneath me. One of them is the open source ecosystem team, which focuses on open source partnerships, as well as open source guidance for open source usage and contributions inside of the company. I've got another team which is focused on Azure architecture, so standardizing architectural best practices and design across the platform. Mm-hmm. I've got a third team, which is incubations team, which incubates various projects that are kind of cross-cutting in Azure. One of them that I think we'll talk about in this video is Dapper, which came out of that team. And then my fourth team is a team that's got a code name Singularity, which is focused on building AI supercomputer infrastructure as a service.
Awesome stuff. And, my invitation is still open if you happen to have any open headcount or something like that. I've got a team of people that would love to come and be able to work with you down in that particular CTO office. The session that we're going to be talking about kind of right now is a bit of a mishmash of just the summaries and highlights of the really cool stuff that you have in your session. It's available on demand and on pre-record, which is known as Inside the Azure Data Center Architecture. And I'm curious, can you give me a little bit of background on, because you've been doing these for a while, right? Who came up with the original idea?
Well, when I was in Windows, I was doing Windows internals talks at TechEd at the time and other conferences that always were well received. And when I switched over to Azure, I started to give talks that went underneath the hood of Azure architecture. And a few years into that, I decided to just rename it Inside Azure Data Center Architecture. And so I started doing that talk in 2015. And like the Windows internals talk, like the Case Then Explained talks, every version of it, every instance of it is new in terms of the demos that it covers, in terms of the technology that I talk about, keeping up with what's going on the platform and giving people a view into what's coming.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to being able to see that one there. I did get a sneak peek at it earlier, so I was able to take some notes to ask you some questions that are in there. And I hear that you might be able to do a bit of a demo as well. But I will direct people to your Twitter feed as an example for @Mark Russinovich. He just recently tweeted out a short teaser video to an AKA link to be able to go off and to see a quick little teaser of about that particular session if you wanted to check that one out yourself online. But the first thing I want to talk to you about, because you did break the session down into 6 different sections, and that particular session, seven. Did I count that wrong? Hang on a second. 1, 2.
Yeah,
3, 4.
Traditionally it's been 6. We added a 7th one this time.
Okay. Well, let's stay on top of that one there. But the thing that you mentioned when we did our bit of a prep was the fact that there's 12 demos in this one. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. 12, I think, is the record. It might tie the record, but it's up there in terms of number of demos. So just a demo palooza type of presentation, which people always like seeing the demos rather than just hearing about the technology, but actually seeing it in action.
Right. So in a little bit, I'm going to actually put you on the spot and see if you can actually recreate one of those demos coming up here in just a bit. But the very first section that we talked about in the particular session was talking about specifically our data centers. And I'm happy to mention that you refer to the fact that we have these availability zones, or AZs, or AZs if you're American, I guess. And they're now going to be announced in your session. Well, I probably shouldn't say that. You should probably make that announcement. What's going on with availability zones inside of Azure in this calendar year?
Yeah, well, so we've been working on availability zones for many years. It's there's a lot of complexity that goes into the design of the hardware, the data center infrastructure, connecting region together, as well as the software design that spans availability zones, spans these different discrete data centers that are physically isolated from one another, and the software logically isolates them from one another as well. on that journey, this year's a kind of a breakthrough year because we're committed to now for every new region that goes live, it will have availability zones. And by the end of the year, calendar year, we'll also have all of our foundational and mainstream services will support availability zones.
Mm-hmm. Now, for those that are new to Azure or new to the concept of availability zones, can you kind of give us a little bit of a breakdown, the difference between a region and the difference between availability zones and how they kind of fit in to like infrastructure design?
Yeah. Well, so a region, it just describes a location where you're going to have Azure services. And in the early days of Azure, a region meant, when it started, just a single data center. Then it grew to multiple data centers within the region. But we've then transitioned to an architecture which is we called availability zones, with the industry term for it as well, that describes discrete physical data centers or data centers in a configuration that provides a regional service capabilities. So, for example, if you go to the region, you access service capabilities. Underneath that region now are these discrete availability zones where you can have zonal services like virtual machines that you pin to a particular region. And the fact that you can now have these fundamental building blocks that can go into AZs allows you to build these higher level services on top that actually mask problems with availability zones, mask in those data centers. For example, if there's a fire or a flood in a data center in AZ1, it doesn't affect anything in AZ2 or 3 because they're completely physically isolated from network, power, cooling, as well as physical structure. Mm-hmm. And so the service on top then can mask that and provide services at the regional level that are able to withstand and mask these kinds of availability zone scoped failures.
Okay, so basically when you're off and designing your infrastructure for your application or the individual service you want to use, if it's availability zone aware, you simply can target this area and it will go off and do the magic of using that availability zone from its infrastructure. That's awesome. But also in the data center section, you made a big section and talking about our sustainability efforts. Again, I don't want to give away everything inside the session as a whole, but I'm curious, from what you know of our stuff that we've been doing on the sustainability side, which is like the one thing that kind of stands out for you from those big numbers that were on the walls behind you? Do you have anything that kind of sticks out for you of interest?
Well, I think it's our commitment to, like one of them, I think the key one is our commitment to be 100% renewable by the year 2025.
Right.
But that kind of represents a huge chunk of the initiative. But then we also have, and I talk about this in the session as well, is the efforts to actually undo climate change through pulling carbon out of the atmosphere. And we've got a couple projects underway that I talk about with partnerships with governments as well as companies that we've, in fact, one of them that we invested in to help pull carbon out of the atmosphere and store it safely underwater or in concrete.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, I remember that particular section. It was quite impressive. The ability to go through and to draw some energy and then take the carbon and then put it back in again inside that same spot was actually really, really cool. From the next section that you talked about for transitioning out of that one there from the data centers was specifically around the infrastructure, the intelligent infrastructure that was being used to be able to power our architecture of our data centers. And you mentioned two different things. You had talked about the Resource Central, being able to go through and manage the current environment and how things work inside of Azure. And then something new that was the project, I'm probably going to say this one wrong, Narya, is that correct?
Yeah. That's correct. And so, at least that's the way I pronounce it too. So,
okay, well, if you pronounce it that way, then it's got to be the right way to be able to pronounce it. That one there is not about the actual current and functioning. That one's about predictability for what's going on. Can you kind of elaborate an example of where the predictability piece kind of comes into play with how someone would be interacting with Azure?
Yeah, well, so you're actually referring to that 7th section that I added this time around, intelligent infrastructure, which goes into AI ops and the way that we apply it. Across a bunch of different ways, including what you're just talking about now, which is intelligent resource allocation as part of Resource Central. So how do we place spot-priced VMs onto servers with the least probability that they'll get evicted with an on-demand instance that might show up in the near future? Because we want to make those spot instances last as long as they can without evictions. Mm-hmm. But what you're talking about is another extension of that same using ML and the models to predict what's going to be coming, what virtual machines are going to be deployed based off of historic patterns. And that is looking at failure prediction. So looking at the signals coming off of a server like the disk telemetry, the correctable memory errors to predict when a server is going to fail, and to be able to then live migrate or move a VM through something we call service healing, which might mean shutting down the virtual machine and restarting it on another server that's healthy, and also avoiding placing newly arriving VMs on top of that server that is imminently going to fail.
Got it. Okay, so now I found the missing section, and that makes that one sense too.
Yeah.
And where it actually goes in for the AI ops piece. That's awesome. You've kind of talked about networking at the beginning of this with your wireless and now wired environment now, but from a networking solution inside of our data centers, you went through and actually talked about going from the individual wiring, the capabilities inside of the rack, moving towards the data center level. Again, we already talked about the availability zones, and then the WAN and the last mile is kind of how it progresses. But then you introduced something really cool, and you can't do a demo of this one right now, I'm pretty sure, unless you have some capabilities that I'm not aware of. But you mentioned something like subnets in space. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that what's the proper term for this one?
Well, it's Azure Orbital is the program, and this is Azure support for. It's another way to describe it is ground station as a service, and it's support for satellite communications into Azure data centers with two kinds of modes that we support. One is space to Earth, kind of satellite downlinks. So if you've got observational satellites that are taking pictures, for example, of the planet's surface to look for climate change, that data needs to be downloaded and you ideally want to download it to someplace where you can go analyze the data, and that great place for that is in Azure Data Center. So if you've got a satellite ground station, you can schedule these downloads from those satellites to automatically go capture that data as the satellite's passing over the ground station. And then the second one, which is the one that I demo, which is so cool, is for communications. And this is what you might think of satellites being useful for, is on the edge in remote locations, being able to send data up through the satellite into an Azure data center. So this might be some IoT edge platform where you have data that you need to go analyze in the cloud, but you don't have a wired connection in that location. Now with our work through the acquisition of Affirm Networks, which provides local LTE and 5G capability, you can connect that local network, which would be a phone-based network, into Azure subnet through its connection to Azure. And so what I show in the demo is going and surfing a Azure Blob storage account that's locked down to a particular VNet off of my iPhone that is sitting there connected to an affirmed LTE network in the demo room, in the session room, and being able to surf and browse that blob, despite the fact that I'm not connected to the subnet via any wired means.
Right, and that literally is like one of the top 12s of mine that I saw from that particular session that you did there, for sure. Now, another one of the top demos, and this is where I'm going to ask potentially if you could have a chance to be able to show us this one here, just because I love this. As a guy that's been racking and stacking servers in my previous life before joining Microsoft and working inside of Azure and working with you and with other teams, I was always big on individual large VMs and large capabilities. And in the fall, we talked about the Mega Godzilla Beast, or the hyper super large, I forget the naming convention what it was, but you actually showed us the evolution of the machines and the sheer sizes, because we're looking at trying to run these big, huge workloads from memory resident databases like SAP HANA. Do you have access to one of those machines right now, just to kind of give us a quick little reboot of that one?
I do, in fact, have access to one, and would you like to take a look at it?
It'd be great if you could, yeah.
All right, yeah, let's switch over to it here. So can you see my screen here? Yeah, you can. So there's Task Manager on the Mega Godzilla Beast, and you can see down here 420 virtual processors. If I switch to the memory view, you can see that it's got a whole lot of RAM available, 22 terabytes of RAM.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, but that's kind of fun to take a look at, but it can do things like run Notepad really fast. That's the fastest you ever saw Notepad launch. It runs Minesweeper really fast as well.
Nice.
But then some of the things, and I've tweeted about this, is showing it doing things like playing Tetris or Breakout. But one of the things that I can do for you here live is actually we can take a bitmap, and this is a bitmap of the Dapper logo.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah.
And I wrote a little program that will take a bitmap. Actually, let me save this in the right format. Oops, I forgot to resize. Let me resize this to 20 to fit in Task Manager.
There's only so many processors and hyperthreads that we have to be able to represent pixels, I guess, right?
Yeah. And here we go, saving it.
There we go.
And here's the program I wrote. And if you take a look at this launch bitmap threads, this is, you take an existing program that might be emitting something into an array where each entry in the array represents a particular CPU in the bitmap. This is the code that launches the threads, one per each core, using processor affinity right here to lock the thread to a particular core. So this will then spin up on this machine 420 threads, one on each core. And each of those threads sits in this little loop right here, reading on a value out of an array, the CPU pixels array, to determine whether it should be burning CPU or not and what rate it should be burning it at.
Right.
So if it's set to full, it'll just sit there basically in a tight loop going to 100% CPU. If it's to medium, it'll sleep for periodically to consume only 50% of the CPU. And I've got it here set up so that it's going to read this bitmap that I just created and display it on Task Manager.
See, to me, this is just absolutely awesome pixel art coming past on one of the largest virtual machine hosts that we have running inside of Azure right now, to be able to go off and do that. And I also saw over the holidays, you had done them also for, I believe, Breakout game and
actually,
some other ones too.
Breakout is new. I haven't shown that one. It's in the data center architecture talk. I showed Tetris.
Oh, okay.
On there, but Breakout is new. I thought I'd save that for the video.
Nice. Well, again, those ones are going to be inside the Inside Azure Data Center Architecture session. It's available on demand. That's coming up. Now, you brought up the Dapper logo, and you're obviously wearing a Dapper shirt, and that was inside of a particular section that was specifically about inside compute. And I thought I'd give you just a moment to kind of explain for us folks that aren't aware of what the open source project of Dapper is and how it can be applied and what it can be used for.
Yeah, well, so Dapper came out of the kind of learnings that we had around Azure Functions and actor models and Service Fabric, and looking at the how popular Orleans is as an actor platform, recognizing that enterprise devs want to just get their job done, and Functions as a Service is a great vehicle for just getting your job done. You just write a little piece of code that is your business logic, and the platform takes care of invoking it based off of the triggers you define. And with Azure Functions, it's got this unique capability called bindings, where integrations with other services like Azure Storage also are done by the platform itself. So you don't have to worry about, in your code, connecting to the storage account, authenticating, retrying, pulling in the SDK. That's all encapsulated in these bindings.
Okay.
So completely abstracting that from you. So the Dapper platform really builds on top of those fundamental concepts of triggers and bindings, but does so in a way that doesn't require you to leverage any SDK by delivering its capabilities through a sidecar. A sidecar being something that in the container world, you deploy a container that has the Dapper runtime in it next to your app, and then just talk through a local HTTP endpoint to the Dapper runtime and say, hey, go do this for me, go do that for me, go or call me when there's an event that fires, or a message shows up in my Kafka message queue. Go call my code, just like an Azure function would. But Dapper is completely unopinionated, so you can use Functions as a Service on top of it. You can do actors on top of it. You can take an existing piece of code and say, I just want to use its state management abstraction. So I want to save some state into State Store through the Dapper State Store abstraction. But using component bindings underneath it, you can take that same piece of code, run it on Azure, take it on-prem, and run it on your own infrastructure. Even if you've got a multi-cloud solution, even run it on another cloud platform and leverage the native state stores like Cosmos DB in Azure or maybe Redis on premises without having to touch the code at all. Okay. So it gives you this portability, lets you focus on your business task, and it's consumable a la carte. So you can buy fully into Dapper, or you can just use one of its building block capabilities, and it's got a full rich platform of these, huge community that's built up around it. And the exciting thing is, and why I've been emphasizing it so much in the talk and here, is that we just hit the 1.0 milestone, basically saying this is now ready for production. In fact, we've got multiple customers that are using it in production. And so if you're interested in taking advantage of it and you've been worried, like, I want to wait and see what happens to it, it is now ready to go.
Awesome. Now, you're able to go in and start to use, I believe the term you used was I don't know if this is the right one or not, to Dapperize an app.
Yeah.
That's the whole concept?
That's right. Dapperizing an app just means integrating with the Dapper runtime. In fact, most of the time, and I show this in the demo in the data center talk, is when you Dapperize an app, you actually remove code from the app. So if you had that app that was integrated directly with Cosmos DB, for example, and you wanted to Dapperize it and say, I want to abstract it, so now the code, it can be portable and I don't have to pull in the Cosmos DB SDK into my code, you Dapperize it by just moving this to use the Dapper state store. Now the Cosmos DB code is in the binding and the authentication, all of and the SDK usage, and your code is independent of that now and then becomes portable.
Awesome. We just got about 3 minutes or so left, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, but I do want to cover off that last section that we didn't get a chance to talk about yet. Something near and dear to my heart, the Azure Resource Manager, and you were talking specifically around Project Bicep. Can you give us a little bit of a background on what Project Bicep is and how it hits and works for the IT Pro audience, the technical audience that's out there?
Yeah, well, so one of the things we saw with Azure Resource Manager and the JSON schema for both calling the APIs as well as defining templates is that it's incredibly verbose. It's got a lot of redundant kind of gestures in it. So, that leads to an air of complexity. And so many enterprise customers, as they were building out templates, which are a fantastic, powerful capability of Azure Resource Manager, they quickly get lost in the complexity of very long templates and all of the verbosity of it. And so to help improve the experience around Azure Resource Manager templates, we added things like Visual Studio Code and extensions that include things like IntelliSense.
Right.
But that only got us so far. And so we decided to rethink the whole thing. Maybe there's another approach to this. Looked at using maybe, hey, how about if we just had a programming language approach to Azure Resource Manager? We wanted to maintain the declarative aspect of it. And so we decided we wanted to create a brand new language, a DSL, domain-specific language for it, enlisted Anders Heilsberg to serve as a consultant for it, and came up with the Bicep language. So the Bicep language lets you write ARM APIs calls as well as ARM templates in a very succinct, very natural programmatic way, while yet preserving the declarative nature and providing 100% fidelity with Azure JSON schema. So basically you can take a Bicep file and transpile it down to ARM JSON, or you can go the reverse way, take an ARM JSON template, transpile it back to Bicep. And now with this 1.3 release we've got this week, it's ready for production, and you can now hand Bicep files directly to the Azure CLI to deploy in Azure. And we've had tremendous customer excitement about this. I think it's one of the hottest things in the compute space in terms of the reaction that we're seeing from so many people really saying this is going to change the way that they approach Azure Resource Manager and templates.
Yes, absolutely, definitely. I love the fact that you call that one out here, and there's our quick little chat. The concept of being able to go through and create and make new JSON templates, but then also decompile and make them turn into the Bicep language to be able to go off and to analyze and work with them too. Fantastic stuff there. Again, there is lots more stuff inside of here. We've only just scratched the surface in this short interview. It is a phenomenal session inside Azure Data Center architecture. You even go through and talk about GPUs, cooling, different phases, quantum stuff. There's just so much more to unpack inside of there, plus another easily 11-ish more demos to be able to go off and talk about. But I've taken up enough of your time, Mark. Thank you so much for joining us here at Microsoft Tonight. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Rick.
If you'd like to see more from Mark, you can always go ahead and save him to your backpack by searching for him in the speaker directory. Just please leave that backpack cracked a little bit so Mark can get some air and continue on. Caruana, we've got a couple of minutes left. What were your highlights from that particular chat and from today as a whole?
Today has been mind-blowing as far as I can see. I mean, between Mesh and Viva and AI and autonomous systems and everything that you and Mark just talked about, I'm really grateful for the learning experiences at Microsoft because I know even for myself, I'm going to be doing a lot of learning, watching these sessions. I have my own digital backpack, and so I'm able to store all that information and do what needs to be done. So I just think that this is an amazing time. And it all starts with the 5 points that Satya talked about in his opening keynote this morning, and building, enabling customers and organizations to just do more. So, we'll be talking about today for a long time.
Right. The content that we've gotten there, the one that kind of stood out for me an awful lot as well, was actually your interview with Jeff Teper, talking about some of the cool things for implementation on the Microsoft Teams side, but then also the human aspect of things too, with how to manage it and how to make sure. I've saw a couple of tweets out there where people are absolutely taking a snippet of that particular one and they can use that as an excuse to their boss. Jeff Teper said that I could take this meeting off, so we're good.
Absolutely. And, I think that it's really important that we remember health and wellness and human connections. That's really what this technology is about. Impact on people and organizations. We want them all to achieve more together. And so, that's not, I tell this to folks all the time, that's not just some slogan we put on PowerPoint slides here. There are thousands of people throughout this ecosystem and folks who are watching right now that live and breathe that all the time. So I'm so excited and really grateful to be a part of everything that's going on here. So, but I definitely love No Meeting Fridays, because No Meeting Fridays, I saw a tweet on that as well. That's actually when I do a lot of my learning. And that's going to be, we're going to trade some training with each other, aren't we? You're going to teach my team about Azure, and I'm going to teach your team about M365, Microsoft 365, and we're just going to get better together.
Collaboration, so long as it doesn't take place on a Friday, I'm good with that.
That will do it for us now. We've got two stellar hosts, Donna Sarkar and Seth Juarez, waiting in the wings, as in literally over in the wings, right over there. That's where they are. Look how cute that is. You're gonna just have so much fun with them. Right. It's great.
They're going to be taking the helm just after this particular session, but I am going to warn you now, they are a little bit of a handful in case you haven't figured that out. So hold on to your hats. They'll be right back. It's about time to hang this hat up for a little while, but I'm going to see you with Caruana at the end.
I know. We'll be back. Thank you so much for joining us live in studio today. We had an amazing time with all of you, being with you on this leg of your Microsoft Ignite journey. If you'd like to follow us during Ignite, feel free to add us to your backpack by searching for us in the attendee directory.
We'll be back in the studio tomorrow, so just don't say goodbye to us just yet. We will be back to be able to connect up with you to wrap up and bookend that individual sessions. Next up, get ready to be elevating from the end-to-end customer experience with Dynamics 365. Roll that tape.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us at Ignite. I run product and engineering teams for Dynamics 365 business applications. The world of business applications is fundamentally changing, moving from being a reactive, action-first and insights-later world to being a proactive, data and insights first with AI-driven next best action recommendation before an action is taken. This change has led to a foundational redefinition of business processes and, in some cases, entire business models. This shift was happening even before the pandemic, but the events of last year have significantly accelerated the need and the urgency for this change. We've seen changes and disruptions in nearly every industry in the last year. Consumer behavior and customer expectations have changed. How employees work have changed. How supply chains operate have certainly changed and have been drastically disrupted over the course of last year. What used to be called CRM is now a completely inadequate and in some cases irrelevant concept for today's digitally transformed enterprises. CRM was defined as a set of applications that allowed you to manage your relationship with the customer. The apps allowed an organization to collect customer data, fit them into broad segments, and communicate with the customers through a one-size-fits-all message, or at best tailored by those broad segments. Or it was an application that allowed organizations to capture leads through to the point of conversion, or an app that was used to capture and track customer issues when a customer called in with concerns. That has changed. CRM is evolving from something that was used to track the organization's relationship with the customer to orchestrating high-value, real-time, delightful experiences for the customer. Hyper-personalized to a segment of one, and holistic in that it doesn't stop when the customer clicks order, but extends into how you fulfill that order to the point of when the product is delivered or the service experience. And to knowing in advance that something isn't right with the product and remediating it even before the customer calls or has a chance to express their dissatisfaction. Customer experience obsession transcends now from being historically isolated to the front office to being a concern of both the front office and the back office. Supply chains need to shift from being inflexible, rigid, product-centric supply chains that customers accommodated to being flexible, agile, real-time, customer-centric supply chains. These are the new rules of customer experience and what differentiates a modern organization from the rest of the competitors. And this is what we're enabling with Dynamics 365, covering perhaps the broadest set of data-first, AI-infused, evergreen business applications, spanning both from the front and the back office business processes end to end, allowing an organization to start their transformation from wherever they need to or transform both front and back office holistically. All of this built on top of Power Platform, the world's leading low-code, no-code platform, providing unparalleled extensibility to Dynamics 365 through Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI, because no app is complete in and of itself. And as if all of that wasn't enough in and of itself, it's all built on the Microsoft Cloud, natively on Azure, seamlessly integrated with Office and LinkedIn and Bing where necessary, amongst other things. These sets of assets make Dynamics 365 applications truly, and in some cases, uniquely differentiated in value for our customers. To help our customers enable this modern, end-to-end, AI-driven customer experience obsession, we're really excited to announce not one, but two amazing products today. The first one we'll talk about is real-time AI-driven B2C, business-to-consumer customer journey orchestration capabilities in Dynamics 365 marketing. Capabilities that enable organizations to create simple, easy-to-configure, highly personalized, event-driven customer journeys with intelligent action recommendations across all customer touchpoints. Secondly, we'll talk about Dynamics 365 Intelligent Order Management. This application enables organizations to manage and orchestrate orders coming from many different channels intelligently through many different fulfillment and delivery options via a set of configurable rules and policies. It allows organizations to meet the customer promise on time and in the most efficient manner without needing to go through an expensive rip and replace of existing supply chain systems of execution. Let's start with learning more about customer journey orchestration. For this, I'd like to invite our leader for Dynamics 365 marketing product, Lori Lampkin, to tell us more about the amazing innovation coming in this space. Hi, Lori. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Mohammed. It's never been more important to connect with each other as individuals. And over the past year, we have depended on technology in order to do it. We can't have that megaphone style blasting communications be the connection. We need to be drastically different. Companies need to connect with humans as individuals now more than ever. We are bringing the world of customer experience and the world of marketing together to do this. We are breaking down the silos that existed between marketing, sales, service, commerce to create a unified customer experience throughout the entire customer journey. Here at Ignite, we're announcing Customer Journey Orchestration Public Preview to help you connect with your customers individually at scale. We're providing real-time customer journey orchestration individualized to each user. It orchestrates across all customer touchpoints for a unified, deep understanding and meaningful interactions with your customers. And this is really different. The way you author content is assisted by AI. The way you author journeys is assisted by AI. As customers engage with you, no matter whether it's a human on your sales or customer support team, or whether that customer is opening up an email or purchasing something, the journey can recommend a response. And again, this is assisted by AI. We infuse intelligence at every possible interaction point with the customer. All of that makes the experience unique and meaningful to each individual. We're doing this in a way to help you be more effective. You don't need to hire a development team in order to get the power of this tailored experiences. Humans are at the center of all of this design. We do this so each customer feels connected and a deep human experience. Here's an example of the sort of impact this level of communication and attention can bring to your customers. Let's hear how important this is for UNICEF.
UNICEF Netherlands works hard to build relationships with their donors, and they are looking to take this to the next level through one-on-one personalized digital interactions. When they make asks of their donors, they want those asks to be personal, resulting in higher frequency and amount of donations. Take, for example, Lars and Nina, who attended a UNICEF-hosted concert. At the concert, there are posters with QR codes to receive messages directly from the UNICEF ambassador. Lars, an occasional donor, and Nina, who has never donated to UNICEF before, scan the QR code and consent to messages from UNICEF. Here we are in the Dynamics 365 marketing app. Let's see how our new customer journey orchestration features will connect the digital and the physical in a more personalized way than ever before. We start by creating a new customer journey that will start when the donor opts in at the concert. Only the people that attend and opt in will get these messages. The journey will then wait for our ambassador to deliver the speech to send the message. And with the help of Customer Insights, Microsoft's customer data platform, we are able to identify high potential to engage individual donors, based on predictions such as donor lifetime value. This allows us to send a different message to Lars and Nina based on their relationship with UNICEF. We'll set this up using and approachable for any business user. Now that we have this split, we can differentiate between the experiences for occasional donors with high potential to engage, like Lars, from those who have yet to donate, like Nina, so they have more customized experiences based on their current level of engagement with UNICEF. Let's take a look now at the experience we've crafted for Lars, their occasional yet high potential donor. When they receive a donation from him, they send a donation confirmation that is very personalized to Lars, citing how long he's been a donor, how many times he's donated, and the impact his donations have been having. This makes Lars feel amazing for his already charitable actions. A day after the concert, UNICEF sends a personalized message to Lars showing the impact of his donations. When UNICEF also uses Customer Insights, we can further personalize that message for Lars based on his past interests. This is done seamlessly through segment and profile sharing when Customer Insights and Dynamics 365 marketing are used together. We can tie together the signals from UNICEF's website to react when Lars is looking at COVID trends. UNICEF can now trigger an agent to give him a follow-up call on how he can help when Lars is most interested. Nina, who has never donated before, will have a very different orchestrated experience tailored to her, including a survey through customer voice to better understand what Nina cares about most. Since Nina is not a UNICEF user, we will use AI to determine the channel that is best suited to reach her. When the survey is completed, Nina receives an email that contains information about the programs and efforts that best match her interests. As Nina visits the website, UNICEF can use these signals to follow up with her through email, a more appropriate way to engage with her as she starts down her path as a donor. Again, like when Lars visited the website, These are moments that are completely customer-led. Let's say we've published the journey now, and it's been running for some time. We can now take a look at how they can see the performance of these journeys and further optimize with data and AI. You'll immediately notice our real-time Sync visualization makes it easy for UNICEF to see where customers are moving through or dropping off the journey. Aggregate analytics will help UNICEF understand how one, multiple, or all journeys are performing. With Dynamics 365 Marketing, UNICEF is using real-time customer-led journey orchestration enriched with data and AI to build loyalty with their donors. Just imagine what your company can achieve with customer journey orchestration in Dynamics 365 Marketing.
Wow, UNICEF is a great example of the value this solution can bring to customers with the ability to really put people at the center of everything. The UNICEF journey is led by the marketing team. But this solution isn't just for marketing. HP is leveraging this solution from the lens of a global customer service team. HP is a great example of how a large global organization can engage customer journey orchestration to elevate the customer experience. Let's take a look.
HP's intent is to create technology that makes life better for everybody everywhere, from consumers to small to medium businesses to large corporations, hospitals. There's a really wide diversity of who might use our products. Customers, when they come in with a problem, they're coming in with a very specific intent. They want HP to recognize that, understand that I've got a problem, I need it fixed. All of the customers need empathy. They need understanding, and they need to have confidence that you know the problem and you will be able to resolve it. This customer journey orchestration product appeals to us. You can know a customer started on the web, that wasn't successful, they've then escalated into the contact center. That agent then can see the product, they can see if there's any telemetry from the product that might also be indicative of what's going on. That real time is absolutely critical because it's giving you that view of the customer without the customer having to repeat themselves and say, I did this and I did this, and how come you don't know about me? As a technology company supporting technical products, it's incumbent on us to be able to demonstrate that underlying competency to the customer, whether it's a consumer or it's a large corporation. At all stages, we're trying to make this appealing to the customer, keep their experience high, keep them up as an ongoing and loyal customer. You want to treat each customer individually and appropriately. It's recognizing their name, it's recognizing are they a loyal customer, giving them credit for that loyalty. It makes HP feel real to the customer, it makes the customer feel real to HP.
So you can see how even with a large global footprint, the company can provide a cohesive experience across all interaction points. We're breaking down silos across sales, marketing, service, so the company operates all on the same page, in tune with the individual. This is beyond marketing automation. And it's not just for marketing teams. It's designed with the business user and ease of use in mind. Mohammed?
Thank you, Lori. Thank you for an amazing product. What I love about customer journey orchestration is the simple, almost fun experience guided by AI to build the individualized customer journeys. While we're seeing great interest and excitement from our private preview customers, we're also thrilled about the feedback and excitement we're seeing from some of the leading digital marketing agencies. These agencies deeply understand the challenge and are often at the forefront of helping customers make this transformation. Let's hear from one such agency, VML-Y&R, on what they think about the product.
Hi, I'm David Mitchell, Chief Technology Officer at VML-Y&R, a WPP company. At VML-Y&R, we create connected brands. And a connected brand is one that exists across multiple channels for multiple audiences. And really, it's available for customers whenever and wherever they are. In order to do that, you have to have customer data, but customer data is only valuable in how you activate it. It's why we're excited to partner with Microsoft. Dynamics 365 Marketing, and specifically customer journey orchestration, is the best example of a product and platform that reflects our own journey-driven development software methodology. And journey-driven development is about code and context. It's where we take the events of a person's life and turn those events into events in the software platform that we can then orchestrate to create new experiences that surprise and delight our customers. It's why we're excited to partner with Microsoft on the launch of Dynamics 365 Marketing and bringing that to our clients. Specifically around customer journey orchestration, we're excited to see the value that it unlocks for our clients and the business value that it produces for them.
Front office transformations can be really handicapped if you're still dependent on rigid, inflexible, hard to implement, and even harder to adapt supply chain systems of execution. To deliver on the customer experience, we need to also orchestrate the order fulfillment journey through the supply chain systems of execution. From the moment a customer clicks buy now and the order is placed, to the moment the customer receives the order, a set of processes and interactions with the customer kicks off, rife with opportunities to either delight or disappoint. This opportunity to delight or disappoint is accentuated with the fact that nearly 2/3 of all retailers expect half of their sales to come from digital channels in the next couple of years. At the same time, over half of these companies felt that their supply chains were unprepared to meet the growing digital commerce needs. This need for urgent supply chain agility and flexibility has only been accentuated by the pandemic. Going direct to consumers, though, is not just a challenge for retailers anymore. This is happening across industries. Manufacturers and wholesalers are looking to expand into new channels to meet the customers where they are and meet them in all the places that the customers exist. The change of business is happening at an accelerated pace, and most companies don't have the time or the resources for major systems overhaul to be able to get to that agile supply chain. What they need is something that can easily connect to existing systems and provides a central platform for intelligence and order orchestration across all channels from where the orders are coming, across all fulfillment options that exist and are at their disposal. This is exactly what Dynamics 365 Intelligent Order Management is designed to do. On one side, it easily connects to an ecosystem of commerce and order intake applications, and on the other side, it connects to a set of fulfillment and delivery applications, providing full visibility to all orders and the life cycle of the orders with the ability to easily define and execute fulfillment orchestration rules and policies in Intelligent Order Management. Enhanced with insights and intelligent recommendations for exception scenarios and for anomaly detection to make you better prepared for supply chain events. In today's world, customers have numerous ways of shopping, and for a retailer or a brand owner, that means many different order capture points, from an ever-growing number of digital channels, such as company-owned or multiple public marketplaces, to apps and to traditional ordering channels, such as EDI, to serve their consumers directly or to serve them through distribution partners. Similarly, a company will have many different options from where to fulfill that order. It might be fulfilled from a warehouse or a store, potentially in-house or through a third-party logistics provider, and that order might be shipped and delivered any number of ways with various newer micro-fulfillment strategies while honoring an increasing diverse set of options selected by the consumer. In a single pack, in separate packages, delivered on a particular day, delivered to a locker, or made available for curbside pickup. Microsoft Dynamics 365 Intelligent Order Management is an engine that automatically manages these orders at scale. This order orchestration engine is built on Power Platform, which has over 200 pre-built connectors, allowing any business user to instantly connect it into order capture or fulfillment ecosystem. The optimization engine is a flexible, rule-based system using real-time inventory, AI, and machine learning powered by the Microsoft Cloud. Let's take a look at Intelligent Order Management through the lens of one of our private preview customers, Breville. Matt Sheard, one of our awesome solution architects, is going to walk us through the demo. Matt?
Thank you, Mohammed. It's great to be here. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper and take a look at Breville. A global company who I'm sure all of us are familiar with, Breville provides world-class kitchen appliances that range from at-home espresso machines to blenders and toasters and everything in between. Like many companies, Breville sells through traditional retail channels and has a direct-to-consumer channel. And it also has a growing number of additional digital channels and marketplaces. Breville has a large number of orders coming in from different platforms and a variety of customers, all of which having an ever-increasing set of fulfillment options. So one of the challenges for them as an organization was, how do they very best meet the needs of their customers, yet at the same time, still optimize as best they can across the network? Well, this is where Microsoft Intelligent Order Management solution comes in. Let's take a look. Here I've logged into the Microsoft Intelligent Order Management solution, and I'm presented with a daily events dashboard. Now, as a quick recap of what I'm seeing here, looking at the top, I get a view of the many orders along with the various statuses, and the detail below allows deeper insight into the orders in question. Now, if we take a look over at the graphics on the right-hand side, we can see here that we have a large number of orders across multiple channels. More importantly, I can also see a summary here of those orders and what's actually currently blocked. And this acts for me as a prompt to focus on those orders that I have issues with fulfillment. Now, if I draw a little closer to the area orders failing validation, we can see here the issues that are affecting our order processing. One particular area we see is the address validation causing issues and failures. Take note of this as we can address this in our order orchestration process. We'll explain a little later on in the demonstration. With digital commerce exploding and COVID-accelerated transitions to new business channels on the rise, having the ability to connect to marketplaces seamlessly and as quickly as possible is what customers like Breville expect. Microsoft makes the discovery experience simple for complex and large businesses by having a set of very rich, configurable pre-built connectors. The solution is built on our Power Platform and provides over 200 pre-built connectors, and we continue to expand on those sets of connectors for order intake, order fulfillment, and delivery service providers. Let me show you how we can create a new channel and add that to our intelligent order management system. Firstly, I'm going to select the Getting Started option from the left-hand menu. Then I'm going to select the Manage Order Intake connectors. Here you can find some already existing connectors. We're going to add our Contoso order connector so that we can start to fulfill our orders coming in from Contoso. Now, as part of the setup, I need to validate my credentials with the URL and the API key. I'm just going to paste these in, and now I can connect. As we move into the events and actions setup, here I can select the type of events and actions I want to drive the orchestration flow of my order process. There can be many paths an order could potentially take after it's placed to get it delivered in full and on time to your customer. Choose the right order path with a high volume of orders can be difficult. So this is where the Microsoft Optimization Engine comes in. Microsoft IOM is event-driven, meaning that each event triggers the opportunity for personalized order journey. Now you can easily model and configure the orders journey as a business user. You can create rules with an incredibly intelligent fulfillment service through Microsoft Distributed Order Management. Let's take a look at how easily you can configure your order orchestration. If I select Flows from my menu on the side under Orchestration, here I can see the actual order process. Note my order will go through a series of validations. If it fails, see here I have a setup of a workflow that notifies individuals that our order has failed. Now, if it passes, then here is the path to the right of the order that progresses through the fulfillment determination, then onto the fulfillment location, and so forth. Now, a common issue when dealing with orders coming in from many different sources is that we may have inconsistent data due to the limited validation in the source system. Now, in this example, what we want to do is check the minimum quantity. Now, we can use rules to prioritize getting small orders out first when they have limited inventory quantity and balances to satisfy more customers. To do this, I'll click on the orchestration setup. I create a rule and define that I want to pick up orders where the order quantity is greater than 1. Now, I have my execution policy in the orchestration, therefore looking to fulfill smaller orders. Now, remember, in our introduction and on our daily event dashboard, we did see that address validation was an issue for us in fulfilling orders. So if we don't have a valid address, we can't make fulfillment optimization decisions like least distance or least cost, and therefore we create issues with our deliveries. Let me show you how we can add an orchestration step for our address validation. Here I can click on the order orchestration setup. I'll select my action type. Let's now choose the address validation. Note here the pre-configured actions on the connectors like delivery carriers or tax services will provide our address validation, so we can select from the list of available actions here. Now we need to define what happens when the address validation fails or passes. Note here we'll tap into the already existing flow of pass or fail process, but ensure our address validation is key to the order orchestration process. I will now select the fulfillment determination option. The fulfillment optimization engine provided by Distributed Order Management will evaluate the order for rules like least distance and costs within the validated address to find fulfillment locations on the network. Now, once we know what location the order will be fulfilled from, orchestration can use the bidirectional connectors to communicate to the facility with received status updates. We know the world isn't perfect and things can go wrong, but in the picking process, product gets damaged. Responding to events sent from the fulfillment facility and passing them through the orchestration flow, we can now make decisions like putting the unfulfilled order lines on backorder status. This status can trigger the order line to be automatically reprocessed for finding next optimal fulfillment opportunity. There's significant value here in creating optimizations across your fulfillment network. We give you insights into where the bottlenecks are in your fulfillment network so that you can streamline and drive efficiencies. See some of the graphics displayed showcasing valuable insight. So in summary, events through the orchestration journey can provide status information that is visible through insights and can be shared through connectors to external systems. With a diverse and ever-expanding set of ways in which orders can come in and orders can get fulfilled, only Microsoft IOM allows you to rapidly connect an intelligent order orchestration engine to your existing systems and sources to drive excellence with delivery of each order. So now, let's hear from Breville about why they're so excited for this solution.
I'm Jeff Solentrop, Vice President of Enterprise Architecture and Digital DTC and Programs at Breville. We're a global company and we're constantly expanding the number of ways by which customers can purchase our product, as well as the number of fulfillment options to meet their needs. With Dynamics 365 Intelligent Order Management, we can centrally orchestrate fulfillment, optimize the order journeys across all sources and scenarios. This will enable us to proactively respond to fulfillment risk, constraints, while delivering on the order promise.
It's always great to hear from our customers and how they're solving business challenges. Every customer has a complex set of needs when it comes to pulling together and connecting the various and ever-changing elements of the order fulfillment journey. What we showed you here today is just a slice of what the product can do. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Matt. And a big thank you to all of our customers for letting us tell their amazing stories today. They're in the company of a much larger set of design customers that we've been working very closely with as part of this private preview, both for intelligent order management and for customer journey orchestration. These customers realize that the ability to create AI-driven, event-based, individualized customer journeys is what will differentiate them in customer experience. And they realize that to truly enable modern customer experience, it has to include having an agile, resilient, customer-centric supply chain. We're really excited about both of these applications being available in public preview for a broad set of our customers to try. We're out of time, but we're not done yet in terms of announcements for Dynamics 365 or big announcements for Dynamics 365. There will be an awesome session tomorrow led by Takeshi Numoto that really showcases how Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams come together to provide a seamless experience, enhancing collaboration, productivity, and ultimately business outcomes. Don't forget to tune into that session. Like this one, it's going to be filled with demos and customer stories. Besides that, we have a set of on-demand sessions, as well as a set of roundtable sessions where we'll go deeper into what you saw today, as well as other investments in Dynamics 365. We'll close with how we began. Business applications are fundamentally changing, from being reactive to being proactive, from being action first and insights later to being data and insights first and action guided by AI. To help our customers achieve this business applications transformation is what our mission is in Dynamics 365. As excited as we are about these, in some ways, we're just getting started in Dynamics 365, and I look forward to sharing even more transformative innovations with you through the course of the year. Thank you very much, and thank you for tuning in.
Hello, world! This is Microsoft Ignite, the center for the latest in innovation, product developments, and shenanigans from Microsoft. I'm Donna Sarkar. I'm the principal cloud advocate for the Power Platform and our Fusion Dev teams. I work with IT pros, developers, citizen devs, data analysts from all over the world to help you build things like chatbots and apps and automation without writing a whole bunch of code. And this guy.
I am Seth Juarez, principal cloud advocate. My job is to help every professional on the planet be successful with AI and ML in the cloud. We are holding things down at our headquarters in Redmond, Washington, in North America, if you're wondering. But we're so excited to have you joining us from all over the world these next 2 days. Big thanks to Caruana and Rick for kicking things off. They did such a good job.
Yeah, you know what? They did an amazing job. Did you hear them at the end when we kind of crashed? They were like, oh, look, they're here. And then they ran, out the door.
They did not want to talk to us. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's so weird. Okay, so as maybe some of you know, this is the second time that Microsoft Ignite is going all digital. Even though we're not digital, you happen to be digital. The reality of this global transformation we're going through still has made tech-driven solutions more important than ever. We're excited to be at the forefront of that innovation and, more importantly, to be helping you connect, engage, learn from fellow innovators, industry professionals, featured partners, and most importantly, each other over the next 2 days.
That is correct. Microsoft Ignite is also where you can up your professional game. Take advantage of the Learning Zone, the Hub, dedicated development activities, training, and Microsoft certification. Sign up for the, and I practice this, Cloud Skills Challenge to really put what you know to the test and earn a free certification exam. You know what my favorite price is, Donna?
I don't want to know.
Free $99.
That's not in the script. Okay.
It should be.
Wow. Seth, I just can't even already with you. All right, so there's still so much to come on day one of Microsoft Ignite. Even Seth's amazing jokes, y'all. Yes. But first, let's recap what we've seen so far, okay? All right, so Seth wasn't paying attention, but here's what happened. We heard from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella in his opening keynote.
That's right.
Were you?
I watched it.
Did you? Okay.
Yes, I did. I'm going to do the homework, okay? There was a couple things I didn't do. The thing that I liked that he said most, no surprise, that he wants us now to convert our data into functionality with AI.
I like that. You know what I also like?
Let's hear it.
He really focused on two things. One was we need to focus on creators and communities, and then we have to enable those creators and communities to get upskilled and get the jobs of their dreams. So I liked he talked about knowledge workers as well as office workers, new grads as well as people in the global workforce. So what's the point of making all this cool tech if people aren't ready to use it?
I know, right? And the goal is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, not just React developers.
That's right. Exactly.
Everyone.
All of the peoples. Okay, so if you missed it, no worries. We're going to have an encore of that later in the show. Microsoft Ignite is all about highlighting the key voices shaping the future of innovation and tech-driven solutions. We're going to hear from them today, like in a customer tech talk with Microsoft's Ben Walters. Plus, Corporate Vice President of Azure, Rohan Kumar, is going to demonstrate the latest innovation in hybrid data in the Go Limitless with Azure Data and AI session.
That is correct. That's at 3 p.m. I was going to say 3 p.m. Pacific, but PM Pacific. And if you don't catch everything live, not to worry. All of the great sessions and keynotes from Microsoft Ignite will be available to you on demand to watch whenever you want. But first, more than ever, innovations in tech are directly impacting consumers and businesses alike. Let's hear a few customer stories from our featured partners, ServiceNow and IBM. This is Microsoft Ignite.
Today's cities are a complex network of citizen services and municipal departments. It's a demanding task and has the potential to be overwhelming. But not with IBM 311 Citizen Services. Microsoft Dynamics 365 automatically routes cases through workflows and can enhance analytics and customer satisfaction. Always available, always live, always ready to help.
All right, y'all, let's now go to Brenda Brown, leader of the Business Apps Core Product Marketing team here at Microsoft. She is chatting with the amazing David Mitchell, who's the CTO of VMLY&R. She's going to be talking about his unique perspective on elevating customer experiences. Brenda, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Donna. Hi, everyone. I'm Brenda Brown, and I lead product marketing at Microsoft for Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. And I'm here with David Mitchell, who is the Chief Technology Officer, like Donna said, for VMLY&R. And we're here together to talk to you about how we can elevate customer experiences together. David, welcome. Thank you for joining us at Ignite. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your role at VMLY&R?
Yeah, thanks so much, Brenda. VMLY&R is a modern marketing agency, and my team is about 500 engineers in the U.S. and developers, and we are out there working with our clients every day and helping them build modern marketing, great customer experiences for their clients.
That's great. Thank you for joining us again. As someone who has been in the marketing discipline myself for over 20 years, both on the agency side as well as the client side, I worked at an agency a while ago, David. I have to recognize that. And we use technology mostly in-house. I don't remember us doing technology consulting necessarily. And I've seen an amazing intersection of technology and knowledge and subject matter expertise of this space in particular. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how VML is helping customers accelerate their transformation?
Yeah, I think it's, for me, this is my first time working at an advertising agency. So, 25 years in software. But the reality is, I think our clients are seeing that they are having to become more like software companies. And I think it's also happening to agencies, themselves. That expression, software is eating the world. And I sometimes think it's our job to make sure that our clients get a seat at the dinner table, as opposed to a spot on the menu.
Absolutely. And we've noticed lately that it's not only enough to understand those customer needs and demands and the technology that they need or that we can offer to them, but really apply all those insights to create those delightful and cohesive customer journeys. What do you think about that? And how do you bring this to life in VMLY&R, working with Microsoft and the partnership that we highly value, of course, and that we have with Dynamics 365?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, obviously we've been working with Microsoft for years, things like certainly, .NET, but Azure development, more and more cloud development. Nearly all of our clients are doing, their work in the cloud. But in recent years, everything has really come to, activation around data, the point of, moving, from code to data, coming out of AI and insights. And in the marketing world, there's thousands of these point solutions out there, but, increasing regulation, but even more than that, demonstrating to customers that you value the data that they're sharing with you by turning that into meaningful experiences, showing that you've learned from the interaction and that you know how to interact with them based off that data. That kind of shift is pulling us away from point solutions and into enterprise solutions like Dynamics 365. And so, I don't know, we've been having meetings for years, talking to Microsoft strategists about positioning. And I think we were showing our positioning around, what we call journey-driven development and, really following the customer journey. And that, I don't know if there was confusion, but they were like, well, wait, are you talking about the new version of Dynamics 365, customer journey orchestration? And we were like, I'm not sure what that is yet. But it is this wonderful confluence of this new capability with a proven platform. And so we're super excited to bringing those things together.
Absolutely. And we're very excited about the announcement of customer journey orchestration and Dynamics 365 marketing at Ignite. It's amazing innovation. We're certainly super appreciative of the partnership that we have with you. And David, looking into the future, how do you see your clients' needs changing? We talked a little bit about the today, right? Which it sounds like the future, but it's today. So when you look into the future, how do you plan to support their future growth?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible, for me at VMLY&R, it's been an incredible decade of my life. And sometimes our clients will ask us to, predict 5 years out. And that can be pretty exciting and challenging because, the last year has been an incredible year for accelerating change. But the reality is you're never going to experience change as slow as today. It's only going to get faster. It's only going to accelerate. So we're at an inflection point, in the ability to activate customer journeys, turning them from, Post-it notes on a wall and turning it into events that, come to life in a software system and give us the opportunity to, recognize that event and respond to the customer in a way that is meaningful, that demonstrates that, that we value the interaction, I think is really exciting.
Yes, absolutely. That personal connection in the digital world, make it as human as possible. That's really critical at this time. And I think we're about at time. David, thank you so much for being here with us and for all of the audience that is tuning into Ignite to learn more technology as well as how this can help them grow faster. Any last words of advice that you have?
Yeah, I'm very optimistic about technology. I'm very optimistic about the future. We talked a lot about social distancing at the beginning of COVID, and I think maybe it was the wrong word. What we really needed was physical distancing. And what's exciting is I think technology has really only been interesting to most people. Obviously we're here. We were probably interested in tech for tech's sake, but most people are really interested in how technology helps them connect. And so, how can we remain close? How can we remain connected in these times? And as we come out of COVID and get the opportunity to be together, I think, it's truly an amazing time for us to get to work on this.
Absolutely. So thank you again for joining us, David. It was great to spend this time together with you, even though virtually. It was a great chat. So now let's go back to the studio with Donna. Thank you.
This is Donna. Remember to send all of your pictures to us using the hashtag MSIgnite because we're going to be pulling them all up on the tag board, your space, your snack, whatever you got. But up next, Microsoft's Ben Walters hosts a customer tech talk with PCL Construction, who have been working on a very timely innovation. Check it out.
Welcome to Customer Tech Talks. I'm your host, Ben Walters, and we're going to kick off with our first interview with PCL, a construction company who's applying their experience in construction to find new ways to address the current pandemic situation and driving health and safety for their community. Let's take a look at the video.
PCL is a 115-year-old construction company that started out building brick schools, town halls, and general stores with hand tools and horse-drawn machinery. PCL operates primarily in the buildings, civil, and heavy industrial sectors. The technology in construction is advancing further and faster than I ever anticipated, and Microsoft has been a critical enabler for us. We've also been a leader in technology in our industry, and we've continued to transform our business by focusing on cloud platforms, enabling a mobile workforce, integrating our software platforms to enable simplicity. And finally, as construction creates massive volumes of data, we have a major focus on driving business insights from data, analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Microsoft and its product portfolio of solutions have helped us enable job site insights and the many relationships that we have. We are laser focused on creating new value for building owners, tenants, and ensuring we're always working towards building better cities and communities. We care about the quality of the product that we deliver our customers. That makes us a better builder and gives us our pride in what we do.
From PCL today, I'm joined by Sean Barnes, Vice President of Special Projects, and CIO Mark Bryant. Great to have you both with us.
Thank you for having us. Thanks, Ben. Great to be here.
Now, we saw some of the innovative solutions that PCL have been working on over the past year. But Mark, can you share how PCL has been dealing with the change, especially in light of past year's events?
Yeah, great question, Ben. The pace of change in construction is accelerating, and the need to digitize and drive customer value to stay relevant is really greater than ever. And for us, that's really meant finding the latest and greatest tools to work with. And having said that, we've really transformed our entire company from the inside out, investing in technology, importantly in technology partnerships across the entire value chain of construction. Like with Microsoft, for instance, our Job Site Insights platform has been built on Azure, and we're having great success with it. It's really enabled us to focus on our customers and how smart construction drives smart buildings, how smart buildings drive smart cities, and how people can really use these spaces safely and effectively. The focus on improving health and safety in our communities led us to develop the Pure Portal, which is a device that can quickly sanitize a shopping cart to ensure any pathogens that were surface bound could be sanitized effectively for use. And we've really worked closely with a number of businesses and partners to develop, test, and deploy these units for public use.
Now, I'm really excited to hear about this, the Pure Portal. But before we jump into the technology behind it, Sean, can you tell us a little bit about the science and how this device works and how it differs from other cleaning approaches?
I sure can. Thanks, Ben. There are two primary solutions for deactivating pathogens on surfaces. The first uses chemicals, which creates a waste byproduct that must be dealt with, and it also degrades the surfaces that it comes into contact with. The second is ultraviolet light, which is harmful to humans. You can't be present while it's doing its job. It can cause a sunburn, skin cancer, and it can permanently damage your eye. And it also damages the surfaces that it comes in contact with. And PCL has decades of experience working with UV light inside industrial and healthcare applications like water and wastewater treatment plants and hospitals. The wavelength of UV is between 200 and 400 nanometers. And within that wavelength, there's a sliver, 222 nanometers, which is far UV light. And it's unique in its capabilities and in its safety. It's extremely effective at deactivating pathogens. It won't penetrate your outer skin layer, and it won't penetrate your cornea. So we started on this journey with firsthand experience working with UV light, but we knew that it was effective but dangerous. So there were university studies that showed that far UV was a safe product, but there was no definitive testing data that was available. So we invested in it and we did it ourselves. We needed to confirm the distance, dosage, and duration required to deactivate viruses like COVID-19, Staphylococcus, H1N1, norovirus, hepatitis A, and bacteria like Salmonella, E. coli, Shigella, and Listeria. And that proved the module efficacy and helped us get our EPA registration.
Gotcha. Now, the science behind this is fascinating, and I honestly had no idea that UV light could be targeted so specifically. Now, we've got a video of the Pure Portal in use. Do you want to pull that up and you can talk us through how this works?
Sure, happy to do so. Okay, so a person puts their card into the module, the light turns on, it activated for 12 seconds. Once the light turns green, a person takes it out, and at that point in time, you have a fully sanitized cart that you can go into the store that has a log-3 pathogen reduction. So it's that simple.
Wow, so simple to use, and I can't wait to see one of these in my own grocery store as well. Now that we've got a brief understanding of the science, and I'm sure there's a lot more behind it as well, can we step into the technology that's going behind this device? I know you have a host of IoT sensors in there for safety and analytics. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with that data?
I sure can. Yeah, it's not that simple. I said that, but it's not. There's sensors that can detect animate objects in the module, so it won't turn on if someone is inside or if a child goes inside. But the hardware fully supports the Azure IoT monitoring system, and we've integrated it with our Job Site Insights program as the user interface. So our customers can monitor individual devices, their entire fleet of modules. They can pull reports from it and even change the parameters used to deactivate the pathogens based on what they're putting into the module. And if there are new pathogens that we want to deactivate, we can change the parameters remotely and allow them to do that. So this real-time monitoring of the performance and usage allows us to provide an exceptional warranty and a maintenance program. And our clients that have the proof of concept modules have seen an increase in their overall sales and customer satisfaction from using the Pure Portal. And ultimately, the analytical data allows our customers to validate the return on investment for the module.
Gotcha. And really, really great to hear that you can go and reprogram that device if needed to address new pathogens as well. Now, I know we're getting close to time at the moment, but can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges and lessons you've learned throughout this process and things you'd advise to other people who are looking to build their own solutions?
I'd be happy to take that one, Ben. So we're a construction-focused company that is really embracing technological change in our industry, but concurrently really forcing ourselves to look and understand what our clients actually need as well and what that means to them. So, we really can't, the big challenge is we can't do all the technology things we need to do ourselves to be successful. And And forming strategic partnerships with leading companies that share a vision to enable our clients' success to be a better builder is really critically important. So SterilRay was our technology partner to build out the Pure Portal, and that innovative product is enhancing the safety and profile of our customers like Quality Foods, Save-On Foods, and Kroger, and they're really modeling the way of where the future is going.
Great. Now, I can't wait to see the other applications that start to come up using this technology as well. Mark, Sean, thank you so much for joining us on Customer Tech Talks. And of course, if you're looking for more information about the Pure Portal, you can head over to aka.ms/Pure Portal or pcl.com for more information. And if you're looking for information on how to get started with Azure IoT and building your own devices, you can check out all the training resources at aka.ms/Learn@Ignite. And lastly, if you want to join us on future episodes of Customer Tech Talks, you can head to aka.ms Customer Tech Talks to share your story. Thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, my friends. This is Microsoft Ignite. Seth here. Over the past year, we faced serious challenges when it comes to work. I mean, remember in-person meetings? Crestron is helping customers make the most out of this new normal by integrating Crestron Flex UC video conference systems and Microsoft Teams to connect all of their remote and office-based employees. Head to their featured partner showcase to sign up for a free Teams room and device design consultation. What is she doing?
Nothing. What? I'm not doing anything. Good stuff, Seth.
Thank you.
And while you're in the feature, stop laughing.
I got you.
Oh, stop. Okay, featured partner showcase on the site above. Okay, make sure you found it. Did you even look? Okay, check out the offerings from Darktrace. It's as cool as it sounds, okay? They're doing some pretty advanced things when it comes to cybersecurity. For example, McLaren Racing, like yes, the McLaren, they're able to predict whether their workforce are increasingly having sophisticated cybersecurity attacks and preventions, et cetera, et cetera. Darktrace's Cyber AI technology in Azure keeps critical, information safe and McLaren Racing cars on track. That's pretty cute, right? Oh, and by the way, Darktrace, if you want to send me your spare McLaren, I'm down with that. Right. So you can hear all the details in their session in the on-demand section, up above in featured partners. All right, so speaking of security, let's hear how Cloudera is guiding customers with their digital transformation journeys via the Cloudera data platform. Let's take a look.
Hey, John. It's great catching up with you here at Microsoft Ignite. It's been a while since we caught up in person, but I'm hoping to do it soon.
Yeah, definitely. It was great working with you to get Cloudera Data Platform, CDP, integrated deeply with AWS Gen 2 and Azure Active Directory. Over the past 2 years, Microsoft and Cloudera, we've been joining forces to provide fine-grained access control between these two platforms. Active engineering collaboration, co-design, co-engineering, co-shipping, co-supporting this feature.
So let's dive into it. How is this helping customers?
Yeah, so I was just talking to a customer last week who moved a critical workload into production today on top of this feature. They started about a quarter ago, but now because the solution is working for them really well, they're actually migrating another workload that's 4 times bigger all over onto Azure. This feature is great because it allows our customers to stay both in the Azure worlds and in the Hadoop world. CDP for Azure integrates tightly with Azure Active Directory and gives them one unified identity management system. And hey, you can get to use your Hadoop security infrastructure like Ranger and Atlas while taking advantage of AWS Gen 2 for storage.
Well, that's super cool, John. So you're saying I can build a Ranger policy and have that Ranger policy apply to data that's living in Azure Data Lake storage and control the access to that data?
You can take advantage of the rich access policies that Ranger offers, tag-based policies, schedule-based policy enforcement, and you can make ADLS feel just like it was, an on-prem cluster using HDFS. But now, hey, you're doing it on ADLS Gen 2.
The subtle act of supporting RBAC policies and ACL security features in ADLS is actually making a bold statement. That when customers move their analytics workloads into Azure, that they're embracing data democratization over data silos. Like they want the freedom to run any workload on any compute analytics platform of their choosing. And they've embarked on their own unique digital transformation journey. And each customer has their own timeline. So for some customers, migrating Hadoop workloads into cloud is modernization enough. And that's fine, right? We need to make sure that we're addressing their immediate needs while also giving them the runway to begin their next chapter in their journey, right? I think we're doing that here, and that's what I'm most proud of when I think about what we've accomplished.
And hey, you know what? It's actually going to keep on getting better. We've been working on this for Data Hub, Cloudera's cluster as a service, and we'll be extending this capability across the entire CDP platform. Workloads for streaming, data engineering, data warehousing, and ML experiences. And the other thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be making the migration process, moving data from an on-prem cluster into Azure, even easier with better replication tooling as well.
This is already available in Azure Data Lake storage worldwide. We'll be blogging about it soon. You'll probably see this land after Ignite, and we'll go into a little bit more details about how this actually looks and works in Azure land. Anyway, it was great catching up with you, John.
Most definitely. Great chatting with you.
Well, that is innovation in action. When it comes to modern work, sometimes less is more, like with Dell Technologies' integration with Azure Stack HCI. It helps simplify technology in remote and branch offices for companies. Check them out in the Featured Partners Showcase, where you can even enter to win some sweet headphones or a hall cooler. I don't even know what a hall cooler is, by filling out a simple survey.
Okay. I don't know what a hall cooler is either, but right now we want to hear from you. So make sure to get in on the conversation by using the hashtag MSIgnite, okay? Seth doesn't know how to do hashtag, that's how you do it, MSIgnite. So should we take a look at what people are saying? Yeah?
Yeah, we totally should. I just refreshed it, so I have here some amazing stuff on the tag board. Here's Casper PDX. I almost wore this today for the show.
And then
but the production people were like, they're going to have a hard time focusing on the technology because obviously my legs are so awesome. I don't know. They didn't say that part though.
Right, that was the quiet part.
But they said just don't. They said bring your clothes in before.
They said just don't do it.
Yes, something like that. So Casper PDX, thank you for that.
Hi, Casper.
We also have here Gaston.
Hi, Gaston. So Gaston, by the way, is our friend from Chile who now lives in Bellevue. He's a Power BI expert. Thank you for being such an amazing community member. And he, by the way, is helping gather up all of Latin America to be more involved in Microsoft technology.
Let's do a dramatic zoom. Are we ready?
Right, ready?
Oh, I didn't dramatically zoom. Oh, I did it wrong. I didn't start it. I had Zoom it on from Mark Russinovich and I forgot to start it. Like
anyway, Gaston, hello. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being such a strong advocate for engineers all over the world. And engineers in Latin America, Gaston and us, we're coming for you. Okay.
By the way, I will say that with this particular one, we're dangerously close to whatever beverage that is.
Yeah.
If we go full screen, I mean, it feels like we could fall in at any time.
So I think we're more in danger of spilling that beverage, given that so far you've broken this table twice.
I did not. The rumor is that I've broken this.
He did, twice.
I came here.
Twice.
Somebody touched it. I don't know what happened.
They took it away, and then they put a big table around it.
So, yeah. But by the way, keep them coming, okay? We love these pictures. We want to show more of them.
These pictures, yes.
All right. So it looks like it's to you.
Okay, so remember to use the hashtag MSIgnite. Remember the hashtag. It says so up there in big letters. MSIgnite. That way you can be on the big wall and we can read out your tweet and you can be super famous all over the world and be seen with us. But don't let that deter you from actually tweeting at us.
That is correct. Don't just tweet at us, okay? Yeah. Now, let's dive into a subject I'm very familiar with, Microsoft Azure. If you use the service, you already know how powerful it is. In this next session, Corporate Vice President of Azure Data, Rohan Kumar, demonstrates Azure's latest innovations. We'll find out how Azure services are redefining hybrid data, enabling limitless analytics, democratizing AI, and much more. You don't want to miss it.
No doubt. We will see you in about 30 minutes with more Microsoft Ignite. Make sure to come back here, not elsewhere, here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rohan Kumar, Corporate Vice President of Azure Data at Microsoft. I'm so delighted to welcome you to Ignite and to speak with you today. We've all heard or talked about what it takes to enable digital transformation for today's organizations. But what is increasingly evident is the role that data plays in driving successful transformations. Data is truly the strategic asset for businesses today in these unprecedented times. Those businesses who have embraced data as a strategic asset have simply fared better. They have established the culture and capabilities needed to be more agile, able to anticipate and predict disruptions, and pivot as needed to better serve their customers. From our experience in observing customers, having the right data capabilities is one of the key considerations to successful data-driven transformations. Successful data-driven transformations include the following capabilities: modernizing your data estate and establishing a foundation that is future-proof and connects all your data. Supporting high-performance cloud-native applications built on cloud-native services and design principles. Turning your data into actionable insights for everyone in your organizations. Applying AI to your data to predict outcomes and provide engaging experiences. Discovering, protecting, and providing access to data in a responsible and compliant way. Taken together, Azure provides the best data estate capabilities for your organization to thrive today and tomorrow. And as you would expect, Azure's data services are deeply integrated with the services across the Microsoft Cloud. Azure Data Services widely support the Common Data Model, a set of standardized extensible data schema inherited from the Microsoft Office applications. And with the Power Platform, you can author rich Power BI reports directly in Synapse Analytics, as well as extend access to a variety of data sources on Power Apps by using out-of-the-box connectors like the one for Azure SQL. To enable data-driven transformation through your line of business applications, you can easily connect Azure data sources with pre-built connectors to Dynamics 365 and create a 360 degrees customer view for deep audience insights. Let's look at each one of these capabilities in more detail. Let's start with data modernization. Azure SQL is our family of SQL databases from virtual machines to platform as a service to the edge. And Azure Migrate, the central hub of Azure Cloud Migration services and tools to discover, assess, and migrate workloads to the cloud, makes it easier than ever to get to Azure SQL. Today, we're introducing new capabilities for SQL Server discovery and assessment at scale, including target SKU recommendations, and for the first time, the estimated cost to run workloads in Azure right in the same tool. These changes make it super easy to understand all the technical and financial aspects of your journey to the cloud. And while we're speaking of the journey to the cloud, it's super exciting to see the rapid growth and adoption of Azure SQL. We host over 7 million databases in Azure SQL, and our migration destinations of SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines and Azure SQL Managed Instance are growing over 200% and over 70% year over year, respectively. Speaking of Azure SQL Managed Instance, customers like Komatsu and H&R Block tell us how they can now confidently modernize their existing applications at scale by combining their experience with familiar tools and resources. Given the strong reception for Azure SQL Managed Instance, we have decided to take it a step further and offer a new service for NoSQL workloads. Today, I'm excited to announce Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra, a new addition to our NoSQL portfolio, which brings hybrid capability and cloud scale to your Cassandra deployments. This new service makes it easy to take on-prem Cassandra workloads and add cloud scale while maintaining full compatibility with the latest version of Apache Cassandra. Your Cassandra deployments gain improved performance and availability and benefit from Azure's security and compliance capabilities. Cassandra Managed Instance also provides transparent replication and synchronization to keep your data always up to date. Node repairs, updates, and patches can be handled by the service, or you can choose your own level of management control. Your deployments can also extend into a fully managed cloud database service with seamless connectors between Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra and the Azure Cosmos DB Cassandra API. To see how it works, I would like to invite Deborah Chen, Senior Program Manager, to show you this fantastic innovation in action.
Thanks, Rohan. My name is Deborah Chen, and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Azure Cosmos DB team. Let's see how easy it is to get started with Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra. Let's say we're a developer here at Tailwind Traders. We are currently powered by an e-commerce site with an on-premise Cassandra database. This mission-critical application handles everything from shopping cart checkout to inventory management, so this application is crucial to our company's success. During high-traffic events like sales and holiday events, we want to take advantage of the cloud to scale out our capacity. With Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra, we can do just that. This service, brought to you by the same team as Azure Cosmos DB, allows us to extend our existing on-prem Cassandra cluster into the cloud by integrating Azure Managed Instance with our existing Cassandra rings. This gives us the benefit of high availability and elasticity of the cloud while maintaining data proximity on premises. Let's see it in action. To get started, let's create a new Managed Instance cluster in Azure. From the Azure portal, we see that we have a new top-level service, Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra. From here, we can create a new cluster. We'll set our cluster name, shopping cart, which is the same as what we currently have on-prem, the location, underlying VM SKU, number of nodes, we'll set this to 5 to start, and initial Cassandra admin password. Next, in our networking section, we can configure this resource to be deployed to an existing virtual network that is already set up to connect with my on-premise Cassandra deployment. Once this cluster is deployed, remote nodes can join the existing on-premise Cassandra ring to establish bidirectional replication. We'll hit review and create, and that's it. In just a few steps, we were able to create our first hybrid managed instance in Azure with two-way replication between on-premise Cassandra and the Azure cloud. Let's now take a look at an existing cluster that I set up to see what we can do. One of the key benefits in Azure MI for Apache Cassandra is that the service handles all the operational overhead of running Cassandra, from OS updates to Cassandra upgrades to maintaining high availability, while giving us developers the flexibility to tune the settings to our own needs. For example, we can tune the replication and consistency settings of our database, just like we can with on-prem Cassandra. Here, we'll use the built-in Azure Cloud Shell to connect to our cluster and run a command to update the replication factor of one of our key spaces that contains user profile data. In addition, Azure MI for Apache Cassandra makes it easy to scale to handle any traffic pattern. Here in my Grafana dashboard, configured to monitor our Cassandra app, we're currently seeing that we have around 2,400 requests per second with an average latency of 5.8 milliseconds. But let's say that one day we suddenly start to see a huge spike in traffic, and as a result, the average response time of our app is increasing and approaching the limit of what we can accept. To handle this increased traffic, we can go and scale up our managed instance. Here in my data center settings, I can add more nodes to an existing data center or add additional data centers in different regions for higher availability. I'll select our existing data center and increase the number of nodes from 5 to 11. Over time, as the operation completes, we should now see that even with the increased request volume, our latency is trending back down to what we expect. After the high traffic pattern is over, we can scale back down. In summary, with Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra, we now get the benefits of a fully 100% compatible managed Apache Cassandra service, allowing you to control hybrid on-prem and Cassandra cloud deployments, as well as migrate your existing Cassandra workloads with zero downtime. We've seen how easy it is to deploy, run, and scale, and connect to your existing on-prem cluster. You can also set up online replication between your managed instance and serverless Cosmos DB Cassandra API to take advantage of instant elasticity and other benefits of Cosmos DB, including real-time operational analytics via Synapse Link. With the addition of Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra, which complements our existing serverless Azure Cosmos DB Cassandra API offering, Azure truly offers a comprehensive solution to running all of your Cassandra workloads, from hybrid to serverless. We can't wait to see what you build. Thank you.
Now let's switch gears and talk about cloud-native applications. We also have some important updates to Azure Cosmos DB to share today. Cosmos DB is our fully managed, globally distributed, ultra-low latency NoSQL database service. Today, we are announcing new features that make it easier for developers to manage their data and power innovative real-time applications. Starting today, Cosmos DB now provides MongoDB v4 transaction support. This capability, now generally available, makes it simpler for developers to take advantage of multi-document transactions and retriable rights. It also improves data processing with support for new aggregation operators. Azure Cosmos DB also now offers enterprise-grade enhancements like continuous backup with point-in-time restore. This gives you a new way to fix accidental changes by enabling data to be recovered and restored from any time within the last 30 days. New role-based access controls to enhance security with granular data access capabilities for users and applications. I'm also pleased to share the general availability of Azure Synapse Link for Azure Cosmos DB, which enables near real-time analytics on operational data for the Azure Cosmos DB's core API and API for MongoDB. Speaking of near real-time, I'm also excited to announce that Azure Cache for Redis Enterprise tiers are now generally available. Built in collaboration with Redis Labs, the enterprise tiers offer powerful features to support new use cases and applications with global scale. This includes active geo-replication, enabling global caches with multi-master rights to deliver up to 5 nines availability. New Redis modules that enable search, time series, and probabilistic functionality. Larger cache sizes of up to 13 terabytes, and support for Redis 6.0. Azure is the only public cloud that offers these comprehensive features to turbocharge your applications. Now let's talk about one of my favorite topics, analytics. Azure Analytics remains simply unmatched. It is humbling to see the massive excitement and rapid adoption of Azure Synapse Analytics. Since last summer, we've seen a 350% increase in customer usage and a 320% increase in the number of petabyte-scale mission-critical workloads. And to make it easier for customers to take advantage of Azure Synapse, I'm excited to announce a new service today that dramatically simplifies the migration experience. Welcome Azure Synapse Pathway. With just a couple of clicks, Azure Synapse Pathway scans your source systems and automatically translates your existing scripts to T-SQL. What used to take weeks or months can now be accomplished in mere minutes. We are talking hundreds and thousands of lines of SQL code translated in minutes. No manual rewriting of code, no chance of human errors. This massively accelerates your migration experience and significantly reduces your costs. Customers will be able to quickly download this tool and migrate from Teradata, Snowflake, Netezza, AWS Redshift, SQL Server, and Google's BigQuery. And with Azure Synapse, your business teams can collaborate with your IT and data science teams using the tools of their choice. With Synapse and Dynamics 365 Customer Insights now natively integrated together, Dynamics 365 Customer Insights users can now choose what data to export. Example, customer profiles churn analysis to Synapse for enriched analytics. Within Synapse Studio, Customer Insights data is automatically discoverable and can be used to gain powerful and predictive insights that can be surfaced back to the Dynamics 365 Customer Insights to empower sales, service, marketing professionals to provide more personalized experiences for their customers. Synapse is, of course, also natively integrated with Power BI, the undisputed leader in business insights. This means Synapse users can author and publish Power BI reports from within their Synapse Studio, enabling all business users to benefit from important, timely insights. Only Microsoft offers this no-cliffs experience across your organization, enabling business and IT to work hand in hand. Now let's talk about AI. In AI, we offer the most comprehensive portfolio of AI services, enabling organizations to build mission-critical, high-quality AI solutions responsibly. Tens of thousands of customers such as Pepsi, Amway, Airbus, BBC, and Progressive Insurance are using Azure AI to deliver compelling customer experiences, identify new business opportunities, and drive impact. We are seeing strong adoption for Azure Machine Learning, with seeing 10 billion inferences up 400% in 1 year. Cognitive Services reached 53 billion transactions per month, over 130% since last year. With cognitive search, we are now seeing 24 billion queries per month. Finally, we're seeing enormous growth with our Azure Bot service. We're seeing 30,000 bots created monthly with over 3 billion monthly messages sent. Our Azure Health Bot, for example, is being used by organizations like the CDC, Premera Blue Cross, and Walgreens to build virtual healthcare assistants used by more than 80 million people worldwide at a time when expanding access to healthcare information is more critical than ever. Today, I'm thrilled to announce new capabilities across our Azure AI services. Azure Machine Learning. Starting today, customers can train machine learning models on premises and in multi-cloud environments with Azure Machine Learning support for Azure Arc. This simplified, fully managed machine learning add-on can be deployed with one click on Arc-enabled Kubernetes clusters. This means organizations can lower costs by leveraging their existing Kubernetes infrastructure and increase operational efficiency. Additionally, we continue to deepen the integration between Azure Machine Learning and Synapse Analytics. Now, data science teams can use Azure Synapse Analytics Spark clusters for large-scale interactive data preparation tasks from within Azure Machine Learning notebooks. We're also bringing new capabilities to Form Recognizer, an AI-powered document extraction service that extracts text and key-value pairs from your forms and documents. Organizations can now extract data from invoices as well as benefit from the significant increase in the language support. We are adding 64 additional languages, taking the total to 73 languages. Cognitive Search is the only cloud search service with built-in AI capabilities that enrich all types of information to easily identify and explore relevant content at scale. Today, I'm very excited to announce breakthrough new technology that brings in semantic understanding to cognitive search. The new semantic search capability in Azure Cognitive Search enables organizations to offer highly relevant and contextual search experience in their applications. Semantic search is based on years of AI innovation by Microsoft Research and leverages some of the most advanced natural language models that power search engines like Bing. Models that understand relationship between words and come up with answers that are much more relevant to the searcher's intent. Let's dig a bit deeper. Most organizations depend on in-app search as a critical component of their customer experience. But the current search offerings in the market fall short. Most of the search offerings in the market is keyword-based and looks at the frequency of the exact word and return results. As you see here, the current search engine may not return the most relevant answer. All of this changes with the introduction of semantic search. Here you can see how semantic search contextually understands what the user is looking for. It comes up with the relatable terms to maternity such as mother and extends that context to other related terms. It does the same with visiting hours. After that process, semantic search evaluates the underlying data to determine the most relevant answer. You can see how semantic search zeroes in on childbirth center given its relationship with maternity ward and finds the most relevant answer to the query. We can also see a summary of the answer right at the top with the childbirth center hours, so users don't have to click on multiple links and look for answers within long documents. We are proud to bring this breakthrough innovation to you. Let me welcome Pablo Castro, Distinguished Engineer, to demonstrate this new capability. Take it away, Pablo.
Thank you, Rohan. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here today to share new innovations in Azure Cognitive Search with all of you. Most search engines follow this path from simple keyword search to sophisticated systems that understand content and queries to give the best result. For cognitive search, over the last few years, we have evolved the service to include machine learning-based capabilities for content understanding and enrichment during data ingestion. This has enabled developers to incorporate search over data of all nature in their applications. I wanted to share our next step in this journey. Ultimately, the search functionality in an application delivers value at the point where you present relevant search results to your users. Today, we're introducing new semantic search capabilities that bring a step function in search result relevance with semantic ranking, the ability to directly answer questions with semantic answers, and the option to extract the best text passages from documents for a given query with semantic captions. This is powered by the same state-of-the-art large language models and transformer networks that we use in Bing for web-scale search, and innovations in machine reading and comprehension, as well as other natural language processing work from Bing and Microsoft Research. These powerful search functionalities are the reason why customers like Howden with Orange Next have already started testing these capabilities for their aftermarket management smart records system and were able to significantly improve search accuracy. By better understanding the search's intent and the contextual meaning of search query, Smart Records generates more relevant results than ever before. Let me show you this in action. First, let's see how easy it is to get started with cognitive search, and then we'll dive into the new capabilities. For this demo, let's say I'm a developer for a healthcare institution equipping their patients with accurate and easily discoverable information about COVID-19. To build this application, we used cognitive search and we created a custom web frontend to serve as the user experience. Let's start in the Azure portal. First step is to connect to the source of data. As you can see, we support connecting to most data stores in Azure right out of the box. Here, I'll choose blob storage. Next step is to tell cognitive search what machine learning models to use to understand this data. Now, I can enable optical character recognition, use cognitive services for entity extraction, machine translation, computer vision, and more. With just a few clicks, we've started using Azure Cognitive Search and added custom built-in AI skills without any machine learning expertise. Now, let's use the application frontend we already built to test out our search results. Let's say a patient searches for how common is sore throat in COVID-19 patients. As you can see, traditional keyword search and ranking does a good job quickly matching documents using keywords. However, some documents talk about sore throat but not in the context of COVID, and none seem to mention statistics to answer how common it is. I'm going to enable semantic search and rerun this search. You can see the difference right away. By simply enabling semantic capabilities, the top documents are precisely about the frequency of manifestation of sore throat, specifically in COVID patients. Here is what it looks like under the covers in VS Code. This is a typical HTTP request to the Search API. When I issue this request, I see responses based on keyword search. Now, I'm going to switch the query type option to semantic and reissue this query. You can see that's all I needed to change, and now I get the improved results. As I mentioned before, in addition to improved relevance, we are introducing semantic answers and captions. Let's say a patient searches for who was the first doctor to report COVID-19. This time, let's enable semantic answers, captions, and spell check. Note that there was a spelling mistake in the query, but the spelling corrector kicked in and made sure we found documents for the intended question. You can also see semantic captions in action here. Look how for each document we get a short text passage that's relevant for our particular search query. Not only do we get relevant search results, but cognitive search also proposes a direct answer for the question based on the indexed content. This enables you as a developer to support the same kind of question and answer experiences that web search engines offer, but on your own data and your own application. We've been working hard to formally validate search results and ensure they're not just anecdotally better, but quantitatively so. Here, you can see a comparison of current Lucene-based search engines that typically use BM25 for scoring and cognitive search with semantic search enabled. Here we use a well-understood metric called NDCG to measure relevance of top results. In summary, Azure Cognitive Search is the only cloud search service with built-in AI capabilities for all aspects of search, from ingestion to relevance. All these semantic search capabilities are available to you today to apply in your own applications. Sign up for the preview and let us know how it goes. Thanks for your time. Back to you, Rohan.
Now let's switch gears to data governance. The groundswell of interest for Azure Purview, our newly announced unified data governance service, has been just breathtaking. Since its announcement just a few short weeks ago, organizations have automatically scanned over 14.5 billion assets across more than 2,000 newly created Purview accounts. To the thousands of customers participating in the public preview of Azure Purview, let me express my sincere gratitude for your partnership and guidance. Thank you. Azure Purview is a reimagination of data governance and helps you maximize the business value of your data. It starts with knowing what data you have. Azure Purview helps you create a holistic, up-to-date map of your data residing on premises, multi-cloud, and in SaaS application data sources. The Purview Data Map offers automated metadata discovery, AI-powered classifiers, and end-to-end lineage. Today, I'm happy to announce that we are now able to map even more of your multi-cloud and on-premise data sources. Starting this week, customers can automatically scan and classify data residing in their on-premises Oracle databases. This adds existing capability to automatically scan data sources such as Teradata, SQL Server on-premises, Azure Data Services, and Power BI. We will continue to expand the reach of Purview Data Map, so stay tuned for more updates to this list. We recently enriched Azure Purview's ability to scan Azure Synapse Analytics workspaces. Customers can now discover and govern data across their serverless and dedicated SQL pools within Synapse workspaces. Additionally, Synapse users can now natively discover data with Purview-powered search within their Synapse workspaces, breaking down those operational silos more effectively than ever before. As we look at all these truly exciting announcements, it's clear Azure Data and AI services offer limitless scale, performance, and possibilities for what you can achieve with your data. By maximizing the potential of your data, you have the power to go limitless and digitally transform your organization. We are truly excited to see and hear about your successes. Thank you.
Welcome back to Microsoft Ignite. So, Power Platform. It's an industry-leading low-code app development platform that hopefully all of you know about. It has capabilities that enable greater development speed and effectiveness for everybody, whether you're a low-code dev or a traditional dev or an IT pro or a data scientist or whatever. Today, there were 3 major announcements, okay? Power FX, Power Automate Desktop, and major new governance controls. Let's look at some of the highlights of those major announcements.
For the first announcement of today's session, I'm very excited about what it means in terms of empowering everybody to use the Power Platform, is that we're now going to include Power Automate Desktop with Windows. That means you can do personal robotic process automation with your Windows license. It's available for download free today, making it so you can go improve your productivity, go automate those repetitive tasks that you hate to do each and every day. And it's incredibly easy to get started. It's built in a way where if you know how to use things like a macro recorder or just even to do clicks on a browser or Windows applications, you can record that and play it back so that you can have incredibly streamlined processes while at work. And to really show this in action, I want to play a video. So let's take it away.
Microsoft streamlines your daily tasks with Power Automate Desktop, the automation tool that's a part of Windows. With a few clicks, you can streamline highly repetitive manual tasks like sending a batch of individualized emails. Let's say you have an Excel sheet with a few email addresses and tailored greetings. That's a breeze for Power Automate to record in Outlook. Once all the actions are logged in a desktop flow, edit, and make any changes you want. Now the app knows exactly what you want it to do. Click Run, and it's done. Power Automate Desktop gets to work. From simple tasks like this to highly complex enterprise-wide processes, Power Automate streamlines repetitive tasks so you can focus your attention where it's needed most. Take care of what's important. Automate the rest.
The first is endpoint filtering for data loss prevention policies. It's now possible to restrict connectors from particular endpoints based on IP address or fully qualified domain name so that you can grant access to, say, the SQL connector, but restrict it to only a subset of servers or to IP ranges that you approve centrally. And this more granular control unlocks so much adoption for many of our customers because you don't just have to turn a connector on and off, but instead can turn it on with restrictions. And that's one of the big focuses that we've had, is to make it so that even though you want to go embrace all these new data sources and all this citizen development, but you can do it in a way that's controlled and manageable. In addition to the endpoint filtering, we also now have filtering at the connector action level. This makes it so that you don't have to block an entire connector at once, but instead can allow and deny individual actions on that connector. So for example, with the Twitter connector, you could choose to allow all read-only operations, but to block all write operations. Additionally, we now have tenant isolation capabilities, so you can manage which other Azure Active Directory tenants can connect to and integrate with your environment and your organization. This is really key for so many of our customers which have a highly federated Azure Active Directory environment based on mergers or acquisitions or just loosely federated companies. Or if you want to go make sure you work with a partner and only trust that partner to connect to the Power Platform. This makes it so that you can go build these partnerships and integrations without having to go open up the Power Platform to all other tenants out there. And again, just this consistent theme that we have a bunch of controls, we just keep adding more and more granular access. And to top it all off, we also have a whole bunch new reporting capabilities built into the Power Platform Admin Center. Because everything runs in the cloud, you can see every app, every bot, every dashboard, everything that's being built in your tenant, and you can understand its usage and what it connects to and any potential risks. This reporting makes it straightforward and easy to go build things like a center of excellence and go manage how all of your employees are going to leverage a tool like the Power Platform. Another one of the big announcements that we're happy to share today at Ignite is PowerFX. PowerFX is part of our commitment to go reach developers with the Power Platform and part of our commitment to be open when it comes to the Power Platform. PowerFX is our open source language for low-code programming. So that same expression bar that you're used to inside of Power Apps, you can now use that in your own developed projects, and you can also use that syntax in your own file formats or other styles. And as part of that, we also have a new file format to describe the Power Apps applications themselves, and it's YAML-based, so you can actually check in this file directly into source control. So between these formulas and between the YAML support, you can really start to embrace what a developer knows and loves, which is configuration files and programming languages, which you can use inside of a source control-driven environment. And we're going to keep expanding PowerFX throughout the entire Power Platform. In this summer, we're going to have model-driven application support, as well as Dataverse plugins, which can run this PowerFX formula language. So that no matter where you are in the Power Platform, you can always confidently go drop into this expression language. Additionally, by the end of this year, we're going to have Dataverse calculated fields, as well as AI Builder data prep, and Power Virtual Agents, string manipulation, and variable assignment using PowerFX. So not only is this available to our community and to other developers out there, it's also going to show up throughout the entire Power Platform and more. So I recommend checking that out. It's one of our big announcements at Ignite when it comes to the Power Platform.
All right, see, told you 3 big announcements. Those are pretty cool, Seth.
They are cool.
I know, they're pretty awesome. So here's what we want you to do. There's always homework, okay? We'd love for you to try these out. Go automate something cool if you're a Windows user. Go try PowerFX outside the little box. And go check out the Admin Center and look at all the governance controls. I really like the Twitter endpoint one. That way, you can't accidentally tweet your customer data externally.
Oops.
Kind of good. Mm-hmm.
Also cool, coming up, I sit down with Microsoft's John Montgomery to talk about harnessing the power of AI. But first, here's how our featured partner, Veeam, is innovating cost-effective, secure, and scalable data storage and protection. Take a look.
Hi, and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. I'm Johan at Veeam, and with me is Sarab.
Hey, Johan, how are you doing?
Very well. Yeah, it's good to be here. I actually had some questions for you around Azure Storage and developments around that and how that is affecting the data protection space, I guess.
There's a lot happening. As you can see, we are talking to each other remotely. And in these remote environments, data explosion is natural. Where does a customer put all of this data? They're choosing the cloud. They're choosing Azure Storage as their remote offsite, not only for their production data, but also for their backups, as you'll talk about it. But there is this natural change that we are seeing where we are introducing more platform features from a data protection perspective. So whether it's point-in-time restore or change feed or versioning on Azure Blob or fast upload to manage disks or fast incremental snapshots that are enabling customers to protect their data more efficiently on Azure. But behaviorally speaking, customers are protecting this data to Azure. They're also wanting to migrate that set of data and applications to Azure and then protecting that data within Azure. What I'm really excited about talking to you today is, we've been working on these things closely together. Would love for you to share what are some of the cool things that Veeam is doing with Azure Storage.
Right. So Veeam Backup and Replication has support for Azure Blob, of course, and that would be kind of the first place it would live in the cloud. Then we actually, in version 11, are adding archive tier support with about a 20x price reduction, of course. Archive tier is much cheaper, and it lets you keep data for a much longer period of time. Once the data is in Azure, it makes a lot of sense to restore the data in Azure natively. So you can take your workloads that you had from your on-premises environments and restore it as Azure native virtual machines and back that up there. There's actually Veeam Backup for Azure, which is a marketplace offering, and you can just deploy that there, and you've got this continuous protection story all the way through.
That is phenomenal, and I can't wait to try all of this out and for our customers to try all of this out. And by the way, we should not forget that Azure Storage also offers reserved capacity pricing. Teams adoption has skyrocketed in the last 8 to 9 months. Can you talk about what Veeam is doing to help customers get more control of their data protection for SaaS applications?
Right. So Veeam Backup for Office 365 has been around for a while. We've added some Microsoft 365 additional features. So we've added support for very granular protection around Teams data, which, of course, as this has exploded and we're using Teams today, it's really become a very critical part of what a company needs to do when it comes to using M365. And so from a legal and compliance perspective, that's really helpful. But also think about the logical placement of this, right? M365 is a Microsoft data center, if you will. Azure is just an extension of that. And Azure Blob is right there. So it's a really nice place to store your data and get that long-term retention and all of those protection features.
Well, thanks for sharing all of those amazing things, Johan. We are super excited to be working with you more closely on the Azure Storage integrations. As our customers know, Veeam is a very important partner, and partnering with Azure Storage and all these cool things. Super excited to see what we can do for our joint customers together.
Thank you so much, Sarah. If you want to learn more about the things we discussed, there's the featured partner page as part of Microsoft Ignite, and you can learn more on veeam.com. Thanks again for watching.
Thanks for watching.
You all already know how amazing Azure is, and here to talk with me about creating the next generation of applications with Azure AI is John Montgomery. John, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing really well, Seth. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, it's been a long time. I literally talked to you like last week. I'm pretty excited about this.
Yeah, it is kind of long time no see, but yeah, I will say you look even more handsome now than you did last week.
Yes, I'm getting better. So let's start first, John. High level, what can people do with Azure AI? And let's just cut through let's just go straight to high level. What can people do with Azure AI today?
You can think of Azure AI as being a platform with both pre-built AI models and fully customizable models, and kind of bring your own whatever you need to do models. You can do just about anything with those. I was just on a call with the Teams team. They are using Azure Speech to do the text-to-speech in Teams, handling a tremendous volume. We have customers like Uber that are using our face recognition technology for their drivers to ensure safety of passengers and drivers. Our machine translation service is being used by companies like Volkswagen to be able to do create their documentation and make sure that they're consistent across all of the languages they support. So the models are capable of doing just about anything, and each of them is customizable so that you can bring your own data and kind of make them do what they need to do. Or alternately, if what you need to do is like a straight forecasting problem, you can use common algorithms like ARIMA or Prophet with Azure Machine Learning, and you can build just about whatever you need from the ground up.
So the cool thing about this Azure AI is that I feel like there's like a slider of you can just use models, you can modify models, and then you can literally make artisanal free range models, so to speak. Let's start with the pre-built models. What do we have available for people, and what's the service called?
Yeah, so the collection of services goes under the name Azure Cognitive Services. And there are kind of 4 broad categories of pre-built models in Azure Cognitive Services. There's speech, vision, language, and decision. And you can think of these, the reason we call them cognitive models is they kind of represent the way humans process the world. And underneath each of those, there are a ton of kind of different things you can do with them. I mentioned a few a moment ago, but picking something like decision, for example, that's a totally kind of a very different thing. It can do things like anomaly detection or personalization of a website. So you can just walk up to them and start consuming them basically as web API endpoints and build and just get going pretty quickly.
And the cool thing about that is it's really easy to try, and there's like a free number of calls that you can make per month to just even see if it works, which is really cool.
So yeah, walk up, basically your Azure trial will give you quite a bit of headroom to be able to play with all of these services and see how they might fit, what you could do with them. I think really in a lot of ways, your imagination is the limit for what you can do with even these models.
So let's move to the slider over just a little bit. If you have your own data and you want to customize the models, but maybe you're not necessarily a full-on data scientist, what do we have for that?
Yeah, so if you're, a developer who is, you're trying to do something like maybe you're trying to process a call center stream that's coming in and, kind of prompt the user as they talk with, interactive voice responses, right? You probably actually want to customize that model a little bit. So for each of those 4 areas I described, you can kind of think there's a custom version of each of those where you supply it with a little bit of incremental data to train the model on. We will absorb the data and then you get your customized experience. A lot of customers will use this, for example, with our forms recognizer, where you bring along a pile of receipts, and sure, we recognize all of those things are receipts. But if you give us 25 examples that are exactly the kind of the way you want them, the accuracy of the model increases dramatically. And that's kind of the case for our speech services where you can do custom speech, our vision services where you can do custom vision. If you give us a little bit more training data, we can improve the model for exactly the scenario you have.
And that's the part that's really cool. And I tell everybody, AI is for everybody. You can literally call it. You can give it a bit more data and it works. But now let's get into the artisanal, like free range. You made your own model from scratch. That is like on the hard, it's a little bit harder. What do we do for folks that want to do that?
So for those folks, I would say Azure Machine Learning is a place to go. What we see especially is that journey that you take in building your custom model from kind of getting it off of your notebook and up into a reproducible pipeline so that, basically you keep getting the same results and you can iterate and make it better. That work, that's where Azure Machine Learning kind of stands in and really shines. This is kind of, imagine it as being roughly the equivalent of moving from building your application in Visual Studio by hitting F5 on your dev box to moving to something that's more like a CI pipeline, where we can train in the cloud, we can test in the cloud, we can deploy in the cloud or to the edge. And that system really enables you to bring your own data for training, bring your own tests for training, to be able to use the tools that we have for like bias detection in the cloud to check for model drift and things like that. So you can kind of come in with your own data, a set of algorithms. We can supply algorithms using a technology called AutoML, where we can find the algorithm that's likely the best fit for the problem you have and get you started. So Azure Machine Learning is kind of that base layer if you need to do the fully custom artisanal free range models where you can start from nothing, bring it along and get it going.
So here's a question to follow on from what you were saying. What if someone already has an established AI practice and they love, for example, PyTorch or other open source things like MLflow, et cetera? Are those welcome in AML?
Absolutely. In fact, Microsoft is a huge user of PyTorch internally. Azure Machine Learning is agnostic to kind of the frameworks, the programming languages, and the other tools that surround it. So MLflow, Onyx Runtime, PyTorch, TensorFlow, you bring it. Azure Machine Learning will either use what you've kind of already built, as in the case of like when you have a PyTorch model, or will integrate with a system like MLflow to kind of make sure that however you want it, Azure Machine Learning will bring the value of those reproducible pipelines and understanding of the deployed environment.
Awesome. So are there any final words to wrap up? Where can folks go to find out more?
Probably the best place to go to find out more right now is to go to azure.com and to click through for AI right there. And that will take you into the overall AI area, and you'll find more about cognitive services, cognitive search, Azure machine learning, all the open source work we're doing. And that'll give you a great place to kind of get your feet wet with all the different offerings in Azure around AI and machine learning.
Awesome. Well, John, thanks so much for being with us. Exciting stuff for sure. I love it. Huge fan.
Thanks, Seth.
So if you're like me, you like a good challenge, especially if it means showing off a little to your friends. That's why I am so excited about the Cloud Skills Challenge, which is live right now in the Learning Zone. By the way, I'm kind of competitive myself. Did you know that when it comes to these things?
You're not that good at it.
Well, but I'm competitive.
There you go. There you go. All right. So the Cloud Skills Challenge is exactly what it sounds like. It's a fun way to learn new skills and compete against your peers, or better yet, against yourself. You do one of the learning tracks and gain a free certificate, and suddenly you're learning a new technology that you may not have known even existed. I highly recommend the Power Platform one, just saying.
And there are a couple of reasons why you would want to sign up. First of all, bragging rights. Like if you're ever invited to a cocktail party, people are like, oh, are you certifiable or certified? I have a healthy self-esteem, like showing off to your friends. Be like, hey, bring your, is this not resonating with you?
You've never been to a cocktail party, though.
It's true. I don't even know what they are.
That's true.
You know, it's also a test. It's also an opportunity to test what you know and sharpen that skill set in a fun way.
So for everyone, not just Seth, who's certifiable, you can easily sign up through your Microsoft Learn account. And there's a lot more on the Cloud Skills Challenge from our very own Rick Klaus.
Hey, my name's Rick Claus. I'm a Principal Cloud Advocate Lead here at Microsoft in sunny Redmond, Washington. I want to talk to you just a little second here about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. What is this challenge? Well, the Cloud Skills Challenge is a fun way to go ahead and to learn new skills through Microsoft Learn while competing against your peers. Topics are related to Microsoft Ignite and also to Microsoft certification. So you can have some fun with Ignite while you're also doing something to advance your certification efforts. Now, you're probably asking yourself, why should I join? Well, for one, obviously, it's bragging rights over your peers. We all know that's going to be invaluable, but really, you could win something. Now, what kind of something, you ask? Well, great question. Basically, you can earn a free certification exam by completing any one of the Cloud Skills challenges. Sound good? You interested? Want to get started? First, go ahead and register for Microsoft Ignite. And if you're watching me right now, then you're probably already completed that step. Number two, go ahead and register for the Cloud Skills Challenge in the Learning Zone. You're going to be able to find a link for how to do that, probably just below this video somewhere. Lastly, you have to actually complete one of those challenges in its entirety, as noted in the official rules to qualify. Oh yeah, don't forget, there is a time limit on this too. You've only got the month of March to be able to go off and finish one of those Cloud Skills challenges to be able to qualify. So get on it, get started, and go have fun.
Hello again, folks. Seth here, and this event is all about being at the forefront of innovations in products like Microsoft Azure. Here to discuss the latest in unified governance with Azure Purview is Mike Flasco, Partner Director of Product Management. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, Seth. Good to be here.
So let's just get a little background on it, because it's a newer thing, and I just recently heard about it. What's Azure Purview? What does it do?
Yeah, well, Azure Purview is really targeted to try and make data governance easier. What we found with our own experiences inside of Microsoft and from talking to a range of our data customers, understanding all the data you have across your data landscape, who owns it, its meaning, its technical metadata, and so forth, is really foundational knowledge to effective data governance. And where Purview begins is really helping automate the task of understanding your data landscape at large.
So what led us to make this service in general? I mean, it sounds like an interesting service, but what led us to get here?
Yeah, great question. I think Part of it was our journey within Microsoft as we collected more data, stored more data, used it in interesting ways to digitally transform ourselves. We found that it became a challenge, really, to keep up with the volumes of data, the ways in which we were using it across different types of services and capabilities. And it was really born out of that need that some of the thinking and some of the technology behind Purview started to emerge over the last number of years. And then, one of the fun parts of the job is I've got to spend a lot of time with our data customers, and it turned out we had a lot in common in terms of the challenges that people face today in understanding the data that they have in their data landscape. And so that was really the motivation and the start of what eventually, became Purview, and we announced this past December into preview.
So could you describe a typical user of Purview and what they would be doing in the system?
Yeah, it's a great question. The first task really is kind of getting to know your data across a set of services. And so a typical user there is going to set up some of the data scanning and classification capabilities that we have, which is a point-and-click experience to start to navigate and understand all the data across a set of different data sources. That user tends to be someone in IT or more technical user. Once they've extracted that type of capability, one way that data is used or that information is used is to expose it up through the Purview data catalog. And a typical user of a Purview data catalog is really anybody, technical users like data engineers and data scientists through to your business analysts that are trying to understand what data is available for them to use to do their job, right? And so a typical user of someone in the catalog, I think of as anybody who's trying to consume data to be able to use within their tasks.
And this is really timely because data is exploding. I mean, we're making so much data all the time. It's kind of hard to corral. How does Purview help you corral it and give people a sense for what they have overall? I heard you mention something like a catalog. Can you talk about
that? Yeah, absolutely. Purview's built a set of technologies first to help you scan and automatically identify the data you have and automatically classify it and whatnot. We bring all of that knowledge together into what we call a data map. Think of it as a map, effectively, of the data you have, where it resides, who owns it, how it's moved there, and so forth. And so we bring all of that together, and then the way that it's exposed is through a set of user experiences on top of the data map. The data catalog is one where users come to search for any data that they need to accomplish their task or their job. But there's a set of other experiences also coming in Purview that are tailored at different personas for different governance tasks. For example, one of the areas that we've also brought into preview is something we call data insights, which is really allows you to get a bird's eye view of your data estate at large. And so if you're maybe not a data engineer who's searching for a particular piece of data, but you're a chief data officer trying to assess where data is stored, what kinds of data is being stored within the organization, this type of capability gives you that bird's eye view of your data estate at large.
And this is really cool because I'm a machine learning person, and just knowing what I can see and what I can use as a machine learning person is pretty cool because I can build any model for machine learning. Is that something you all are thinking about as well?
Yeah, that's a really common conversation that we're in right now, especially with data scientists, or even the dialogue of making sure that you're using the right kind of data in training your model as you think about the responsibility and the ethics behind how models are created. And so it's a very active discussion. It's something that we're actively working on in the product so that data scientists can quickly understand what data is available, where did it come from, what's the distribution of the data, so that they can make the right decisions around what data to bring into their model, as well as to understand how existing models have been trained or created throughout its life cycle.
This is really cool. Like I said, I'm a machine learning person, and I love knowing where the data is, where it's coming from, et cetera. Now, Purview just recently came out in December. Any new things coming out at this Ignite that people should pay attention to?
Yeah, so we got a number of new things coming into the preview that we're announcing here at Ignite. The first is, we hear all the time, can we help people understand their data landscape, as I was discussing earlier? And so we're continually adding support for new data sources to be able to automate that understanding. So here at Ignite, we've announced support for a number of different SAP data sources, Oracle, our Amazon support, the AWS support also came into public preview. So a number of announcements around automating understanding of your data, wherever it might be, on-prem, multiple clouds, and so forth. The other key one that we're announcing is even deeper integration with Power BI. Because we always think about data as that raw data coming into our data lakes and going into models and warehouses and whatnot. But as it makes its way all the way to BI reports and so forth, we've spent a lot of time deeply integrating Power BI with Purview so that you can understand the journey of your data all the way through to your visual reports, as well as start to understand the classifications and data labels from information that you might have once had in your M365 account through Azure processing all the way to Power BI to be able to enable consistent classification and labeling of data as it travels across all the uses that you might have, all the way to visualizations in a BI report.
This is really cool because at first I thought it was if you have a bunch of SQL servers, then Purview's your thing. But this is for all data, regardless of where it lives. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I hearing that correctly?
You've got it. I think the really where we started is governance and data understanding is about the data you have and the way that you process it, and that needs to be inclusive of all the types of data systems that you use. So absolutely, that's very foundational in the way that we've approached Purview. And from the beginning, it's been about cloud data, on-prem data, data in apps and APIs and so forth. That we heard that pretty strongly from all customers that we talk to, because at the end of the day, governance has to transcend any one data ecosystem.
So last question, because we're running out of time, what makes Purview unique from traditional approaches to data governance?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we consistently hear is that governance tends to be very multidisciplinary, tends to be show up in a number of different tools. And unfortunately, the tools all tend to have partial understandings of your data estate today. So one of the things we set out to do with Purview is talk about really building a consistent and holistic data map so that as you enrich that map and as you add more information to it, that map is really what we're using to power a range of your governance experiences, from data cataloging through to experiences for data officers and into data privacy and quality. And we think that that's really powerful. It's so that you can gain one understanding and use that across a range of your governance experiences.
Well, this has been awesome. Thank you so much. Mike, go to aka.ms/Purview to learn more. Thank you for your time. Have a great Microsoft Ignite.
I'm back. That was fun.
I know, they told me to move, so.
Azure Purview.
That's right.
I like it.
That's right.
I like it. Mm-hmm.
All right, it's to you.
All right, so one of the major themes we're touching on throughout Microsoft Ignite is modern work. Not boring old school work that no one likes to do, but modern work. It's cool. We're all thinking about, given all of the changes in the last year. So in this next keynote, we're going to hear about how Microsoft Teams is enabling companies to thrive and collaborate securely during these unprecedented times, which are now super precedented because we've been unprecedented for so freaking long.
Yeah, I know.
Precedented times.
It's the longest march ever.
Ever. So this next keynote is with the wonderful, amazing Nicole Herskovich, the general manager of Microsoft Teams and the M365 platform.
And that's all coming in a few moments. Mm-hmm. We have there's still left some time on the clock.
Oh, I like it.
Look, Teams is literally our new Office.
It is.
But not Office products, but it forms part of the Office. Is this not working?
Okay, so first of all, now that I have this captive audience, I just want to say a big hello to Power Barbados. I spent many months last year in Barbados, and while I was there, David Smith at the University of West Indies reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, hey, while you're here, do you mind doing a session for just our IT department? Because they have M365 and they were just learning to use Power Platform. So we got together and the head of the school found out and said, instead of just the department, let's just have it be for Barbados.
Oh.
So we were in the newspaper. It was a huge event, and we wound up having a PAR Barbados hackathon. So all of you who participate in PAR Barbados, back in December, you better learn FX, Azure Purview, all these things, because there will be a quiz.
All right, they're telling us to wrap. So I guess we'll go to the package right now. Nicole Oskowitz, coming to you right now.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. My name is Nicole Herskowitz, and I'm the General Manager of Microsoft Teams. As we're a year into remote work, we've learned a lot about what it means to adapt and transform. And we are humbled that Microsoft Teams has been here to help you on this journey. But we also know that how work is done will continue to change. And all of us are asking the same question. How do we thrive no matter where we work? This is the very challenge of what we're focused on with new innovation in Microsoft Teams. We're taking the best of both worlds, what worked in the physical space and in the digital space, and bringing it together so that you can work in a way that works for you. And the best part is you don't need different apps or tools to do this. Everything that your team needs to connect, collaborate, and accomplish goals together is built directly in Microsoft Teams. Today, I will share 3 areas where we're driving new innovation. First, I'm going to show you how meetings will adapt to meet your needs because they're not one size fits all. Next, we will help you show up as your best self and present confidently, whether in meetings, webinars, or large-scale events. And finally, we're working hard to make it easy and more secure so that you can collaborate with people inside and outside of your organization. But before we jump in, let's start with how Microsoft Teams is empowering the new world of work.
We used to go to the office. Now we go to Teams and achieve more together. Microsoft Teams is your digital workspace, helping people stay connected and collaborating no matter where they are, at home, on the go, or in the office. Teams meetings dynamically adapt to your needs, giving you an optimal experience no matter where you're joining from small meetings to large-scale events. And for presenters, integrated presentation tools empower presenters to be their best selves so they can deliver with confidence and ease. And running a webinar has never been easier, with tools that help your presentation stand out, expanding your reach further than ever before. Teams breaks down the barriers of collaboration, allowing you to seamlessly and securely work on teams that span organizational boundaries. Teams enables us to work smarter, collaborate stronger, and connect deeper. Experience how Microsoft Teams is empowering the new way we work.
I suspect one of the reasons you joined me today is that you want to hear about meetings and how they can improve. Because if you're like me, you're in a lot of meetings. Meetings serve different purposes and various needs, and yet we've become far too accustomed to using the same formats and seeing them over and over, like grid views or a spotlight view of a speaker. Can you imagine the equivalent in the physical world? If you chose the same conference room to hold your meeting, whether it's a team brainstorming session, a customer presentation, or a company-wide town hall, it would simply feel like you didn't have the right environment to achieve your goal. That's why today I'm excited to announce the availability of Dynamic View, which automatically adjusts the meeting experience based on participants and content. So as people join, turn on their video, start to speak, or begin to present, Teams intelligently responds and personalizes your layout. And you still have the option to choose the view that works best for you, including gallery, large gallery, spotlight, and the new option with gallery at top that optimizes for eye contact. And let's not forget my personal favorite, Together Mode, where we always add new scenes for your unique meeting types. Now, I'd like to share with you how Teams can help you when you are the presenter. I think we can all agree that presenting can be nerve-wracking. Think of how many times you accidentally shared your desktop or the wrong screen instead of using your presentation, or when multiple presenters have awkward transitions as they try to switch control of the content. There's enough pressure to present. The technology should not make it harder. As a presenter, we're going to help you present with confidence and not worry about what you're sharing. And that's where the power of Microsoft Teams and PowerPoint come together in a way that no other online meeting experience can. I'm excited to announce PowerPoint Live in Teams, which offers a simple way to share your presentation. You can see what is seen by others, your speaker notes, your timing, your upcoming content, and a view of attendees all in one screen. You can seamlessly co-present using the same content without awkward switching. And if you choose, your participants can view the content at their own pace. But as a presenter, you may want to take your level of production quality and polish to the next level. Imagine a presentation that looks like it was produced in a studio, like the one you're watching now, except it's done right from your home and right within Teams, all with a click of a button. Today, I'm excited to introduce Presenter Mode, which allows you and your presentation to shine. Right from the Teams sharing tray, use Presenter Mode to upgrade from standard sharing to standout, bringing yourself in front of the content with a dramatic effect. Take control with fun professional layouts such as Reporter, or balance yourself and your content side by side. And one thing for sure, Presenter Mode will beat the first impression of showing up as a cat. There is one area where presenters experience high stakes and require highly professional tools: virtual events. I say this to you in complete awareness that I'm currently delivering and you're experiencing this very thing. I'm with you. I'd like to show you how events of all types and sizes can be delivered with the ease and familiarity of Microsoft Teams. Let's start with the most commonly used format for a virtual event: a webinar. Webinars are a powerful way to engage directly with your customers, communities, and networks to showcase your business. But they shouldn't be complicated to deliver. You may be thinking you need a totally different set of tools and apps or an event agency expertise to get going. But that's not true. What if your webinar was just as easy as running your next Teams meeting? Which is why I'm excited to announce webinars in Microsoft Teams. We've combined powerful capabilities for presenters and audience engagement with simple tools to set up, run, and market your webinar. Just as you would set up a meeting, set up your webinar with a custom registration experience. Automatically send invitations and have your attendees join with a simple meeting link. Your participants will not only be impressed as you show up in presenter mode, but they will engage in your webinar with live reactions that you would normally get from physically being together. They can interact with real-time polls to share immediate feedback and responses, and use chat or moderated Q&A to facilitate discussions and to share what's top of mind. And it's easy to minimize unwanted disruptions with moderation controls to disable attendee chat and video. After a webinar ends, use attendee reporting to understand participation. And because we know your relationship with customers goes beyond one event, we're taking the webinar experience a step further by integrating Teams webinars with Dynamics 365. With just a couple of clicks, you can deliver a range of marketing activities, from basic follow-up communications to more sophisticated relationship marketing campaigns. And if you use another marketing platform, we make it easy for you to bring your event contacts with you. What if your webinar needs to reach hundreds to thousands of participants? With Microsoft Teams, you can host interactive webinars with up to 1,000 attendees and view-only broadcasts with up to 20,000 attendees. But you want to know what's the best part of all of this new innovation? For those of you who are existing Office and Microsoft 365 customers today, Webinars in Microsoft Teams is available with your existing E3 or Business Premium subscription. With all of this new value, it may be time to think about switching your provider. Now, webinars are a great way to engage your customers, but large global events have also gone virtual. Microsoft Teams can adapt to your events of all sizes and scale. And it's exciting to see how many of our customers have reimagined experiences with virtual events. Office Depot used Teams to host an online webinar for their retail leaders and external partners to recognize outstanding results, all in a shared event space. With fans mostly watching from home this year, the NFL wanted to create high-energy virtual game day experiences and worked with Microsoft to create fan mosaics for select primetime games. We partnered with NBC Sunday Night Football to highlight how Microsoft Teams enables fans to participate and celebrate on the virtual sidelines together. And for the first time ever, CES, the world's largest and most influential technology event, which attracts over 170,000 attendees in person, became an all-digital global event. Leveraging the power of Teams combined with other Microsoft technology and our partner ecosystem, virtual attendees engaged in a live stream of session programming with keynotes, exhibitor showcases, press conferences, and networking events. Now, I've shown you how virtual meetings and events are adapting and scaling to fit your needs. But collaboration extends far beyond meetings. Collaboration requires sustained, persistent relationships. It means working seamlessly in real time or asynchronously with anyone, whether inside or outside of your organization. In Teams, it's easy for me to spin up conversations and collaborate on content with people inside my organization. But as a marketer, I'm constantly planning for the next product announcements, like what you're seeing today. And I often rely on the support from agencies to help bring our vision to life. Today, I'm excited to announce Microsoft Teams Connect, which enables you to share channels with people and teams outside of your organization. Just like when you add a channel in Teams today, you simply select a new channel type. Easily invite individuals and teams and create a shared workspace where you can collaborate across organizational boundaries, leveraging all the rich capabilities that only Teams brings together. So you can chat, meet, collaborate on apps, share content, and even co-author documents in real time with people outside of your organization. And shared channels appear in your primary Teams view alongside all of your internal teams and channels, making it easy to stay on top of all of your work in one place. Collaborating across organizational boundaries doesn't mean you have to give up protection of your company's most important assets. Regardless of how and where work happens, you shouldn't have to compromise the safety of your people and data. Think about how often a meeting has been forwarded to attendees who weren't invited, or when an uninvited person has joined only to be disruptive. Can you imagine an in-person boardroom meeting or a 6th grade math class where an unapproved participant joins? This is why I'm excited to introduce invite-only meeting controls, which helps ensure that only participants who were directly invited to the meeting are able to attend. And there are times when highly sensitive conversations are happening in your organization. Think of when you review financial data or discuss a confidential new product launch. You want to ensure that what is discussed stays between people in the conversation. So today we're announcing end-to-end encryption to provide extra protection for these conversations while giving you full control of who can use this capability across your organization. We're starting with one-to-one audio and video calls in Teams, and we'll extend end-to-end encryption capabilities to support Teams online meetings next. It is our commitment to continue partnering with our customers to support more secure and trustworthy communications and collaboration. It is our job to build teams so that you can focus on what matters, being you. Whether it's enabling meetings to adapt to your needs, helping you be a more confident presenter, supporting the delivery of webinars and virtual events, or making it easier to collaborate with people inside and outside of your organization. Microsoft Teams is designed to help your team stay connected, collaborate, and achieve more together, no matter where you work. So whether you're teaching in a classroom, delivering vaccines to patients, or running a business, Microsoft Teams is right there with you. With that, we'd like to end with something that gives our team the most inspiration: how our customers around the world are using Microsoft Teams.
There's so many different lines of work, from manufacturing to R&D to sales. Teams is helping us reimagine business by becoming the central place where all work gets done.
Microsoft Teams has enabled daily stand-ups occurring on the plant floor, supplier, product, and plant walkthroughs happening completely virtual.
We want the highest quality of teaching and learning taking place. We've got an assembly being streamed out or a lesson being delivered. It's all there in one location in Microsoft Teams.
We've been able to start practicing telesurgery.
Technology allows us to have surgeons operating with Uganda completely connected with surgeons here in Mount Sinai.
We have had 100% success rate, and it's unbelievable.
We are so pleased to be able to do this fun session with you today. We actually have the real life Teams marketing team together. And our hope today is we can show you a little bit about what culture means to us and how we've been using Microsoft Teams to shape that culture. This is off the cuff. It's real. None of these people today are actors. We're just the team showing you a little bit about what we do. I've got Barbara, Chris, Deandra, Marissa, and Amber, and myself. And we're each just going to talk a little bit about what we've learned, especially in the past year. And I'll start with one thing that continues to amaze me every day I go to work, which is this idea we have real bonded connections, and many of us have never actually met each other in person. We have used this last year to try new things, to experiment, and to bond in a way that may have not been traditional or comfortable with us at the time, but somehow, some way, it's actually working. And we wanted to kind of share some of those tips and tricks. And I think we just have to start with culture at the center. And so maybe, Barbara, you can give us a little bit of our tips and tricks on what have we been doing with culture.
Thanks, Lars. I mean, we think about how just overnight we thought we were going to be just at home working remotely and coming into the office once in a while for like a week, and it turned into like almost a year. And we quickly realized, like, gosh, tech is one of the aspects of the solution, but we have got to reestablish our organization and sustain a remote work in a cultural way. And so we started to actually implement listening tours, and then we started to listen to, hey, how are you guys doing? Because so much of our engagement was work-based. We actually didn't know how people were doing and what are some of the life circumstances that were happening. And when we did the listening tour, it was very clear that people were feeling like there was no work-life balance anymore because I don't know where work is. I'm like living in the workplace, or I'm trying to take care of my children in the workplace. It's a very bizarre thing. But I think what we realized is that we had to really be intentional about establishing who are we as an organization. How do we have a culture of gratitude? How do we have a culture that appreciates people's boundaries? So I remember when we started to try out from these listening tours, like, let's block off Friday meetings, let's block off lunch meetings. And then even like in our team, we started to do these like Harry Potter houses, like, hey, you guys get Gryffindor points. And it was a fun way for us to say, hey, we don't have to do all work connections. We can actually have fun. And And then quickly we realized like I was making some of my best friends during the pandemic and I haven't even met them in person. We're always trying to say like, hey, when can we meet up? And even our virtual happy hours that turned into 3 hours, 4 hours, like who does that? People don't want to be virtually connecting, but it was very clear that when we started to take action items for making an intentional connection that was organic, that appreciated each other, we can still make meaningful connections even in the workplace using Teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Barbara, to your point, like being intentional at things, it's a key word here. I think, to your point, working remote, it can be challenging. Honestly, like even when we're in the office, sometimes it was hard to figure out, what are people doing? Who's having a work anniversary soon? And honestly, who got engaged? Because, those are the moments that I feel like are opportunities for us to come together. And I think Teams offers a little bit of that technology, again, to be able to enable us to connect for those specific scenarios. But I think it's to come together and form that culture, to your point, that allows us to have those discussions. When I think about some of the things that we have done in the team to come together and celebrate, it can be small things like creating a channel where people can have informal conversations, share their thoughts, share what's happening with them. Managers can post happy birthdays or work anniversaries. Colleagues can post that they just got a new puppy. Like, Barbara, I loved your puppy. Love the pictures. Love to see them in camera every time we can. But it's just being authentic in that specific channel. Of course, meetings is also another great opportunity to come together. I can think about a couple of times where we had roll of big features, and it's a big enterprise for us to come together and celebrate the fact that we made it happen. And being able to feel accomplished, make fun of some of the interesting pieces of the journey, and honestly just feel comfortable remembering some of these big pieces. It's key. Another piece that is super important in those specific scenarios is how do you make people feel appreciated? I think in scenarios, for example, where you're working together to deliver something, sometimes even especially in remote scenarios, we forget to tell other people, hey, thank you for the amazing work. You did me a solid, like you saved my life. That appreciation helps people feel recognized and ultimately happy in the work environment. And using things like praise in a channel so people can see the great work that others are doing for you is a great way to do that too.
Yeah, I love that, Chris. And a word that you said that really stuck out to me is just authenticity. Those moments when you just can be authentic and be yourself with your team. That was something that I used to love doing at the water cooler when you'd go grab coffee and get lunch. And when we switched to a more virtual world, it's honestly something I was a little bit nervous around, but it's been really just relieving to see our team come together and be very intentional around how do we still have these, team building moments and these moments of just serendipitous connectivity and laughter virtually online. Some things that our team has put together, which have been a blast, are things like team trivia. Our team is super competitive, and so we're all trying to win, and we're just having fun and getting to know, like, wow, I didn't know so-and-so was an office expert, or this person is really strong at this. So it's been really fun to get to learn more about one another. We also did a cooking class together as a group, and that was really telling around who's been ordering a lot of food during this time versus who's become, master chefs. So it's been really fun to connect in that way, or even like a gingerbread making contest. That was a great way. We brought all of our, families involved. Some people had their parents, others had their kids, and it was just a great way to be able to bring our families into the workplace and just genuinely connect and have fun together.
Wait, Deandra, do you have that photo you could share from our Halloween event?
Yes, I have to show you guys. It is too hilarious. To this day, we talk about all the different costumes. Let me just pull it up here.
If there's two things that we have, it is great pictures of ourselves in together mode and knowledge of each other's pets. The pets have become the stars of the show in the last year.
Yes, and that's the hilarious thing. I'm sharing my screen now. Let me know if you guys are able to see it. We have Lars here, who we're still trying to kind of figure out what costume he was doing. And then we have, unicorns, just different fun backgrounds. It's just fun. These are the moments where you can let your hair down and just have some fun and just connect outside of, your projects and your meetings. So these are the moments that we still talk about till today, and we'll probably never forget.
We didn't talk about showing that, but you know what? We're getting real in this session. It's all good.
I think that example is such a great kind of proof point for the fact that, every time we come together these days, it's done on Teams. But in real life, not every meeting is the same. Like a Halloween happy hour is a very different setting and experience, and you're in a really different mood than you are when you're coming into, a formal presentation or something like that. And so we think a lot about, hey, how do we make people comfortable in this setting and feel like you're entering the right meeting room to kind of set that stage. So I feel like we're really big as a Teams team on using the different, tools and features and tricks within Teams to kind of set the scene and make it feel like the right meeting. Like if we're brainstorming on a storyboard, it seems so simple, but just something as simple as pulling up the whiteboard, the Microsoft whiteboard, changes the tone and helps people, feel comfortable adding ideas. Or together mode kind of in a more meeting context, if we're having a roundtable discussion and you want to take out the distraction of shared content, you want to take out the distraction of people's backgrounds, I pop us together in together mode and we can focus on each other and each other's faces and have a bit more of a natural conversation.
I think we all felt that so much. I mean, remember through last summer when we started to say, hey, when you're in meetings all day, they need to feel different. You got to switch it up. We can't be in these boxes all the time. We're either brainstorming, we're together, we're doing all sorts of different things. A one-on-one will feel so different if you're taking the time to look the other person in the eye like they're in the same room. And if you can get them to turn on the camera, of course, that is.
Well, can you imagine if we were doing this conversation without cameras? Like the fact that I get to see all of your beautiful smiling faces. I mean, you all know I'm a people person. I get my energy off people. So this is the next best thing than being together. And there's something about being able to see everybody, kind of really, really get those real, nonverbal cues that you wouldn't see otherwise, like being together in a room. It just creates some bit of this openness and just feeling like we have these real connections. And then, of course, like we were saying, I mean, it's awesome. Look at it. I feel like, I'm getting a little bit of warm invitation in your home a bit. I'm seeing everybody at their home. I'm here, obviously not. I'm in Greece, okay, because I don't want to be at home right now in quarantine. But it's just awesome just to kind of see that personal side of folks. And, we get to have those special guests, too, like we said, from time to time, whether it's kids or, puppies, like Barbara's puppy, Toby, hopefully will make an appearance at some point. But it's just been really great.
Marissa's showing us how to be polite with team etiquette by raising her hand. And so I guess you have a comment about that, Marissa.
Well, I do. And I also just use that to kind of make a point of it's when you have your cameras on, it's so much easier to naturally kind of interrupt people and have like a back and forth flow instead of the awkwardness of, okay, now I'm finished talking, you may enter. It gives you a little bit more free flow that you have in person when you're able to read each other's body language, and talking over each other doesn't seem as rude. You can react, you can see people smile, you can, oh my gosh, I can't even pay attention to that.
Barbara, here you were being rude and just stealing the whole show with our newest member of the Teams team. You got to introduce the newest member.
Since everyone talks about Toby so much, this is Toby.
Oh,
Hi, Toby. Gentle pup.
Hi, Toby. I hope Toby is feeling the hearts that we just sent Toby's away. It's so true. Could you imagine without being able to look at each other in their, adapting environments with all of the great things that are happening in each other's lives? And I think that's kind of one of my last insights, which is we all can't wait to see each other in person. Of course it'll be so magical when we get to bond together in person. But one of the things that we've learned on this team is that we shouldn't be waiting. We should be adapting and embracing this time. Like there's a lot of really, really special things that are happening right now. And so to declare that, hey, this remote space that we're going to be working from, let's get comfortable. Even if we start having more time in the office, like let's use it to the best of our ability. Let's get our cameras set up in a way that we can, and our sound in our home environment, so that we can really continue to enjoy, quite frankly, what has been a surprise for all of us. So I know we're running out of time. I know this is not an interview that we can take the rest of the day on, but I am so thankful for every member of this team and how we've adapted. And I hope you've all enjoyed just getting a quick glimpse in how we work together. Thank you. Can we do some waves, team?
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, it appears we have an interloper.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of keeping it together.
Uh-huh. Wow. Seth, did you? Did you? He did.
Our colleague Chloe Condon's son is here.
Clippy. Clippy is here. Chloe, retrieve your child.
Please.
Please.
Still there.
Why is your child still here?
Just.
We did not ask for help, Clippy.
There's like.
Did not ask for help.
Y'all got to keep it together.
No.
Okay. By the way,
not.
that session from Nicole was awesome.
It was off the hook. We just loved it so much. Can we talk about how good presenter mode is in Teams? It's going to make us look kind of good.
I got to say who I am.
Okay, say who you are. Say.
Hi, everyone. Seth Juarez here, Principal Cloud Advocate, leading advocacy efforts for AI and machine learning at Microsoft. And you, my friend.
Hello, I'm Donna Sarkar, Principal Cloud Advocate for the Power Platform and the Fusion Dev teams. We, by the way, in case you're just joining us, are well into day one of Microsoft Ignite. And Seth, we just watched a keynote from Nicole, which we really liked.
I did.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, Teams has taken over the world.
Yeah, the thing about it is Teams adoption is just taking, because it's literally like our office. And I love the way that they kind of put together with the first half showing all the cool things, and the second half was like, let's just all hang out on Teams.
Let's just have a meeting, and that's kind of fun.
It's really amazing.
Yeah. Okay, you know what else is amazing? Our audience. So our audience, that's you, by the way, if you're watching, that's our audience. You are awesome, and you are amazing, and you're the reason we do the show. So we want to hear from you, and we want to hear from our community from all over the world. So we want you to get in on the conversation. We want you to use the hashtag MSIgnite. We want you to share with us your thoughts, your learnings, a snack that you have, things that are keeping you going, things you want to see more of. If you want to have if you have any questions for any of the engineering teams or the execs, tell us, because the chances of us getting them to answer you during Ignite are real high.
That's right. And also, if you want us to sneak in a random word during the things that they tell us to say, we should totally do that. Coming up, we're chatting with Rohan Kumar on the latest innovations with Azure. But first, you know what I think about a lot, Donna?
Snacks.
It's like you're cheating.
Why?
But because it says it.
I can't read teleprompter, Seth. I just assume it says snacks.
That's true. It is true. I am a snack person. But I also think a lot about security, and so does Darktrace.
Darktrace.
It's such a cool company. Like, I feel like I need to say it like Darktrace.
Lego Batman.
Let's hear how Darktrace complements the Microsoft ecosystem with AI and an autonomous belt and suspenders security approach with their customer mainstream renewal power. Take a look.
Great to see you today.
You too, Nicole.
So I'd like to start about the journey that Mainstream took to the cloud. Maybe you can tell us just a little bit about that.
Sure thing. Well, Mainstream, since we were a startup, we had global ambitions, and we realized that to succeed, we needed to be in the Microsoft cloud. That gave us the scalability into new markets. So we're fully on the Microsoft ecosystem. We use pretty much every product that Microsoft has.
So now let's talk about how do you secure all of that? Darktrace and Microsoft have a partnership. So how do you see those two kind of security environments working together for Mainstream?
We see Darktrace as very much complementary to the Microsoft offering. Microsoft has very strong rules-based security. And with Darktrace, what we get is the AI and the autonomous response. And we see them as very complementary. The term that we use internally to describe it to our senior management is we need to take a belt and braces approach. They've told us cybersecurity is our number one priority. That's what we've done is we've gone out and seen what's the best way that we can address this. So if there's something that might slip through the net on one side, it's picked up on the other side.
Excellent. And email obviously was a high priority for you as well. Can you talk a little bit about the benefit you get from Darktrace's Antigena email solution?
Yes, Antigena email was the first of your products that we'd implemented, and it was very much in response to the fact is that despite as much training as we would do, security awareness training that we even refer to it as defense against the dark arts, and all of the rule-based setup that we'd done, we still found that there were people, and often the same people would fall foul of phishing emails. Phishing emails becoming more and more sophisticated. And so we needed something that could not just monitor, but then respond in real time, 24/7. We're a global company. We're on every continent around the world, but our security team, needs to be able to sleep as well. And knowing that we have Darktrace monitoring and acting 24/7 allows our security team to sleep well at night.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your time today.
Oh, my pleasure. Great to see you.
Modern work is a major theme at Ignite. It's also a priority for VMware Watch On Demand as they show you how to connect their apps from anywhere on any device that has VMware Horizon, Azure VMware Solution, and VMware SD-WAN. It's all in the Featured Partner Showcase. Now let's hear a customer story from another featured partner, Dell Technologies. Okay, we don't have that. They're like, we don't have that. But I do get to say again the word Darktrace. I just love saying it. Now, as Principal Cloud Advocate, I know a little something about living in the cloud, and so does our next guest. In fact, earlier today, he demoed the exciting innovations coming to Microsoft Azure. Rohan Kumar, good to have you with us, my friend.
How are you, Seth?
Good.
It's
good to see you. I loved your session this morning. Can you tell us a little bit about your session and maybe some people can watch it on demand? Tell us about that.
Yeah, one of the things I want to say, I heard that there was some maybe buffering issues when the session happened. My data session happened at 3 p.m. So if you ran into any challenges there, I'm so sorry. It's available on demand and folks can go watch it. There's lots of interesting content, especially if you're into data analytics and AI. And with a lot of the new innovation that I spoke about in terms of what our customers are going through and how that's shaping the innovation agenda. So I highly encourage folks who ran into issues to go watch it on demand.
The thing, Rohan, is it was just such good stuff. The internet could not contain it. So look, Rohan, data is everywhere. Can you tell us the kinds of things that your group does to help folks understand, manage data? Let's start with data modernization.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things, Seth, what we're seeing, in fact, is a lot of our customers, who have strategic investments that they've made on-prem, they're looking to move to the cloud and use our managed data services in Azure, for SQL, for open source databases like MySQL, Postgres, MariaDB, Mongo, Cassandra, and many of these with the intention of saving costs, both from an operational cost standpoint and even sort of leveraging a lot of the built-in intelligence capabilities that we have in these managed services, which substantially changes the game for them. They continue to do what they're doing today, and a lot of the new scenarios open up. So data modernization, I'd say, is one of the strongest plays that we see. It's been interesting because as we've worked with customers, one of the big things we've realized is there is a huge appetite. I mean, almost every business is looking at, how do we sort of break down data silos, get the data into the public cloud, do predictive analytics. And just the cost and the complexity of sort of doing something like this was pretty humongous. And that was one of the key reasons why, we launched this new analytics service called Synapse, which was made generally available in December. Which brings together several different capabilities, from data integration to warehousing to transformation of data. It's deeply integrated with Power BI. It's deeply integrated with Azure Machine Learning. I know you're a huge machine learning enthusiast.
That's
and
right.
Excited, as you've sort of speaking in the past. But the intention behind that, Seth, really is how do you reduce time to insight? Today, businesses are coming and demanding IT to like, hey, look, we need to make this decision. Can you do it like right now? And that whole self-service aspect of setting up pipelines is extremely challenging. So we focused a lot on the data engineer experience, the data scientist experience, and the collaboration between the two.
This is awesome. One of the things that I noticed in your talk, and if you could talk about it, was this notion of migration. Because people have data everywhere, and getting to insight sometimes involves moving it into something more modern. What are we doing to help with that?
Yeah, so in one of the big things, thanks for that question, that we launched as a part of Ignite this year is this new service called Azure Synapse Pathway. And what that essentially does is it effectively looks at, it helps our customers who have tons of code that's written for, different analytic systems that exist today, be it on-prem, with Teradata and Netezza, SQL Server, Oracle, or in the cloud, with Amazon Redshift, BigQuery, Snowflake, and they're looking to move into more modern systems like Synapse that gives them the ultimate flexibility of both scale and modes of operation, be it provisioned or serverless. And what this Synapse Pathway does is it essentially helps you translate your code into SQL scripts that run on Synapse, and it takes away, what without this capability would take maybe months to get done, and gets it done within a matter of hours.
And that was really cool because, like I said, everyone has data and we've got to put it somewhere, so it's cool you have that. Let's talk about Azure Synapse, if that's okay. One of the things about Azure Synapse is, look, I'm a machine learning guy, and machine learning guys to data people are like devs are to IT pros kind of thing, because you set up the infrastructure where we live and make models. Talk about Azure Synapse and how it fits overall for folks.
No, I think that's a great question. So one of the things, like core capabilities we added as a part of Synapse or experiences, is that collaboration between data scientists and data engineers. So, the data engineers basically are setting up the pipelines, getting the data, breaking down silos, transforming it into shapes that eventually, can be used by the data scientists who are using tools like Azure Machine Learning to train models. So for example, the deep integration we've done, the moment the data gets transformed by Synapse, it's automatically available for you if you're using Azure Machine Learning. Whether you are like a very sophisticated data scientist, you want to use Jupyter Notebooks to write Python code, to train your models using the Spark compute that Synapse provides. Right, so that's a great example of that integration. Or you want to use AutoML. You maybe are a little bit of a citizen data scientist where you just want to walk through a drag and drop experience. That works as well. And the beauty, Seth, is once you build a model and through ML and register it, then you can use that model inside SQL and Spark queries inside Synapse to do predictive analytics. So we've sort of done the whole circle of how iterative development is going to happen both on the data engineer and the data scientist side.
So help me out, this is me, Seth, right? I'm really good at building machine learning. I have a hard time understanding everything that goes on in just Synapse. Help me understand, pretend I don't know anything about computers and you're explaining Synapse to me as if a computer person would explain. How would you explain Synapse? What's the purpose of it? Why would people dive into it?
So the key reason why we built Synapse was for two things. One is we wanted to significantly reduce the complexity of building out these analytic systems that are helping our customers breaking down silos. So with Synapse, when you sort of go into the workspace, you don't deal with any of the underlying complexity of security, management, deployments, automation, etc. It's all sort of taken care of for you. The other thing we focused on is time to insight. How do we enable our customers, once they know they have to make a decision, to set up these analytic pipelines in a way for the data engineers, which has a no-code experience. You're not writing any code. You're basically declaring, where you want to sort of collect the data, and the system is creating that for you.
All right, we're kind of running out of time. We're kind of running out of time. I want to make sure to get the last, if you could say three more things, three new things at Ignite, what would they be?
One of the key new innovations that we launched is this whole notion of semantic search as a part of Azure Search.
Yeah.
As you know, Seth, as a machine learning person yourself, more than just keyword-based searches, which are very common today, semantic search, where there's a lot of research that happened at Bing and Microsoft Research to build these deep neural network models for languages which we're using now as a part of our cognitive search to give you that contextually aware. So it's not just about static keyword searches, but how they relate to other words and other documents, if you will.
Amazing.
That's something that we're very excited about. There's lots and lots of research. So all the capabilities of research in Bing. And one final thing I'd say is a lot of new innovation has happened in Purview.
Cool.
We released a connector to Oracle. And MongoDB and Cassandra on managed.
Rohan, as always, I love talking to you. Telling me time is up. We have 3 links: aka.ms Purview, aka.ms Synapse, and aka.ms Semantic to get all the new stuff. Thanks for being with us, Rohan. Now let's hear a customer story from another featured partner.
Thank you, Seth.
Dell Technologies. Hey. And speaking of security, next up, Joy Chick and Jeremy Chapman of Microsoft give us a hands-on tour of Azure AD with FIDO2 keys. They're changing the game when it comes to going passwordless. Let's watch that instead.
Our surveyors are in every major port, absolutely rugged environments, and they need to have the right technology to work. We needed a partner that could help us on a global scale. Dell Technology Services brought 2 main things that no one else came close to. Number 1, it was the global reach. And then number 2, it was the value that we received. The best business partner we have is Dell. They've always been there and has always delivered.
Hello.
Hello, my friends.
Up next, a special edition of Microsoft Mechanics. We're joined today by Microsoft CVP Joy Chick from the identity engineering team to review the latest authentication updates in Azure AD that are now generally available for eliminating the use of passwords by users and their organizations, as well as more friction-free ways of going passwordless with the introduction of the new temporary access pass. So Joy, welcome back to Microsoft Mechanics.
It is great to be back on the show.
And thanks so much for joining us today. So I remember the first time that you were on Mechanics back in Ignite 2018, you revealed Microsoft's leadership role in eliminating the use of passwords as a main vulnerability, both for security breaches as well as a primary data target when the perimeter has been breached. So at that time, passwordless methods such as biometrics and Windows Hello for Business, they'd been around for a while, and we launched the preview of the passwordless authentication method using the Microsoft Authenticator app. This experience now even works well on shared devices like Surface Hub. So a lot's really happened since we started down this path, but how far are you then in terms of reaching your goal of eliminating passwords?
I would say we're closer than ever to our goal of eliminating passwords. There has been a few stages along this journey. This includes developing passwordless methods, then growing the partner ecosystem for devices, and improving the admin experience. But the good news is that as of today, everything Azure AD users need to go passwordless is now generally available. So we expect to see much broader adoption moving forward. And as I will show you today, we are now on the next step of this journey with the new temporary access pass. This makes it even easier to introduce passwordless methods, and it is in public preview today.
This is one of those things where I think passwords are just so pervasive, you're not going to be able to stop people using them overnight.
You really can't. But it's encouraging that over the past year, with so many of us working remotely, the use of passwordless methods has really reached an inflection point. More than 200 million users are now using passwordless authentication across Azure Active Directory and Microsoft Consumer accounts. So hopefully it won't be too long before passwords are a thing of the past.
You mentioned that Azure AD users have now the pieces to implement passwordless, and those are all generally available. What does that mean then in terms of both the user and the IT side?
Well, we know that the easier we make it to stop using passwords, the more users and services can get on board. For users, beyond the methods that you mentioned, Azure AD now supports FIDO2 security keys as an authentication method for signing into operating systems, applications, and services. Organizations can issue these keys to everyday information workers. And this approach can make life much easier for frontline workers using shared devices. It works by using industrial strength public-private key technology. The FIDO device securely stores private keys, which you can unlock via a biometric or PIN. All authentication messages that are exchanged are signed by the private key and then validated by the public key that's held in Azure AD, which then sends a token or a session cookie to the device as a proof of authentication.
Yeah, and all of this happens, by the way, in just a fraction of a second. So it feels instantaneous and also convenient to the user.
Right. And then for IT, we have made it easier to drive passwordless adoption. This includes how you roll out passwordless authentication methods in Azure AD. You can automate the management of passwordless using PowerShell or our new Microsoft Graph APIs. We also have new reporting to help you track how well your organization is doing. And this really helps as you roll out new authentication methods and track their usage over time. And you can integrate these metrics with your apps using our APIs.
Right, I have to really say this is a game changer for me because I use the Authenticator app, and even though I frequently sign into lots of different machines and phones and cloud services, all I have to remember is my email address, and I get a verification from my phone, so I never need to remember or even type a password.
Yeah, it's not only easy, but also way more secure than using passwords. And it's still two factors of authentication. And when users do not have a phone or a dedicated Windows 10 device, they can use a FIDO security key. And in fact, we have worked as part of the FIDO Alliance to develop a simple common architecture for secure authentication with FIDO2.
All right, so let me try this out. I'm going to start by using this method to sign into Windows 10. You can see here that I already have my profile on the device, so I'm going to go ahead and insert the USB key. Then I'm going to click on Sign In Options, and I'm going to choose the security key one in the middle, and it's going to ask me to touch the security key, so I'll go ahead and do that. And so that's going to use my fingerprint then to authenticate. Now, because we're using seamless single sign-on, this authentication also carries forward within my session onto the browser. So I'm going to go ahead and go to myapps.microsoft.com, and you'll see that it just signs me in. Now, this works with your Microsoft apps, but you can also see that SaaS apps are configured here that are using Azure AD and Windows-based authentication. So here you can see, for example, that we have Box. And I also have my on-prem file share available. And if I wanted to, I could click into that and securely access linked resources that are on the internet or that are apps on-prem.
Again, you do not need to enter a password. It is super secure and it's super convenient. And you can connect to your resources, whether they are on-premise in the Microsoft Cloud or in other clouds and services.
Right, and this also works across devices. So your PIN and biometric, by the way, are tied to that USB key. So you can use it to sign into services with other devices as well. So for example here, my machine's set up to dual boot to Linux. So it's running Chrome, and in my case, I'll even try signing into myapps.microsoft.com one more time, this time on Ubuntu, without even needing to type in my email address. I'll click into the sign-in options. Now it's going to ask whether I want to use a security key or GitHub in this case. And again, I'll choose security key, so I'll go ahead and insert it. Then I'll use my fingerprint. Now in my case, you can see that I have 2 accounts registered to this key, so I'm going to go ahead and choose my account. And similarly, you can see that I can get to the same resources that we saw earlier in the browser that are the apps and anything that supports Azure AD-based authentication.
Right. It is fast and secure. And the good news is that we are expanding the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association ecosystem of security partners. And these partners are developing a growing range of FIDO2 security keys. This includes the support for the use of NFC reader devices for passwordless signing.
Right. So you also mentioned the admin updates earlier. So how easy is it to set all this up for your tenant? What are some of the changes that have been made?
So you enable these experiences in Azure AD Portal. Just go to Security Settings, then go to Authentication Methods. Here you can see all of our new authentication methods, including Microsoft Authenticator and the FIDO2 security key. I will quickly show you how to enable FIDO2 security keys by clicking in. You can scope it to all users or limit the scope to selected users or groups. And in my case, it is already enabled. I have already assigned the group FIDO Pilot, and now I will add a new user, Megan Bowen. If I wanted, I could broaden the scope by adding multiple users and groups. And finally, I will hit save. And now Megan is ready for FIDO2 authentication.
Okay, so now that Megan is set up, what has to happen then for the FIDO key to be associated with her account?
So Megan would need to register her key. Here, I'm signing as Megan, and I have already navigated to aka.ms/mysecurityinfo. And next, I will choose Add Method. And from the dropdown, I will select Security Key and hit Add. Here, I can choose a USB or NFC device type. And in my case, I will select USB. I will make sure my key is ready and select Next. Then when I continue, Windows 10 will guide me through setup. So I will hit OK and I hit OK again. Then tap my key to prove presence. Now I will set up the 6-digit PIN. Then I'll re-enter it and click OK. Now I will give it a name, Paytm USB-C, and then hit Next, then Done. And that's it. My key is ready to use.
Nice. So now you'll be able to use this to sign into an Azure AD joined PC, or like I showed before, you can use it at the browser level on PC, Mac, or Linux. And all these capabilities are now generally available. But that said, you just released the public preview of Temporary Access Pass. So how does this help in terms of going passwordless?
To be clear, if you already adopted MFA, you have all the pieces in place to enable passwordless authentication quickly. With that said, for brand new employees who do not have a password or MFA, that is where the new Temporary Access Pass comes in. This is the missing piece that we need to eliminate the use of passwords at scale. For example, most organizations have a process to prove that you are who you say you are. At the end of the process, an administrator can issue a temporary access pass to the verified user. And this temporary access pass is a time-limited passcode that the user can apply to register their passwordless signing method, such as a FIDO key or the Microsoft Authenticator app. So let me show you how you would set this up. The temporary access pass is configured as an authentication method. When I select it, you see the same controls that we saw earlier. And in this case, I already have it enabled and I set the scope to all users. If I click into Edit, you'll see all of available settings. I can set the minimum and a maximum lifetime, as well as the default lifetime. In my case, it's 1 hour. And for the one-time use setting, we recommend you keep this setting to set no if you need to use it more than once during that time frame. As you can see, it is a very simple process to get this up and running in your tenant.
Great. So now this is all set up. How do you issue then a temporary access pass to a user?
So when you need to generate a temporary access pass in Azure AD, just go to the user you want and then navigate to authentication methods. And next, choose Add Authentication Method and select Temporary Access Pass. You can either keep the default duration, which is 60 minutes in this case, or choose a duration that you want. Then select Add, will display the temporary access pass that you can copy and send to the user. And this is just one way to do this. We also have APIs for this, so you can integrate this process into your own solutions. But Jeremy, we have created one just for you. Why don't you show us the user experience?
Okay, so I've received my temporary access pass, and not only can I register a FIDO key directly as we showed earlier, but I can also now set up passwordless phone sign-in when I sign in directly to the Microsoft Authenticator app. Now, first I'm going to go ahead and open up the app. Then I'll choose Add Account through Authenticator. And now I'm going to choose a work or school account, then sign in, then continue. And now I'll type my email, jeremy@wingtiptoysonline.com. And then I will be asked to sign in with the temporary access pass that you just gave me. So I'm going to go ahead and type that. And as I type, you'll see it comprises special characters, upper and lowercase letters. And I'm going to go ahead and tap sign in. And that will authenticate to the service. Then I'll hit finish. And now passwordless auth will be working. So I can then use the Authenticator app to sign in.
Right. Now, as a user, you don't need to worry about passwords anymore.
Okay, so I can see this really simplifying then things for both users and IT. But given everything that we've shown today, where's the best place then to get started?
If you have MFA set up, you have what you need to go passwordless today in just a few steps. And in fact, if you are a Microsoft 365 admin, you can use an interactive guide at aka.ms/passwordlesswizard. With that said, if your organization is not using MFA, you can try the public preview of Temporary Access Pass to set up passwordless authentication. So try passwordless today.
Thanks so much for joining us today and also sharing the latest updates for passwordless authentication. Of course, be sure to keep watching Microsoft Mechanics for the latest updates. Subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you next time.
Meow! It's time for a keynote focused on something you are very, very familiar with, Seth. Snacks.
Matt, Microsoft Azure.
Okay, fine.
We'll hear about all of that from Aaron Chappell, Corporate Vice President of Azure Compute. That's in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. This is Microsoft Ignite.
Hello and welcome back to Ignite. My name is Aurelia and I'm a product marketing manager on the Azure team. Now you may be wondering, what could be new from Azure infrastructure? Can I simplify my path to Azure? And are there new innovations in compute, storage, and networking that can optimize my business critical apps? The answer to all of that is yes. During this session, we have product experts online and ready in the chat window to answer your questions in real time. Now, joining me to share our updates is Aaron Chappell, Corporate Vice President of Azure Compute. Welcome, Aaron.
Thanks, Aurelia. It's great to be with you today. Not only is it a treat for me to get to share with you everything the team has been hard at work on to make your lives easier, but recording these sessions is literally the only time I get to see my colleagues in person these days. As I'm sure many of you can relate, this is a real treat for me. It seems like just yesterday, we were together for the first virtual Ignite in September, and yet so much has continued to change. The one thing that has remained constant is how busy you've been. Every customer I talk to is thinking deeply about how to accelerate cloud migration, how to continue to support remote work, finding new ways to optimize costs and to maintain business continuity. I know I feel an immense responsibility to deliver solutions to support you with these critical projects, and I'm sure you face similar responsibility. While I hear similar business demands from across customers, each of you is on a different path of growth and innovation. We recognize that your journey to the cloud is unique to you, and we're committed to meeting you where you are today and preparing you for the needs of tomorrow. So many of you, of all sizes across different industries, have chosen Azure to adapt, build, and innovate. Thank you for the trust and confidence that you place in us, in particular during the current times. Now, one customer I want to recognize is RxHealth. RxHealth is a digital healthcare provider confronting the challenges of 21st century healthcare, such as remote scaling resources to meet their patients' needs. Using both Azure VMs and data services, RxHealth is accelerating connections between patients and their information, optimizing digital healthcare. Now, how might you implement solutions like RxHealth to transform your business? Today, I'll share with you the latest services from Azure that help you innovate on your terms. For every one of your workloads across all of your environments, from on-prem to cloud and edge, we take the time to understand and support your infrastructure. I'm going to focus today on the cloud. However, most of you are running a hybrid environment, so be sure to attend the Azure Arc session to learn about all the new hybrid capabilities. Now, I often hear from customers the challenge of managing so many different workloads, each with different requirements. Our goal is to reduce this complexity for you by delivering a robust infrastructure that can support the diverse nature of your application portfolio. This starts with compute and storage. Now, several of your workloads depend on great performance to deliver the best end-user experience. Today, we're announcing new VMs that can run your memory-intensive workloads, like SAP, more efficiently. Not only will you get 20% more CPU performance, but we're providing more flexible storage options, like disk or diskless. Many of you have chosen dedicated hosts for more control over your server infrastructure. And yet, you still want the simplicity of deployment that comes from the cloud. We've heard you. Starting today, you can simplify the deployment of Azure VMs running on dedicated hosts by letting the platform select the host group to which the VMs will be deployed. And if you want to scale this deployment, you can use virtual machine scale sets in conjunction with dedicated hosts to scale across multiple hosts within dedicated host groups. To continue to bring down costs and drive performance up, we are announcing the future availability of new dedicated host SKUs featuring Intel Cascade Lake processors, which deliver greater price per performance for your memory-intensive workloads. Beyond the compute and storage infrastructure, we know network connectivity is crucial to delivering not only a great workload experience, but in depending on running mission-critical applications in the cloud. I often hear how complicated it can be to combine the multiple networking appliances needed to meet workload demands. Well, starting in preview today, you can connect all your branch offices and remote locations to Azure through your VMware SD-WAN solution with our new integrated partnership between VMware and the Azure Virtual WAN. That's right. You can now integrate your VMware SD-WAN appliances directly with your Azure Virtual WAN Hub, bringing the best of both worlds together. This provides that last-mile connectivity with optimization, with routing intelligence, and security. It can also be time-consuming to manually configure route information for individual network virtual appliances in a large-scale deployment. With Azure Route Server, a new service that facilitates dynamic routing between NVAs and virtual networks, we simplify operations management, enabling easy configuration for all of your NVAs to take the route information automatically from the server. Think of how much effort and time this will save you. Now that we've talked about core infrastructure, let's look at the ways Azure can optimize your workloads. What if we could both automate the number of daily VM management tasks and save you time securing your Windows Server VMs? Well, today we're introducing unique capabilities in Azure Auto Manage for Windows Server that allow you to enable rebootless, I'm going to say that again, rebootless security patching for Windows Server VMs. It's pretty cool if you ask me. But beyond being cool, why does this matter to you? Well, now you can continue to run your business-critical applications without interruption, while also protecting against critical threats. For more information about Windows Server innovations and a look into Windows Server 2022, be sure to check out the Windows Server and SQL Server session. And for those of you with Linux VMs, don't worry. We're extending Auto Manage to Linux too, with support for CentOS, Red Hat, Ubuntu, SUSE, and more Linux distros to come. And this is not all we have planned for those of you running Linux. With more than 50% of the cores in Azure today running Linux, we continue to invest to ensure your Linux VMs run the best on Azure. For example, you may think that running Linux on Azure will increase your license costs. But with Azure Hybrid Benefit, you save not only on your Windows Server and SQL Server licenses, but now on your Linux investments as well. So you can bring your Red Hat and SUSE licenses to Azure. Now, let's talk about one of the most frustrating experiences I hear from customers, accessing billing and management across different platforms. We're here to help by expanding on deep collaboration with Linux and open source workload partners like Elastic. You can now operate your workloads and access your billing seamlessly from a single portal. Now, what was that? Did I just hear you cheer? Many of you are looking to take advantage of cloud benefits, application modernization, optimizing costs, ensuring business continuity, and you have significant expertise in running your workloads on-prem using VMware. That is why we built Azure VMware Solution, or simply AVS. With AVS, you can seamlessly run your comprehensive VMware environments in the cloud. Now, I know Trevor can't wait to show you AVS in action. Over to you, Trevor, to show it just how easy it is to start using AVS.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm excited to show how easy AVS makes it for you to lift and shift your vSphere workloads to Azure and exit your on-prem data center. Let's look at how a hospital can migrate their electronic medical records app, or EMR, to the cloud. To begin, we'll use Azure Migrate to assess our on-prem workload readiness. Having this detailed assessment makes it easy to identify which VMs support the EMR app, as well as other critical information like OS and resource requirements. The green check marks you see indicate that the VMs are ready to migrate. Also, note that VMware HCX is the recommended migration tool. Just look at how fast and easy it is to get started with our first Azure VMware solution deployment. Just like all other Azure services, AVS is deployed via the Azure portal. We provide the location, number of hosts, network details for the private cloud, and login credentials for vCenter and NSX. With this one form, Azure creates a private cloud for us. In just a few hours, an entire vSphere cluster is ready for us, and we can begin to migrate workloads to run natively on VMware inside of Azure. Once a deployment's complete, we retrieve the vCenter details from the Azure portal and log in. It's that simple. AVS lets you continue to leverage the VM tools you already use. In the vSphere client, we see the new AVS environment is connected to the existing on-premises environment. We navigate to the VMware HCX console, select the virtual machines that run the EMR app. These are the same VMs we identified earlier when using Azure Migrate. With a few simple clicks, we're able to migrate these virtual machines to AVS. In a matter of minutes, you can extend and migrate your existing VMware environment to Azure and continue to take advantage of your existing investments. With Azure VMware Solution, you can also take advantage of the complete Azure ecosystem. Deploy AVS through the Azure portal and get started migrating or extending your on-premises VMware environment today. And back to you, Aaron.
Wow, wasn't that simple? Just think of how AVS enables you to preserve your existing investments and benefit from all of Azure's cloud capabilities, including the Azure Hybrid Benefit and much more. Additionally, we are expanding Spot virtual machine capabilities to help you optimize your budget. Available today, you can simulate evictions to test the behavior of your applications and ensure they tolerate interruptions. You can also dramatically improve the overall runtime of your scale-out applications by letting Azure redeploy any Spot virtual machine that might have been evicted. Klaus Jepsen, the CTO of Unit 4, shared that customers in service industries have always needed to react to market conditions quickly and efficiently. To bring customers the hyperspeed, flexibility, and reliability they need, Unit 4 chose Microsoft Azure. The collaboration with Microsoft has allowed us to reimagine how business software is built and delivered. Now, whether you plan on extending your infrastructure to the cloud, using a hybrid approach, or fully migrate, we are committed to simplifying your journey. And trust me, I understand that cloud migration can be overwhelming. So to simplify your journey across infrastructure, apps, and data, we built Azure Migrate, a single hub for data center migration with end-to-end visibility of the entire migration process. And while Azure Migrate is not new, we continue to broaden the suite of tools available. Starting today, you can seamlessly assess your SQL Server estate in Azure Migrate with new discovery and assessment capabilities. You can also automate the migration of VMware virtual machines with PowerShell support and equip yourself with partner resources from Zerto. And finally, you can accelerate your migration of containerized applications, such as .NET and Java web apps, and streamline your path to Azure Kubernetes Service. Bharath is here to show us just how easy it is to migrate containerized apps to Azure. Over to you, Bharath.
Thanks, Aaron. App migration is an important mechanism for customers to unlock the productivity and innovation of the cloud. And we are committed to making this process easy for customers with Azure Migrate. When migrating web-based applications to Azure, Azure App Service offers a fully managed platform with built-in infrastructure maintenance, security patching, and scaling, and is a great choice for running your web-based applications. But if you needed more control over your infrastructure, Azure Kubernetes Service can be a great choice too. Let's see how Azure Migrate's new app containerization tool helps you containerize Java and ASP.NET web apps and simplify migrations to AKS. For my demo, I'll be migrating a Java-based music streaming app called AirSonic that is running on an Apache Tomcat server on premises to containers on AKS using the app containerization tool. I've already migrated the MySQL database for the app using the Azure Database Migration Service. From the app containerization tool's web-based interface, I can discover the web apps running on my app server. The tool discovers app configurations and dependencies by connecting to the app server. I select the apps to containerize and review discovered configurations. I can parameterize app configurations such as database connection strings and move content folders or directory paths to persistent volumes. I then review the tool-generated Docker file and can further customize it before I build the container image for the app. With the app container image build complete, I'm now ready to deploy the app in AKS. I specify deployment values for the settings that I parameterized, review the generated Kubernetes deployment spec, and can even deploy the apps to AKS from right here. And there you have it. Using the Azure Migrate App Containerization tool, I was able to take a Java-based web app that was running on servers, containerize it through a templatized process, and migrate it to AKS. With the app now running in AKS, I can continue to further optimize my application and application management processes. With our investments in Azure Migrate, like this new app containerization tool, we offer you the choice that you need while simplifying the cloud migration journey for you. Back to you, Erin.
Thank you, Bharath, for introducing us to this new capability. And for you watching, think of how quickly you will be able to modernize your applications with this new capability in Azure Migrate. Beyond the capabilities available in Azure Migrate, with the Azure Migration Program, or AMP, you can receive proactive guidance and hands-on technical assistance to ensure high confidence at every stage of your migration journey. AMP is expanding support for app modernization scenarios beyond .NET and Java web apps to cover all of your major open source application frameworks, such as LAMP-based apps, into Azure Kubernetes Service. And with this expansion, AMP enables your choice of compute as you look to modernize your applications on Azure. Azure Migrate and AMP are a powerful combination of tools and resources to help you, and we don't stop there. In January, SAP and Microsoft announced an extensive expansion of our endorsed cloud partnership to automate migration and operation of SAP S/4HANA on Azure and integrate Microsoft Teams across SAP solutions. With this expansion, you can improve collaboration and productivity by linking core SAP business processes with everyday Microsoft solutions. Now, thanks to the partnership we've had with SAP, customers broadly favor Azure when moving their SAP applications to the cloud. And one such customer is Carhartt. Thanks to Microsoft Teams, Carhartt rolled out a reliable and scalable SAP S/4HANA infrastructure running on Azure in the middle of the pandemic. When it comes to running your mission-critical apps and operations in the cloud, secure business continuity is top of mind. Azure ensures you can achieve high availability for your applications, while at the same time taking advantage of our continued investments that provide local and data-resident cloud services. For example, since we last met in September, we announced the delivery of data center regions across 15 new countries and launched availability zones in 5 regions to bring your apps and data closer to your business. Now, you may be wondering, how can I easily leverage these new regions and zones in Azure? Well, Azure Resource Mover provides the agility and flexibility to move resources between Azure regions, and the service is generally available now. With Azure Site Recovery integration, you can also perform disaster recovery to any secondary region across the world, and now within availability zones. Azure Site Recovery makes it possible to replicate and orchestrate the failover of apps in Azure to support your business at various levels of business continuity plans. Now, have you ever had the need to reserve compute capacity to ensure success for future VM deployments? Well, now you can. New on-demand capacity reservations help you achieve a higher level of assurance for the deployment and maintenance of your mission-critical apps running on Azure VMs, as well as for disaster recovery scenarios. Plus, we're announcing more features to increase the availability of your apps and data. Zone redundant storage support for managed disks provides high availability for your workloads by protecting your data in the event of a zone failure, such as a natural disaster or a hardware issue. This provides a zero RPO and ensures that your mission-critical applications do not experience any downtime. And what if we could simplify the way you manage your entire estate with backup? Well, today, Azure Backup Center is generally available, so you can monitor, operate, govern, and optimize data protection at scale with an aggregate view of your inventory, all from a single portal. Every conversation I have with customers at some point surfaces the question, how to best keep apps and data secure. With auto key rotation, you can now enable all disks, snapshots, and images to be automatically updated when a new version of an encryption key is created. Your data is always secure with the latest key, and you no longer need to manually update your Azure resources. Additionally, you can protect data in use on all Azure VMs with enhanced features in confidential computing. Securely deploy and boot virtual machines with verified drivers with our new Trusted Launch. This hardens your Azure workloads with security features that protect against bootkits, rootkits, and kernel-level malware. We're also safeguarding sensitive data in Azure with SQL Always Encrypted Secure Enclaves. And finally, we're enabling secure orchestration of confidential containers on Azure Kubernetes Service. Another important layer of security is network security. We are bringing next-gen firewall capabilities with the new Azure Firewall Premium, enhancing the visibility, control, and protection for virtual networks. To secure your applications and content delivery, the new Azure Front Door Premium natively combines key capabilities such as security, load balancer, and private link with CDN technology. Joining me is Amit to show us how to accelerate app protection, adopt a zero-trust approach, and drive business success in a few simple clips with Azure Front Door Premium. Over to you, Amit.
Thanks, Erin. Today, I'm excited to show you the simplicity of adding security and acceleration to your applications using a zero-trust approach. One of my favorite new additions to the Azure Front Door is Quick Create experience, which enables you to create a new front door to origin of your choice with just a few simple clicks. So let's get started with creating a front door. Let's click on the Continue to Create a Front Door button. This brings up the provisioning page where we will choose a subscription and a resource group. We'll also give a name to our front door. Let's call it AirSonic AFT. We have announced two SKUs to the front door. Standard SKU is optimized for content delivery, high throughput use cases. The premium SKU builds on the capabilities of the standard SKU and offers integration with WAF, DDoS, and private link service. I'm going to choose the premium SKU. We also have to give an endpoint name, which is an entry point into the front door. This is where you will point your custom domains and your traffic to. So let's give it a name of AirSonic EP. Front Door has built-in integration with many services. For this demo, let's choose app service called AirSonic App Service. Now, one of the key investments we have made is our integration with Private Link so that your origin need not expose a public internet-facing endpoint. If your origin supports private link service, then with just a single click of a button, you were able to allow AFT to talk privately to this app service. Let's also enable caching and compression to the front door. Finally, in Premium SKU, we have deep integration with WAF. You can either choose an existing WAF policy or create a new WAF policy. Let's create a new WAF policy. Now, with a single click of a checkbox, you can also add protection against bot and automated attacks. So let's use that and click on the Create. At this point, the front door is configured. Let's click on Review and Create to finally start the deployment process. At this point, it is deploying a front door. It is provisioning a new TLS certificate, which is Azure managed. It is configuring a WAF policy, and it is also configuring the origin for private access. All of this is completed in a few seconds. At this point, you have created a front door and secured and accelerated your application. Thanks for the demo. Back to you.
Thanks, Amit. Did you think it could be that simple to secure apps using a zero-trust approach? Now let's shift focus to how you can easily and seamlessly achieve application scalability to meet the growing demands of your business. Building on a zero trust approach, Azure offers multi-layered built-in security capabilities across the physical network, the virtual network, all the way to the application. And security does not come at the expense of performance. With more than 60 regions worldwide, we strive to be the closest cloud provider to you so that we can absorb your traffic on our global network off the internet as soon as possible. And your traffic remains on our private network by default. As a result, 99% of Azure inter-region latencies beat the internet benchmark, which means an optimal application performance for you at all times. In fact, one of our partners, Riversan, benefits from the wide reach, availability, and performance of Azure so that they can deliver the uptime and redundancy that their customers require. We continue to expand on the ability to scale your apps with ease. There are so many ways to build your load balancing solutions, and determining the best architecture can be challenging. Now, you can easily choose the right service based on your requirements with Services Selection Tool from the Azure portal. You can also load balance across IP addresses, such as containers, VMs, and virtual machine scale sets that are associated with your load balancer in the backend pool with the new Azure Load Balancer. And finally, we know your changing business demands create changing requirements. Our goal is to provide you with the flexibility to run what you need, when you need, all while achieving your desired performance and managing costs. With Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets, you can create and manage a group of load-balanced VMs, which can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand. Virtual machine scale sets can support a variety of scenarios, from big data and HPC to running your mission-critical apps and providing regional resiliency. And load balancing capabilities simplify VM deployment in availability zones and offer centralized operations across your VMs. Now, let's see how virtual machine scale sets, in conjunction with Azure Front Door, can deliver a resilient infrastructure for a multi-tier application. Varun, turning it over to you.
Thank you, Erin. I'm really excited to show you how a mission-critical e-commerce store can stay up and be available through different failure scenarios using Azure VM Scale Sets, load balancers, and Azure Front Door. I will walk through how you can configure Azure to tolerate failures of an app server or an entire zone or an entire region without manual monitoring. With just few simple clicks, I was able to set up 4 VM scale sets, 2 in the primary region in each zone, 2 in the secondary region in each zone with a load balancer in front of it and an Azure Front Door. The front door is configured to route traffic in priority order from region 1 and region 2. The VM scale sets are configured to repair instances which become unhealthy. To cause an app server failure, let's kill IIS. As you can see, Azure has detected that the VM is unhealthy and will now be replaced. Our business critical site is still up and running. What if one of the zone fails? Let's try to simulate a zonal failure by deallocating all the VMs in zone 1. All my VMs in zone 1 are now stopped. And my e-commerce site is still up and running. Now let's simulate a region failure by deallocating the VMs in zone 2. As you notice, all the VMs in zone 2 are also down, meaning only the VMs in the secondary region are up and running. Azure Front Door will detect the primary region to be down and degraded and will route all the traffic to the secondary region. If I jump back to the website, you would notice the customers did not find any issues in their experience. With virtual machine scale sets, load balancers, and Azure Front Door, you can achieve high availability, resiliency, and uptime that your business deserves. Back to you, Erin.
That was pretty amazing. Application resiliency at scale. Thanks, Varun, for showing us how simple it was to achieve. Starting today, you can further increase the availability of your apps and achieve more operational agility with simplified deployment, management, and scalability of apps with the new flexible orchestration mode. You can also ensure sustainable high performance during planned events and keep your costs down with performance tiers. Disk performance scales up without downtime or without increasing disk size so that you can seamlessly run events such as seasonal promotions or training environments. And when the level of performance is no longer needed, you can reset the tier to the baseline and save money. I've shared with you today ways to simplify the deployment, management, and accessibility of your mission-critical applications. But what about support for your most complex workloads? At Microsoft, our goal is to empower innovators around the world. And every year, we see organizations drive projects related to the environment, to public health, energy, sustainability, and more. Finding solutions to these important challenges requires a huge amount of focused computing power for agility and leading-edge performance. Azure's purpose-built high-performance computing fuels the most power-intensive AI workloads and distributes massive compute power to handle your most complex scenarios. All of this is based on proven technology and design principles, enhanced with the best features of the cloud. With Azure Quantum, you can accelerate development by building quantum solutions once, access the latest optimization technologies from Microsoft and our partners, and broaden your learnings with access to the most diverse set of quantum technologies, all from one centralized place. As I said earlier, Azure really meets you where you are today and prepares you for the needs of tomorrow. It is such an exciting time for cloud adoption. While we covered a lot today, there's even more to learn. So for more information, training, and to join our community of technical professionals, please visit aka.ms/Azure IaaS resources. We also have an exciting set of Azure infrastructure sessions this week. We hope to see you there. Now, thank you for your time today. I hope you walk away with just one thing Azure can do to make your lives easier and help you with your business transformation. I personally look forward to hearing how you innovate with these new capabilities. See you at the next Ignite.
Welcome back to Microsoft Ignite. Seth Warren is here. I kicked Donna right out. She'll be back with us in a bit, but I'm excited to be joined instead by two of my fellow colleagues, Microsoft colleagues, Anand Raman and Aishul Yone, who are going to dive deep with me on understanding cognitive services. Good to have you with us, my friends. How you doing?
Hi, Seth. Good, Seth. Thank you. Hi, Seth.
Fantastic. So let's start with you. We had John Montgomery early on give us the elevator pitch for cognitive services, but why don't you tell us from your perspective, what is cognitive services for those that may not know?
Sure. Azure Cognitive Services are pre-trained and customizable AI services and are aimed at mass developers for building intelligent applications with AI capabilities such as vision, speech, language, and so on and so forth.
So let's start with the next question is, what are the new things that have been announced at Ignite that you're excited about?
Oh, sure. I mean, we had tons of announcements, and I want to talk about 5 of them. First, form recognizer that's being built on top of OCR engine. We have added 64 new human languages, making up to 73 human language coverages, supporting all the global customers. On top of it, we also provide pre-trained models for detecting passports across the world, as well as driver licenses. So imagine that, this enables our customers to avoid the current error-prone process of manual data extraction in online banking as well as in hotel registration. So that's number 1. Number 2, with spatial analysis, part of our computer vision service, we now analyze real-time streaming video to understand the spatial relationship between people and detect whether the person is wearing a face mask or not. This really helps customers who want to bring back everyone back to their offices and restaurants in a safe environment. Third, the text analytics for health is a service that we provide to provide entity extraction, recognition and relationship extractions of clinical and medical text. So this service we train with a diverse set of clinical data and capabilities that cover multiple NLP tasks. Fourth, we announced the general availability of custom neural voice, helping customers to build branded voices, and also providing them guidance for responsible use of AI. And finally, we bring many of these services in containers so that the customers with needs to enable these services in their air-gapped cloud, as well as in their own data centers, can use them.
I mean, this is awesome. I love how you're talking about the individual services. Let's turn to you, Aishagul. Tell us a little bit about how putting these together in a scenario makes them even more powerful.
Yes, as a developer, I feel like a kid in a candy shop. There's so many things that you can build, but especially in this time with the COVID-19, one thing that I wasn't able to do was to go see my doctors because I was worried about overwhelming them, and they're already working so hard. But I thought about some of the applications for the healthcare providers where we can make the symptom checking automated by some virtual assistants and help us and maybe answer some of the questions that the patients might have before they go see their doctor. So let's take a look at this imaginary virtual health.
All right, let's roll it, Mr. Wilson.
A patient can go in and check their symptoms or learn more about vaccine availability or any other questions that they might have. And once they do that, if they need to go in and see a doctor, afterwards they can also do self-check-in. We have tons of templates for HealthBots, and you can just integrate it directly into your application. And it's very easy to add your personal needs build it into this HealthBot as well with a drag and drop tool that we have. Our HealthBot also have the search capability. So if any of the scenarios are not included in your HealthBot, we can still bring you some information on that. And this use case is also can be helpful for any other businesses to answer questions. Another cool thing that we can, well, if you create your first Azure HealthBots resource, you can then directly go into these templates and see all of the templates in one place and play with them and further customize them. This way, our healthcare providers can focus on what's important for them and have the human connection and also give their cares to the people who need it most. Prioritizing is much more easier. And we also have a integration into Teams and other different platforms. So a triaging can be done through Teams instead of having to visit multiple rooms and being exposed to more patients and have the risk of catching COVID themselves. And next, we have the, once we get our patients into our services and our healthcare providers, then we want them to be able to not just spend their time taking in all of the information that's needed, or our patients, we don't want them to feel informed while they're sick that they filled many times before. And one of the use cases of the form recognizer is being able to take the picture of your ID and then be able to extract all of the information. And same thing can be done with other resources like your previous healthcare reports or even handwritten notes from your doctor. It's easily abstractable. That way, we can directly go into our online virtual session. And even there, we can use speech services to translate speech to text and have all of the information of the patient directly. And finally, since we have this amazing health text analytics for health, now it's very easy to be able to abstract most critical information like the diagnosis and healthcare history and medication, all of it in one place. And finally, as Anand mentioned, we will be able to go back to our workplaces, and also it's very important for healthcare facilities if we ensure that and encourage people to keep their distances and wear their masks. Not only the mask recognition, but also it's possible with the spatial analysis to count the people in a location and make sure that they are it's in a healthy number, and also the distance of people. This technology can be also used for triaging or making sure that how many patients are waiting in line in the queue, and being able to transfer our forces there.
This is cool stuff.
Yeah.
As I'm looking at it, I love how you put together a bunch of things to really give us a sense for how all these things work together.
Well, thank you, and thanks to Anand's team and everybody who worked on these services. They're very useful and fun to play with at this time.
This has been awesome. So Anand, just to finish up, are people finding success with these kinds of tools?
Absolutely. I mean, we have RxR Reality. What just Ayushkal showed, they are using them now to bring people safely back into their places in New York. And then they meet the state standards. Duolingo, a language learning company with 300 million users using custom neural voice for the personalized voices, so on and so forth. One thing I want to iterate, Seth, is we strongly believe in the trust aspect of it. Your data is your data, period, and we do not store any of the customer data for training as well as any of them. So.
Thank you so much. Great chatting with you both. Don't forget to check out their sessions, which you can find in the session schedule. Now let's check in with our colleague Rick Claus on continuing your learning journey with Microsoft Learn.
Hey, my name's Rick Claus. I'm a Principal Cloud Advocate Lead here at Microsoft in sunny Redmond, Washington. I want to talk to you just a little second here about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. What is this challenge? Well, the Cloud Skills Challenge is a fun way to go ahead and to learn new skills through Microsoft Learn while competing against your peers. Topics are related to Microsoft Ignite and also to Microsoft certification. So you can have some fun with Ignite while you're also doing something to advance your certification efforts. Now, you're probably asking yourself, why should I join? Well, for one, obviously, it's bragging rights over your peers. We all know that's going to be invaluable, but really, you could win something. Now, what kind of something, you ask? Well, great question. Basically, you can earn a free certification exam by completing any one of the Cloud Skills challenges. Sound good? You interested? Want to get started? First, go ahead and register for Microsoft Ignite. And if you're watching me right now, then you're probably already completed that step. Number two, go ahead and register for the Cloud Skills Challenge in the Learning Zone. You're going to be able to find a link for how to do that, probably just below this video somewhere. Lastly, you have to actually complete one of those challenges in its entirety, as noted in the official rules to qualify. Oh yeah, don't forget, there is a time limit on this too. You've only got the month of March to be able to go off and finish one of those Cloud Skills challenges to be able to qualify. So get on it, get started, and go have fun.
Like Rick just said, Microsoft Learn is the place to level up your skills and continue your learning journey. And it doesn't end once the show is over. Finish what you started at Ignite, all from one convenient location. Find your way to deeper content, training options, communities, and certification details across all Microsoft solutions from a single place.
Yes, and if you're interested in deeper skilling, why not sign up for a virtual training day? So virtual training days are a new thing, and I think they're so freaking cool. They're free, they're instructor-led technical training sessions that are available in multiple languages, and they're all over the world across in a variety of topics. So training days.
There is so much great stuff to choose from already, whether you're well into your career or looking to make a pivot. For example, in our Intro to Tech Skills series, you'll have the opportunity to build new skills using Microsoft technologies. There are 14 unique sessions, 30 minutes each, which you can find in the session builder or on the Learning Zone page right up there. All sessions are recorded and available to view on demand after this event.
Yes, so right now, just today, a Learn Live session for Power Platform. A whole bunch of you joined. I think like 500 of you joined. What? You asked 443 questions. And our hosts, Greg Hurlman and April Dunham, and our moderator, Joe Camp, all from our team, we're so happy to see you and see your engagement. So thank you. If you didn't get your questions answered, they will answer them on the Twitterverse. So keep bringing them. Okay, so right now we're going to hear an awesome story, one of my favorite community stories in recent times, from Mr. Paul Burns. Paul is a functional consultant who's based out of Scotland, and he did something pretty freaking cool. He had a stroke, he saved his own life, then he built a Power App so he could learn to write again, handwrite again.
I literally put on pants today. That's what I did.
I know.
Seriously.
But the coolest thing about this story is he taught so many people how to build Power Apps that actually do handwriting recognition. He taught me how to do it. That's something I should know how to do.
Honestly, yeah. I can't wait. Also, I'm getting excited because we are going to be checking in with Microsoft superstar Mitra Azizirad. But first, let's hear how our featured partner ServiceNow is modernizing IT operations for customers like Ferguson Enterprise. Take a look.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian, and I'm on the product management team at ServiceNow. And I'm joined by Jürgen, who works at Ferguson. And he's going to spend some time talking with us about his modernization journey within IT operations. How's it going, Jürgen?
Going great. Thanks for having me, Brian.
So let's start with telling me a little bit about your journey. What have you been doing at Ferguson?
As the largest distributor of plumbing supplies in the US, we were looking to create efficient IT operations that were responsive to both our customers' and employees' needs, while targeting cost reduction at the same time.
So those are, definitely some common goals that I see with IT operations and IT organizations. Can you share with our audience some of the specific goals you're trying to meet and ultimately how it benefited Ferguson?
Sure, Brian. Regarding our primary goals, we were looking to tie our service management processes to our modern cloud operations to gain complete visibility of our cloud landscape. Additionally, we were trying to boost our operational intelligence with machine learning-driven event management, combining Microsoft Azure Monitor and ServiceNow AIOps. And some of the benefits we realized were we've reduced our MTTR for high-priority incidents by 13%, on a year-to-year basis. There are, of course, multiple factors contributing to a reduction in MTTR, but ServiceNow plays a big role in achieving those results. We had an 80% event reduction, which was done by integrating several different monitoring tools and reducing the volume of events and alerts significantly. We were able to create integrations within weeks, not months, to pull resources, events, and CIs from Azure and other sources. ServiceNow has enabled us to increase our admin efficiency by 300%, which is huge since it allows our admin team to increase focus now on projects, training, innovation, and a lot of other things.
Those are some great metrics. It's also cool to hear the narrative of using some of these savings to be able to drive like more innovation in other priority areas versus kind of the keeping the lights on. What about cost savings? Were you able to find anything on that front?
Yes, we were able to save about, I would say, 1.8 million annually by reducing high priority incidents using incident management, AIOps, and of course, automation.
Wow, that's some pretty big savings.
Thanks. And going forward, we are looking to connect Azure Log Analytics with ServiceNow to become even more proactive in finding issues in our technology landscape and resolving them before they cause a large impact to our business.
Well, thanks, Jürgen. It's been great partnering with you, and we're looking forward to continuing the journey with you as well. So thanks for sharing your story. And for anyone else that's interested in learning more about how ServiceNow and Microsoft are teaming up, please check out our showcase for more information. And have a great day.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, Donna.
Thank you so much for joining us here at Microsoft Ignite. It is such a pleasure to be able to have you join us.
It's wonderful to be asked along.
So you and I had a really fascinating conversation last month, and I really wanted the entire Ignite audience to be able to meet you as well. So can you tell us a little bit about who you are, where do you live, and what kind of work you do?
Yes, my name's Paul Burns. I'm based in Scotland. I'm about 12 miles from Glasgow in a town called Bellshill. My profession is I'm a consultant for quality, health, safety, and environmental management systems, helping companies out. And I'll be 60 this year. I'm 59 at the moment.
I see. So Paul has a really, really interesting history because he does do a very specific kind of consultancy work, but you underwent quite a big life change. So do you want to tell everyone about what happened?
I was working in Aberdeen, and around about 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up with a kind of startle, and I realised something was wrong right away. And I'd lost all the use in my right-hand side from the side of my face all the way down to my toes. And I realised right away I was having a stroke. I was in a hotel that had a phone in the room, so I was able to phone the night porter and get an ambulance to me. And then within an hour, I was in Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, and they did various checks on me, and they then came in and said we need to what's called thrombolyse you. And I said, well, my partner and my son were on their way up from just outside Glasgow, and it would take them about 3 hours. So I said, I'll wait till they get up here before I agree to any kind of surgery. And he says, Mr. Burns, you'll be dead by then. So it turned out I had 2 strokes that day. Each of them, could have killed me, So it was a kind of scary experience, a very, very scary experience.
So you're far from home. You're in Aberdeen, 3 hours away from home where your partner and your son live. And you wake up and you can't feel the entire right side of your body. Just collapsed. Yeah. And you saved your own life, which is extraordinary. You, since then, since 2017 when this happened, you've been relearning many, many segments of just how to live normally again, the way you used to. Yes. And one of the things you've done is use Power Apps to actually build an app to teach yourself to relearn. So my question is, how did you learn about Power Apps in the first place? Was that something you're using at your work?
I was kind of learning SharePoint and things like that. And I came across a free course run by a guy called Rory Neary.
Yeah.
So I thought, free courses, I'll take that. And it was about Power Apps, and I started learning the Power Apps course. And as I was learning it, I thought, there's some advantages to this because I do struggle with my handwriting. Mm-hmm. The use of my right hand and the fingers hasn't quite come back to what it was before the stroke. And I was always very proud of my handwriting, and I liked the style of handwriting I had. But now it's just kind of all over the place. So I thought, I wonder if there's something I could do with the Power Apps to try and help practice a bit more. So I started working on this very, very simple Power App. It really is very simple and moves from one screen to the next using a navigate button. That's about it. And there's pen input and text input to it, and that's it. I showed it to Rory, and Rory was, oh wow, that's really good, So then Rory says, well, put this out and publish it type thing. So we did, and then that's how we came to meet.
I love this idea because you took existing tech you knew, took this free course from one of our community members. Hi, Rory Neary, yes. Thank you. And then you were able to build this app that helped you just practice handwriting over and over again while testing you in the process. So I hear you've got this demo that you're able to show us today. Do you mind popping it up on the screen?
So the screen you can see at the moment, there's a home screen. I've put that code there, and repetition is the key. And with all stroke survivors, the medical people always tell us, repetition will help make it better. So I just kind of put that on there just to let people know that, just keep practicing.
I love it. For all of you watching at home who may not be able to see this, it's got just a single screen Power App, and it says repetition is the key because that's what stroke survivors hear over and over again, that you have to keep doing the same thing over and over. And there's 2 buttons. One is Learn Index and the other one is Shapes. So now Paul's going to show us what happens when you click one of those.
Yeah, so just select the Learn Index. It just takes you to the alphabet. And from there, you can just pick any letter you want to, from A to Z, and just practice each and every one of them. The font I chose as well as a kind of fluid lines. I wanted to challenge myself to make the font make me work that little bit harder. I also have a shape screen where I can go in and print shapes that I've challenged myself to make more difficult because I decrease the size of the shapes. So that I'm always trying to trace round about the shape outline. So that's really it. It's a very simple app, and the fact that you just navigate from one screen to the next.
I love it. So I think it's so interesting how you were so thoughtful about choosing the right font. So then it flows easier. You don't have to move your hand off of the screen as much. So you're executing this app on an iPad with an Apple Pencil?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So you built a Power App. It is touchscreen capable. You're able to use this pen to write on it. So do you mind clicking one of the letters and just showing us what the font looks like? Okay. All right.
With the pen input, I can just choose a color, and we'll just choose that. The line thickness, I just kind of make it a little bit thicker. And as I say, I say to you, straight lines are a bit easier than not. It feels that way.
Yeah, that's right. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and then you can just clear it and just move on to the next one, but just be using the arrow button. It's as simple as that, don't it? You can see the actual font is a bit more fluid and it's set up.
Right.
I also need to be aware of the not having too many flashing images.
Right. It's not too many bells and whistles. It's like a simple font. It's exactly the kind of font you use when you learn to write for the first time. It's a simple, straightforward font. Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
So I thought it would appeal to parents with young children as well.
Yeah.
The kids can practice their alphabet and drawing shapes and things.
I love it. So I can think of 25 uses for this app, and I am so grateful that you made this to solve your own problems, but also something that can help millions of people all over the world. So thank you so much for being with us and sharing this. Now, of course, we never leave without assigning homework to the audience. What would your big call to action be for our Ignite audience?
The professional developers and engineers from Microsoft and from this community can really make a difference to people like myself. But I'd like you to go out there and help, not just stroke survivors. There's military veterans who have problems, So if you can think any way to help with them, and try and seek it out, I hope that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense to me, because there are a whole entire set of people in the Microsoft community and in the tech community who have a ton of technical skills, and we usually use it to help make companies better, more productivity, et cetera, et cetera. But what you've pointed out is you've used your tech skills to solve a very important home life situation. And there's so many military vets and people who've lost a limb or people who've become disabled who could use those tech skills in their lives to solve basic everyday issues.
One of the things of me working on this app, and I think I mentioned this last time, is when I created it and the reaction from the community and people like yourself. Yeah. My son said I've never looked as enthusiastic in 4 years as I do when I create another app. It's
just such a testament to the ease of using technology, right? The ease of the technology, your experience with it, and your desire to use it to solve problems that benefit you, but benefit millions of people all over the world.
Yes.
So yes. I love that. So we have a very clear call to action, Ignite audience, which is use your powers in different ways than you have been. Go out there and find actual social problems that other people have and figure out how you can use tech to, in fact, make the world a better place. Thank you, Paul, so much for being here with us today. It's been, of course, a pleasure.
Thank you, Donna.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited for the day ahead. I'm getting ready for my Envisioning Tomorrow keynote at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we have got some incredible innovation to share with you. And because we think the only thing better than getting a peek into the future is getting the opportunity to experience it, this keynote has the distinction of being the most interactive one I've ever done. You'll see a massive AI model in action. You can pilot a virtual drone on stage, and you'll even be able to control the weather. And who doesn't want to do that? Our goal is to inspire you and get your imagination supercharged with our latest groundbreaking technologies to help you accelerate your innovation and get ready to have a ton of fun at the same time. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Looking forward to seeing you all at my keynote.
Well, that was super cool. Mitra's awesome. You should watch the keynote.
Yes.
But I did not know you could do that with Power Apps.
Yes, you could do touchscreen Power Apps, and you can run them on, iPads or any touchscreen device. What? I didn't know that either. That's why I said, Paul, thank you for teaching me this, because that was new information.
I feel like the whole thing just hit me right here. Well, I had a Fig Newton, so maybe it was right here. It was more of a fig. Oh, it's anyone's guess.
It's awkward.
Great job, Donna. And hey, pretty cool to hear from Mitra as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, okay. So to kick things off here at Microsoft Ignite, earlier today we heard from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. In case you couldn't catch it in real time, here is an encore presentation of that keynote. Watch it this time, though. Go.
Enjoy.
You're not going.
Good morning and welcome to Ignite. I want to start by saying a big thank you. In this unprecedented, complicated, and very hard year, you have helped the world overcome the most unimaginable constraints. Your hard work combined with today's digital technology is helping fuel our global economy and society in one of its greatest moments of needs. So thank you. Without that tenacity, resilience, and the work each of you as IT professionals, developers, system administrators, data analysts, and professionals across every function, I even shudder to think where we would be but for your work. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful and thank you. The past year has brought the most significant change in our society and economy in modern history. And the cloud has been key to helping the world not only adapt, but innovate. We've witnessed a second wave of digital transformation sweeping every company in every industry, from healthcare to digital twins in manufacturing, to remote work and learning across organizations in every industry. We are accelerating their digital initiatives to build resilience and transform. The true test of technology has always been whether it can help organizations improve their time to value, increase agility, and reduce costs. But as the world recovers, it will require much more from technology, and the cloud in particular, to help address our most pressing challenges and ensure that nobody is left behind. Over a decade ago, we declared we were all in on the cloud because we understood its transformational promise and the opportunity it would create for every organization. And today, it's time for us to reflect on how the cloud will change over the next decade and the innovation our changing world will require from the cloud. We will need to foundationally transform how cloud can drive the next level of broad economic growth that everyone can participate in. To accomplish this, there are 5 key attributes that will drive this next generation of innovation in the cloud. First, ubiquitous and decentralized computing. Every organization, small or large, in every industry, in every country will require more ubiquitous and more decentralized compute power. We're going through a radical change in computing architecture, from the materials to semiconductors to the systems, from the cloud to its edge. The result of all this will be continued exponential growth in compute capacity. However, we are at peak centralization right now. As computing becomes embedded everywhere in our world, transforming how we interact with people, places, and things, and as physical and digital worlds converge, we will require more sovereignty and decentralized control. Cloud and edge computing will evolve to meet all of these real-world needs. Second, sovereign data and ambient intelligence. The volume, variety, and velocity of data will go through explosive growth in the cloud and in particularly at the edge, driving that decentralized architecture of compute I just talked about. In this world, data will be more private, more sovereign. Data governance and provenance will take on new importance. Large-scale, multimodal models will become first-class platforms unto themselves, creating that ambient intelligence all around us. We will develop new methods of federated machine learning to drive the next generation of personalized and yet privacy-preserving services. Business logic will move from being code that is written to being code that is learned from data, creating a complete new generation of business process and productivity systems. We will also see this new software tool approach being foundational to tackling these massive unsolved challenges, from personalized medicine to carbon recapture. In the AI we create, using all this enormous power of the cloud, we will look for increasing levels of predictive and analytical power, common sense reasoning, alignment with human preferences, and perhaps most importantly, augmenting human capability. Third, empowered creators and communities everywhere. Our economy will find a new balance between consumption and creation. In the last decade, we saw several tech advances that drove more consumption, from browsing, more shopping, more binge watching, and behind all of this is creation. We believe the next decade will require technology advances that radically democratize creation. We will need to expand access to skills, tools, and platforms, as well as connections and collaboration across communities so that everyone can create. Whether it's building a virtual world, students working on an assignment with short-form videos, knowledge workers creating formulas in spreadsheets, pro developers writing code, or domain experts using low-code tools to build applications. This democratization of creation will drive new innovation in end-user computing. Form and function of our devices will be reimagined across the stack, from silicon to the operating system to the experiences themselves. And these computing experiences will be further amplified by communities that learn from each other, build on each other, and further amplify and accelerate creation. Fourth, expanded economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. We need to create these continuous feedback loops between the work, skills, learning, and credentials required, both for the jobs of today and tomorrow. We need to define productivity much more broadly, inclusive of collaboration, learning, and well-being, to drive career advancement for every worker, including frontline and knowledge workers, as well as for new graduates and those who are in the workforce today. All this needs to be done with flexibility in when, where, and how people work. Fifth, trust by design. Fundamentally, a technology provider should succeed only when it helps the world around it succeed. No one wants to build technology that rapidly scales but breaks the world around us. And no customer wants to be dependent on a provider that sells them technology on one end and competes with them on the other. We need to have ethical principles govern the design, development, and deployment of AI. Our technology needs to be secure by design and promote zero-trust architectural principles. We need to build technology with the design intent to protect the fundamental rights of all people, including privacy, and strengthening these institutions we all depend on for our livelihoods and well-being. And we need tech advancements that protect our most finite resource, our planet. Every organization will need to harness these 5 attributes to build their own digital tech intensity so they can create proprietary technology required to generate durable competitive advantage. They will need not only to adopt technology, but build their own technology. These cloud advances are what will enable every organization in every sector to create that broad economic surplus in every community, in every country. A cloud that helps small businesses become more productive, multinationals more competitive, nonprofits more effective, and governments more efficient. That improves healthcare and educational outcomes, amplifies human ingenuity, and allows people everywhere to reach higher. This is what the Microsoft Cloud delivers, and it underlies everything we will show you this week. The Microsoft Cloud is built to accelerate your transformation today and going forward. There is no better example of this than the rapid changes we have seen over the past year in how people use technology to communicate, to collaborate, and create. For those of us who have had the privilege of working from home, digital technology has made it possible. And for those who need to be at the workplace, including the many essential frontline workers, technology has helped them keep our society and economy functioning in the midst of this pandemic. As the world recovers, there's no going back. Employee expectations are changing, and flexibility will be key. And that's why we are building Microsoft Teams as an organizing layer for all the ways we work, the modes of communication, collaboration, and the ability to extend it with other apps and services. With Teams, we are ensuring that people can collaborate inside and outside the organization, that they can learn in the context of their work, and that they can retain and build new social capital. And we are empowering both frontline and knowledge workers to work together in new ways. We want to ensure everyone can be seen and be heard and fully participate, whether they are at home, in a meeting room, at the office, or at the factory floor. For example, just imagine joining a meeting remotely and being able to see everyone in the room as though you were seated at the conference table with them. Imagine if you were able to draw on the same whiteboard together. And imagine if you're always able to identify who's speaking while maintaining eye contact. That's some of what you will see today when we talk about what's coming next for Microsoft 365 and Teams. We'll also see the digital and physical worlds come together with mixed reality to help people stay connected when they are apart. A year ago, we shipped HoloLens 2. It's been amazing to see the ingenuity of people and businesses everywhere applying this technology to transcend space and address complex challenges in their industries. Take Dr. Michael Marin, a vascular surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. A world away in eastern Uganda, communities haven't had access to advanced medical care. But now, using HoloLens 2, along with Dynamics 365 Remote Assist and Teams, Dr. Marin is able to coach a surgeon doing a complex procedure 7,000 miles away in real time, expanding access to specialized knowledge and resources, and overcoming disparities in care. We've also seen frontline workers around the world using mixed reality to learn new skills, advance their careers, and drive productivity gains. At Kruger Paper Mill in Montreal, employees have used HoloLens 2 and Dynamics 365 guides to learn on the job. The impact has been transformational. Donald Susi, who worked at the mill for 30 years, has been able to capture all of the long-standing workplace wisdom and institutional knowledge and pass it on to new colleagues, accelerating the onboarding process and helping them take on complex tasks faster than ever. And because information is delivered holographically right where the work happens, Kruger has been able to improve employee safety and avoid production slowdowns. These examples are just the beginning of what's possible when you connect the bits we build with the atoms of the real world. Today, we are thrilled to take that next step, announcing a new mixed reality platform, Microsoft Mesh. Think about what Xbox Live did for gaming. We went from single player to multiplayer, creating communities that help people connect and achieve together. Now just imagine if the same thing happened with mixed reality. Mesh enables you to interact holographically with others with true presence in a natural way. For example, I can join a birthday celebration with my extended family in India, interacting as if we were physically together, without any screens between us. Or I can meet my colleagues on the other side of the world, collaborating as though we were in the same room. Again, with no screen mediating our interactions. It's pretty mind-boggling to imagine, but this is the future we are building. One of my favorite lines we used to describe the possibilities when we first introduced HoloLens was, when you change the way you see the world, you change the world you see. I can't wait to see the world we create together. And now let me turn it over to Alex Kipman to start us off. Thank you all very much and have a fantastic Ignite.
Tomorrow stands a chance to be even better than today, thanks to one thing. When you fall under its spell, even though words may elude you, you'll race to the rooftops to share it. It's a force that draws us to each other, a glue that holds us together, a siren that beckons others to join us. It's a feeling that's eternally optimistic and forever inquisitive. Asking, what if? Why not? And how soon? It beckons us to explore and to break new ground. It gives us depth and breadth to our understanding. It helps us see perspectives outside of our own. It's the indestructible sense of wonder inside each of us. And with it, the aspiration to share a world far greater than ourselves.
A dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream we dream together is called reality. When you have a dream, chances are there's someone else right over there, and there, who share the same dream. But each of us dreaming it just a little bit differently. The process of collaborating with others is how we discover the little different bits, the excitement and the energy, the diverse skills and viewpoints that bring everyone together. When we share in a dream, everyone can be equally excited, equally motivated, and perhaps even equally consumed by the shared dream. But we tend to think of reality and dreaming as separate. But are they really? Today is about showing how we can help transport dreams from here to there, out into the world without compromise, exactly as they were imagined. And when they are there, we can share them with others to explore and communicate, to mold and collaborate, to enjoy together. This is a new way to dream and a new type of computing, one that makes dreams a shared reality. And to accelerate this collaborative computing future, I am proud to welcome all of you to Microsoft Mesh. Today, you and I make history as we collaborate on the largest mixed reality show ever created. Microsoft Mesh connects the physical and the digital worlds, allowing us to transcend the traditional boundaries of space and time. Microsoft Mesh is powered by Azure and all of its AI and compute capabilities, working seamlessly together from the intelligent edge to the intelligent cloud. It promises to take us to brand new frontiers by enabling developers to create rich and immersive experiences. Experiences that let us 1. Connect from anywhere. All of us sharing every moment and every hologram across augmented reality, virtual reality, and even traditional 2D devices. 2. Microsoft Mesh will give us agency, from avatars to holoportations, letting us feel true presence in mixed reality. And lastly, Microsoft Mesh will let us experience mixed reality together in instinctual and collaborative ways. Microsoft Mesh is integrated with the Microsoft Cloud, so workflows naturally transition from the familiar 2D mediums to the world of mixed reality. Which, by the way, brings me to this amazing underwater scene. Thank you, by the way, for creating this incredible and inspiring underwater world. I mean, look at it. It's wow. Did you have fun doing it? As your host, I cannot express how energizing it is to see each of you expressing all of your emotions with holograms. Microsoft Mesh will empower you and your businesses to learn, to play, to work together naturally, no matter the task, no matter the location. Let's take a look.
Connection is a spark that gives our lives meaning. It drives us to seek out others who feel the same way.
Okay, why don't you input the data and we'll take a look together. Hey Mari, what you got for me?
To find those who share our views, yet offer different perspectives.
So this net.
Look over here.
Challenge us with new ways of seeing.
That I think we should.
Deepen our understanding. And enrich our lives.
最后一笔的时候，往前。
Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves.
Take a closer look at it.
Place this here. Let's see how we go from there, okay?
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have 2 planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Aisha, what do you think?
I think if we had 330, maintaining 2800, we'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
These numbers are looking great, actually.
There's promise in the possibilities, and what we see and create next will stretch the imagination.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning.
Slowly coming towards the thumb.
A world without boundaries.
Good job. A lot better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Slowly bring the
A world where technology enhances, not limits, humanity. With people front, center, and in the spotlight. The future is here. And here can be anywhere. Introducing Microsoft Mesh.
Envision a world where mesh-enabled applications from our partners and from Microsoft fuel this generation's collaborative computing needs. Envision a mesh-enabled Microsoft Teams where colleagues from around the globe can collaborate as if they're physically there. And in a world of hybrid work where here can literally be anywhere, and headquarters are no longer tied to a single physical location, Mesh will allow organizations to host mixed reality gatherings with everyone in the same room. Envision a Mesh-enabled Dynamics 365. People will be able to learn together from anywhere, sharing the common perspectives so critical when learning complex topics. Envision frontline workers and how they will have access to remote experts everywhere they're needed, sharing insights quickly and effectively, ultimately keeping people safer and resolving issues faster. Microsoft Mesh builds upon our mixed reality services, which have seen incredible developer adoption. And today, I am really excited to announce the public preview of Azure Object Anchors and general availability of Azure Remote Rendering. To all of our supporters, partners, and fans around the world, thank you. We started this journey together, and it's because of you, your great feedback, and your enthusiasm that we are experiencing such great mixed reality momentum. Today, in manufacturing, retail, and healthcare, over 90% of companies with more than 500 employees are currently using or prototyping with mixed reality. And half of the Fortune 500 companies have now purchased HoloLens 2. Leading brands such as Mercedes, Intel, Airbus, and L'Oreal have deployed at scale HoloLens 2 powered solutions. Across industries, the numbers speak for themselves. Take Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin has reduced their touch labor by 90%. What used to take an 8-hour shift to complete can now be done error-free in 45 minutes. Take Toyota. Toyota has embraced HoloLens, Dynamics 365 Remote Assist, and our mixed reality services to improve maintenance efficiency and to differentiate on customer service. Their most recent mixed reality solution enables technicians to intuitively access, via Azure Object Anchors, wiring and structure information of specific car models while working on the actual vehicle. As a result, this is reducing the time spent doing inspections by as much as 20%. A significant return on investment, which has them rolling out this HoloLens 2 solution to all of their dealerships across Japan. Take Bentley Systems as another example. Bentley Systems is a global leader in software for architecture, engineering, and construction. And they're using HoloLens 2 and our mixed reality services to improve bridge inspections. In the United States alone, there are more than 600,000 bridges, a key part of the infrastructure that keeps our country running. Using drones to capture high-resolution images, Bentley can create precise digital twins for the bridge. Now, because details matter when doing inspections, Bentley is using Azure Remote Rendering to enable real-time, high-fidelity renderings, allowing multiple experts to view large sections of the bridge, all at the same time. Leveraging this Bentley solution on a HoloLens device, inspectors at Collins Engineers can visualize sections of the bridge. They can add spatial notes, annotations, dimensions, or other markings to provide detailed contextual information for the structure. And in the process, they can save 40% of labor costs for each inspection they make. And local and state government agencies can follow in the footsteps of the Minnesota Department of Transportation, who is working with Collins Engineers to save an estimated $4 million per year, savings that can be repurposed to fix even more of their aging infrastructure. And when mesh-enabled, all of these solutions can now be transformed from solitary to collaborative mixed reality experiences. Mixed reality experiences where you have the freedom to use the device of your choice. Because Mesh will work on HoloLens 2, Windows virtual reality headsets, Oculus headsets, PCs, Macs, and even smartphones. Take Accenture as an example. They are experimenting with hybrid workflows that increase accessibility, champion remote collaboration, and encourage sustainability by minimizing unnecessary travel. With a mesh-enabled AltSpace, Accenture is evolving their employee experience by creating a headquarters. They call it the Nth Floor. Now, this is available for everyone for onboarding, learning, and the type of human connection we are all missing right now. With AltSpace, everyone knows the nth floor is just a tap away. But what happens when you go beyond the enterprise? Collaboration doesn't just take place in enterprise settings. Sometimes we just call it hanging out with friends. With Microsoft Mesh, you can connect from any device on any platform, transforming the way we connect to one another, enabling hanging out wherever your friends are. And when here can be anywhere, the entire planet becomes your playground. Many companies are exploring and experimenting with this notion of experiencing mixed reality together. But I think we can all agree that there is one company that stands out with its real-world AR experiences. I have been a huge fan of Niantic for a very long time. I just love their ambition to build planet-scale AR experiences, experiences that connect people from all over the world. And to share more about their vision, please welcome CEO and founder of Niantic, John Hanke.
Thanks, Alex. I'm thrilled to be here and to hear all about the latest innovations in AI and mixed reality. We share a common aspiration to use technology to bridge the digital world with the physical one. From the very beginning, our work at Niantic has been designed to inspire people to get outside, play, and explore together. Underpinning this mission is our ongoing effort to create the tools and technology to connect the real world, the atoms, and the digital one, the bits, to create magical experiences. Our games have already encouraged hundreds of millions of people to explore the world together. In fact, most people's first AR experience was probably Pokemon Go. Since launching in 2016, we've seen massive numbers of people around the world connect through the game, ranging from families exploring their neighborhood to tens of thousands gathering at our events to play and celebrate together. We're incredibly motivated by the stories we hear from Niantic explorers about how a game has helped them feel happier, healthier, and better connected to one another and to their local communities. This gives us reason to feel optimistic that technology, and AR in particular, can be channeled to make a positive impact on the world. As exciting as this journey's been, we're even more excited about the next phase as we think about bringing these experiences to future generations of AR hardware. And that brings us to why we're here today. We share a common vision with Microsoft for creating real social connections in a digitally enhanced world. We're excited to be collaborating with Microsoft in this area to move the industry forward.
That's right, John. By marrying our industry-leading HoloLens devices and our new mesh capabilities with Niantic's market-leading applications, we can give people entirely new ways to interact with each other and the world.
We've already started working on what this might look like, and we're excited to show a proof-of-concept demo of Pokemon Go on HoloLens. This is not intended for consumer use yet, but it gives you a glimpse into the amazing possibilities when we combine advanced AR with exploration and social gameplay in the real world.
Thanks, Alex. I'm here in the gardens at Lake Merritt.
This is so great. It's like I'm actually here, John.
Welcome. This is amazing, and it's what I'm so excited about. Enabling friends to play and explore the world together, no matter where they are. I'm gonna have a look around.
I'm excited to join you in this adventure.
There are quite a few Pokemon appearing around here. Let's take a walk. Whether you're exploring a brand new park or just walking through a familiar neighborhood, augmented reality can make the real world a little more magical. In the future, we imagine a real world filled with adventures, helpful information, and of course, a lot of friends. Hey, Pikachu. Here you go. AR that's grounded in the real world, aware of us and the environment, is an incredibly powerful starting point, and it becomes even more powerful when we can share it. Someone I know is here now. Hey, Veronica.
Hi, John. Do you want to battle?
I don't know, Veronica. This usually doesn't end well for me, but I'm game.
What's important is to never give up, even if you lose. Let's get ready.
Let's go.
This battle is going to take a while. Thank you, John, and thank you, Veronica. I'm so excited for our Niantic partnership. Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves. Our shared sense of collaboration and the feeling of human connection it brings inspires me. I get inspired and motivated about opportunities where we can add our energy and capabilities to empower people and organizations around the globe to achieve their missions. And when the mission at hand has global benefit that impacts environmental understanding, conservation, and global ecology, not to mention has deep impact in education and science, I'm not only inspired by it, but also proud to be part of the journey. And it is with that pride that I like to invite Dr. Edith Weider and Dr. Vincent Peerbone to tell us their stories as they push to understand one of the least explored, most mysterious, and most essential worlds we have ever known, our oceans. Dr. Edith Weider is a biologist and deep sea explorer who combines expertise in oceanographic research and technological innovation with a commitment to reversing the worldwide trend of marine ecosystem degradation. Dr. Vincent Peerbone is a neuroscientist and researcher at Yale University. He is also vice chairman of the organization that is pushing the limits of technology and at-sea research called OceanX.
I became a scientist because I love exploring and being on a frontier, but I always thought it would be an intellectual frontier. If you ever get the chance, take a dive in a submersible and turn out the lights. Every dive I've ever made has been a journey into a wild and alien realm. It's a world within our world, one that we still know surprisingly little about. I mean, how is it possible that a creature as tall as a 4-story building managed to elude us for so long? What a strange existence for life down here. You've seen it, Vincent. Everything looks different. The instant you pass from air into water, you see it. It's all so changed. The warm colors disappear. As you descend, it goes from blue-green to blue to smoky navy until you pass the edge of darkness around 500 meters, and a new kind of light appears, living light. Seeing all that light on my first submersible dive more than 3 decades ago changed my life. All around me were animals flashing and glowing, a world of wonder vibrating with life and light. It was thrilling and mysterious and filled me with questions about all the strange ways light seems to function in this world.
Yeah, I did my first submersible dive during an expedition to the Solomon Islands. And there we witnessed a magnificent and unforgettable nighttime display of bioluminescent flashlight fish. All of this light is a language that animals in the deep sea use to communicate in one way or the other. And we're just beginning to understand those.
Some, like sea fireflies, eject champagne bubble lights to attract a mate. Others, like those flashlight fish you saw, Vince, use it in a variety of ways, including to move together in schools at night.
And others use it like a trap, like the anglerfish that using a glowing lure to attract its food, a bioluminescent bobble that dangles in front of its hidden maw.
And so we wondered, could we use the same anglerfish approach to draw in the elusive giant squid? Is there a light signal that might convince the giant squid to make an appearance? It was on OceanX's Aleutian, operating off Japan in 2012, that we tried just this. our electronic jellyfish lure worked its greatest magic, attracting the most famous squid of all, the legendary giant squid. No science fiction writer could concoct a more fantastic alien. 8 muscular arms plus 2 insanely long tentacles, all growing out of a massive cone-shaped head, a parrot-like beak that can rip flesh, a jet propulsion system that works equally well in forward or reverse, and gargantuan eyes, bigger than those of any other animal on Earth. I think those amazing eyes are the reason we had never managed to film a giant squid in its deep-sea world. We were scaring them away with all our bright lights and noisy thrusters on submersibles and remote-operated vehicles. It's the process of applying new technology and new ways of exploring that enables us to make these new, incredible discoveries.
Yeah, and now more than ever, the importance of these discoveries are front and center in our changing world. OceanX was born out of this remarkable passion and excitement to explore the unknown. Over the past 3 years, we've designed and built a massive, brand new, one-of-a-kind research ship called Ocean Explorer, with the mission to take ocean exploration to the next level. We gathered oceanographers, marine scientists, filmmakers from all over the world to help us build the ultimate research and exploration ship. Every aspect of the vessel design was thought out to maximize ocean science and media production. From planning expeditions, to gathering and cataloging samples, to genetic sequencing, we can do it all without having to go back to shore. We have submersibles, deep-sea robots, a helicopter, and multiple wet and dry laboratories. With our world-class crew, Ocean Explorer enables us to conduct multiple research projects at the same time.
And these tools are a dream for scientists like Vincent and myself. Ocean Explorer is basically a state-of-the-art, complete research laboratory in almost a full, living, floating city.
And we've developed a brand new part of our ship that we call HoloLab. In the HoloLab, we bring this data together to visualize and analyze in three-dimensional space. This allows us to understand all of the rich, multidimensional data in a natural, intuitive way. Before, we were limited to 2D screens, and the data was mostly in charts and tables, while humans are sort of inherently respond best to a three-dimensional world. Now we can see the data mapped onto the actual ocean floor and divine how it relates to the underwater canyons and mountain ranges. I can't tell you how valuable it is to see data in the context of the 3D environment. And it isn't just visualizing information. This is a collaborative scientific tool that uses Microsoft Mesh to connect HoloLab with scientists in submersibles on the ship, as well as those back at land. And now with our amazing partners, National Geographic and the BBC, we are setting off to capture exploratory adventures on the ship and release them as a groundbreaking series. All of you can join us to explore and discover in the near future, so stay tuned. And as you know, Edie, one of our first stops will be again to bring us face-to-face to the mysterious giant squid.
Ah, yes. And I remember a remark that pioneering ocean explorer and film director James Cameron once said, "I would have wrapped my submersible in bacon if it would attract a giant squid."
Hi, Jim. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, Alex. Thanks for having me here. Thanks for beaming me in from New Zealand.
For sure. Now, this beautiful marvel of engineering behind us is the Deep Sea Challenger. Now, you co-designed and co-engineered the submersible and science platform, and with it, you became the first solo pilot in history to dive to the Challenger Deep, the deepest place on the planet, about 7 miles down, if I understand correctly.
Yep.
Now, of course, you weren't focused on first adventure, but rather on advancing deep sea ocean science. Now, the submersible allowed you to sample and image in revolutionary new ways. With camera systems you also, if I understand correctly, you designed. How has technology empowered you scientifically and creatively?
Look, I think almost everything I do in every single day is empowered by technology. Sometimes it's tools that other people have created. Sometimes it's tools that we've had to create for ourselves. So if you have a curious mind like I do, and you want to go places and you want to physically project your body into those places, you build a piloted submersible and you get in it and you go and you assemble a team to do that and to see what's out there and put the pieces together and create new things where you need to. If you want to project your consciousness into a place you can't physically go, like inside the Titanic, you build a small robotic vehicle that spools a fiber optic and you fly it inside there in a kind of avatar experience. So remotely operated vehicles are essentially physical avatars in the physical world. And then of course all the stuff I'm doing with the Avatar movies is both thematically about projecting our minds into other bodies, and it's also about creating a VR universe around us, around our actors, and bringing that world to life in all its detail. And that required whole new tool sets, and those tool sets are constantly evolving. So I would say, short of making my orange juice in the morning, there's not much I can do in a given day that doesn't involve building and iterating these tool sets.
That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. So what are your thoughts on the potential for the HoloLab and your partner OceanX to be enabled to both enable and engage the new generation of ocean explorers through technology?
Well, look, I think there are multi-levels to this, right? So we can put our researchers, our young researchers right there on the Ocean Explorer ship into complex data sets that have been gathered by the ship, maybe gathered by the submersibles. Maybe it's bathymetry and they can plan a dive. They can literally walk around the dive site before they actually go down there. Or they could plan an ROV dive, let's say. Let's say it's too deep for their submersibles and they're going to go down with a remotely operated vehicle. They can see, well, this is canyon terrain. This is going to be difficult. We're going to have to keep the ship in a certain place so that we can see that down there and have good communications with the vehicle for tracking, that sort of thing. So a lot of planning can be done. Now you start overlaying into that data sets of animals that have been seen, maybe squid schools that have been seen on sonar, that sort of thing. Say, this is what we expect to see at this depth. So our researchers can plan their work. But the beauty of it is that they can bring the audience along with them. Now, sure, it'll be a 2D representation, but eventually what I would love is that people, when they're watching our episodes, are actually in this VR experience or some kind of augmented reality experience, and they're seeing a little more of what our researchers saw and experienced at the time. And this is all happening for real. This isn't some showpiece or something that we just put on, you know, as a kind of a visual effect in a science fiction movie. This is an actual tool that's being used. You know, I started using HoloLens in its earlier form with Jet Propulsion Laboratory when we were planning, we were designing and planning a mission to Europa, a lander mission to Europa, for real. You know, so it's been a tool that's been used extensively, but now we're bringing a much bigger audience into it, and a much vaster kind of sea of users into this great VR space that you and I know so well and use, but now we're making it available to everyone.
That's incredible. Thank you for the answer. It's absolutely inspiring to hear you speak. Last question, if I may. More than 30 years ago, On the Abyss, one of my all-time favorite movies, by the way, you developed revolutionary underwater lighting and communication systems. You created, as you talked about in your previous answer, remote observation vehicles to image inside the Titanic, for example. And then you created and pioneer virtual camera systems and other breakthroughs needed to be able to shoot Avatar, which, by the way, is my daughter's all-time favorite movie.
Well, thank you for that.
So basically, you have been living in mixed reality for more than 15 years. Can you tell us a little bit how it feels to be here today with us as a hologram, and what your dreams are for what this technology can actually enable in the future?
Well, look, I could say having been in VR and AR spaces for the last 15 years at least, that there are no negative side effects that I can see. No, I'm kidding. It's actually a great way to work and to create and to co-create with other people And I think that the sky's the limit on these collaborative VR and AR workspaces. I think your film that you open with shows the possibilities for medicine, for collaboration, for industrial design, engineering, and just for fun, just for the arts, just for creativity. You know, we've been using it in a very creative way on the Avatar productions for the last few years. The last really we started in 2005, so it's been coming up on 16 years, and it's constantly improved to the point that it's an absolute joy to work in that space every day. Now I use a physical camera that I hold in my hands. I don't use the HoloLens, and we don't use that for the actors because we can't obscure their faces, but it's exactly the same set of principles. And you just get used to it. You get used to it. And I see us, in a sense, ultimately transcending our bodies, transcending our borders, transcending our cultures. And that's a great thing. We need that. We need to understand that people in Calcutta and Moscow and Beijing and in the US and the UK, wherever, we all love and want the same things. We're all one big unified team, if you will, planet team of 7 billion. And we've got to crack the code on all these problems that are existential problems that are facing us. And to do that, we've got to break down borders. We don't need walls, we need this. We need this sense of collaboration. We need this sense of togetherness. And this technology can do that, can help do that. It's hard to stand in a place with somebody and share a problem with them or share a joyful moment with them and then think of them as somebody else, someplace else that you don't care about.
Absolutely inspiring, Jim. What a great honor to have you be on stage with us today. I'm super looking forward to being able to watch Avatar 2 whenever it comes out.
So am I.
And I'm super appreciative to see you on stage with us today. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Dreams can connect us. They can give our lives meaning and drive us to seek others who feel the same way. Others who, while sharing our views, offer different perspectives. They encourage us to explore, they deepen our understanding, and they enrich our lives. Guy Laliberté, founder of Cirque du Soleil and Luna Rouge, has enriched my life. He's given me perspective. He's become a close friend, and he's a fellow dreamer. For many years now, we have been reflecting on removing barriers from society. We have been dreaming of a world where technology enhances, not limits, the human experience. And it seems that technology is finally catching up, turning our shared dreams into reality. Well, hi, Guy. Nice frog hat. Where are you coming from?
Hi, Alex. Well, I'm coming from the NI World, a new social mixed reality platform that will aim to connect physical and digital experience by leveraging the power of human connections.
Sounds incredible. As a creator, and as someone who has already revolutionized entertainment at least once, what is it about this medium that excites you?
You know, over the years, I've received countless proposals for technology solutions aimed at integrating live and digital experience. But so far, none was able to represent and transmit the magic and emotion of a live performance. I believe with the new Microsoft Mesh platform, combined with 5G technology and cloud computing, we believe that today, the right creative tools are finally available and at our fingertips, allowing us to move forward and invite creative from all over the world into our lab.
That sounds about right. But how do you balance this sense of togetherness that can only come from connecting with other humans, with technology, and our relationship with computers, so that humans and not devices are at the center?
Human connections are at the center of NI World, as they are and should be at the center of our life. I've traveled the world, and one thing is the same in every part of it. People want to interact with one another, to share and to connect. You know, Alex, I'm 61. and I've decided to be a great ancestor. Entertainment and creativity have always been my language. I'd like my legacy to be a place where all artists could share and showcase their creation, where a user could become partner and creator. I think we're in a great position to achieve this.
I love that vision. But how do you make sense and how do you balance this promise for a brighter future with a far more intimate and meaningful present? People need connection now more than ever, but we live in a world where people are starting to reject and no longer trust, giving away their time and data in return of free access to platforms. How do you connect artists with the community in an alternative way, based on principles of love, respect, and trust?
Alex, I'm a connector. I've been working with artists and building community all my life, at Cirque and in other ventures. I've connected people and brought to life amazing collective accomplishment. An iWorld wants to empower artists, allowing them to develop entertainment experience that celebrate the interconnection between humans. We aim to welcome artists and creators ready to share content that can all mix reality headset user and people in physical venue simultaneously. One thing drove all my creative projects so far: emotions. And iWorld is no different. And you know, I truly believe this virtual community will permit us to live human experience that might be possible to integrate in the real world. And I think this is for a better world. You know, Alex, I could talk about the subject for many hours. I think it's the moment that I show you a little glimpse of what the iWorld spirit could be. Would you like to come with me a little bit? Come on.
Is that a dummy on camera 1?
No, Seth. It's just.
Come on, that was hilarious. Hold on, they want us to.
Shh. Quiet. All right, welcome back to day 1 of Ignite 2021. I'm Donna Sarkar, joined by my esteemed colleague. They say esteemed on that thing. Colleague Seth Warren.
They meant overly steamed on my shirt. Hello, everyone. Yeah. We just watched Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella kick things off in his opening keynote. From earlier in the day, he touched on the things we love so much about this event, learning from each other, leveling up our skills, and connecting with other industry professionals. What did you like about it?
You know, I loved that, yes, he talked about tech and computing and the cloud and all the things that tech companies talk